I found myself bound in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce, my wrists painfully constricted, the red marks glaringly evident. The scenery outside transformed from the towering edifices of the city to the desolate country lanes. Unable to contain my frustration, I turned my gaze towards my father, who was resting with his eyes closed. "What gives you the right to bind me?" The moment I uttered those words, Yin Fengpeng abruptly opened his eyes, thrusting his phone towards me. The screen displayed a photograph of me at a nightclub, my hand exploring a male model's sculpted abs, accompanied by a caption that read, "The Yin heiress knows how to have a good time. Look at this." This photo has jeopardized a multi-billion collaboration with the Leaf family. He suppressed his fury, his voice low, simmering with barely contained rage. "If you refuse to reform in the countryside, then I shall take you there by force." The car screeched to a halt at the entrance of Zine Village. The female driver announced, "Mr. Yin, we have arrived at Zine Village." Through the front windshield, I glimpsed Xie Xinglan, the child my father often compared to me, lazily leaning against a large tree under the sun, his dark hair and black t-shirt strikingly prominent in the sunlight. Due to the distance, I could not discern his features fully. When exiting the car, my father, evidently concerned that I might attempt to escape, instructed the driver to carry me out. As a Rolls-Royce stood at the village entrance, Xie Xinglan squinted and approached, a smirk dancing on his lips, seemingly mocking me. The bound heiress of the Yun family. Where our two parties faced one another, the driver set me down. My father was engaged in conversation with Xie Xinglan, while I, still bound, felt like a quail, too embarrassed to lift my head. Suddenly, I noticed the boy's gaze occasionally flickering towards me, unmistakably laced with derision. I was not afraid of him. I lifted my head, ready to glare at him fiercely, but was momentarily taken aback upon seeing his face. Dappled sunlight fell upon Xie Xinglan's features, accentuating his sharp contours. His high brow enhanced the depth of his elongated eyes, the outer corners slightly raised, exuding a hint of mockery. His straight nose and gently upturned lips formed a smile that conveyed an air of languor and danger. Compared to the male model from the nightclub the previous night, he was undeniably more handsome. Staring at him, I found myself momentarily entranced, mentally chastising myself. What did it matter if he was handsome? His gaze was still filled with scorn, was it not? I huffed softly, defiantly shooting him a glare. "Uncle Yun, what is this?" Xie Xinglan drawled, his eyes sweeping over the ropes binding me, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Is this the latest trend in the city?" My father's expression froze, on the verge of an explanation, when Xie Xinglan added with a grin, "Or does Miss Yin have some peculiar hobbies?" My face flushed instantly. I gazed incredulously at the boy before me. Is this truly the model student that Yin Fengpeng spoke of? What a far cry from a paragon of virtue. He is clearly a sharp-tongued lad. Adding to my exasperation, my father shot me a warning glare before getting into the car and shoved a rope into Xie Xinglan's hands, instructing, "Xinglan, you take her by the rope. Untie her once we're home." At that moment, I dragged my suitcase with one hand while holding the rope with the other, sauntering ahead lazily. Yun Qi trailed behind me, feeling like a tethered beast, yet I had no intention of releasing her. She huffed angrily, "Xie Xinglan, are you not going to untie me?" Without turning around, I replied coldly, "Untie you? But your father instructed me to lead you." She stomped on the rope, refusing to take another step, glaring furiously at me. "Xie Xinglan, are you my father's pet? Just because he says so, you comply." I paused, leisurely turning back to her, a scornful smile gracing my lips. Uncle Yin must be quite discerning when it comes to pets. They should at least be obedient, unlike certain individuals who need to be tied up when stepping out. "You!" Yin Qi, in a fit of rage, lunged forward, nearly tripping over the rope, stumbling a few steps before regaining her balance. "Who do you think you are? What a farce of a model student. Does my father know you act this way in the countryside?" I raised an eyebrow, feigning indifference. "Then go ahead and tell on me. Just say." I paused deliberately, my gaze sweeping over her form. Xie Xinglan not only refrained from untying her, but also berated me as if I were a stubborn mule. Enraged, she seemed ready to tear my retorts apart. "You're the mule." I lazily tugged on the rope. "Will you walk or not? If you dawdle, night will fall, or perhaps." I squinted playfully. The young lady enjoys being led by someone? Si, Xing, Lang. Yunqi completely lost her composure, kicking my calf in retaliation. I'll fight you. I effortlessly sidestepped, using the momentum to pull the rope upwards. She was yanked along, bouncing a few times, and I couldn't help but tease him. That was quite a graceful spin. Remember to use that move when you hit the dance floor next time. She was momentarily speechless, caught off guard. Suddenly, I noticed that the rope around her had come undone. With her hands and feet freed, Yun-Chi dashed forward, snatching the suitcase from my grip. Upon arriving at my home, where I live with my grandmother, she was warmly welcomed. My grandmother greeted her enthusiastically before instructing me to take Yun-Chi to the room to put down her luggage, while she headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Observing the delicate young lady's bewildered expression, I couldn't resist jesting. Are you going to cry, young lady? Worried about sleeping on the streets? She rubbed her eyes and turned her face away. You're the one who will cry. I inquired with feigned innocence. Where will I sleep? Deliberately teasing her, I replied. On the floor, of course. You've seen that my home has just 2 rooms. She gazed at the concrete floor, disbelief etched across her face. Are you certain? I raised an eyebrow. What else could it be? She stumbled a step back, gazing at the dreary floor, her mind already conjuring images of insects or reptiles scuttling about as she slept that night. Envisioning the rustling of cockroaches, I helplessly regarded her. I do not wish to sleep on the floor. She looked up at me, her voice trembling, her eyes rimmed with red and brimming with defiance. I leaned against the doorframe, observing the swelling around her eyes, unable to suppress the thought. Pray tell, has the young lady never slept on a mat before? She bit her lower lip, her nails unconsciously digging in her suitcase, her voice barely audible. There might be bugs here, possibly even mice. The corners of my mouth twitched slightly, and a chill settled within me. This young lady's imagination is truly boundless. It seems her grandmother's home resembles a veritable dump. Suddenly, a playful thought sprang to mind, and I followed her lead, saying, Indeed, my home is teeming with bugs and mice, particularly fond of nibbling on delicate, tender-skinned individuals like yourself. Yunqi's pupils dilated sharply, and her suitcase thudded to the ground with a resounding crash. She recoiled 2 steps, colliding with the wall, her voice turning shrill. Xie Xinglan, you scoundrel. At that moment, the gentle footsteps of Grandma Xie echoed from the kitchen, softly admonishing, Xinglan, do not torment the young lady. Chapter 2. The young Mrs. unwarranted curiosity about others' privacy. After finishing her meal, Yunqi felt a fiery sensation on her lips. After consuming nearly half a bottle of mineral water, she began packing her belongings in Xie Xinglan's room, her heart brimming with indignation. Xie Xinglan was truly insufferable. Although his room was equipped with bunk beds, he had the audacity to trick her into sleeping on the floor. Moreover, during dinner, she was presented with a bowl of spicy stir-fried meat, heavily laden with chili peppers. Yunqi had never been able to tolerate spicy food, and despite Xie Xinglan clearly noticing her trepidation at the sight of the peppers, he ladled a generous spoonful onto her plate, insisting, Miss, you must eat more. This is Grandma's specialty. His eyes twinkled with mischief, clearly intending to tease her. Faced with Grandma Xie's expectant gaze, Yunqi gritted her teeth and forced herself to consume the very dish she despised the most. Contemplating this, she opened her WeChat to message her childhood friend, Jiang Lin. Their families had been close for generations, allowing them to grow up together. Jiang Lin, now 22 and 4 years her senior, was someone she confided in about all her troubles. Yunqi, feeling wronged Jiang Lin. My father sent me to Xie Xinglan's house for training. He is so mean, deliberately teasing me and making me eat spicy food. Jiang Lin replied almost instantly, his voice as warm as ever. Chi-Chi, is he the impoverished student sponsored by Uncle Yin? Yunqi, yes, he is not even a model student. He is a troublemaker who enjoys tormenting others. After sending her message, Jiang Lin mentioned that he would try to speak with Yin Fengpeng to see if he could bring Yunqi back home. The following day, in the courtyard, Grandma Xie conversed with Xie Xinglan beneath the eaves. She remarked, Xinglan, Yunqi is a young lady of high standing. She may find it quite uncomfortable here. Why don't you take her to the market to buy some things she desires? Xie Xinglan responded affirmatively, Yin's knowing smile tugged at his lips. He recalled a post by Yunqi's father in his WeChat moments. My daughter is terrified of dogs. Coincidentally, he had a friend named Lin who owned a convenience store and kept a large, friendly Alaskan Malamute that would eagerly greet anyone, especially beautiful ladies. By wagging its tail, he could already envision Yunqi's frightened face as she would inevitably flee in tears. He quickly texted Linyu, "Bring your dog to the store for a visit." Linyu replied promptly, "Sure thing, Xinglan. Do you want to play with it? I'll arrange it right away. Tuan Tuan and I will be waiting for you at the store." With everything planned, Xie Xinglan entered the room to inform Yunqi of his grandmother's suggestion before heading out. Meanwhile, Yunqi was preparing herself for the outside world. It was early June, and the weather was already sweltering, with temperatures soaring to 38 degrees Celsius. Leaning against the eaves, Xie Xinglan cast a sardonic glance at his chat with Yun Fengpeng. "Xinglan, I truly appreciate your help this time. My daughter, Yunqi, as you can see, has been spoiled and is quite the temper. She can be very willful and prone to outbursts. This time, she is coming to stay at your home for 2 months, and I hope you can teach her more, guiding her through a transformation." Yun Fengpeng, as the father of Yunqi, is unable to manage his own daughter, yet he naively expects assistance in her discipline. Such fanciful thinking. This delicate young lady is simply exasperating to behold. And teach her? He would not engage in such a thankless task. His sole desire is to frighten this young lady back into her place. Thus he intentionally plays pranks on her. He deceives her into sleeping on the floor, and, upon noticing her horrified reaction to chili peppers during meals, he deliberately makes her eat them. To his surprise, these antics fail to dissuade Yunqi. Scrolling further down, Yun Fengping's subsequent message is rife with blatant hypocrisy. "Xie Xinglan, you are aware that I have supported your education and living expenses over the years. I genuinely have no alternative with Yunqi. Hence, I thought to let her stay with you for a while. If you could help discipline her, I will be immensely grateful. Of course, if this is an inconvenience for you, I do not wish to impose. However, you know my financial situation is somewhat strained lately, and I may not be able to continue supporting you as I have in the past. Yet, should you agree to assist, not only will I continue my support, but I will also increase the amount as a token of appreciation for your efforts." Though Yun Fengping's words are couched in politeness, the message is unmistakably clear. If he does not assist in managing Yunqi, the financial support will cease. If he complies, the support will not only continue, but also be augmented. Who would be eager for that? Each time he visits, he invariably begins with the topic of financial support, as if it were his only leverage over Xie Xinglan. He then slyly broaches the subject of his grandmother's belongings. During his last visit, he inquired, "Have you considered the demolition of your grandmother's old house?" Consider it? Nonsense. What Yun Fengpeng does not realize is that the funds he provided for her high school education have all been diligently saved by her. She has never touched a single cent of his contributions. Lost in thought, the door to the room swung open. Yunqi emerged, wrapped up tightly. Wearing a wide-brimmed sun hat that obscured most of her face and a sunscreen mask that revealed only her bright eyes, she donned a long-sleeved, sun-protective outfit, the hem reaching her knees. From head to toe, hardly any skin was exposed to the sunlight, resembling a mummy. Xie Xinglan leaned against the doorframe, her gaze laced with sarcasm. "My lady, are you off to explore the Arctic?" Yunqi looked at her with disdain and mumbled, "What nonsense, this is sun protection." Xie Xinglan chose not to respond and turned to leave. Just as she intended to follow, her shoelace unexpectedly came undone. As she bent down to tie it, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Xie Xinglan's phone screen hanging by her side. The WeChat chat box displayed Yun Fengping's unmistakable profile picture, followed by several densely packed messages. Yunqi froze, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what could elicit such a lengthy response from her father. Instinctively, she leaned in to read the content. But before she could focus, the phone was abruptly turned face down. Shadows enveloped her as she looked up to meet Xie Xinglan's cold gaze. "Have you seen enough?" With a deft flick of his fingertips, the phone slipped into his trouser pocket, the metallic clasp emitting a crisp click. Sunlight pierced through from behind him, compelling Yunqi to squint, yet she still discerned the enigmatic curve at the corner of his lips. Is the young lady so intrigued by the privacies of others? Chapter 3. The tip of her nose collided with his collarbone. Xiaolon rode her bicycle, carrying Qiyato along. As the two walked out, Grandmother Xie called out to Xiaolon. There was indeed a bicycle at home. A knowing smile flickered in Xiaolon's eyes as she replied, "Grandmother, the bicycle is broken. We shall walk." Without waiting for a response, she tugged at Yinqi's sleeve and set off. Grandmother Xie intended to say something, but they had already departed. She went to the hillside where the bicycle was stored and discovered that the front wheel had fallen off. After a moment of astonishment, she scratched her head in confusion. How peculiar. I specifically inflated the tires just moments ago, and the bicycle was perfectly fine then. She had no inkling of what had transpired. 5 minutes prior, Xiaolon had removed the tire, all to ensure that Yinqi would walk. "Let go of me," Yinqi exclaimed as she forcefully shook off Xiaolon's hand. "Why are you pulling me? I can walk on my own." It was only then that Xiaolon realized she had instinctively grabbed her sleeve in a bid to leave hastily. Calmly retracting her hand and slipping it into her pocket, she arched an eyebrow and lazily remarked, "Oh, is that so? Then, my dear lady, do be careful not to get lost. This rural area is not like your city, where road signs are plentiful." Yinqi grumbled, "Stop being so sarcastic." Xiaolon fell silent, turning to continue walking ahead. Although Yinqi felt disgruntled, she followed closely behind. After all, she was entirely unfamiliar with the area, and getting lost would indeed be quite embarrassing. The two walked along the quaint rural path, the sun blazing overhead. Yinqi felt the heat intensely and could not help but mutter, "It's so hot." Xiaolon glanced back at her with a light chuckle. "My lady, and to think you are already struggling after just a few steps? Shall I carry you?" The latter remark was clearly a tease, as he assumed Yinqi would never accept such an offer. As expected, upon hearing this, she bristled. "Who would want you to carry me? I can walk just fine. Don't underestimate me." From 3 o'clock in the afternoon until 4:30, they finally arrived at Zine Village's Zine Street. One ambled along with hands in pockets, while the other huffed and puffed. Xiaolon occasionally turned back to glance at the girl behind him. Initially, he thought this delicate young lady, accustomed to being driven around, would not endure such a lengthy walk. Yet to his surprise, she had indeed walked for an hour and a half. "It's unbearable." "Xilan, are we there yet?" she panted. Xiaolon replied, "If you're hot, just take off some layers. Who told you to bundle up so tightly?" No sooner had he spoken than the sound of rustling clothes came from behind him, and it seemed she had snagged her hair in the process. Prompting a short yelp from Yinqi, he instinctively turned around just in time to see her removing her sun-protective garment, revealing a delicate pink floral camisole beneath. Her fair shoulders and arms glistened exquisitely in the sunlight, and her cheeks were flushed from the prolonged walk, with her ears adorning a rosy hue. Beads of perspiration glistened on her forehead, trickling down her cheeks, while her rosy lips were slightly pursed, rendering her appearance rather disheveled, yet endearingly innocent. Xiaolon paused for a moment, swiftly averting his gaze. Seizing the opportunity, he sent a message to Linyu. "Lon, is Tuan Tuan in the store?" "Linyu, absolutely. Brother Lon, Tuan Tuan and I are eagerly awaiting your arrival." Image. The image depicted Linyu and the Alaskan Malamute Tuan Tuan in a close-up shot. Xiaolon arrived at Lin's department store with Yinqi. "Is this the place?" Yinqi inquired. Xiaolon, with his back to her, flashed a sly smile in his eyes. "Indeed. Let us not dawdle. Let us go inside and see what we need to purchase." Yinqi stepped inside. Xiaolon spotted Linyu at the cash register, engrossed in his phone, with Tuan Tuan lounging at his feet. He took out his phone and messaged Lon, "Have Tuan Tuan come out to greet us." In high spirits, he followed Yinqi at a leisurely pace. As anticipated, the closer they approached the entrance, the more excited Tuan Tuan became, wagging his tail and beaming with joy, eagerly bounding out to greet them. While Yinqi continued forward, Xiaolon trailed closely behind, his gaze fixed intently, desperate to capture every delightful moment. The man and the dog met at the doorway, both halting in their tracks. With deep-set eyes, Xiaolon's lips curved into a broad smile. Unexpectedly, the girl ahead exuberantly exclaimed, "Wow, what an adorable dog." Xiaolon's smile faltered, his eyes narrowing. Upon hearing Yunqi's praise, Tuan Tuan's tail whirled like a propeller, and with a joyful bark, he lunged forward. Wait. Before Yunqi could react, The 80-pound Alaskan Malamute crashed into her like a cannonball. She stumbled backward, her back colliding forcefully with Xiexinglan's chest. He let out a muffled grunt, instinctively reaching out to steady her shoulder. In the next moment, Tuan excitedly shook his head. Whoosh! The wide-brimmed sun hat of Yunqi was snatched away by the dog's mouth, her long hair cascading down, strands sticking to her damp neck. My hut! She exclaimed, hastily reaching out to reclaim it, only to be tripped by Tuan's paw, sending her tumbling forward. Xiexinglan's pupils dilated as he instinctively grasped her wrist, pulling her back. Yunqi was caught off guard, her body turning abruptly as her nose collided sharply with his collarbone. They both froze, the distance between them so close that they could count each other's eyelashes. Xiexinglan lowered his gaze, noticing that her eyelashes were damp, her cheeks flushed. Yunqi was equally captivated, their eyes locking in a shared moment. Chapter 04. Aren't girls' legs all like this? At nearly the same moment, two individuals who harbored mutual disdain pushed away from each other. Yunqi glared at him, stammering, Why are you so close to me? Xiexinglan retorted. Did you collide into me and still have the audacity to complain? Yunqi's face flushed crimson. Infuriated, she stamped her foot, yet found herself devoid of a rebuttal, so she huffed and turned her back on him. At that moment, Tuan was still nuzzling around her feet, its tail wagging like a little fan. Yunqi glanced down and could not resist squatting down to stroke Tuan's head. What a good dog! Tuan obediently followed Yunqi into the supermarket, observing the harmonious interaction between the girl and the dog. Xiexinglan felt quite the opposite of what he had anticipated. His expression darkened. He had initially intended for Tuan to frighten Yunqi, hoping to drive her away from his home. To his surprise, this young lady was not afraid of dogs at all. Instead, she seemed to be enjoying herself playing with Tuan. Once inside, Yunqi began selecting items, and Tuan dutifully followed her. Witnessing everything from the entrance, Linyu pulled Xiexinglan aside to gossip. Longa, who's that girl? She is from the Yun family, Xiexinglan replied. She is truly beautiful. With such long legs, Linyu complimented earnestly. Xiexinglan followed his gaze. The girl stood before the shelves, her back to them, slightly on her toes. Beneath her pink floral sundress, her legs were long and slender. Xiexinglan thought, aren't girls' legs all like this? What is so special about it? Seeing Linyu still admiring her, Xiexinglan abruptly seized Linyu by the collar and pulled him closer. Where are your eyes wandering? Do you want to lose them? Startled by Xiexinglan's sudden action, Linyu quickly raised his hands in surrender. Whoa, Longu, I was wrong. I was just admiring. I meant no harm. Xiexinglan released him, casting a cold glance. Enough chatter, get to work. Linyu awkwardly chuckled, rubbed his nose, and turned to organize the shelves. However, he couldn't help but steal a few glances at Yunqi. Pondering, Xiexinglan's reaction is clearly unusual. He never shows such protectiveness over anyone. Yunqi finished selecting her items and approached the checkout counter. After inquiring, she discovered that the Alaskan Malamute belonged to the young man named Linyu. What is this dog's name? Yunqi asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Linyu scratched his head, a bit shy, as he looked at her. It's Tuan. This Miss Yun was indeed stunning. When she was serious, her beauty had a striking impact, but when she smiled, she transformed into the charming girl next door. Linyu found himself staring at her, unable to suppress a smile. Yet, beneath Xiexinglan's gaze, there was no warmth directed at Yunqi, as he recalled their previous encounters where she always wore an unfriendly demeanor. Yet now, she smiled so brightly in front of Linyu. In a moment of impulsiveness, Xiexinglan approached the checkout counter and tapped it. Hey, we should head back. Why the rush? I'm not done chatting, Yunqi replied without even glancing at him. It was evident that whenever she conversed with him, Yunqi would don a different facade. Xiexinglan turned and walked away, worrying that Xiexinglan might abandon her. Yunqi tenderly patted Tuan's head a few more times, bid farewell to Linyu, and hurriedly chased after him. Hey, Xiexinglan, wait for me. Xiexinglan deliberately quickened his pace, as if the wind were beneath his feet. You rascal. Hold on. Yunqi hastened to follow him with light steps. Linyu watched the two figures on the road gradually drift away, astonishment flooding his heart, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Was this truly the Xiexinglan he knew? How had he become so childish? Reflecting on Xie Xinglan's peculiar behavior towards Yunqi, Lin Yu keenly sensed that something was amiss. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call was soon answered, and a female voice came through. "Hello, Yugo, what is up?" Lin Yu lowered his voice, urgency lacing his tone. "Hey, Xiaoyin, I must tell you, today, Xie Xinglan brought a stunning girl to the shop, and their relationship seems rather special. If you don't act fast, someone else might snatch him away." There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by He Yin's astonished and trembling voice. "What? Xinglan brought a girl? Who is she?" Lin Yu cast a glance outside, confirming that Xie Xinglan and Yunqi had gone far, before continuing, "I don't know her either. They say she is from the Yun family. She's extraordinarily beautiful, and Xie Xinglan seems to treat her quite differently." He Yin was left speechless in shock. Lin Yu sighed, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Xiaoyin, don't be too disheartened. You know how Xie Xinglan is. He's indifferent to everyone." Throughout the evening, Xie Xinglan continued to ponder Yunqi's fearlessness towards dogs. He repeatedly scrutinized the posts made by Yun Fengpeng on social media, contemplating deeply. Two possibilities emerged in his mind. First, Yun Fengpeng might be posting frivolously. Second, he could have two daughters. It was not Yunqi who feared dogs, but rather her sister. The latter conjecture was soon validated. During dinner, Yunqi's phone rang urgently. Upon answering, an irate male voice erupted from the other end. The three individuals at the dining table paused their meal in shock. "Yunqi, you are becoming utterly outrageous. Your sister found something in your room. How could you dare to possess such things?" Yunqi froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. "What things? What are you talking about?" Chapter 5. The young lady suffers at home. "Are you still playing dumb?" Yun Fengping's voice suddenly escalated, nearly transforming into a roar. "While your sister was tidying your room, she stumbled upon a paper effigy with my name inscribed on it, and it was punctured with needles. What does this mean? Are you cursing me to death?" Yunqi immediately grasped the situation. It was indeed the paper effigy she had concealed in a wooden box. Yun Fan had deliberately rummaged through her belongings. This incident dated back to the second year of junior high. That day was Yun Fengping's birthday. Her stepsister, Yun Fan, was well aware of Yunqi's lack of culinary skills, yet she provocatively suggested a cake-making competition in front of Yun Fengping. Despite her inexperience, Yunqi endeavored to craft a cake to the best of her ability. Though it was not particularly exquisite, it was made with heartfelt effort. Her stepmother, Lin Fun, had previously owned a bakery, and thus Yun Fan was adept at cake making, producing an exceptionally beautiful confection. The outcome was disheartening. Yun Fan's cake garnered endless praise from their father, while the lovingly made cake of Yunqi was not only overlooked, but was also unceremoniously shoved to the ground as he embraced Lin Fun and her daughter. Her heartfelt intentions lay trampled. Overwhelmed with indignation and grievance that night, she whimsically resorted to the dramatic arts, inscribing the names of those she despised on the paper effigy, weeping and pricking it with needles. Yun Fengping's voice betrayed profound disappointment. "Yunqi, I am truly disheartened by you. Look at your sister. She has always been understanding and obedient, never causing me any worry." At that moment, Xie Xinglan burst into the video call, holding a bowl of steamed eggs. Yunqi, engaged in a video call, had propped her phone against the bowl, the rear camera capturing the path to the kitchen. She hastily adjusted the camera, but it was too late. Yun Fengpeng had already spotted Xie Xinglan. She knew he would commence comparing her to Xie Xinglan once more, and Yunqi covered her ears. "Look at Xie Xinglan. Though from a humble background, she is self-reliant and excels academically. She knows how to care for others. And then there's you, idling away, with your thoughts consumed by these misguided pursuits. Xie Xinglan has always been understanding, performs well in her studies, and aids her family. What about you? Aside from provoking my anger, what else can you do?" Yunqi's eyes glimmered with resentment as she glanced at the newly arrived Xie Xinglan. Xie Xinglan approached slowly, casting a glance at Yunqi and then at her phone. Unperturbed by her gaze, he internally lamented that he had underestimated Yunqi, realizing she had an older sister. Xia's grandmother could no longer bear the scene. "Mr. Yun, Yunqi is unwell at the moment. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking for now. Let her recuperate before continuing this conversation." Without waiting for Yun Fengping's response, Xia's grandmother decisively ended the call. All right, let's not dwell on this. Dear, you should have your meal. I don't want to eat. Yin-Chi replied, her voice heavy with discontent as she picked up her phone and left the room. In her chamber, Yin-Chi opened the latest voice message from Yun Fengpeng. You had Jiang Lin plead on your behalf to bring you back from Xie Xinglan's home. I tell you, don't even think about it. With your temperament, you need to endure some hardship and learn a lesson. Regardless, do not even think about returning this summer. Even if you do come back, I shall not allow you to enter this home. Yun-Chi replied with an expressionless voice message. All right, you are the most powerful. You have the final say. Her half-sister, Yin Fan, also sent her a message. Dear sister, I did not mean to rummage through your belongings. I merely wished to help tidy up your room. I never anticipated that I would stumble upon that item. She followed this with a remorseful emoji. What a charade. It was clearly intentional. Yun Fengpeng's decision to send her here was undoubtedly influenced by her and her mother's manipulations. She would never forget their words at that time. Yun Fan had said, Sister has been spoiled since childhood and has never faced hardship. It would be better not to send her to the countryside. I'm willing to go in her place. Lin Fan had echoed her sentiments. Yun Fengpeng had always considered them to be understanding and considerate. Naturally, he would not adhere to their wishes, while they continued to feign tears and drama. Moreover, having caught Yin-Chi with a male model in the private room only strengthened his resolve to send her away. With these thoughts, her anger surged, and she recorded a voice message. Is this amusing? Did you deliberately rummage through my things and present that item to my father? After a few seconds, a voice message was sent back. Upon opening it, she heard Yun Fengpeng's furious voice. Stop slandering your sister. She was kindly tidying your room, yet you treat her with such ingratitude. Yin-Chi was left speechless. Yun Fan had no sense of propriety, allowing Yun Fengpeng to hear her voice message. There was a knock at the door. She turned her head and saw Xie Xinglan peering in. Yin-Chi regarded him warily. Were you eavesdropping outside? Xie Xinglan feigned innocence. I merely came to see how you were doing, as Grandma asked me to. It was a mere coincidence that I overheard. Who cares for your visit? Just leave. Yin-Chi huffed. Xie Xinglan made no move to leave, lazily leaning against the doorframe. This is my room. Yin-Chi was taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly. She shot him a glare and turned to exit. Once outside, Xie Xinglan reflected on the familial discord he had inadvertently overheard. He was somewhat surprised. He had assumed that Yin-Chi was the apple of Yun Fengpeng's eye. Yet, it appeared their relationship was not as harmonious as he had envisioned. This was evident from the very first day, when Yun Fengpeng had insisted on bringing Yun-Chi to his home. Xie Xinglan casually flopped onto the bed, rolling over only to spot a glowing pink phone on the bedside table. The WeChat page was open, and he immediately noticed 3 peculiar contact names: biased old deng, Yun Fengpeng; pretentious sister, Yun Fan; and malicious old witch Lin Fan. Momentarily stunned, he realized these were Yin-Chi's nicknames for her family. So, the young lady felt confined even within her own home? Chapter 6. Let her lie upon him. As Yun-Chi stepped outside, she was immediately drawn into a heartfelt conversation with Grandma Xie. Grasping Yun-Chi's hand, Grandma Xie inquired gently, My dear, has Xinglan upset you? Mindful of her grandmother's feelings, Yun-Chi shook her head in denial. Yet, Grandma Xie continued, revealing that she had overheard their argument. She spoke of Xinglan's character, remarking, This child has always been aloof and stubborn, and his tone can sometimes be rather mischievous, yet he harbors no ill intentions. Harbors no ill intentions? Yun-Chi scoffed, unable to restrain her retort. His tongue is as sharp as a blade. Grandma Xie chuckled helplessly. You have a point. However, despite his biting words, he genuinely cares for you. The grandmother reminisced about how Xinglan had served her food during mealtime. Being a doting grandmother, she failed to perceive that Xinglan was merely teasing her. Aware of the truth, Yun-Chi chose not to tarnish Xinglan's image in the eyes of the elderly lady and deftly shifted the subject. Unbeknownst to her, Grandma Xie began to recount Xinglan's past. Xinglan has never been close to his parents. She sighed suddenly. His grandfather and I raised him, but he passed away too soon. Yun-Chi paused, taken aback. After their conversation, Grandma Xie beckoned Yun-Chi to take a bath. Once the wooden tub was filled with water, Yun-Chi returned to Xinglan's room to fetch her clothes. Xinglan lounged lazily against the headboard, his long legs draped casually over the edge of the bed, a phone gripped in his hands as he deftly navigated the screen. The sounds of gunfire, footsteps, and explosions emanated from the device. With her keen ears, Yunqi immediately recognized that he was engrossed in the popular game Survival Vanguard. She too enjoyed playing, albeit not particularly well, yet it never diminished her enthusiasm. She found herself stealing glances at him. Xinglan's hair was somewhat tousled, a few stray strands falling across his forehead, accentuating the sharp angles of his profile. The loose neckline of his t-shirt hung slightly open, revealing a glimpse of his delicately sculpted collarbone, exuding an air of lazy nonchalance. His fingers moved with remarkable agility across the screen, a skill that Yunqi admired but could not quite replicate, as she was limited to a three-finger technique. With a flourish, Xinglan executed a stunning headshot. Unconsciously, Yunqi leaned in closer. This level of skill was something she had never witnessed even in live streams. Is it impressive? He suddenly looked up, the movement causing his collarbone to become momentarily visible. Who's watching you? She stammered, flustered, as her foot accidentally slipped from her shoe. I'm just looking for my pajamas. She crouched down to retrieve her nightgown and other garments from her suitcase, her mind racing with thoughts. This insufferable fellow is quite adept at gaming. His five-finger technique is astonishing. Not receiving a response from Xinglan, she felt his gaze linger on her. The depth of his eyes was both peculiar and unsettling. He was staring at the pink lace lingerie in her hand and the assortment of clothes strewn about her suitcase. Lost in her thoughts, she continued to fidget with the clothing. What are you staring at? Yunqi's face flushed crimson as she hastily slammed the suitcase shut. Xinglan languidly leaned against the headboard, his gaze lingering on Yunqi. My dear lady, it appears your suitcase contains quite an assortment of items. Yunqi's face flushed crimson with indignation as she seized a teddy bear from the shelf nearby and hurled it at him. Xinglan, silence. Xinglan effortlessly caught the teddy bear, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Not wishing to endure the sight of Xinglan's insufferable smirk any longer, Yunqi stormed out with her clothes in hand. As she departed, the smile on Xinglan's face deepened. He reclined against the headboard, toying with the teddy bear he had just caught, his eyes narrowing slightly. A feisty little kitten. After Yunqi finished her shower, they turned off the lights early. Xinglan occupied the bottom bunk while she lay in the top. After what felt like an eternity, the heat kept her awake. Xinglan, I'm so hot. I can't sleep. The occupant of the bottom bunk merely turned over, ignoring her. Xinglan. She angrily rapped on the bed frame. The person below responded with an impatient click of his tongue. If he can't sleep, then go outside. Yunqi, if he insulted her, then he should expect no rest either. She climbed down the ladder and sprawled atop him, the two of them forming a cross-like position. The sudden weight on his chest jolted Xinglan awake, his eyes snapping open. His mouth twitched, and his gaze turned menacing. Are you out of your mind? Yunqi lay atop him, arms crossed defiantly. I won't let you sleep. Xinglan found it difficult to breathe beneath her weight and pushed against her shoulder. Get off. Not a chance. Yunqi remained obstinate, striking him lightly. Who told you to ignore me? Xinglan let out a muffled grunt as she hit him, then seized her wrist. His tone laced with warning. Strike me again, and I'll toss you out. Yunqi was unperturbed. If you dare throw me out, I'll tell Grandma that you are bullying me. Xinglan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Who exactly is bullying whom? Despite knowing the truth, she retorted defiantly. You are bullying me, Xinglan. He relinquished her wrist, allowing her to remain atop him. Fine, you win. Speak your mind. What do you desire? This young lady possessed the temperament of a child, and he saw no reason to argue with the child. Seeing his concession, Yunqi swiftly articulated her demand. I'm too hot to sleep. You need to come up with a solution. Xinglan, at a loss for words, replied, If you're hot, just open the window or turn on the fan. What good does lying on me do? Yunqi pouted. The window is open and the fan is on. It's still hot. Xinglan coldly retorted, then suffer in the heat. However, his hand reached for the remote control from the cabinet, activating the air conditioning. A cool breeze wafted in, prompting Yunqi to rise from him, her eyes squinting in delight as she curled her toes in contentment. Xie Xinglan smirked coldly. Can you finally sleep peacefully now? Chapter 07. A great favor. Early in the morning, Hien arrived at Xie Xinglan's residence. Xie Granny went to summon Xie Xinglan while she waited in the living room. Today, she had deliberately adorned herself, applying a touch of makeup, her long hair cascading down, and she wore a flowing white dress. Since the college entrance examination, it had been a week since she last saw Xie Xinglan. After hearing Lin Yu's words yesterday, an undeniable sense of urgency crept into her mind. After a moment, footsteps echoed from behind. Her heart leaped with joy as she quickly turned to look, only to be momentarily taken aback. Xie Xinglan walked ahead, dressed in a black t-shirt, his hair slightly tousled, ambling towards her. Following closely behind were his grandmother and a girl. The girl had cascading curls, donned a light blue floral sundress, her fair skin glowing, her features strikingly beautiful, and an endearing expression gracing her face. She wore white flip-flops that revealed her delicate ankles, exuding a fresh and casual aura. This must be the girl Lin Yu spoke of yesterday. She was unexpectedly residing in Xie Xinglan's home. Hien's fingers instinctively tightened around the hem of her dress. Xie Granny had gone to the kitchen to wash some fruit, leaving only the three of them in the living room. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward for Hien, as the girl's striking appearance and demeanor, coupled with Lin Yu's comments, led her to unconsciously perceive Yunqi as a rival. Unbeknownst to her, Yunqi was completely oblivious to her gaze, engrossed in her phone on the sofa. Did you need something from me? Xie Xinglan's tone was cool. Xinglan, yes, I wanted to ask about your college application choices. Which university are you planning to apply to? Hien hastily averted her gaze, focusing on Xie Xinglan. Be quiet. Before Xie Xinglan could respond, Yunqi's sharp voice cut through the air. Both turned to look at her. Hien's face turned pale, while Xie Xinglan smirked. Dear cousin, you truly have it rough. Can anyone even live in such a countryside area? Isn't your uncle being a bit too harsh? You say you'll spend 2 months in the countryside. Won't you return looking like an African? Ha ha! In her ear, Yunqi's cousin Wen Sun continued to tease her over the phone. Unable to contain herself, Yunqi had scolded him to be quiet, only to lift her gaze and find the attention of both individuals upon her. Why are you looking at me? With her hair down, her earbuds concealed within, they naturally misunderstood her expression. Xie Xinglan remained silent, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Hien's eyes reddened, and feeling embarrassed, she bit her lip, attempting to offer an explanation. Cousin, I heard that the mosquitoes in the countryside are as large as thumbs. Will you be carried away while sleeping at night? When Sun continued to jest on the other end, by the way, if you get sunburned, don't come crying to me. I want to comfort you. Yunqi's temples throbbed with irritation. She could no longer endure it. If you keep babbling on, I'll sew your mouth shut. Her voice was loud, and the living room fell silent in an instant. Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow, a deeper amusement gleaming in his eyes as he lazily leaned back against the sofa, assuming a posture of a spectator enjoying the unfolding drama. Hien was utterly bewildered, her eyes slightly reddened with confusion, her voice trembling as she said, I merely came to inquire about the volunteer matters. There was no need for such a reaction. At that moment, Yunqi could only hear Wen Sun's voice, completely oblivious to Hien's presence, and, wishing not to disturb their conversation, she instinctively stepped outside. Hien, feeling chastened by Yunqi's admonition, hesitated to speak further, her gaze fixed on Xie Xinglan, silently awaiting his initiative to break the silence. However, Xie Xinglan had no intention of acknowledging her. Yunqi's outburst inadvertently aligned with his wishes. The living room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Xie Xinglan's long fingers gently tapped against the armrest of the sofa, his gaze subtly drifting towards the balcony where Yunqi stood with her back to them, occasionally stomping her foot in agitation, her curly hair bouncing with each movement. Hien clutched the hem of her dress, her fingers turning faintly white as she summoned the courage to softly call out, Longue. Xie Xinglan responded lazily, yet his gaze remained fixed on the balcony. Your score should qualify you for Lang University. Hien's voice dwindled to a whisper. I also plan to apply there. Suddenly, a sharp voice from the balcony pierced through the air. Are you looking for trouble? Do you no longer want your mouth? Yun Qi, having sensed Xie Xinglan's gaze upon her, instinctively turned to look. He, naturally assuming the reprimand was directed at her, flinched and bolted upright from the sofa, overwhelmed by embarrassment and confusion. Longa, I'll take my leave for now. We can talk another time, she stammered, rushing out the door. As she passed by Yun Qi, she bit her lip hard, her eyes glaring red as she shot her a look. Oblivious to the tension, Yun Qi continued her conversation with Wen Sun. Inside, Xie Xinglan was in high spirits, squinting his eyes in a smile, akin to a cunning fox whose scheme had successfully unfolded. He had discerned that the young lady was clearly engaged in a phone call, yet her misunderstanding had inadvertently aided him immensely. When Grandma Xie emerged, she happened to catch sight of Yin's hasty departure, a fruit platter freshly washed in her hands. Oh, why did Xiaoyin leave? Grandma Xie inquired, glancing toward the living room, where her grandson lounged languidly on the sofa, a faint smile gracing his lips. Xie Xinglan shrugged. Perhaps she had something urgent come up. Yun Qi's cousin, Wen Sun, though a bit acerbic, was genuinely kind-hearted. Upon learning that his cousin had gone to the countryside for a makeover, he wasted no time in purchasing a multitude of her favorite items, shipping them from Qinglang City to Xin Village. After a few playful jabs at her expense, he intended to surprise her. The items he sent were waiting at a delivery station within a department store on the street. She informed Grandma Xie of her intention to step out, and without hesitation, Grandma Xie called for Xie Xinglan, instructing him to accompany Yun Qi. As they sat on a bicycle, an inquisitive thought crossed Yun Qi's mind. Why did we walk to the street yesterday? Since we have a bicycle, what was the reason for walking? Xie Xinglan feigned ignorance, effortlessly swinging his long legs over the bicycle, his black t-shirt billowing in the wind, subtly revealing his toned waistline. With one foot on the ground, he cast a fleeting glance back at her, the line of his neck taut and striking. Hold on tight, or you'll end up in quite a predicament, he scoffed, prompting Yun Qi to hastily grasp the sides of the seat. Xie Xinglan lazily pushed off the pedals, and the bicycle surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Out of Yun Qi's sight, a knowing smirk danced on his lips. Having been displeased with her the previous day, he had deliberately sabotaged the bicycle to compel her to walk. However, today, acknowledging the unspoken assistance she had rendered him, he chose to bestow upon her a moment of comfort. Chapter 08. A fool Hien nearly fled the Xie residence in a state of despair. After running for what felt like an eternity, she finally halted her steps, leaning against the weathered brick wall. The scorching June sun bore down mercilessly upon her face, with sweat mingling with tears cascading down her cheeks. How could she? Hien bit her lip, her nails digging deeply into her palm. Why did she have to treat me like that? The image of Yun Qi's exquisite, almost flawless face resurfaced in her mind, her cascading curls, porcelain skin, and an innate elegance that seemed to radiate effortlessly. Suddenly, her phone in her pocket vibrated. It was Linyu. Hello. She attempted to steady her voice, suppressing the tremor within. Xiaoyin, where are you? Could you do me a favor? Linyu's voice was laced with urgency. My sister suddenly fell ill, and I need to take her to the clinic, but there's no one to watch the store. Hien glanced toward Linyu's department store, not far off, and wiped her face. I'm nearby. I'll be right over. After hanging up, she took a deep breath, tidying her hair and dress, ensuring she didn't reveal any signs of distress to Linyu. Linyu's department store was the largest grocery establishment in Xin Village, shelves brimming with an array of goods, from cookware to snacks and beverages. Upon entering, she found Linyu ready to escort his sister, Lin Wei, to the clinic. Thank you so much. Linyu expressed his gratitude. I should be back in about 2 hours. The price list is under the counter. Call me if there's any issue. He nodded. You should go. Don't delay your sister's treatment. Once Linyu hurried away, a profound silence enveloped the store. Hien perched on a high stool behind the counter, idly scrolling through her phone. An hour had passed since she left the Xie family home, and her stubbornness led her to send another WeChat message to Xie Xinglan. Yet, even now, he had yet to respond to her morning message. A sudden bark jolted her from her thoughts. She looked up to see Tuan Tuan, Lin Yu's Alaskan Malamute, lying at the store's entrance, tongue lolling out. Come here, Tuan Tuan, she beckoned, and the dog promptly trotted over, tail wagging, affectionately nudging her leg. Hien bent down to stroke its head, her gaze inadvertently drifting to a pile of delivery boxes in the corner beneath the stairs. Xian village lacked a dedicated parcel service, so Lin Yu's stores serve as a hub for villagers to send and receive packages. One cardboard box stood out, larger than the others, exquisitely wrapped, with a delivery label prominently displaying the recipient's name, Yunqi. Hien's fingers stilled amidst Tuan's fur, her attention fixed on the box labeled with Yunqi's name. Her grip tightened on the dog's coat, causing Tuan to whimper in discomfort. Yet she remained oblivious to its distress. The electric fan on the counter buzzed, lifting a corner of the delivery slip, the name Yunqi piercing her like a needle. She suddenly recalled the humiliating events of the morning. Tuan. She murmured softly, retrieving a sausage from behind the counter, slowly unwrapping it. Gulme, let me offer you a treat. She approached the cardboard box with Tuan in tow, gently tossing a sausage through the gap. Go fetch the sausage, Tuan, she said in a leisurely, soft tone. Tuan lunged eagerly toward the box. Upon catching sight of the familiar shop, Yunqi realized this was indeed the place where Xie Xinglan had brought him the previous day, the Lin's department store owned by Lin Yu. After securing their bicycles, the two had just reached the entrance when they heard Lin Yu's furious reprimand from within. Damn it, Tuan, do you even realize the trouble you've caused? Why did you have to bite into someone else's package? A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Yunqi, prompting him to hasten inside, with Xie Xinglan following closely behind. Upon entering, they were met with a scene of utter chaos. An exquisitely packaged cardboard box had been torn open, its contents strewn across the floor. Several delicate dresses bore bite marks. Imported snacks were left in tatters, and shards of broken perfume bottles littered the area, their sweet scent permeating the air. Tuan, with drooping ears, squatted nearby while Lin Yu scolded it, and Hien stood with her head lowered. Upon seeing them enter, both Lin Yu and Hien's expressions shifted dramatically. Lin Yu awkwardly apologized, a blend of embarrassment and guilt on his face. Tuan seemed aware of its misdeed and scampered over to ingratiate itself with Yunqi. Meanwhile, Hien remained rooted in place, her expression inscrutable, a flicker of panic evident in her eyes. Xie Xinglan narrowed her gaze. Casting a glance at Hien with newfound curiosity, this delicate young lady seemed on the verge of tears. Is this my property? Yunqi exclaimed incredulously as he surveyed the wreckage. Lin Yu could not meet his gaze, admitting yes, it was Tuan who caused the damage. Hien nervously twisted the hem of her skirt, her voice dwindling to a whisper. I was just trying to help watch the store, but I lost sight of Tuan for a moment. It's usually very well-behaved and never bites anything. I truly did not expect it to act out today. I'm so sorry. Miss Yin, she cast a timid glance at Xie Xinglan, a solitary tear cascading down her cheek, though in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of triumph flashed in her eyes. Sighing, Yunqi understood that there was no one to blame. Even if Tuan had been mischievous, seeing its woeful demeanor made it hard to hold a grudge. After all, it was simply an innocent creature caught in a moment of folly. She crouched down, gently stroking Tuan's head, exhaling softly. It's all right. It's not the end of the world. Just help me clean this up. Although her words conveyed indifference, a part of her still felt a twinge of concern. If when Sun were to learn that his carefully selected gift had been ruined in such a manner, he would undoubtedly be displeased. Not wishing to further dwell on the mess, she turned and exited outside. How intriguing. To his surprise, Xie Xinglan displayed such generosity and magnanimity. Lin Yu watched as Yunqi's silhouette faded from the doorway. He bent down to pick up a torn dress from the ground, his fingertips caressing the frayed edges. And as he lowered his head, he caught a whiff of the scent of a sausage. Yet, there were no unwrapped sausages in the vicinity of the dress. His gaze sharpened, and he turned his contemplative eyes towards Hien. Longo, what do you think we should do? Is it possible that this young lady has gone outside to weep alone? Lin Yu leaned in, on the verge of tears. What else can we do but compensate her? Xie Xinglan tossed the dress back into the box nonchalantly, his eyes sweeping over to Hien, who stood in the corner with her head bowed, fingers tightly twisting the hem of her dress, appearing utterly pitiful. He let out a scoff. Slowly, he approached Hien, looking down at her from a height. His voice lowered, laced with curiosity, Why do you think Tuan Tuan has suddenly taken an interest in the delivery today? Could it be that someone is deliberately? Heen stiffened, abruptly lifting her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice tinged with grievance. Lan Gu, what do you mean by that? Do you suspect it was me? I harbor no such thoughts. Xie Xinglan interrupted her, a smirk of irreverence playing on his lips. I am merely curious. Heen bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. I know you don't like me, but you cannot wrongfully accuse me like this. Indeed, Lan Yi, I am well aware of Xiao Yin's character. How could she possibly do such a thing? Lin Yu interjected hastily, stepping protectively in front of Yin, his expression resolute. Though Tuan Tuan is usually well-behaved, she can be mischievous at times. Yin hid behind Lin Yu, gently tugging at his sleeve, her voice choked. You go, it's all right. Lan Gu has always held a bias against me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu grew even angrier. Lan Gu, this is too much. Yin kindly helped me look after the shop. She feels more guilty than anyone else about what happened. How can you doubt her? Xie Xinglan regarded He Yin's performance with cold eyes, internally scoffing. Forget it. His brother had proven to be quite inept. A fool indeed. He was oblivious to the true nature of those he sought to defend. However, this was Lin Yu's own affair, and he was disinclined to involve himself further. He decided to leave it at that. Whether or not he could see through it was up to him. He turned and walked away. Chapter 09. Even a dog is smarter than her. Did you receive it? Cousin, I am like the worm in your belly, ensuring that you cherish every single item. Listening to the voice message sent by Wen Sun, Yin Shi sniffled, composed herself, and smiled as she pressed the voice recording button. Enough of your nonsense. It's rather disgusting, referring to yourself as a worm in my belly. However, Yin Chi paused, her fingers gently caressing the lace edges of her torn skirt, her voice suddenly softening. Thank you, dear cousin. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, and Wen Sun sent a video directly. In a flurry, Yin Chi hung up and sent a text reply. Mushi, not convenient for a video. Wen Sun? Question mark. Wen Sun. Something feels off. Usually, you would be squealing in excitement and videoing the unboxing of the gifts. Wen Sun. Is there a problem with the items? Yin Chi bit her lip, intending to brush it off, but a sound came from behind her. Xie Xinglan had unknowingly leaned against the shelf, waving a package of mango slices that had been bitten by a dog. Miss, do you not even draft your lies? Mind your own business. Yin Chi reached out to snatch it, but he held it high above her. Xie Xinglan glanced at her phone screen and suddenly smirked, extending his long arm, brushing against her cheek, and precisely pressing the voice button. She's crying here because her gift was chewed by a dog. Xie Xinglan. Yin Chi's eyes widened in shock. Realizing what had happened, she quickly flipped her phone. You wretched creature. Furious, she raised her hand to hit him. Xie Xinglan sidestepped with his long legs. In the midst of this, Yin Chi accidentally tapped on the new voice message from Wen Sun. Wen Sun's irate voice immediately erupted. What? My limited edition perfume? Which foolish dog did this? I'm going to skin it alive. Cousin, just wait. I'll buy another one. Double the amount. After tidying up the mess on the floor, Lin Yu received a call from the clinic where his sister worked, asking him to come over. Only Heen remained at the shop. Before leaving, Lin Yu asked Heen to help compile a list of losses. Heen bit her lip tightly, her expression growing increasingly distressed, repeatedly recalling that she had indeed cleaned up the remnants of the ham in the box. When Yun Chi and Xie Xinglan entered, she feigned calmness as she handed the list to Yun Chi. It detailed Edelweiss Secret Realm perfume, limited to 50 worldwide. Moonlit Veil Haute Couture dress, handmade Italian lace. Black gold truffle chocolates 2 total. 5x times x times x yuan, although the financial loss was not substantial for her. These items represented Wen Sun's heartfelt intentions. Seeing them so thoroughly ruined, Yun Chi felt a twinge of guilt. Wen Sun insisted on seeing the damage via video, so Yun Chi had no choice but to oblige. As soon as the video call connected, his handsome face filled the screen, the backdrop a lavish wardrobe, with an entire wall of luxury watches glimmering under the lights. My goodness, my Edelweiss Secret Realm. Wen Sun gazed at the shattered perfume bottle lying on the ground, her voice rising an octave in exasperation. This is a globally limited edition of only 50, dear sister. Do you have any idea how many connections I leveraged to acquire it? Heen stood in the corner, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment as she furtively cast glances at the dapper young man on Yunqi's phone screen. Dressed head to toe in designer labels. All right, Yunqi sighed, muttering, I didn't do it on purpose, and neither did Tuan Tuan. Suddenly, when Sun squinted, wait a minute, isn't that dress also damaged? That's Ellie sob. I specifically chose this style, made of oriental silk blended with Italian lace. As Ian listened to these unfamiliar luxury brand names, her throat tightened. Oh, come on, it's just 500,000. The young man in the video waved dismissively. I'll buy you double when my allowance comes in next month. 500,000. Allowance. Ian felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She recalled how she had scrimped and saved for half a year to buy a new phone. Yet for these two, 500,000 seemed as trivial as 50. Don't start, Yunqi retorted, pouting. Next month is my birthday. You're definitely going to buy something even more expensive. Of course, when Sun replied proudly, raising an eyebrow. My father just transferred me 10 million, instructing me to pick out a decent birthday gift for you next month. 10 million. Birthday gift. Ian bit her lip hard, the metallic taste of blood rising in her mouth. She remembered her own birthday last year when her mother had merely prepared a bowl of longevity noodles topped with an egg for her. Ian murmured to herself, her voice trembling, so much money. How can this be? Surprised? A voice, tinged with mockery, suddenly interrupted from behind her. She turned to find Xie Xinglan leaning against a shelf, casually toying with a lighter. Ian's fingertips dug into her palm as she forced a smile. No, not at all. I just didn't expect it to be so extravagant. Xie Xinglan scoffed, his gaze flitting dismissively over her trembling fingers before shifting back to Yunqi, who was still chattering away in the video. Cousin, whose dog is this? Where's the owner? They need to pay. When Sun insisted, 500,000 is not a trivial sum for ordinary people, but someone must take responsibility for damaging property. Yunqi shook her head, muttering, forget it, Tuan Tuan didn't mean to. That won't do. When Sun raised an eyebrow, this is a matter of principle. You can't overlook it just because you like dogs. Ian's complexion grew increasingly pale. Fearing they would discover her involvement, she scanned the store once more, confirming the absence of surveillance cameras, and finally exhaled in relief. Without cameras, they could never trace it back to her. Besides, dogs couldn't speak. Xie Xinglan followed her gaze and instantly understood her thoughts. He flicked the lighter again, focusing on the flame. The moment the flame extinguished, he smirked. Just as Ian was silently congratulating herself, she suddenly heard Xie Xinglan speak leisurely, with a hint of mockery in his tone. I believe Lin Yu has installed new surveillance cameras in the store. Her heart sank abruptly. Yunqi raised her head in confusion. Is there surveillance? Xie Xinglan leisurely approached the cash register, her slender fingers tapping on an inconspicuous little black dot on the wall. There, it was just installed the day before yesterday. Ian's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, her legs trembling uncontrollably, her blood nearly freezing in her veins. On the other side of the video feed, when Sun immediately became agitated. What happened? Is there surveillance? Perfect. Let's check how the dog bit. No, perhaps that's unnecessary. Ian's voice was barely above a whisper, trembling noticeably. Xie Xinglan looked at her. Why not? It's better to ascertain the truth. I senti it. She deliberately elongated her tone, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through her fade. Beads of cold sweat formed on Ian's forehead, her lips quivering. Yet she was rendered speechless. Just then, Lin Yu pushed the door open, holding medication prescribed by the clinic. What is going on? What happened? Yi. Ian rushed towards him like a drowning person grasping for a lifeline, tears springing forth instantly. They insist on checking the surveillance. Lin Yu looked utterly bewildered. Checking what surveillance? Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just install surveillance in your shop? Huh? Lin Yu scratched his head, perplexed. I haven't installed anything like that. We talked about it before, but it hasn't been set up yet. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Yin's sobbing abruptly ceased as she rigidly turned to look at Xie Xinglan, only to find a playful smile curling at the corners of her lips. Yunqi glanced at Xie Xinglan, her small pink lips slightly parted, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. What was Xie Xinglan up to? What was the point of checking surveillance if there was none? Had she frightened the poor girl half to death? Xie Xinglan, in a fit of exasperation, smiled ironically. her gaze sharp enough to cut. Had this young lady's mind been devoured by a dog? Even a dog possessed more sense than she did. Chapter 10. The savior. If Yin Shiru were aware of the thoughts swirling in Xie Xinglan's mind, she would surely reprimand him. She had no acquaintance with Yin, so it would never occur to her that this matter bore any relation to her. Yet, Xie Xinglan was well aware of the nature of Yin. It was during their second year of high school that Xie Xinglan first discerned something amiss with her. On that day, during physical education class, he found the noise unbearable, and so he climbed over the wall to the back of the laboratory building in search of quietude. Just as he lit a cigarette, he was startled by the sound of suppressed sobs emanating from around the corner. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." A girl with a ponytail was huddled in a corner, her school uniform stained with mud. Yin stood before her, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her uniform pristine, holding a piece of paper in her hand, her voice laced with desperation. "For the next monthly exam, please don't sit in front of Lan Ge. All right?" Her fingertips brushed lightly against the trembling girl's face. "With your grades, don't you feel ashamed asking him questions?" The girl nodded awkwardly, but Yin suddenly grasped her wrist, her tone growing increasingly urgent. "Speak." Xie Xinglan narrowed his eyes, grinding the cigarette but between his fingers. He remembered this girl. She had approached him last week during math class to inquire about a problem, to which he had casually written out the steps for her. Was this trivial matter truly worth Yin confronting someone? "I want to ask him again." The girl regarded Yin as if she were mad. Yin smiled satisfactorily, about to speak when a loud crash interrupted. Xie Xinglan had kicked over a rusty metal bin. Yin turned sharply, her expression paling. Lan Ge?" Xie Xinglan sauntered over, hands in his pockets, lazily picking up the tattered piece of paper and glancing at it. It was indeed the paper on which he had written the solution. Yin twisted the hem of her clothes, her gaze wide and innocent. "She's deliberately bothering you." "None of your business," he retorted, shoving the paper back into the girl's arms and nodding towards the corner. "You may leave now." The girl fled in terror. Yin's eyes brimmed with tears. "I was just worried she would distract you from your studies. Are you done with your performance?" Xie Xinglan leaned closer, the scent of smoke mingling with his cold laughter brushing against her ear. "I've seen tricks like yours far too often." He straightened up, looking down at her with an icy glare. "If there is a next time, I wouldn't hesitate to let you experience the feeling of being cornered." Yin trembled, tears streaming down her face. "Lan Ge, you've misunderstood." Xie Xinglan, uninterested in further exchanges, turned and walked away. Now, Yin was once again putting on her theatrical facade. Curiously, this young lady appeared so naively oblivious, despite his attempts to deceive her. She hadn't caught on at all. How utterly foolish. Yin Shiru quickly perceived the expression in his eyes, feeling bewildered by Xie Xinglan's disdainful glance. She tilted her head, her curly hair playfully cascading over her shoulder, murmuring in confusion. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Xie Xinglan scoffed, silently mouthing a word. "Fool." Yin Shiru instantly comprehended, her anger prompting her to stomp her feet. How dare Xie Xinglan call her foolish? "You're the fool," she retorted, swinging her hand towards him, only for Xie Xinglan to sidestep with ease. "Cousin, do you still have a leisure to bicker? Hurry and figure out how these things got broken." When Sun, witnessing her cousin frolicking with a ruffian, couldn't help but facepalm in exasperation. In the video, when Sun clamored for the truth, while Yin's fingers tightly clutched Lin Yu's sleeve, her knuckles turning white. With her head bowed, her shoulders trembled slightly, and tears cascaded down her face like pearls strung on a broken thread. Yi. I truly do not know." Her voice was as faint as a whisper, laced with a sobbing tone. Tuan is usually so well behaved. I just went to the restroom." Lin Yu's heart ached for her, and he hurriedly patted her back to comfort her. I understand. This is not your fault." Seizing the moment, he nestled closer into Lin Yu's embrace, lifting her tear-filled eyes. "The loss to Miss Yun. I can work to repay it slowly." As she spoke, she reached for her worn-out wallet. "Xiaoyin." Lin Yu quickly pressed down on her hand and turned to Yun Shi, declaring, "I shall compensate for this. Tuan is my family's dog. It has nothing to do with Xiaoyin." Yin's tears flowed even more fiercely, her lips pressed together as she shook her head. "No, I was the one watching the store at that time." Xie Xinglan observed the scene with a cold gaze, a hint of sarcasm curling at the corners of his lips. When He caught a glimpse of his expression, a wave of panic surged within her, and suddenly her legs weakened, causing her to stumble. Xiao Lin Yu hurriedly supported her. He leaned weakly against him, her complexion pale as if drained of color. I feel a bit dizzy. Her delicate wrist hung limply, her entire being appearing on the verge of collapse. Noticing this, Yun Qi abandoned her anger and rushed over. Should we call a doctor? He smirked inwardly, but feigned fragility. No, I'm merely overwhelmed with guilt. Struggling to stand, she took 2 steps only to accidentally trip over her own skirt, tumbling toward Yun Qi. Be careful. Yun Qi instinctively reached out to catch her. Just as Ian was about to collide with Yun Qi, Xie Xinglan suddenly extended his long arm, grabbing the back of Yun Qi's collar and pulling her back. He missed her target and fell directly to the ground. She cried out in pain, this time genuinely hurt. Lin Yu rushed to help her. Xie Xinglan looked down at them, a smirk playing on his lips. Since one of you failed to watch the store and the other poorly managed the dog, you shall both compensate. With one hand in his pocket, he pushed Yun Qi's head forward, guiding her out. Brother Lan is right, Lin Yu declared, thumping his chest. Xiao Yin and I will compensate together. Yun Qi blinked, glancing between the two. Actually, what do you mean actually? Xie Xinglan swiftly covered her mouth with one hand while the other held the repackaged remaining items. He sat despondently on the ground, her meticulously arranged hair now disheveled. She fixed her gaze on the retreating figures of the two, her nails digging deeply into her palm. Xiao Yin. Lin Yu reached out to help her up. He abruptly shook off his hand, crying as she ran away. Lin Yu stood frozen in place, watching her stumble out, feeling for the first time that He seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Outside, cousin, when Sun's voice suddenly rose an octave. Who was that incredibly handsome guy just now? In the video, his eyes gleamed remarkably, and the phrase neglecting the store and mishandling the dog was simply brilliant. Yun Qi, flustered, hurriedly lowered the volume, muttering, keep it down. Otherwise, that wretched dog will get too pleased. I must say, when Sun, on the other side of the screen, was exuberantly gesticulating. His handling of the situation was remarkably decisive, regardless of whether it was an accident. The one responsible for the incident in their territory should bear the consequences. Now, that is truly refreshing. I am your cousin, Xie Xinglan overheard, turning to Yun Qi with a mischievous smile. The savior. If it were not for him, this foolish Yun Qi would have suffered in complete ignorance. Chapter 11. Who suggested you climb into bed? 2 questions had been troubling Yun Qi. Why did Xie Xinglan deceive them into believing there was surveillance when there was none? And why did Xie Xinglan inexplicably call her foolish? She recalled the events of the day, and suddenly, realization struck her. The reaction of that girl had been rather peculiar. She seemed alarmed when Xie Xinglan mentioned checking the surveillance. Was Xie Xinglan trying to deceive that girl? Did he suspect her involvement? She furrowed her brows, pondering. However, she didn't even know that girl. They were complete strangers. She and T wronged her in any way. So why would she act like that? When Xie Xinglan entered the room, he found Yun Qi perched on the upper bunk, resting her chin on her hand. Her lips slightly pouted and her expression dazed. Leaning against the doorframe, Xie Xinglan lazily tossed an apple in his hand and asked, "What are you thinking? Your brain is about to smoke." Xie Xinglan, were you suspecting that girl during the day, which is why you deliberately deceived her with fake surveillance? Yun Qi directed her gaze at him. Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow, took a bite of the apple, and strolled to sit beside her on the bed. Oh, the fool finally gets it? Your reflexes could circle the earth 3 times. Yun Qi retorted, if it weren't for me, you would still be foolishly playing the victim. Being this dim-witted, are you going to help others count their money when they sell you off in the future? Xie Xinglan continued to tease her, but he noticed that the young lady above remained silent for quite a while. He knocked on the bed frame. Hey, are you stunned into silence? A muffled grunt came from above, followed by the sound of Yun Qi turning over, making the bed creak. Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow and stepped onto a rung of the ladder, his eyes glinting with mischief as he anticipated witnessing the young lady's embarrassment. To his surprise, a delicate foot suddenly flew towards him, striking his handsome face and filling the air with a pleasant fragrance. Xie smile froze on his face. He leisurely turned his head to avoid it, grasping her slender ankle with his large hand. He lowered his gaze, his eyes deep as he admired the fair and dainty foot. No wonder she was a young lady. Even her feet were fragrant. Yunqi, feeling embarrassed and furious, turned away and muttered, "Release me at once. Who invited you to climb into bed?" She shot him a glare, then, feeling guilty, averted her gaze, though her words remained sharp. "You deserve it." She attempted to withdraw her foot, but he tightened his grip. He raised an eyebrow and, with a playful finger, lightly scraped the sole of her foot. Yunqi instantly erupted, curling her toes in retreat. "You dog!" Xie released her foot and stepped down from the ladder. He lazily retreated a step, hands in his pockets, leaning against the desk, tilting his head to observe her. The young lady has quite the temper. Yunqi quickly tucked her foot back under the blanket, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she glared at him fiercely. "Who told you to touch me?" Xie pulled out his phone from his pocket, swiped a few times, and then held it out to her, opting to observe instead. Yunqi leaned over from the upper bunk and glanced at the screen, revealing a surreptitious photograph. Heen stood beside a shelf, clutching an object, and was stuffing it into her gift box. "Is this that girl?" Her pupils constricted as she raised her gaze to Xie. Indeed, there were no surveillance cameras in Lin Yu's shop. Xie casually bit into an apple, yet the bubble tea shop next door had cameras, conveniently facing the window. Yunqi was taken aback. "So, it really is her?" Xie did not respond, merely arching an eyebrow at her, his gaze clearly conveying, "What else could it be? Silly?" Yunqi pressed her lips together, lowering her head to flip through more photos, growing increasingly alarmed. In the images, he not only deliberately stuffed the sausage in her gift box, but also crouched down to tease the plush toy, coaxing it to nibble on those expensive items. "Why would she do this?" Yunqi furrowed her brow. "I'm not even familiar with her." Xie pondered for a moment before flicking her forehead. "Because you're foolish." "Xie." Yunqi clutched her forehead and glared at him. He languidly straightened up, looking at her, "Because she perceives you as easy to deceive, vulnerable, and manageable." He paused, his gaze turning slightly frosty. "And furthermore, she is maddened with jealousy over what you possess." Yunqi was momentarily stunned. Xie said no more, turning to climb into the lower bunk. "I've sent you the photos. Do as you wish with them." Yunqi hurriedly descended the ladder and sat on his bed. Xie lay flat, lazily lifting his eyes to scrutinize her. "You." Yunqi's expression grew cold. "Did you already know it was her?" Xie raised an eyebrow. "Otherwise, why do you think I was deceiving her? Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Yunqi fumed, grabbing a pillow, ready to hurl it at him. Had she known sooner, she would have humiliated Heen in the store. She would make her pay. Did she truly think Yunqi was easy to bully? If it were unintentional, it could be forgiven. But since it was a deliberate act of sabotage, she would exact her revenge. Xie lazily remarked, "Say it earlier? Would you have been able to witness her performance so earnestly?" "Yunqi, how could this person be so despicable?" No matter. At least she was aware now. She must confront Heen tomorrow. "Hey, do you have a WeChat?" She nudged his shoulder. Xie rolled over, propping his head with one hand, observing her with keen interest. "What? Does the young lady intend to confront her personally?" Yunqi squinted her eyes, fingers swiping across her phone screen as she murmured, "I want her to know she has provoked the wrong person." Xie reached for his phone from the bedside, swiped the screen, and tossed it to her. "Find it yourself." His gaze fell upon Yunqi's focused profile. The warm yellow lamp cast shadows on her delicate cheeks, framing her curled lashes. She furrowed her brow, her rosy lips slightly pursed, fingers swiftly gliding across the screen. This demeanor was far from what he had imagined of a wealthy heiress. In his memory, those daughters of privilege were always haughty, occasionally flaunting their lineage with an air of superiority. At present, however, this, "Hey, why is there nothing in your moments?" Yunqi suddenly looked up, shaking her phone, revealing the absence of even a single selfie. Xie regained his senses. "Return my phone." "Wait." Suddenly, Yunqi's eyes sparkled. She had found it. She triumphantly shook her phone, proclaiming that she had successfully added Heen on WeChat. Xie let out a soft snort. You've added her? Then it's my turn. Before Yunqi could react, he snatched the phone away, swiftly locating his WeChat account and clicking to add a friend. What are you doing? Yunqi widened her eyes in surprise. A matter of reciprocity. Xie Xinglan released her, picking up his own phone to approve the friend request. Why should I add you on WeChat? Yunqi frowned at the user named Lan on her screen. After a brief silence, Xie Xinglan, maintaining a composed facade, fabricated a lie. Didn't Lin Yu say he would compensate you? He deliberately elongated his tone, adding that he would pass your WeChat to him shortly. Yunqi narrowed her eyes suspiciously, but eventually nodded in agreement. Chapter 12. Who says I'm watching her in the tea shop opposite the convenience store? Yunqi and He-in sat facing each other. The shop was empty save for the two of them, allowing Yunqi to execute her plan with ease. The night before, she had reached out to the shop's manager via WeChat, negotiating a price to reserve the entire venue. Yunqi inquired, "What kind of milk tea would you like?" "It's on me." He bit her lip, softly replying, "Anything is fine." As Yunqi turned to place the order, He-in's clenched hands beneath the table finally relaxed. She gazed at Yunqi in the distance, her eyes brimming with jealousy and discontent. Today, Yunqi wore a mint green camisole dress, complemented by a sheer, sun-protective jacket and strappy sandals. Her chestnut curls were casually tied with a silk scarf, exposing her fair neck, making her appear like a gentle breeze on a summer's day. He-in's gaze fixated on the sparkling diamond bracelet adorning Yunqi's wrist, her nails digging painfully into her palm. She glanced down at her own attire, which she believed to be her finest dress, a floral sundress imitating a high-end brand that had cost her half a month's living expenses. This morning, she had gone to the trouble of curling her hair, dousing herself in cheap perfume, and meticulously painting her nails the trendiest color. Yet, in comparison to Yunqi, she found her own appearance to be garish and overly contrived, akin to a cheap imitation. Yunqi had unexpectedly added her on WeChat last night, startling He-in to the point that her phone nearly flew from her hands. Fortunately, this naive young lady merely wished to extend an apology and had invited her out, claiming she had prepared a token of contrition. How wonderfully naive and foolish she was. Watching Yunqi enthusiastically order milk tea for her, He-in couldn't help but smirk derisively. "Your milk tea." Yunqi gently placed the drink before her. He noticed the delicate, rosy sheen on Yunqi's fingertips, contrasting sharply with her own rough, mud-stained nails. Thank you." He-in's voice trembled slightly as she discreetly hid her fingers behind the cup. She also observed that the staff, after delivering the tea, retreated to the kitchen and drew the curtain, as if deliberately avoiding something. A sense of unease gripped her. "Let us discuss yesterday's events." Yunqi elegantly sipped her milk tea, winking at He-in. He-in stiffened, feeling guilty as she took a sip of her drink and nodded. Meanwhile, at the Lin's department store, Lin Yu and Xie Xinglan lounged in their chairs. Lin Yu scratched his head, looking puzzled as he addressed Xie Xinglan, "Brother Lan, why did you intentionally mention the surveillance yesterday? You scared Xiao-in half to death." Xie Xinglan reclined lazily, spinning a lighter between his fingers. With a scoff, he replied, "What? Feeling sympathetic?" "No." Lin Yu sighed, "I just find it odd. Xiao-in is such a kind-hearted girl. She cried for a long time over this yesterday, saying you might have misunderstood her." Xie Xinglan abruptly sat up straight, a nonchalant sneer escaping his lips as he regarded Lin Yu for a moment before diverting his gaze. "Brother Lan, what do you think Miss Yunqi wants with Xiao-in? Should we go take a look?" Lin Yu stood up. "Why are you staring? Just sit still." With a long stride, Xie Xinglan blocked his path. Lin Yu suddenly had a moment of inspiration, his eyes lighting up as he leaned closer to Xie Xinglan, lowering his voice. "Lan Ge, didn't you say you detest spoiled young ladies like Yunqi? Why are you now?" He mischievously winked, gesturing towards the milk tea shop across the street, where Xie Xinglan seemed to be fixated on someone. "Your eyes are practically glued to her." Xie Xinglan paused, snapping his lighter shut with a decisive click. He lazily lifted his eyelids. "Who says I'm watching her? Come on." Lin Yu chuckled. "Since earlier, your gaze hasn't strayed from across the street. I dare say, you can't possibly be." Before he could finish his thought, Xie Xinglan shot him a warning glare, prompting Lin Yu to promptly zip his lips with a gesture. Xie Xinglan, intrigued, observed Yunqi's profile from afar. His curiosity piqued. He wanted to see how this young lady would handle He-in. Wasn't this drama rather entertaining? Why not indulge in it? He glanced at Linyu, that foolish boy. It would be amusing to see how he would react once Heen's true nature was revealed. Chapter 13. Like a sated kitten so. You were in the restroom when Tuan Tuan was wreaking havoc on the package? Heen forced herself to maintain composure as she lied under Yun Chi's gaze, her expression unyielding. Oh, I see. Yun Chi nodded, suddenly fixating her gaze on her. Heen's heart raced, fearing her facade had been shattered. She quickly feigned innocence, gazing at her with a delicate expression and a soft voice. Miss Yin, I assure you, it's all true. Yun Chi's heart harbored a cold smirk as she regarded the seemingly pure and gentle girl before her, whose inner darkness was unmistakable. Her thoughts drifted to another individual, Yun Fan. She too had mastered the art of masquerading as a victim after committing despicable acts. Yun Chi lightly tapped her fingers on the table, feigning an apologetic smile as she grasped Yin's hand. All right, I naturally believe you. You seem so kind. How could I ever doubt you? That scoundrel, Xie Xinglan, frightened you yesterday, didn't he? I prepared a token of apology for you, a little something to soothe your wounded heart. Yun Chi retrieved an exquisite gift box from her bag, adorned with the logo of a luxury brand. With a cheerful demeanor, she pushed it towards Yin. Shall we take a look? Yin's eyes sparkled, her fingers instinctively gliding over the gilded logo on the box. She suppressed the urge to smile, feigning modesty as she uttered this. This is too extravagant. Don't be shy. Yun Chi rested her chin on her hand, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Consider it an apology from that scoundrel, Xie Xinglan. Yin cautiously unwrapped the packaging, and at the moment she lifted the lid, a brand-new luxury lipstick lay gracefully on the velvet lining. Her breath quickened, and her fingers trembled as she picked it up, repeatedly confirming the shade. It was indeed the limited edition she had long admired in magazines, but could never afford. Do you like it? Yun Chi tilted her head, inquiring. Thank you so much. Yin's voice wavered with excitement as she eagerly twisted open the lipstick to test the color against her phone screen. A glimmer of derision flickered in Yun Chi's eyes as she lightly tapped the box. There's another layer underneath. Unaware of any deception, Yin, her heart brimming with joy, lifted the inner partition. Her smile froze instantly. Beneath the partition lay an unwrapped sausage, accompanied by several photographs. The topmost image clearly captured her silhouette, crouching beside a shelf as she stuffed the sausage into Yun Chi's gift box. This Miss Yun, this isn't me. Yin abruptly closed the box, panicking as she attempted to rise. Yun Chi chuckled softly, rising to circle behind her, pressing her shoulders down to compel her to sit. Yin, already paralyzed with fear, was easily subdued by Yun Chi. Yun Chi maneuvered her phone from behind, Yin to the front. What's the rush? There's something even more thrilling. She tapped her phone, playing a video. The footage, captured from across the street, depicted a scene in Lin Yu's store. Although the figures were small, the clarity was undeniable. It showed Yin crouching, using the sausage to lure Tuan Tuan towards Yun Chi's package. Yin looked around in terror, only to realize that the footage from a video was indeed captured from the perspective of this bubble tea shop. Lin Yu's establishment lacked surveillance cameras, yet this insufferable bubble tea shop managed to film inside Lin Yu's premises. Instantly, her face turned ashen, her lips quivered, rendering her speechless. Why? Why would this seemingly innocent young lady suddenly uncover the surveillance footage? You know, don't you? Yun Chi leaned close to her ear, her voice soft and sweet. Like honey, I specifically chose this lipstick in green tea color. Doesn't it suit you wonderfully? Longu, what are Miss Yun and Xiaoyin doing? Why are they so intimate? Yun Chi stood behind Yin, her arms gently encircling her from behind, as they observed the two girls almost embracing one another. Lin Yu could not help but speak up. Xie Xinglan squinted his eyes, observing the affectionate posture of Yun Chi leaning in to whisper to Yin. His long fingers unconsciously stroked his lighter, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Intimate? He scoffed softly. Have you ever seen a cat with its prey? Lin Yu was utterly perplexed. Huh? Just then, Yin suddenly pushed the table away and stood up, the chair scraping noisily against the floor. Her expression twisted, the meticulously applied makeup turning grotesque from rage and fear. You knew all along. Hien shrieked uncontrollably, her voice piercing through the glass and reaching the convenience store. You deliberately played me. Yunqi nonchalantly took a half step back, still wearing her sweet smile. She leisurely pulled a wet wipe from her bag and cleaned her fingers that had just touched Hien. So what? Yunqi tilted her head, her voice ringing clear enough for the two in the convenience store to hear. Wasn't it you who first taught Tuan Tuan to ruin my things? I merely exposed your tricks. Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock. What? Xie Xinglan finally stood up, striding out with long legs. Lin Yu hurriedly followed. Lan Gu, what on earth is happening? Open your eyes and see clearly. Xie Xinglan tossed his phone over his shoulder without looking back. On the screen was the close-up of Hien coaxing Tuan Tuan. Lin Yu's eyes widened, staggering backward and colliding with a shelf, snacks crashing to the ground in disarray. Inside the bubble tea shop, Hien had completely broken down. She grabbed the milk tea on the table, ready to splash it onto Yunqi's face. Bang. The shop door swung open violently, revealing Xie Xinglan's figure at the entrance. Hien's hand froze midair, the milk tea cup clattering to the floor, the splattered liquid staining her expensive imitation dress. Go on. Xie Xinglan lazily leaned against the doorframe. Let me see how much more entertaining you can be. Hien's lips trembled, her gaze darting between Xie Xinglan and Yunqi. Ultimately, she collapsed to the ground, covering her face as she sobbed. I'm sorry. I was momentarily blinded by impulse. Yunqi elegantly adjusted her skirt, stepping beside Xie Xinglan, tilting her face upward to him. What are you here for? To steal my spotlight? Xie Xinglan lowered his gaze upon her, and, with a sudden gesture, plucked away a promotional flyer for a milk tea shop that had unknowingly adhered to her hair. His expression held a playful intrigue. Come and witness how a cat plays with a mouse. At that moment, Lin Yu stumbled in, his eyes wide as he beheld Hien, who was collapsed on the floor, weeping profusely. Glancing at the video on his phone, he appeared utterly bewildered. Xiao Hien. Do you truly believe it now? Xie Xinglan swiftly reclaimed the phone, placing a reassuring hand on Lin Yu's shoulder. Remember, the dogs that bite do not bark. Yunqi stifled a laugh. Xie Xinglan turned his head to regard her. Sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting a warm glow upon her figure. Her slightly tilted face, adorned with crescent-shaped fox-like eyes, bore a mischievous curve upon her rosy lips, reminiscent of a contented kitten. He then nonchalantly cast a glance at Hien. She sat despondently on the floor, her hair disheveled and clinging to her tear-streaked face. A green lipstick rolled from her fingers, leaving a glaring green streak upon the soiled ground. Trembling, she hugged her knees, her dress splattered with milk tea stains. Resembling a mouse whose tail had been cruelly stepped upon, Xie Xinglan found himself curious to see whether this young lady, upon discovering the truth, would allow her compassion to overflow and spare Hien. He deliberately adopted a casual tone, his gaze sweeping over Hien and Lin Yu. Yesterday, we spoke of shared compensation, so now. Chapter 14. Hey, release your dog's paw. As her words fell, Yunqi pointed at Hien. Yesterday, I was lenient because I believed you were not acting with malice. A thoughtless act. However, now that I know the truth, since it was indeed your intention, I shall not show mercy. You must compensate. The girl's voice rang out, clear yet filled with indignation. Xie Xinglan was taken aback, a flicker of surprise and admiration crossing his gaze. He had assumed that this pampered young lady would soften, letting Hien off lightly due to emotional ties. Instead, she retaliated with such decisiveness. How intriguing. Leaning lazily against the doorframe, he let his gaze linger on Yunqi's pouting face for a moment before shifting to the crumpled figure of Hien on the ground, and slowly spoke. Did you hear? The young lady has spoken. Compensate her. Hien's face turned pale, her lips quivering, tears streaming down her cheeks as she began to feign a pitiful demeanor, softening her tone. I don't have that much money. Yunqi snorted coldly. Then tell your parents to pay. For some reason, upon hearing these words, Hien's expression drastically changed, terror flashing in her eyes as she implored loudly. No, young lady, please don't tell my mother. Her nails dug deep into her palms, tears mingling with mascara, leaving dark streaks on her face. She will beat me. She truly will. Yunqi suddenly froze. In those terror-filled eyes, she saw her own reflection. Reminiscent of the time she was made to kneel in the study of Yun Fengpeng, trembling, utterly despondent. That day, because she had lost her stepsister's brooch. Her father had threatened to cancel all her credit cards. "Young lady, are you softening?" Xie Xinglan keenly observed Yunqi's moment of distraction. Yunqi snapped back to reality, the fleeting haze dissipating, her eyes once again clear and resolute. She shot Xie Xinglan a glare and muttered, "I am not. Every pitiful person must have their faults." But Yunqi shook her head. "This does not absolve you from harming others." He was merely playing the victim. Though she had momentarily swayed Yunqi, it would not change her stance. Indeed, Xie Xinglan nodded, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. His long fingers gently drummed against the doorframe, producing a rhythmic tapping sound. "Interesting," he chuckled softly. "It seems the young lady possesses more principles than I had anticipated." Meanwhile, Lin Yu, who had remained silent, finally recovered from his shock and heartache. Seeing He in such a pitiful state, he could not bear to watch any longer. Grabbing Xie Xinglan's arm, he pulled him aside, his voice filled with desperation. Eyes reddened. "Long ago, I beg you. I will cover 40,000 of the 50,000. Can you please persuade Miss Yunqi to spare her?" Xie Xinglan shrugged off his grip, flicking his lighter open with a sharp click, a flame leaping forth. "Have you lost your mind?" She was just about to throw milk tea at Yunqi. "You still wish to protect someone like her?" A heavy silence ensued. Before Yin's father passed away, Lin Yu, with a quivering throat, grasped my father's hand and declared, "My only wish is for you to take care of Yinin." In an instant, the flame of life extinguished. Xie Xinglan narrowed her eyes and remarked, "So, her father sacrificed himself to save mine." Lin Yu's voice trembled. His eyes reddened as he recounted how my father had entrusted me with the lifelong duty of protecting her. From the opposite side of the shelf came the sound of shattering glass. Yunqi's voice was filled with confusion and indignation. "Fine. Setting aside the issue of compensation, I simply want to know how I have wronged you to provoke such actions." Unbeknownst to her, He had crawled over, clutching the hem of Yunqi's skirt, tearfully confessing, "I know I was wrong. Miss Yun, I was just momentarily confused." Feeling her skirt being tugged, Yunqi frowned, attempting to extricate herself from the grip. "Let go of me. Don't touch me." In a perspective unseen by Yunqi, Yin's fingers were stained with milk tea as she clutched the skirt tighter the more Yunqi tried to pull away. Eventually, Yunqi's back collided with a shelf of glass cups. Xie Xinglan's attention was immediately drawn to the scene, and upon witnessing Yin's mischief, she scoffed, glanced around, and accurately tossed a packet of tissues, striking Yin's hand with precision. "Hey, release your filthy grasp. Is that not disgusting? Wiping your snot on someone's skirt." Yunqi gasped in shock, swiftly yanking back her skirt. Looking down, she indeed found damp marks where Yin had grasped it. The moment the tissue hit Yin's hand, she released her hold, her face a mask of confusion and shock. Her tears momentarily halted. In a flustered rush, she stammered, It's milk tea stains, not snot." She wanted to clarify that it was indeed milk tea, but in doing so, she feared Yunqi would realize her intentions. Even Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, forgetting to advocate for Yin, his gaze fixed vacantly on Yunqi's skirt. Xie Xinglan, of course, was well aware that it was not snot. Leaning against the shelf, he toyed with a silver lighter, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips as Yin desperately defended herself. He had already seen through her little ploy. Not snot. He suddenly leaned closer, his shadow enveloping the cowering Yin. His voice as soft as a serpent's hiss. "So, you deliberately smeared milk tea on the young lady's skirt?" Yin's pupils dilated in horror. The lighter flicked to life, casting flickering shadows on her pale face. "I didn't tea. It was an accident during the argument." Yin stumbled back, flustered and incoherent. Yunqi suddenly gasped, her eyes fixed on the deep brown stain on her skirt, finally comprehending. "That is the mark from the cup of milk tea. You realized it just now?" Xie Xinglan straightened up, casting a disdainful glance at her. Then moved behind her, leaning close to her ear and whispering "fool." He deliberately emphasized the word, watching as her cheeks puffed up in indignation. Lin Yu could no longer bear to watch. "Miss Yun, please stop pressuring her. I will compensate for her." Chapter 15. Progress has been made. Miss Yun, let us connect on WeChat, and I will transfer the money to you. Lin Yu gently assisted He Yin into a chair. Upon hearing his words, a glint of triumph flickered in He Yin's eyes. Yet her face remained tear-streaked as she clutched his hand. No, it's all my fault. I was momentarily confused. I'll repay it myself. If worst comes to worst, I could always resort to borrowing from campus loans. Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Panic etched across his features as he grasped her shoulders tightly. Absolutely not. Are you out of your mind? Those loans can be deadly. Such pretense, Xie Xinglan scoffed softly. Simultaneously, he caught a faint snicker from Yun Qi, who clearly saw through He Yin's ruse. Not bad. Quite the improvement, he mused, recognizing that only someone as sentimental and naive as Lin Yu would fall for such antics. Suddenly, Yun Qi recalled Lin Yu's suggestion about connecting on WeChat. Hadn't Xie Xinglan mentioned last night that he would introduce her to Lin Yu? She quickly turned to Xie Xinglan. Hey, didn't you say you would pass my WeChat to Lin Yu? Momentarily taken aback, Xie Xinglan casually waved his hand, avoiding her gaze. I forgot. He had never intended to share her WeChat with Lin Yu. Seizing the opportunity to berate Xie Xinglan, Yun Qi was determined not to let it slip away. Biting her lip in contemplation, her face flushed as she finally composed a retort. You rascal. Have you lost your memory to a dog? Instead of being angered, Xie Xinglan chuckled at her words, observing her cheeks puffed in indignation, resembling a pufferfish. Almost instinctively, his long fingers reached out to lightly flick her cheek. His teasing words remaining infuriatingly playful. Tisk, so dim-witted, you can't even insult properly? Would you like me to teach you? Yun Qi, startled by the sudden flick, covered her cheek, her eyes widening in disbelief. Xie Xinglan, you. Before she could finish, he lazily straightened up, looking down at her with a smirk, his tone languid. For instance, Xie Xinglan, are you asking for a beating? Xie Xinglan, are you tired of living? Xie Xinglan, do you wish to die? Yun Qi was left speechless. Xie Xinglan, are you out of your mind? Who teaches others how to insult themselves? Xie Xinglan chuckled softly, a hint of inexplicable delight in his voice. Ah, progress indeed. Meanwhile, after Lin Yu's persistent persuasion, He Yin reluctantly agreed to let him cover her compensation. After connecting with Yun Qi on WeChat, he promptly transferred a total of 500,000 yuan in 3 installments. This sum represented nearly a decade of his savings, funds he had set aside for purchasing a race car. However, driven by friendship, he decided to assist He Yin, believing she was merely momentarily misguided. As long as she recognized her mistakes, that was sufficient. Yun Qi took her time to accept the transfer. Browsing Lin Yu's moments and discovering numerous posts about his father's factory seeking workers, it became clear to her that Lin Yu's father owned a large factory, which explained how Lin Yu could so readily produce such a substantial amount of money. How cheap He Yin has become. She cast a resentful glance at He Yin, seated not far away, her mind racing to contemplate alternative punishments. Xie Xinglan noticed her gaze and turned to look at He Yin, a smirk playing on her lips as she lazily remarked, since Xiao Yin feels so embarrassed about having Lin Yu compensate, let us consider it as Lin Yu lending you money. He Yin abruptly lifted her head, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. After all, Xie Xinglan toyed with her lighter, the crisp click echoing. Campus loans come with interest. Lin Yu, being a fool, would surely offer you an interest-free loan, wouldn't he? Lin Yu's eyes brightened, nodding vigorously, yes, yes. Xiao Yin, just think of it as me lending it to you. Seeing Xiao Yin's earlier guilt, he wished to alleviate her psychological burden. Xie Ji's suggestion was quite astute. He Yin's complexion shifted from pale to green, her nails digging painfully into her flesh. This was not her intention. She was merely acting moments ago. Yet, they had already spoken thus. She struggled to articulate her words, uttering a disingenuous reply. I agree. Initially, I felt awkward about having Lin Yu compensate me, so let it be considered a loan from Lin Yu. Yes. Xiao Yin, there's no need to rush. You can repay me slowly. There is no deadline with me. Lin Yu nodded. Having discerned He Yin's true nature, Yun Qi easily grasped Xie Xinglan's maneuvering. Xie Xinglan was deliberately playing along with her words, ensnaring her in a situation she could not escape. She covered her mouth in satisfaction, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Catching sight of Yun Qi's smirk, Xie Xinglan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she stoked the flames further. Since we have settled that, let us draft a promissory note now. She retrieved paper and pen from the counter, slamming them onto the table. The black ink on white paper unmistakably clear. He-Yin's fingers trembled slightly as she forced out a smile. This feels so formal. Of course it must be formal. Yun Qi interjected eagerly, her eyes glimmering. This is 50,000 after all. What if there's a misunderstanding later? Lin Yu scratched his head. Actually, it's not necessary. It is necessary. Yun Qi interrupted, snatching the paper and pen, thrusting them into He-Yin's hands. Come on, classmate He. Writing it yourself shows sincerity. He-Yin bit her lip, her eyes reddening. Yet she had no choice but to accept the pen. Her writing was slow, as if each stroke might delay the inevitable. Leaning against the wall, Xie Xinglan observed her leisurely, occasionally reminding, be sure to write the amount clearly. Repayment method. Oh, remember to leave your thumbprint. Yun Qi watched with amusement, leaning closer to Xie Xinglan. Why do you still having paste on you? Xie Xinglan glanced down at her, the proximity allowing him to catch the fragrance of gardenias in her hair. His Adam's apple bobbed as he whispered, just in case. Finally, He-Yin completed the promissory note. The moment her finger pressed down into the red ink, her expression resembled one who had swallowed a fly, her gaze momentarily betraying a barely perceptible malice. Satisfied? Yun Qi took the note, scrutinizing it carefully before handing it to Lin Yu. Keep this safe. It's an important piece of evidence. Lin Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, took the note. Actually, there's really no need. He-Yin looked at him with a pitiful expression, hoping he would refuse. To her surprise, Lin Yu scratched his head and indeed folded the IOU, placing it into his wallet. Then, I shall keep it for now. You can return it whenever you have the money, Xiao-Yin. He-Yin remained silent, while Yun Qi gazed down at the dried milk tea stains on her dress. In the quiet milk tea shop, even the sound of breathing was distinctly audible. Oof. This was not enough retribution. He-Yin still had not apologized to her. Not only her, but also Tuan. Moreover, He-Yin had yet to explain why she had acted in such a manner. With the matter of money resolved, Yun Qi suddenly let out a cold snort, stating, now, it's time to discuss why you did such a thing. What have I done to provoke you? I refuse to be unwittingly ensnared by you. With this declaration, the seemingly warm atmosphere instantly turned tense. Xie Xinglan also retracted his nonchalant demeanor, hands shoved into his pockets. Squinting as he stood behind Yun Qi, He-Yin shuddered, instinctively retreating behind Lin Yu. Chapter 16. What are you running from? Speaking of which, it infuriates me. What could be the reason? Doesn't this young lady know? Such pretense. Clearly, she was the one who insulted me first. Does she feel no guilt at all? He-Yin recollected the scene of being fiercely reprimanded by Yun Qi at Xie Xinglan's residence, her eyes brimming with indignation and jealousy. Upon hearing Yun Qi's words, Lin Yu's expression grew complex as he turned to face He-Yin. Miss Yun is correct. This is a matter of principle. Although the debts have been settled, the circumstances must still be clarified. He believed that Xiao-Yin must have her reasons. Xiao-Yin, please speak up. He-Yin quickly concealed her emotions, raising her gaze to adopt a feeble demeanor, her lips trembling slightly as she began to weep. It was Miss Yin who scolded me first. I lost my composure. Didn't T realize I had done anything wrong the moment those words escaped her lips? Attention swiftly shifted to Yun Qi. Lin Yu cast a skeptical glance at Yun Qi. Yun Qi widened her eyes and quickly retorted, you are slandering me. I have never insulted you. We are complete strangers. I did not. If you don't believe me, ask long ago if I ever insulted anyone. He-Yin, sobbing, looked at Xie Xinglan, her eyes filled with a blend of grievance and accusation. Xie Xinglan was present that day and was aware of the truth. Even if he despised her, he would not stoop to lying. He raised an eyebrow, taken aback that the fire had unexpectedly spread to him. He slowly straightened up, his gaze shifting between Yun Qi and He-Yin. Yun Qi, in a panic, grasped Xie Xinglan's sleeve, exclaiming, Xie Xinglan, clarify this. When did I insult anyone? Xie Xinglan glanced down at her hand, gripping his sleeve, her delicate fingers slightly reddened from the pressure. He chuckled softly and languidly replied, well, you did indeed insult her. Lin Yu's expression instantly became more intricate. He had initially thought He-in had merely acted impulsively, yet if Yun-shi had indeed scolded her first, the situation grew decidedly more complicated. A fleeting look of triumph crossed He-yin's face, quickly replaced by a mask of distress. Her eyelashes trembled gently, crystalline tears hanging precariously at the corners of her eyes, and she bit her lower lip, portraying a blend of both grievance and restraint. Lin Yu, please don't blame Miss Yun. Perhaps I have done something wrong that made her dislike me observing this. Lin Yu furrowed his brow even tighter, his tone softening. Xiao-in, don't say that. Seizing the opportunity, He gently tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve, tears finally cascading down at just the right moment. I understand. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have reacted that way just because Miss Yun scolded me. But, Xie Xinglan, you are lying. I never insulted anyone. Yun-shi was left speechless with fury, casting a sharp glance at the three individuals. And you are merely pretending. I have never insulted you. Her wrathful gaze returned to rest on He-in, whose fingers clutched the hem of her dress tightly, knuckles turning pale. Her chest heaved violently, her eyes reddening with fury, glistening with unshed tears. Xie Xinglan gazed at her distressed visage, feeling an inexplicable restlessness within, yet he extended a tissue towards her with a nonchalant tone. My lady, do not be in such a rush, get lost. Yun-shi forcefully swatted his hand away, glaring at him in indignation, then, with a huff, retreated to a distance of half a meter. Xie Xinglan had gone too far, assisting He-in in framing her. She resolved never to converse with someone like him again and decided to return home to pack her belongings immediately. He-in secretly observed the interactions between Yun-shi and Xie Xinglan, her lips curling into a triumphant smile at their current predicament. Ah, what a blunder. She had successfully riled up the young lady. Irritated, Xie Xinglan licked his lower gums, his gaze flickering slightly before he turned coldly towards He-in and Lin Yu. Just as he was about to speak, Yun-shi interrupted. The anger that once adorned the girl's face had dissipated, replaced by calm disdain and indifference. The innocent shall remain untainted. Regardless of how you slander me, I remain unconcerned, for I know the truth of my own actions. Farewell. I shall no longer entertain this. With a graceful turn, she intended to leave. However, tightening his jawline, Xie Xinglan reached out with long arms, grasping Yun-shi's slender wrist and pulling her back with a slight force. What are you doing? Let go of me, Yun-shi exclaimed in exasperation, struggling to free herself from his grip. Xie Xinglan lowered his gaze, his breath brushing against her ear. What do you think you're running off to? Yun-shi's ears tingled, and she continued to wriggle free. Let me go. I shall not, he replied, observing her angry profile, the slight movement of his Adam's apple betraying a feigned sigh of regret, elongating his tone. Are you truly leaving without hearing what I have to say? I shall not listen. Yun-shi retorted furiously. You helped others frame me. What could possibly be worth hearing? Do not be hasty in departing. Listen closely. He released Yun-shi's hand, swiftly glancing at He-in, his eyes gleaming with sharpness and amusement. I merely stated that the young lady had cursed someone, but I did not specify the target of her ire. Yun-shi stared at him in bewilderment, her mind racing as a thought struck her. That day, she had been wearing her Bluetooth headset while arguing with her cousin, Wen-sun. Xie Xinglan had indeed not lied. Could it be that He-in had misunderstood? Upon witnessing the intimate stance of the two across from her, He-in was consumed by jealousy. Xie Xinglan's words dealt her a severe blow. Her complexion turned ashen, fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment. So, Miss Yun was not cursing at Xiao-in. Was it a misunderstanding on Xiao-yin's part? Meanwhile, Lin Yu's mind was racing. Sister, I was cursing at my cousin. I was arguing with him while wearing my Bluetooth headset. Yun-shi exclaimed in exasperation. Indeed, the young lady was on a call with her Bluetooth headset. Who could have guessed that some people were so foolish as to misinterpret? Xie Xinglan scoffed. The two spoke almost in unison. Lin Yu stood frozen, astonished. It turned out to be a complete misunderstanding. He-in's complexion turned pale. Disbelief etched upon her features as she staggered backward. How could this be? Xie Xinglan continued to watch as she delivered her verbal blow. Some individuals, in their own foolishness, should not blame the young lady for wearing headphones, and thus misleading them. Should they? This remark struck like a resounding slap across Ina's face. Her lips trembled, the carefully maintained facade of fragility nearly shattered. Her eyes brimming with a myriad of emotions. Resentment, embarrassment, humiliation. Apologize to me. To Tuan Tuan. To Linyu. Yin Qi interjected. Linyu too. Transitioned from shock to disappointment. Inhaling deeply before addressing Yin with a hoarse voice. Xiaoyin, you are truly in the wrong this time. Apologize. Under the unwavering gaze of the three, Yin's mental defenses finally crumbled, her voice rife with reluctance and humiliation. Fine. Chapter 17. A touch of cuteness. Are you feeling refreshed? Xie Xinglan turned his head to glance at the person in the back seat, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery and a touch of languor. Well, it's acceptable, I suppose. Yunqi turned her face away, avoiding his gaze, her mind drifting back to the scene where Yin had offered them an apology. When she apologized to Linyu, she appeared genuinely sincere. However, her reluctance and humiliation were unmistakable when she turned to apologize to Yunqi. This was particularly evident when she expressed her regrets to the little dog, to Anshuan, as if she had just swallowed a fly. A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips, although she was aware that her apology lacked sincerity at the very least. It forced her to lower her head. Is the young lady still upset? Oomph. The mere mention of this irked Yunqi. She punched him in the waist, exclaiming, How can you even ask? Why did you only speak half of the truth earlier? You made me think you were accusing me too. Xie Xinglan let out a muffled grunt from her punch, a playful smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth as he deliberately jerked the handlebars of the bicycle. Startled, Yunqi instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. Xie Xinglan, you did that on purpose. The soft sensation of her touch made Xie Xinglan's abdomen tense involuntarily, his eyes narrowing in surprise. He had merely intended to frighten her, not anticipating she would embrace him so readily. Previously, she had cautiously clutched the edge of the back seat, maintaining her distance. Now, however, her arms encircled his waist, her palm resting against his abdomen through the thin fabric of his t-shirt, allowing him to feel the warmth of her fingertips. His heartbeat quickened suddenly, and Xie Xinglan unconsciously swallowed hard. Let go. His voice was deeper than usual, laced with an imperceptible tension. Not a chance. Who told you to jerk the handlebars deliberately? Yunqi glared at his back, her grip tightening instead of loosening, declaring, If you shake again, I will strangle you. Xie Xinglan could only muster a wry smile at her indignation. The young lady had quite the spirit. He lowered his gaze to the delicate hands encircling his waist, pale and slender, reminiscent of exquisite jade, glimmering softly in the evening light. His eyes darkened a shade, and he swallowed again. All right, you've got some audacity. A low chuckle escaped him as he suddenly steadied the handlebars with one hand while playfully pinching her finger. But are you sure your little finger could possibly strangle me? As his rough fingertip grazed hers, Yunqi's pupils quivered, and she quickly withdrew her hand. That scoundrel had touched her again. The memory of earlier in the milk tea shop flashed through her mind, where he had flicked her face. Fuming, she delivered another punch to his back. Xie Xinglan, dare you touch me again? Xie Xinglan chuckled, the vibrations from his chest resonating through his back. What is this? Is the young lady so precious that she must not be touched? Indeed, I must not be touched. Yunqi retreated slightly, gripping the edge of the back seat tightly. You were just what? He deliberately slowed the bicycle, tilting his head slightly. Oomph. You know perfectly well, she retorted, her cheeks flushed with irritation. In any case, you are not allowed to touch me again. Xie Xinglan turned to look at her, noting the furious expression on her face, her lips slightly pouting in frustration. A touch of cuteness. Xie Xinglan was momentarily startled by the thought that suddenly emerged in his mind, his grip on the handlebars instinctively tightening. Could he truly find this headstrong young lady adorable? TSK. Had the sun muddled his senses? Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Surely, you're not concocting some mischief again, are you? Regaining his composure, Xie Xinglan's tone returned to its usual nonchalance. I was pondering. Pondering what? Pondering. He deliberately elongated the syllables, thinking that with such a fierce demeanor, who would dare to marry you in the future? Mind your own business. At that moment, Yunqi's phone rang, shattering the delicate atmosphere. Xie halted the bicycle, allowing Yunqi to take the call. He shifted his long leg to support the bike on the ground. It was a call from Jiangling. Yunqi excitedly answered the phone. "Hello, brother Jiangling." "Jiangling? Brother?" Xie squinted. Such politeness? Wasn't she always calling him a mutt? Why the sudden shift to brother in front of others? "Chi, your cousin and I have arrived at the entrance of Zine village. Where are you? Come out and meet us." A warm, jade-like voice emanated from the phone, laced with a hint of affectionate amusement. Why did you suddenly come?" Yunqi exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "Just came to see you." Jiangling chuckled lightly. "Wenxuan insisted on meeting you." Chi, such familiarity. Xie fingertips unconsciously tapped the handlebars, the metal producing a faint clicking sound. He squinted towards the distance, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind him. The warm voice on the phone continued. "I brought you the chestnut cake from that dessert shop in the west of the city." Along with Wenxuan's voice, "Cousin, brother Jiangling entrusted someone to buy it for you early this morning." The sweet, delighted voice of the girl in the back seat reached his ears. "Really? Brother Jiangling is the best. I like brother Jiangling the most." The corners of Xie lips tightened into a straight line. Suddenly, he found the sunlight today particularly blinding, and irritation gnawing at him. "I'll be at the village entrance shortly." Yunqi hung up, eagerly hopping onto the bicycle. "Xie, take me to the village gate." Xie remained unmoved. He steadied himself on one foot, leisurely retrieving a cigarette box and placing one between his lips. "What's the rush?" he mumbled, the lighter clicking, a derisive laugh escaping him. "Your brother Jiangling won't run away." Yunqi, exasperated, stomped her foot and covered her nose. "Why did you suddenly stop to smoke?" Xie turned his face away from Yunqi, exhaling a puff of smoke that obscured his expression. "I'm tired, just taking a break. Then I'll walk over myself." Yunqi turned to leave. "Stop." Xie grasped her wrist firmly, the pressure causing her to emit a soft gasp. He immediately released her hand, taunting, "It's 2 kilometers to the village entrance. Where do you think you're going?" Yunqi rubbed her wrist, mumbling, "Then why won't you ride?" Xie irritably extinguished the cigarette. He himself was unsure why he was being so stubborn. A nameless fury tightened in his chest. "Get on," he said coldly. Yunqi joyfully hopped into the car. Xie cast a glance at her in the back seat, observing her crescent-shaped eyes and the gentle curve of her rosy lips. This sight only deepened his irritation. He abruptly accelerated the bicycle, causing Yunqi to gasp and instinctively clutch at his garment. "Have you lost your mind, Xie? Riding at such a speed." He pressed his tongue against his back teeth, a sudden smirk forming on his lips as he increased the pace further. "Buckle up," he drawled, his voice mingling with the rush of wind, inexplicably hoarse. "I cannot afford to delay the young lady's meeting." The wind howled past his ears, tousling his fringe. He remained unaware of the source of his vexation. Perhaps it was the sweltering heat, or maybe it was the unpleasant scent of the cigarette he had just smoked. The wheels crunched over the gravel, producing a sharp sound, while the dandelions by the roadside were scattered by the gusts. Chapter 18. Does Xie have feelings for her? Impossible. The old locust tree at the village entrance cast dappled shadows, while the sounds of cicadas filled the air. 2 young men stood beneath the shade of the tree. One was slightly older, in his 20s, wearing a white shirt, with hair parted in the middle and features as gentle as jade, smiling as he gazed in their direction. The other was a teenager of 18 or 19, sporting flamboyant silver-gray hair, torn jeans paired with an oversized trendy t-shirt, and an exaggerated metallic chain around his neck. Idly kicking at pebbles, the kicked stones rolled into the wildflowers by the roadside, startling a few white butterflies. It was Jianglin and Wenxuan. "Brother Jianglin." Yunqi jumped out of the car before it had come to a complete stop, fluttering towards Jianglin like a joyful little butterfly. Xie abruptly tightened the brakes, the bicycle screeching in protest. He supported himself on one foot, turning his head away nonchalantly, though he could still hear the voices of the 3. Unable to resist, he cast a glance over. Jianglin opened his arms to catch Yunqi, gently ruffling her hair, saying, "Chi, why are you still so reckless?" Xie squinted, his knuckles unconsciously tightening on the handlebars. "Cousin, When Sun cheerfully approached, wrapping an arm around Yun Qi's shoulders. Did you miss me? Yun Qi disdainfully swatted his hand away. When Sun, why did you dye your hair that ridiculous color again? Aunt will definitely scold you. TCH, this is called fashion. Do you understand? When Sun retorted, rolling his eyes, but his gaze landed on Xie Xinglan nearby, eyebrows raised. Who is this handsome guy? Xie Xinglan, languidly perched on his bicycle, lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at him, exuding an air of indolence. Xie Xinglan, so arrogant. When Sun muttered, suddenly his eyes brightened as he clapped his hands, pointing at Xie Xinglan, exclaiming, I remember now. He is cousin's savior. Yun Qi instantly fumed, covering Wen Sun's mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? This is Xie Xinglan bragging. I never admitted that. Wen Sun wriggled free from Yun Qi's grasp, grinning as he leaned closer to Xie Xinglan. Indeed, cousin praised you on the phone last time, saying you enlightened her. Yun Qi. She wished she could dig a hole to bury herself, or so. When Sun's mouth shut, Xie Xinglan chuckled softly, his gaze resting on Yun Qi's flushed cheeks. His tone languid, oh? So the young lady speaks so highly of me behind my back. Who praised you? Yun Qi glared at him in embarrassment and anger. Wen Sun is talking nonsense. Wen Sun, reveling in the drama, continued to fan the flames. Oh dear, is cousin shy? I'm not shy at all. Yun Qi retorted, playfully swatting at Wen Sun's head. Wen Sun laughed, dodging her swats, the two of them playfully chasing and hitting each other. In the end, it was Jiang Lin who pulled Yun Qi close, wrapping an arm around her shoulders with a gentle, indulgent smile, soothingly mediating. All right, you two, stop the ruckus. Xie Xinglan's gaze fell upon Jiang Lin's hand on Yun Qi, the depths of his eyes darkening slightly. Then he scoffed. You all take your time catching up. With a vigorous push of his long legs, the old bicycle emitted a lamentable creak, while the black t-shirt billowed in the wind before vanishing around the corner. When Sun let out a whistle, exclaiming, wow, it's truly impressive how one can look so cool even while riding such an antiquated bicycle. The entrance to the village was not far from Xie Xinglan's home. The three of them strolled along the muddy path, engaged in conversation. Recalling her first day at Xie Xinglan's house, Yun Qi had messaged herself, complaining about how Xie always played tricks on others. Jiang Lin brought up Xie Xinglan with a sense of curiosity. Qi mentioned that Xie Xinglan always teases you. What about now? He inquired gently, his gaze contemplatively following the direction in which Xie Xinglan had departed. Yun Qi pouted and kicked a small stone by the roadside. He hasn't been teasing me lately, but we still don't get along. His tongue is far too sharp, and he can be quite infuriating. When Sun interjected, but I noticed the way he looked at my cousin just now seemed rather peculiar. I know, he looks down on me, constantly berating me for being foolish. When Sun shook his head mysteriously, no, cousin, you simply don't understand. He actually has feelings for you. Upon hearing Wen Sun's words, Yun Qi shot him a bewildered glance, convinced he was spouting nonsense. Xie Xinglan having feelings for her? Impossible. She would sooner believe the sun rose in the west than entertain the notion that Xie Xinglan could have any interest in her. That insufferable person was far too disdainful of her. Wen Sun, please spare me your repugnant comments, she retorted, exasperated, as she tugged at his silver-gray hair, threatening. If you keep talking nonsense, I might just shave your head bald. After a brief silence, Jiang Lin cleared his throat at an opportune moment. His warm demeanor tinged with a hint of helplessness as he lowered his gaze to organize his backpack. All right, enough of your bickering. Come and taste the snacks we brought for you. He turned and retrieved a delicate paper bag from his backpack, filled with Yun Qi's favorite almond pastries. Wow, you're the best, brother Jiang Lin, Yun Qi exclaimed, her attention instantly diverted as she eagerly accepted the bag, impatient to unwrap it. After indulging in the treats, Yun Qi called Grandma Xie, informing her that her relatives and friends had come to visit, and inquired if they could stop by. Grandma Xie was delighted and said she would wait for them at home. When Sun rubbed his sore scalp, muttering in dissatisfaction clearly, he recalled his ex-girlfriend, Yueshi, who had acted similarly when she pursued him. Whenever she spotted him laughing and chatting with another girl, her eyes would narrow and her gaze would follow him. It was strikingly similar to the way Xie Xinglan had looked at his cousin just moments ago. In any case, he felt it was rather comparable. Chapter 19. Xie Xinglan accompanied a young girl to the clinic, and after a 20-minute journey, they arrived at his home. Grandma Xie warmly greeted them, and Jiang Ling engaged in amiable conversation with her. When Sun leaned closer to Yin Chi and whispered, "Cousin, your uncle is quite ruthless, sending you to live in such a shabby place." Yin Chi swiftly pinched his ear, retorting, "Be quiet." As Grandma Xie busied herself with serving tea and arranging a fruit platter, Yin Chi hurried to assist her, followed by Jiang Ling and Wen Sun. In the kitchen, Grandma Xie was diligently preparing tea. Upon seeing them, she smiled kindly and said, "Oh, you children, sit down and rest. I can manage this." Jiang Ling gently took the teapot from her hands, saying, "Grandma, please don't trouble yourself. Allow us to help." With practiced ease, he poured water and brewed tea, exuding a sense of calmness in his movements. Wen Sun assisted in washing the teacups while Grandma Xie prepared the tea leaves. As Yin Chi washed the cups, her gaze swept around the room, and she felt as though someone was missing. Xie Xinglan. That guy knew visitors were coming yet left Grandma alone to entertain them. While drying a cup, she inquired of Grandma Xie, "Grandma, where did Xie Xinglan go? I haven't seen him." After a moment of thought, Grandma Xie replied, "Oh." Xinglan received a phone call and left, saying he was going to accompany a little girl to the clinic. Yin Chi-Chi's hand paused slightly before she resumed scrubbing the cup with more vigor. Her lips involuntarily curled in displeasure, her brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing. This scoundrel is actually accompanying a little girl? He is probably just going to bully someone again. When Sun, somewhat surprised, noticed Yin Chi-Chi's lack of reaction and leaned closer to whisper, "Cousin, aren't you going to ask who the little girl is? What does it matter to me?" She retorted, slamming the cup down onto the table. She turned to Wen Sun with a fierce expression, warning, "If you say another word, I'll sew your mouth shut." At Onping Clinic, Lin Wei's eyes sparkled as she watched Xie Xinglan play a game. "Brother Lan, you're amazing. I've been stuck on this level for a week." Xie Xinglan casually leaned back in his chair, his long fingers deftly manipulating the phone screen, lifting his eyelids lazily. "Just a noob." Lin Wei playfully stuck out her tongue, sitting up straight. "Brother, you should learn from Brother Lan. You always lose at games." Lin Yu bashfully scratched his head and handed his sister a peeled orange. "I'm just clumsy, okay?" Suddenly, Lin Wei caught sight of Xie Xinglan's bicycle and, unabashed, exclaimed, "Brother Lan, why do you ride such a shabby bike? A motorcycle is so much cooler." Lin Yu's expression changed, and he pinched her hand, hissing, "Don't say such things." Xie Xinglan lazily lifted his eyelids. "I like it." He glanced at Lin Yu, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips as he feigned a sigh. "Too bad your brother lent his racing money to someone. Otherwise, you could have experienced something thrilling." Lin Wei's eyes widened in shock. "Brother, you lent money to someone? To Sister Yin?" Lin Yu's mouth twitched as he stared hopelessly at Xie Xinglan, the fruit knife clattering onto the tray. With just a slight hint, Xie Xinglan knew Lin Wei would figure it out. It was evident that Lin Wei harbored jealousy towards He Yin, feeling that her brother treated He Yin too well. Lin Wei was filled with indignation. "Brother, why did you lend money to Sister He Yin?" Lin Yu scratched his head, his gaze evasive, uncertain of how to respond. Lin Wei's small face flushed with anger. How could you lend her money after saving so hard for so long? Since Xie Xinglan couldn't awaken Lin Yu's sense, it was time for his younger sister to intervene. Achieving the desired effect, a smirk of triumph appeared on his lips. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a call from Grandma. After answering, she reminded him to buy a chilled watermelon on his way home. He bid farewell to Lin Yu, and the siblings ceased their quarrel. Lin Wei reluctantly said goodbye to Xie Xinglan, while Lin Yu stepped outside to see him off. As they walked together, just as Xie Xinglan was about to ride away on his bicycle, Lin Yu abruptly stopped him. "Lan Yi, did you bring this up on purpose in front of Xiao Wei?" Xie Xinglan, balancing on one foot, turned back with a cold smirk. "Otherwise, are you going to wait 7 or 8 years to cry poor?" Given He Yin's family situation, she could only repay the debt after securing a job, which would take at least 7 or 8 years to settle. To delay one's own dreams for such a person? How foolish. Lin Yu clenched and then relaxed his fists. She promised she would pay it back. "Fool," Xie Xinglan scoffed, pushing off the ground and riding away. Lin Yu's face stiffened at the insult, his fists instinctively tightening, yet he quickly loosened them again. He understood that Xie Xinglan's words were harsh, but he found himself unable to refute them. Upon returning home, Xie Xinglan entered to find Yun Qi resting her chin affectionately on Jiangling's shoulder on the living room sofa. Her delicate fingers were poking at Jiangling's phone screen, excitedly praising, "Brother Jiangling, your speed is incredible." Jiangling chuckled lightly. Xie Xinglan scoffed, tossing the watermelon onto the coffee table, splashing icy water onto Yun Qi's dress. She jumped up, glaring at him. "What are you doing, you mutt?" Xie Xinglan glanced at the game on the phone. As he leaned down, the heat of the summer sun mixed with the coolness of the watermelon enveloped him. Yun Qi looked up at him, momentarily stunned, but the next moment, she heard his provocatively infuriating words. "You need someone to teach you how to pass such a simple level? I could clear it with my eyes closed." On the other side of the sofa, Wen Sun gazed at him with admiration, leaning closer. "Brother, is that for real?" Chapter 20. Handsome Men and Beautiful Women. A delight to the eyes, Yun Qi. If you dare, close your eyes and help me conquer the next level. Brother Jianglin, hand him the phone. Closing my eyes is still a concern. This cunning rascal might peek. Yun Qi rummaged through her bag and produced a black ribbon, handing it to him. "Tie it, and tie it tightly," Xie Xinglan teased her. "Oh dear, I'm so tired from carrying the watermelon earlier. My hand have lost their strength." "Why don't you? My lady, come do it yourself." Yun Qi gritted her teeth. "If you dare to peek, I'll gouge out your eyeballs." Xie Xinglan was quite tall, and she had to stand on tiptoe to comfortably tie the ribbon for him, observing the girl's flushed face as she strained to reach him. He mischievously rose on his toes, making it even more difficult for Yun Qi. In the next moment, a small hand struck his face, bringing with it a whiff of fragrance. Yun Qi fumed. "Try standing on your toes again." Xie Xinglan, instead of being angry, chuckled, lifting a hand to touch his cheek where she had struck him, leaning down with a smile that held a hint of mischief as he looked at her small head before his chest. Seeing he still didn't move, Yun Qi tugged at his collar to pull him down. Wow, such a handsome man and a beautiful woman. A feast for the eyes. Wen Sun was captivated, raising his phone to stealthily capture a snapshot of them, a wicked grin spreading across his lips. He opened a photo editing app and made slight adjustments before sending it to Yun Qi via WeChat, finding amusement in imagining his cousin's furious reaction upon seeing it. Unbeknownst to him, in his haste, he had mistakenly sent the photo to Yun Fan instead of Yun Qi. Several dozen kilometers away, in the Yun family villa in Qinglang City, Yun Fan received an unexpected image. It was sent by her cousin Wen Sun, whom she was not particularly close to. Confused, she opened it, and her pupils dilated in shock. In the photo, Yun Qi was engaged in an intimate gesture with a boy. The angle was from side, yet the boy's striking features were unmistakable. Yun Qi was on her tiptoes, gripping the boy's collar, drawing him towards her, their lips nearly touching. The boy had a fair complexion, with well-defined shoulders beneath a black t-shirt, his profile sharp and his lips curled in a lazy, yet mischievous smile. Yun Qi's cheeks were slightly flushed, her almond-shaped eyes wide open. Though she appeared angry, there was an inexplicable sense of intimacy conveyed. Her gaze turned icy as an inexplicable surge of jealousy welled up within her. It seemed that the boy was Xie Xinglan, the impoverished student sponsored by her father. How could he be so handsome? Initially, she had assumed Xie Xinglan to be a dull, unremarkable academic type. Knowing that Yun Qi despised boredom, she had deliberately encouraged her father to send Yun Qi to Xie Xinglan's home. Little did she expect it would actually benefit Yun Qi. Fuming, she closed the photo, but in the last moment, she caught sight of the long legs and well-defined hands in the lower left corner. Designer shoes, a watch. It was Jianglin. So, he and Wen Sun had gone to Xin village? How indulgent of Yun Qi. Xie Xinglan, I don't believe it. How could you possibly be this impressive with your eyes covered? Xie Xinglan waved his hand, tossing the phone back onto the sofa. If the young lady does not believe me, there is nothing I can do. Wen Sun also spoke on behalf of Xie Xinglan. Cousin, although this speed challenge is incredibly fast, as long as one develops muscle memory and becomes intimately familiar with the positions of the blocks, combined with an astonishing hand speed, it's not impossible to clear it with eyes closed. He then turned to Xie Xinglan with admiration, his tone filled with awe. Lan Ge, just how many times have you played through this level? Surely, you haven't even been dreaming of it. Xie Xinglan lazily leaned back against the sofa, casually twirling his phone. Not too many, just around 100 times or so. Wen Sun silently gave a thumbs up. Although Yunqi understood that Wen Sun's words were reasonable, she simply did not want to acknowledge Xie Xinglan's prowess, especially seeing him so smug. She sought someone to stand by her side, glancing hopefully at Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin, catching Yunqi's pleading gaze, smiled gently and ruffled her hair. Chi. Xinglan is indeed quite impressive. Yunqi immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, pouting and muttering softly. Even brother Jiang Lin is on his side upon hearing this. Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. What? Is the young lady feeling dissatisfied? Who is dissatisfied? Yunqi sprang up like an agitated cat, turning her head away, awkwardly refusing to look at him. Anyway, I won't admit that you're impressive. Observing their interaction, Jiang Lin's expression darkened slightly, gently interrupting. All right, Chi, I have a piece of watermelon. With that, Yunqi stuck her tongue out at Xie Xinglan before obediently eating her watermelon. Jiang Lin and Wen Sun planned to stay in Xin village for 2 days before returning. After finishing their meal at Xie Xinglan's home, Jiang Lin and Wen Sun inquired once more about the incident involving Yunqi's package being tampered with. And only after learning that it had been resolved did they feel at ease. As dusk approached, since Xie Xinglan's grandmother's house had only 2 rooms, they had no place to stay and decided to head to Xin Street to find a hotel. Just before leaving, Jiang Lin stood at the door, the moonlight casting a gentle shadow across his warm features. He kindly asked, Chi, would you like to join us in the town for the night? The hotel conditions will be better. Xie Xinglan, casually spinning a lighter with his fingertips, paused at the sound, the metallic cover emitting a soft click. He lifted his eyelids, his gaze skimming over Yunqi's profile like a dragonfly gliding over water. Before Yunqi could respond, a half-smiling voice interrupted from behind. Xie Xinglan lazily leaned against the doorframe, the collar of his black t-shirt slightly open, revealing a glimpse of his collarbone. Does young Master Jiang think my house treats the young lady poorly? Jiang Lin remained unfazed, still gentle. Xinglan misunderstood. I was merely considering that Chi might want to converse with us a bit more. Yunqi recalled that most hotels had a damp, musty odor, and the ones on Xin Street were near the road, where cars might pass by late at night. The noise and brightness would make it impossible to sleep. She fiddled with the hem of her skirt, remembering Xie Xinglan's room. Though simple, it was refreshing and clean, and outside was quiet. She no longer hesitated. I think I will stay here. The hotel may have an unpleasant odor, and the street is far too noisy. I still prefer. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of Xie Xinglan's rather smug smile, and immediately fell silent. Oomph. She certainly would not admit to liking Xie Xinglan's room. Otherwise, that insufferable brat would be unbearably pleased. She refrained from speaking, but someone voiced her thoughts. Wen Sun, with a mischievous grin, said, Let's go, Jiang Ling. My cousin prefers Lan Ji's room. We shall head to the street on our own. Yunqi's face flushed, and she immediately exploded. Wen Sun, if you don't keep quiet, no one will think you're mute. Wen Sun made a face and swiftly hid behind Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling's gaze lingered for a moment on Yunqi's reddened cheeks, his lips still curved in a gentle smile, although a fleeting shadow of something darker flickered in his eyes. Very well, he said softly, patting Yunqi's shoulder. Feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. Xie Xinglan leaned casually against the doorframe, his fingers idly twirling his phone, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Rest assured, young Master Jiang, I will take good care of the young lady. The last 4 words were emphasized with a significant bite, provoking Yunqi to respond with a mix of anger and annoyance as she lifted her foot to kick him. You insufferable brat, be quiet. Chapter 21. As the evening descended, Yunqi received a photograph sent by Wen Xuan. The image depicted He-in at the hotel reception, her hair disheveled and her cheeks swollen as if she had been struck. Wen Xuan indicated that he had something to discuss with her, yet he faltered in expressing his thoughts. Indifferent to his hesitations, Yunqi switched off her phone and succumbed to sleep. The following morning, She was roused from her slumber by the incessant vibrations of her phone. Squinting, she reached for it, her lock screen revealing. Jiang Lin. 3 unread messages. Father. 5 missed calls. Wenxuan. 99 unread. Latest. Cousin, I was wrong. Startled, she sat upright and first opened Jiang Lin's message. Chi-Chi. Uncle Yun saw your picture with Xie Xinglan this morning and is sending a car to take us back to Qinglang. Do not worry. I will find a way to clarify the situation. A picture? What picture? She then opened Wenxuan chat and discovered the matter he had intended to discuss. He had taken a photograph of her and Xie Xinglan, but had mistakenly sent it to Yun Fan. Consequently, Yun Fengpeng discovered that Wenxuan and Jiang Lin had secretly come to see her. When Sun, Yunqi's shriek startled the sparrows outside. She dialed his number, and he answered promptly, Cousin, let me explain. I originally intended to edit the photo for fun. You are done for. When I return to Qinglang, I will delete your gaming account entirely. Please, I just got an SSR. Hello, cousin? Yunqi had already hung up. Taking a deep breath, she opened a lengthy explanation sent by Yun Fan. Sister, I am sorry. I left my phone in the dining room this morning, and Father accidentally saw it. You won't hold it against me, will you? I will explain to Father. The fragrance of tea wafted through the words. Yunqi stared at Yun Fan's message, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the screen. Memories of their previous confrontation, which had resulted in their father's admonition, flooded back, causing her temples to throb. She kicked the bed frame in frustration. Xie Xinglan, I need your help. From the lower bunk, a rustling sound indicated that the boy had just awakened, his voice raspy. What is going on so early? Murder? Help me curse someone, she replied, her tone laced with sparks of anger. Xie Xinglan chuckled lightly and replied slowly, Let me take a look. Yunqi leaned over the upper bunk and handed her phone down, her nails unconsciously scratching the bedspread. During the 10 seconds of waiting, she bit the inside of her lip repeatedly until she tasted iron. Is that all? Xie Xinglan suddenly snickered. His fingers danced across the screen as he responded, Sister, your memory seems quite poor. Could it be early onset dementia? Don't forget to attach a worried emoji. Yunqi snatched back her phone, poised to send a reply, but paused. Would this be too obvious? What are you afraid of? Came the sound of a lighter clicking from below, a mockery veiled as concern. Your father will only think you are sensible. She sent the message. Watching as Yun Fan's typing status flickered repeatedly, yet nothing came through. A sense of satisfaction washed over her at having silenced Yun Fan, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Feeling pleased now? Xie Xinglan's voice came from the lower bunk. Indeed, a message from WeChat popped up. If you're happy, please explain this picture to me. Your father has come to demand an explanation. Yunqi opened the message, her eyes widening in shock. What on earth is this? In the image, she was pulling Xie Xinglan's collar, gazing up at him, while he leaned down, their lips nearly touching. Yunqi's face flushed with anger. This is photoshopped. Xie Xinglan replied. I know. Who took this? That bastard Wen Sun. Just wait until I give him a piece of my mind. As she was about to call Wen Sun, she heard Xie Xinglan's low chuckle from the bunk below, followed by his teasing and nonchalant voice. The editing is quite impressive. Very lifelike. Yunqi's face turned crimson. Too embarrassed to look at the photo. Impressive? P.S. Spreading rumors. And my father saw it. During breakfast, Yun Fengpeng inadvertently spotted the photo on Yun Fan's phone. Yunqi was pulling Xie Xinglan's collar and kissing him. His first reaction was that Yunqi was shamelessly flirting with a man, and his expression darkened instantly. He slammed the phone down on the table. What is the meaning of this? Dad, Yun Fan panicked and knocked over his milk cup. In his attempt to clean up, he accidentally opened the chat, revealing Wen Sun's name. Meanwhile, in Xin village, in Xie Xinglan's room, Yunqi was on a call with Wen Sun and Jiang Lin, angrily reprimanding Wen Sun. The two of them collectively scolded him. Knowing he had done wrong, Wen Sun remained silent, absorbing their chastisement. Before hanging up, Jiang Lin reassured Yunqi that he would clarify everything with Yun Fengpeng. With her heart finally at ease, she was about to take a sip of water to catch her breath when Xie Xinglan interjected. Your father is calling. Yunqi instinctively recoiled, turning her face away. If he calls, you answer. He doesn't believe me anyway. Your words carry more weight. Xie Xinglan shrugged. Your dad messaged, asking you to pick up. Yunqi responded with a resigned silence. After a moment of waiting with no answer, Yun Fengpeng hung up. Both believed he would call back later. However, the next second, both their phones rang simultaneously, the caller being Yun Fengpeng. They exchanged glances, and upon meeting Xie Xingluan's dark gaze, Yunqi scratched her head. My dad has 2 phones. You answer. Just say I'm still asleep. With that, she made a swift attempt to escape. Xie Xingluan blocked her with a long stride, scoffing, You really know how to delegate. Caught off guard, Yunqi stumbled forward with a startled cry as he intercepted her. Chapter 22. Falling onto his lap, Xie Xingluan's pupils constricted as he instinctively reached out with his long arm. His hand firmly grasped her waist. An inertia caused them both to stagger. She found herself seated on Xie Xingluan's lap, her eyes wide as she looked up at him, who was also gazing down at her. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze. Yunqi caught a faint scent of mint, and for the first time, she was held in such a manner by a boy, leaving her completely dazed, forgetting even to struggle. The ringing of her phone persisted. Xie Xingluan's muscles tensed as a thought flashed through his mind. Initially, he had intended to drive this pampered young lady, Yunqi, away. However, after several attempts to tease her, she had remained unfazed. Wasn't Wen Sun providing him with a splendid opportunity? He could leverage Yunqi. If only he could let Yin Fengpeng witness his intimate behavior with her. It would serve a dual purpose. Not only could he rid himself of Yunqi, the spoiled heiress, but he could also disentangle himself from Yin Fengpeng's relentless pursuit and moral constraints. Xie Xingluan's gaze fixated on the name Uncle Yun on the screen, his finger hovering above the answer button. What a magnificent opportunity! If only he pressed this button. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Yunqi anxiously biting her lip, her delicate lips marked by faint impressions from her teeth. The intensity with which she bit her lip reminded him of that day, how she had, with reddened eyes, stubbornly asserted, "The innocent shall remain innocent." Memories of their playful banter over the past days flooded his mind, and he found himself feeling unexpectedly. Suddenly, he felt a surge of irritation and decisively pressed the phone down, his grip firm enough to crush any lingering thoughts. At that moment, Yunqi regained her composure. She abruptly sprang up from his embrace, and in her fluster, her head collided with his chin. Ouch! Xie Xingluan let out a muffled groan, caught off guard by the sudden impact that caused him to lean back, a dull pain resonating through his jaw. Frowning, he covered his chin with his hand. His knuckles pressed against the reddened skin, casting a slightly accusatory glance in her direction. Yunqi, momentarily taken aback, realized that her reaction had been purely instinctive, entirely unaware that she would bump into him. Seeing his pained expression, she instinctively reached out to check on him, but just as her fingertips lifted, they quickly retracted, her ears flushing with heat. You! She opened her mouth, intending to apologize, but the words morphed into a defiant mumble. Who told you to suddenly pull me? Xie Xingluan narrowed his eyes, his tongue brushing against his numb jaw, a smirk playing on his lips. Miss Yun, I pulled you to prevent you from falling. How is it that you feel justified after colliding with someone? Yunqi found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her cheeks growing warmer, yet unwilling to concede. She glared at him defiantly. Well, you shouldn't. Before she could finish her thought, the phone's shrill ringing interrupted their standoff. Xie Xingluan raised an eyebrow. We need to address your father's issue first. In the room, Xie Xingluan instructed Yunqi to apply makeup to redden her cheeks, pale her lips, and create dark circles under her eyes. The more unappealing her appearance, the better. The typically refined Yunqi promptly protested. Why should I make myself look ugly? Xie Xingluan replied. To feign illness. Yunqi was still somewhat perplexed, but after listening to Xie Xingluan outline the general plan, she reluctantly began to apply her makeup. While she was in her room preparing, Xie Xingluan busied himself outside, gathering props. During this time, both of their phones rang with calls from Yin Fengpeng. As Yunqi was applying a muted white lip gloss, she nearly reached for her phone upon hearing that urgent ringtone. Just then, Xie Xingluan entered with a colorful array of pills and a bowl of medicine, quickly calling out to her, "Don't answer." Startled, Yunqi retracted her hand, her heart racing with anxiety. Hey, Xie Xingluan, you don't know my father has temper. After calling me so many times without a response, he is definitely going to be furious. She knew he would already be irate upon seeing the photos, and with her failing to answer, his anger would only escalate. However, Xie remained composed, lazily glancing at her with a smirk. If you wish to be scolded, feel free to answer now. It's entirely up to you. Observing the boy's confident demeanor, Yunqi swallowed hard but tried to ignore the incessant ringing of her phone. She continued to scrutinize her pale visage in the mirror, muttering, "Humph. I'll trust you just this once. If the outcome is unsatisfactory, I shall have my revenge." Meanwhile, Xie arranged the medications on the coffee table beside the sofa. 10 minutes later, everything was ready. Unhurriedly, Xie took Yunqi's phone and dialed Yun Fengpeng. As soon as the call connected, Yun Fengpeng's furious voice erupted. "Well, you Yunqi, I called you so many times, and you haven't picked up?" A female voice interjected, "Dad, don't blame my sister. She must have just woken up." Xie frowned, lowering the volume, and spoke, "Uncle Yun, Yunqi is unwell." The tirade abruptly ceased. Yun Fengpeng's voice was filled with skepticism. She was perfectly fine yesterday. How could she suddenly fall ill today? "Xinglan, let her speak." When Yunqi finally answered the call, Yun Fengpeng switched to a video call to personally assess her condition. As the video connected, the camera shook violently for a moment. Initially, Xie tense jawline filled the screen. Before it descended to reveal, Yunqi weakly reclined on the sofa. Her hair clung damply to her forehead, her complexion flushed, lips pale, and dark circles under her eyes, making her appear utterly drained. Both Yun Fengpeng and Yun Fan gasped in shock, one wide-eyed, the other letting out a startled scream. Yunqi was generally healthy and seldom ill. They had never witnessed her in such a pitiful state. "Dad," Yunqi whispered faintly. Yun Fengpeng's anger froze on the screen, his eyes narrowing. "What happened?" "She started running a fever last night and hasn't slept at all," Xie explained. Yun Fan, feeling something was amiss, noticed the medications on the coffee table and inquired, "Has she taken her medicine?" Yun Fengpeng frowned, "Then make sure she takes her medicine. And after that, I want a thorough explanation about the photos." A wave of panic surged through Yunqi. They intended to witness her take the medicine. Yet she was not actually ill. The medicine was merely a prop for the act. Yet, Xie remained unfazed. Instead, he complied with their wishes, bringing over the colorful pills and the bowl filled with dark brown liquid from the coffee table. As he approached, Yunqi instinctively curled her toes under the blanket. She did not wish to consume those peculiar concoctions. She was acutely aware that Yun Fan suspected her of feigning illness, deliberately compelling her to take the medication on the spot. In that moment, Yunqi felt an overwhelming urge to kick Xie away, blaming him for his ill-conceived suggestion. Xie raised an eyebrow. "Yunqi, take your medicine." Yunqi fixated on the liquid in the bowl and the pills in his hand, her throat tightening with trepidation. "Yunqi." The dissatisfied voice of Yun Fengpeng emanated from the phone. "Why haven't you taken your medicine yet?" Yun Fan leaned closer to the screen. "Sister, hurry and take your medicine. Only then will you recover." Fuming, Yunqi shot Xie a glare, forcefully kicking his calf with her left foot. Then, with a resolve akin to a final stand, she tossed several pills in her mouth and promptly drained the contents of the bowl. Xie narrowed his eyes, discreetly grasping her restless left foot and securing her ankle firmly. Yunqi was momentarily bewildered as the flavor burst on her tongue. She suddenly realized that the so-called medicine was merely chocolate beans and cola. Witnessing Yunqi obediently consume the concoction, Yun Fan's expression visibly soured. Meanwhile, Yun Fengpeng continued to press her about her lack of response to phone calls and the matter of the photograph. However, due to Yunqi's illness, his tone softened considerably, albeit still constrained by suppressed anger. Finally, the opportunity for Yunqi to explain arrived. There was no need for pretense. She expressed her feelings candidly, indignantly recounting. "The photo was edited by one's son. He intentionally mocked me, but mistakenly sent it to my sister, with such obvious signs of alteration. How could my sister, who usually edits her selfies, not notice? Father, if you do not believe me, I can show you the original." She promptly sent the unedited image that one's son had sent her. Yun Fengpeng compared the two images, and indeed, the one on Yun Fan's phone had been tampered with. At that moment, the unfolding events had entirely surpassed Yun Fan's expectations, causing her to momentarily display a look of panic. Yun Fengping's gaze slowly shifted to Yun Fan, his eyes filled with scrutiny and doubt. Chapter 23. Oops, I slipped contemplating the obedient and gentle nature of Yun Fan. He feared that a few reprimanding words might provoke tears. With Xie Xinglan, an outsider, still present, it was best to postpone such discussions to preserve family dignity. He withdrew his gaze from Yun Fan and resumed inquiring about Yun Qi's health. Xie Xinglan, perceiving his thoughts, could not suppress a cold smirk within. It brought to mind the last time he heard Yun Fengpong scold Yun Qi, leading him to sincerely lament the evident favoritism displayed by the latter towards his two daughters. Yun Fengpong remarked, "Qi has always been in good health, rarely falling ill. How could she suddenly have a fever?" Xie Xinglan cast a meaningful glance at Yun Fan on the screen, out of frustration. An extended silence ensued. It appeared that Yun Fengpong was a loss for words. His indifference suggested that this young lady did not enjoy her father's affection. Xie Xinglan cast a sympathetic glance towards Yun Qi on the sofa, initially expecting that upon learning of his daughter's illness, Yun Fengpong would exhibit concern and warmth. Yun Fengpong eventually broached another topic. What was the matter with the photos? What were you all doing? Xie Xinglan lifted his eyelids, opting to place the blame entirely on Wen Sun, as this series of misunderstandings stemmed from the childish antics of this immature student. The photos had been captured by him, and the edits were also his doing. He replied, when Sun suggested playing a game of blind man's bluff. Yun Fengpong. Yun Fan. Meanwhile, Yun Qi, lying on the sofa, stifled a laugh, nearly bursting forth as she bit her lip to suppress it. The next moment, however, Yun Fengpong erupted in anger, his temples throbbing. In your final year of high school, you're still playing such childish games? That one family boy truly is. Xie Xinglan added fuel to the fire. He also took the photos and edited them. From his observations, it was clear that Yun Qi and Wen Sun enjoyed teasing one another, engaging in playful banter typical of cousins. As an elder, Yun Fengpong was evidently aware of Wen Sun's nature. Xie Xinglan aimed to convey that this was merely a prank by Wen Sun, a misunderstanding. For the final blow, Xie Xinglan remarked, he combined things that should never be together. This, of course, referred to their mouths. Yun Fengping's face turned a deep shade of anger. That Wen Sun truly is something else. He turned your graduation photo into a meme. And now he's mocking your sister. This was directed at Yun Fan. Yun Fan's expression soured as memories of the meme resurfaced. Likewise, Yun Qi on the sofa recalled the amusing meme upon hearing Yun Fengping's words. Wen Sun had superimposed Yun Fan's features onto a wildly swaying White Lotus gif. Wen Sun had even remarked at the time, Yun Fan and the White Lotus are a perfect match. Xie Xinglan caught a glimpse of the girl on the sofa, whose lips curved into a smile, clearly amused. What could that foolish girl be laughing at? He squinted, subtly curving his lips in response, cautious not to make it too pronounced lest it be noticed by Yun Fengpong. At that moment, Yun Fengpong appeared to have misdirected his anger entirely towards Wen Sun, feeling rather awkward. Yet, he felt a sense of helplessness, as if there was nowhere to vent his frustrations. He was well aware of Wen Sun's nature. The mischievous lad was notorious for his antics, a fact he had come to accept. Ultimately, he awkwardly shifted the conversation, choosing not to bring up the matter of the photograph any further. Given that Qi was unwell, he entrusted her care to Xinglan. Yun Fan's nails dug deeply into her palm, unwilling to concede. But she maintained a demeanor aligned with Yun Fengpong's attitude, her face betraying concern. Indeed, Xinglan, I entrust my sister to your care. What is there to worry about? Xie Xinglan abruptly interrupted, casually twirling the thermometer in his fingers. It's merely 38 degrees. She won't perish. After all, the young lady is in good health. His words were sharp, seemingly intended for someone's ears. Yun Fengpong was not a fool. He grasped that Xie Xinglan was mocking him. Yun Fan recognized that her concern for Yun Qi was merely for show, and upon hearing those words, she felt a surge of guilt. A single remark was enough to alter the expressions of both individuals on the video call. They moved their lips in unison, ready to speak. Yun Fengpong appeared displeased, while Yun Fan feigned a look of grievance. Yun Fengpeng, Xinglan, you. Yin Fan, you. Misunderstand us. Xie Xinglan nonchalantly pressed the call disconnect button, feigning surprise. Oh dear, my hand slipped. The voices of the two abruptly ceased. Yin Shi quickly sprang up from the sofa. Xie Xinglan, are we just going to brush this aside? Xie Xinglan lazily lifted his eyelids, a playful grin gracing his lips. What is the matter? Is the young lady dissatisfied? Yin Shi's eyes sparkled, brimming with excitement. Satisfied. Extremely satisfied. She leaped up, her skirt tracing a joyful arc in the air. Did you not see Yin Fan's face? It was nearly green with anger. And my father. He was rendered speechless by your retort. Recalling her earlier panic before taking the medicine, Yin Shi's laughter faltered, and she glared at him. Why didn't you inform me beforehand that the medicine was fake? Xie Xinglan, with a mischievous demeanor, replied. You didn't ask. So I assumed you were aware. Due to the arrival of Jiang Lin and Wen Sun, Grandma Xie had originally planned to make dumplings for everyone today. She had not anticipated the unexpected turn of events. Jiang Lin and Wen Sun left prematurely. Once he had dealt with Yin Fengpeng's matters and heard from Yin Shi that the two had departed, Xie Xinglan hurriedly called his grandmother. However, it was too late. Grandma Xie informed him that she had already purchased enough pork and dumpling wrappers for 5 people. Nevertheless, Grandma Xie was clever. She invited the two back home to share the dumplings with them. As Xie Xinglan and Yin Shi stepped outside to greet them, they spotted Lin Yu and He Yin accompanying Grandma Xie. Upon seeing He Yin, Xie Xinglan and Yin Shi exchanged a glance. Xie Xinglan, Yin Shi. Lin Yu greeted them with a smile. Brother Lon. Miss Yun. He bit her lip. Brother Lon, Mississippi. Yun. Xie Xinglan nodded in acknowledgement. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Lin Yu. The moment Yin Shi laid eyes on He Yin, her lips parted slightly, astonished that He Yin had the audacity to visit Xie Xinglan as home. Upon encountering the two individuals, she courteously responded with a polite smile, her gaze, like Xie Xinglan's, fixated solely on Lin Yu. He Yin sensed the aloofness emanating from the pair, her lips turning pale from the pressure of her bite. Grandmother Xie, unaware of the previous delivery incident, could not discern the peculiar bond between Xie Xinglan and Yun Shi towards He Yin. Nevertheless, she did notice that He Yin's complexion appeared somewhat off. With a hint of concern, she inquired, Little Yin, are you feeling unwell? Yin forced a smile, her voice barely above a whisper. No, it's nothing, Grandma. I might just be a bit hungry upon hearing this. Grandmother Xie immediately felt a pang of compassion and grasped her hand, exclaiming, Oh dear, let us hurry inside. The dumplings I made are absolutely delightful. He Yin lowered her gaze, allowing Grandmother Xie to guide her indoors. Yet her eyes could not help but dart towards Xie Xinglan. However, Xie Xinglan offered her not even a fleeting glance, his attention entirely devoted to Yun Shi. Chapter 24. Utter nonsense, Xie Xinglan. When making dumplings, you should sit beside me. Yun Shi, puzzled, murmured, Why should I listen to you? Xie Xinglan paused for a moment, not wishing for He Yin to sit beside him. A thought crossed his mind. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly leaned closer to Yun Shi's ear, lowering his voice. Who helped you deal with Lao Deng and that white lotus just now? The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing Yun Shi's ears to flush as she instinctively took a half step away. You're trying to repay a favor. Xie Xinglan straightened up, hands in his pockets, lazily raising an eyebrow. So what? I don't help others for free. I expect compensation. Yun Shi was infuriated by his shameless demeanor, placing her hands on her hips and glaring at him, muttering, Xie Xinglan, when did you become so calculating? After finally chopping the pork and preparing the filling, the 5 of them gathered around the table to begin making dumplings. Grandma sat on the left side of the table, while Xie Xinglan and Yun Shi faced He Yin and Lin Yu. Xie Xinglan glanced at Yun Shi on his right, a mischievous smile curling on his lips. It was evident that this young lady had never made dumplings before. She frequently looked up to observe Grandma's technique, imitating her with great effort. As she was about to finish, her bright almond eyes sparkled with excitement. When comparing the finished product with Grandma's, she awkwardly bit her lip, her ears turning red, and swiftly concealed the unsightly dumpling among a pile of neatly made ones, convinced her act was flawless. He could not help but scoff softly. Foolish girl. What was the point of hiding it? Such an ugly dumpling was easily noticeable. Yunqi's little antics did not go unnoticed by Xie Xinglan, as they were also caught by He. Observing Yunqi's poorly crafted dumpling, He exclaimed, delicately pinching the lopsided dumpling with her fingertips, her voice soft and sweet, "Grandma, look at this dumpling. The skin is torn and the filling is leaking." Everyone's gaze immediately shifted to the unfortunate dumpling. Yunqi, realizing He Yin's intentional provocation, she frowned at her. Grandma Xie leaned over to take a look and couldn't help but laugh. "This dumpling has too much filling. It will fall apart when boiled." Lin Yu leaned in to take a peek and followed suit with laughter. "Who made this? It's too abstract." The most critical question had been posed. A glimmer of excitement flashed in He Yin's eyes as she prepared to expose Yunqi. Yunqi swiftly brushed away her earlier embarrassment. She had no intention of giving He Yin the satisfaction of feeling awkward. Clearing her throat, she prepared to boldly confess. However, before either could speak, Xie Xinglan interjected. With a loud thud, he slammed the rolling pin onto He Yin's table, startling her into a scream as she stumbled back, inadvertently releasing the dumpling she had made. Xie Xinglan extended his long arm, gently catching the dumpling. "I made it, so what?" Grandma Xie and Lin Yu quickly steadied the nearly falling He Yin. Her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. "Longu, you scared me." Lin Yu hurriedly supported her, whispering, "Longu, what were you thinking?" Grandma Xie patted her grandson's shoulder. "You little brat, don't be so reckless. You nearly scared the girl." Xie Xinglan, however, played with the unsightly dumpling in her hand with an air of nonchalance, barely lifting her eyelids, murmuring, "Slipped my hand." Yunqi stared blankly at Xie Xinglan, astonished that she would claim the dumpling on her behalf. Out of the corner of her eye, Xie Xinglan caught a glimpse of her, suddenly breaking into a smile. "What do you understand?" she said, her fingertips gently twirling the crooked dumpling. With a serious demeanor, she added, "This dumpling is quite adorable. It is far more charming than the conventional ones. I can't bear to look. Such earnest nonsense." Yunqi felt her cheeks flush, biting her lower lip and averting her gaze. Lin Yu looked utterly bewildered. "Huh? Longa what? Why?" A sharp glance from Xie Xinglan silenced him. "Do you have any objections?" Lin Yu immediately shook his head fervently. No. The dumplings made by Longu are simply unique." He forced a smile. Lan Ji's taste is rather distinctive. Xie Nai observed Yunqi's crimson face and finally discerned the truth. So, this dumpling was made by Yunqi, and this boy, Xinglan, was protecting her. She chuckled to herself, feigning ignorance, and cheerfully remarked, "Ah, making dumplings is all about joy. Who cares if they look good or not, as long as they taste delicious." Jiang Lin and Wen Sun had traveled for several hours back to Qinglang City, with the driver escorting them to the Yun family villa. In the presence of the Yun family chauffeur, he refrained from directly criticizing Yun Fan and instead chatted with Jiang Lin on his phone. When Sun texted, "It's all Yun Fan's fault. She intentionally showed the photo to my uncle." Jiang Lin replied, "Sai, you share some responsibility in this matter. That photo was already prone to misinterpretation, and you made it all the more ambiguous." Recalling the edited photo, a wave of discomfort washed over Jiang Lin. The intimate pose of Yunqi and Xie Xinglan in the picture inexplicably irritated him. When Sun added, pointing at his fingers, "I admit my fault. My cousin scolded me for half an hour on WeChat, and I didn't dare to retort. Innocently wronged." JPG, Jiang Lin inquired, "How is Chi doing now? Has Uncle Yin made things difficult for her?" When Sun responded, "Oh, right. I forgot to mention, my cousin said Longu taught her to feign illness to get by. We need to synchronize our stories. If her father asks, we'll say we were playing a blindfolded game when the photo was taken." Wiping sweat, and I have to take the blame for suggesting the game. Awkwardly scratching head. JPG, Master Biao, young Master Jiang. "We have arrived at the Yun family villa. Please disembark." The car came to a halt, and the driver opened the door for them. Upon entering, Yin Fengpeng indeed inquired about the photo, cautioning them against visiting Yunqi too easily, as it would disrupt her rehabilitation. He insisted that any visit required his consent. Subsequently, he summoned Wen Sun into the study for a reprimand. In the living room, only Jiang Lin and Yun Fan remained. She wore a white dress today, Her hair gently curled at the ends, cascading over her shoulders, exuding a gentle charm. Brother Jianglin, Yun Fan approached with a fruit platter, her voice so soft it seemed to drip with sweetness. Have some fruit. Jianglin politely accepted, deliberately avoiding any contact with her fingers. Thank you. Yun Fan feigned concern, inquiring about how she was faring in the countryside. I truly fear she may struggle to adapt. Jianglin cast a fleeting glance her way and remarked, She is far stronger than you presume. Yun Fan bit her lip and lowered her voice, confessing, in truth, I intended to keep that photograph from my sister. Jianglin's gaze turned icy, yet she remained silent. At that moment, when Sun sauntered out from the study, fortuitously overhearing Yun Fan's words, he tilted his head, displaying an innocuous smile. Oh, cousin, your words are quite amusing. No one has ever questioned whether it was intentional, so why do you insist on emphasizing it? He blinked, recalling a saying, Ah, yes, those with guilty consciences often feel compelled to proclaim their innocence. Chapter 25. I am a family member. I'm on my way indeed. One cannot feign illness. 3 days ago, Yunqi pretended to be unwell, yet unexpectedly, just 3 days later, she truly fell ill. She caught a cold. 2 days prior, Xie Xinglan, accompanied by his grandmother, took a trip back to Qinglang City to pay respects to his grandfather. Last night, while sleeping, she inadvertently lowered the air conditioning temperature, awakening in the middle of the night to the chill, only to find herself with a stuffy nose upon waking. Now, she had just exited the clinic on Zine Street after purchasing medicine, preparing to return home. Across the street, Hien found her wrist firmly grasped by Hifeng, the blonde youth grinning mischievously. Sister, stop pretending. Hifeng elongated his tone, his fingers digging into her flesh. I saw your chat records. Miss Yunqi invited you to meet, claiming she had some valuable gift for you. What, do you intend to keep it all for yourself? Hien's voice trembled. You snooped on my phone? Less talking. Hifeng leaned in closer, lowering his voice in a menacing whisper. Mom said, if you dare to hide anything, don't even think about stepping into our home. Hien's nails nearly dug into her palm. What gift could she possibly possess? The so-called valuable gift from Yunqi was, in fact, a trap, evidence of her tampering with Yunqi's delivery, a banquet set for her downfall. If her brother and mother were to discover that she owed 500,000, she would undoubtedly face a severe beating upon her return. Thus, she had no choice but to keep up the fade, pretending that such a gift truly existed. Ironically, this only led to her insatiable brother pestering her incessantly for the past 4 to 5 days, blocking her at every turn, even in her hotel room. She could not escape his relentless pursuit. I said I want tea, give it. She growled through clenched teeth. Hifeng, growing impatient, retorted, either you hand it over right now, or I'll go straight to the milk tea shop and ask, let us see what kind of goodies that young lady has gifted you. No, don't go. Hien panicked, gripping his sleeve tightly. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught a familiar figure across the street. Yunqi was standing at the intersection, waiting for the traffic light, holding a bag from the pharmacy. A malicious thought flashed through her mind. Hifeng was a rogue, unafraid of anything, and had engaged in numerous petty crimes. Yunqi was not an innocent either. Hien quickly called out towards Yunqi, feigning urgency, Yunqi. She controlled her volume so that Yunqi would not actually hear her, yet it was loud enough to catch Hifeng's attention. Today, she donned a light apricot-colored chiffon dress, high-waisted wide-leg pants, and carried a designer handbag. Her beautiful curly hair made her appear as if she existed on an entirely different plane from others. Hifeng immediately followed her gaze, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Yunqi, panting, halted her steps, only then realizing she had wandered into a dead end. 10 minutes prior, she had keenly sensed someone trailing her, prompting her to break into a brisk run. However, she was unfamiliar with the roads of Zine Village and had no idea where she had run to. Surrounding her were several self-built 3-story brick houses adorned with verdant tiles. Yet the gates to the courtyards remained firmly shut. She had inadvertently turned into an empty alleyway. Hifeng approached her step by step, cursing under his breath, Damn, Missy, you can really run. Who are you? Why have you been following me? Yunqi retreated in fear. It doesn't matter who I am, Hifeng grinned, revealing a row of teeth yellowed by smoke. He rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, making a gesture that implied he wanted money. I just want to borrow some cash from you. So it turned out she had encountered a small-time thug. Yun-Chi bit her lower lip, suppressing her fear, her fingers subtly reaching for her handbag. There was no cash in her bag, but she did have a canister of pepper spray. She needed to first lower the thug's guard. Her eyelashes trembled gently, like a frightened butterfly. She shrank back slightly, looking timidly at Yifeng. Her voice barely above a whisper, "Brother, I don't have much money on me." Yifeng's eyes lit up, greedily stepping forward by 2 paces. "Take out whatever you have. Don't rush me." She timidly raised her glistening eyes, her fingers trembling as she opened her handbag. "Let me check." The alley was eerily quiet, interrupted only by the rustling sound of her rummaging through her bag. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the buildings, casting fragmented light patterns on her delicate face. Yifeng gazed at her, entranced, smiling widely. "You're truly beautiful." He licked his dry lips, a lewd glimmer in his eyes. "Can I have a kiss first?" Yun-Chi fought back her disgust, her fingers quietly clutching the canister of pepper spray. She slightly lowered her head, pretending to be shy. "Then, brother, could you close your eyes first?" Yifeng excitedly closed his eyes, pouting his lips. In that fleeting moment, Yun-Chi swiftly drew out the pepper spray and aimed it at his face, pressing down hard, while simultaneously delivering a fierce knee to his groin. "Take that, you perverted punk," she yelled, furiously spraying the canister. Yifeng let out a dreadful scream, clutching his groin in agony, his face contorted in pain. Beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead, his eyes stinging from the spray. "Damn, filthy bitch." In a desperate attempt to retaliate, he blindly grabbed at her sleeve. Let go of me." Yun-Chi cried out, struggling in disgust to free herself from his grasp. But Yifeng held on tightly, pulling her forcefully. In a fit of rage, she bit down hard on his hand. "Damn bitch." Yifeng angrily shoved her away, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground, losing consciousness. Caught off guard by the force, Yun-Chi was thrown against the wall behind her. The back of her head collided with the wall, and a shower of golden stars exploded before her eyes as the world spun around her. She instinctively reached out to steady herself against the wall, but found her limbs suddenly powerless, her body slowly sliding down. After a while, amidst the heat rising from the asphalt, a pair of canvas shoes stopped in front of Yun-Chi's hair. Xie Xinglan and her grandmother returned to Xin village in the afternoon, only to find that Yun-Chi was not at home. "Xinglan, call that girl and see where she is," Grandma Xie said. Xie Xinglan dialed the phone, and it was quickly answered. She spoke lazily. "Hello, miss, where have you gone?" "Greetings, this is the Xin Street Police Station." A feminine voice emerged, yet it was not Yun-Chi. Xie Xinglan's smile instantly froze. "The patient is currently in the emergency department of Xin Hospital. Are you a family member?" The officer's tone exuded a calm professionalism, revealing that someone had reported finding her with a head injury in the alley, alongside an unconscious male. Initial assessments suggested an attempted robbery, but the victim had sustained a blow to the back of the head and had yet to regain consciousness. Xie Xinglan's fingers turned pale, nearly crushing his phone. He heard his own voice as if it were drifting from a distant place. "I'm a family member. I will be there shortly." Chapter 26. Embracing him at Xin Hospital, Xie Xinglan stood before the doctor's desk, his jawline taut and his voice restrained with impatience. "Doctor, what is the situation? Is there something wrong with her mind?" 10 minutes prior, Yun-Chi had awakened and leapt into his embrace. Xie Xinglan froze, astonished as he beheld the soft, furry head nestled against him. Like an injured creature seeking comfort, Yun-Chi rubbed against his chest, her voice tinged with grievance. "Xie Xinglan, you finally returned. Thankfully, I brought pepper spray this morning, otherwise." The doctor's words interrupted his reverie. He placed the CT scan onto the viewing light, pointing at the images as he explained. "According to the examination results, Miss Yin has sustained a mild concussion. The symptoms you describe suggest she is experiencing temporary memory disarray. She may be conflating certain memories or misrecognizing specific individuals." "So, she has lost her memory?" Xie Xinglan pondered. "Is that why she took the wrong medication and threw herself at me?" The doctor shook his head. "Not entirely in the traditional sense of amnesia. To be precise, it is a case of memory confusion." He opened the medical record. "How long will this condition last?" Xie Xinglan's voice softened involuntarily. Typically, it can last from a few days to. The doctor's sentence was abruptly cut off by the sudden opening of the door. Yunqi stood barefoot in the doorway, her hospital gown's oversized sleeves revealing her slender wrists. Her gaze fixed on Xie Xinglan, her expression a mix of irritation and expectation. Xie Xinglan, didn't you say you would bring me something delicious? Half an hour later, in the hospital room, Yunqi indulged in a chestnut cake. Her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster hoarding its food. After a mere bite, she scrunched her face in disdain. This is terrible. It doesn't taste like this. Before Xie Xinglan could respond, Yunqi continued to grumble, her voice laced with disappointment. This doesn't taste like the chestnut cake from that dessert shop in the west of the city. A fleeting thought crossed Xie Xinglan's mind, and he felt a mix of amusement and an inexplicable irritation. Just days ago, Jiang Lin had brought her the very same chestnut cake. It seemed this young lady had mistaken him for her elder brother, Jiang Lin. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who am I?" Yunqi looked up at him, her large eyes sparkling. Xie Xinglan. Xie Xinglan. Then who does she think I am? The one who called the police was Yin. According to her account, she had spotted her brother, Feng, following Yunqi and, concerned for her safety, decided to follow them. Upon discovering them both unconscious, she promptly called the authorities. The police officers assigned to the case arrived at the hospital in the afternoon to take initial statements. 2 officers came in total, one named Officer Wang and the other Officer Li. Officer Wang went to take statements from Feng's room, while Officer Li was responsible for Yunqi. The statement-taking process was conducted privately, leaving other family members to wait outside. Xie Xinglan sat in a chair in the hospital corridor, replying to a text from his grandmother. "Grandmother, what is the situation now? The police are taking statements now. Grandmother, is that girl seriously injured? What did the doctor say?" Xie Xinglan's fingers lingered momentarily on the screen before erasing the words concussion, and he retyped. "It's nothing. I'm still full of life." "Grandmother, then you all come back early. I will have dinner ready at home waiting for you." Just as Xie Xinglan finished replying to the message, a cacophony erupted from the end of the corridor. He looked up to see Yin's mother reprimanding her, while a young nurse attempted to intervene. "Ma'am, this is a hospital. Please refrain from making such a racket." Yet, Yin's mother paid no heed, continuing her loud tirade. "You ungrateful wretch. How dare you report your brother to the police? I raised you to betray your own brother? Go tell the officers it was all a misunderstanding. Otherwise, don't even think about coming home tonight." Yin's eyes welled with tears. "Fine, if I can't go in, then I won't. This house has never been a place for me. In a hospital, such senseless uproar is the most detestable, severely affecting the patients." Xie Xinglan cast another glance at the tightly closed door of the ward. Yunqi's statement had yet to conclude. He took out his phone, his fingers deftly tapping in a series of numbers. 5 minutes passed. 2 burly security guards dragged Yin's mother away, and tranquility returned to the hospital. The nurse gently comforted Yin before resuming her duties. As she departed, she glanced around in confusion, muttering softly, "How strange. I haven't even notified the security department." However, Yin's gaze uncontrollably drifted to the figure seated on the corridor bench. The young man was engrossed in his phone, the cold white light illuminating the sharply defined contours of his profile. Even his frown appeared striking enough to make one's heart flutter. Amid the chaos, she had noticed it was he who made the call. He had come to her rescue. In an instant, a wave of impulsiveness surged within her, causing her to forget Xie Xinglan's disdain and approach him directly. "Lan Yi." "Thank you." Yet reality swiftly brought her back to her senses. Xie Xinglan did not even raise his head, his long fingers gliding across the screen. His tone indifferent. "Who is your brother?" Yin's breath hitched, her fingers instinctively gripping the hem of her clothes. When he spoke again, he finally looked up, his dark eyes laced with a hint of mockery. "Don't get ahead of yourself. I merely find it noisy." He paused, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Yin's complexion turned ashen in an instant. After both parties completed their preliminary statements, the 2 officers gathered the families in the hospital's mediation room to discuss the incident. Inside the room, the scent of disinfectant mingled with an undercurrent of tension. The accounts from both sides varied significantly. Yunqi claimed she was being stalked and extorted by Feng, and had defended herself with pepper spray, ultimately colliding with the wall and losing consciousness. Conversely, Yifeng argued he was merely following his sister's orders and even accused Yunqi of luring him. Yifeng's mother, agitated, insisted that they could not solely trust Yunqi's version. The police promptly produced surveillance footage from the incident location, along with images from Yifeng's phone capturing Yunqi's silhouette while she was being pursued. In an instant, Yifeng's mother turned pale, then shifted the focus to the incident where Yunqi had kicked her son in a sensitive area, exclaiming, "She kicked my son in the most vulnerable spot. How is that self-defense?" Xie Xinglan scoffed, "Auntie, if your son's little escapade were truly to be damaged, he would undoubtedly be in the urology department wailing for his mother by now. How could he still be spinning tales here?" The mediation room fell into a chilling silence. His mother's face turned a deep shade of purple, her finger trembling as she pointed at Xie Xinglan. You little scoundrel." Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow, offering a smile that could only be described as politely sardonic. "You flatter me. I cannot possibly compare to your son. Stalking, robbery, and the defamation of women. He has truly earned the title of model student in the Rogue S Academy." "Enough." Officer Wang slammed his hand on the table. "The facts are quite clear. Yifeng is suspected of attempted robbery and intentional harm. Following his recovery, he will face administrative detention and fines. Should Miss Yin choose to press charges upon hearing the officer's words." His mother turned pale, her lips quivering, and she suddenly whipped around, glaring furiously at Ying before delivering a sharp slap. "It's all your fault, you calamity. You've harmed your brother." Ying staggered backward from the blow, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Yet she lowered her head and did not evade. Two officers quickly intervened to restrain his mother. "Madam E, this constitutes domestic violence." Yet she continued to thrash about hysterically, pointing at Ying and screaming, "Wretch, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" Ying trembled, clutching herself tightly, tears splattering onto the floor, but her nails dug painfully into her palms, pain that paled in comparison to the twisted satisfaction brewing within her. Retribution. She kept her head down, her lips barely twitching. It was she who had deliberately called out Yin Chi's name. Leading to her brother's predicament, she had also intentionally reported him to ensure he learned a lesson. But now no one would ever know, even as she was restrained. His mother continued to rant and rave. Xie Xinglan rose leisurely, a seemingly amused smile gracing his lips as he kindly reminded her, "Annie, your son is clearly guilty of attempted robbery. The evidence is irrefutable. If you continue to make a scene, you will only exacerbate his sentence." The vicious expression on his mother's face froze instantly, as she suddenly found herself devoid of all strength and recourse. Chapter 27. Xie Xinglan. "Wave your hand at me." Xie Xinglan initially intended to return to the hospital room to explain the discussion results from the mediation room to Yunqi. However, upon reaching the staircase of the inpatient department, he heard the desperate shouts of Yifeng echoing down the corridor. "What are you pretending to be high and mighty about? I merely asked to borrow some money, and suddenly I'm a would-be robber. You nearly caused me to become childless." He was being restrained by two medical staff, struggling fiercely to break free and storm into Yunqi's room. The medical personnel held Yifeng firmly, urging, "Mr. He, please calm down. Get away." He struggled. His eyes reddened as he screamed towards the ward, "You filthy whore. Come out if you dare." Xie Xinglan's expression hardened. He was about to approach when, slap. A petite figure dashed out and accurately delivered a sharp slap to Yifeng's face. Before anyone could react, the corridor was filled with the clear voice of the girl. "First, you were following and attempting to rob. You deserve that slap. Second," she shook her tingling hand, "your barking is disturbing me and the other patients. You deserve another." The corridor fell into stunned silence. Yifeng, covering his face, stared in disbelief, while even the security personnel who had rushed to maintain order were momentarily taken aback. The medical staff exchanged glances, their lips twitching as they struggled to suppress their laughter. Just moments ago, Yifeng had been so aggressive, yet a single slap from the girl had left him dazed. Leaning against the fire hydrant, Xie Xinglan swallowed hard, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow with appreciation. Not bad. Though her mind might be a bit off, her fighting spirit was commendable. Sunlight streamed through the window at the end of the corridor, illuminating the girl. Her long hair was tied in a low ponytail, cascading smoothly in front of her, with bangs tucked behind her delicate ears. The sleeves of her patient gown were rolled up to her elbows, revealing her slender arms. Her porcelain-white face bore a slight frown, and her pink lips were tightly pressed, showcasing her evident discontent. Though visibly upset, there was something inexplicably captivating about her. Suddenly, the girl turned her gaze towards him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Her voice softened. Third, the onlookers followed her gaze to the back, where a boy stood. When they turned back, they saw the previously fierce girl running towards him, her voice filled with a mix of grievance and urgency. Xie Xinglan, have you had enough of the show? My hand hurts. Before she could finish, she had already thrown herself into his embrace. Xie Xinglan froze momentarily, looking down at the tuft of soft hair on her head, his throat constricting tightly. The hand that had struck was raised before his eyes, the tips faintly tinged with red. What are you doing? He asked, his voice taut, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Yunqi lifted her face, justifying her actions with a shake of her hand. Xie Xinglan, wave your hand at me. He foamed, being led away by the medical staff, spat in contempt and cursed. Damn it, you slapped me and still have the nerve to complain about your hand hurting. The medical personnel, impatient, pressed him to move along. Hurry up. The girl is simply being affectionate towards her boyfriend. And so, they returned to the hospital room. Yunqi insisted that Xie Xinglan blow on her hand. Why should I do that for you? Xie Xinglan replied. Yunqi gazed at him earnestly, tugging at his sleeve and shaking it. Xie Xinglan, after all, had lived 19 years without ever indulging in such foolishness as blowing on a girl's hand. Yet, considering her current state of confusion, he reluctantly pinched her fingertips and blew lightly twice, all the while discussing matters regarding the mediation room. He informed her that the person who reported her was He Yin, and the thug who had been following her, He Feng, was He Yin's brother. He posed a critical question. Do you wish to press charges against He Feng? Yunqi abruptly withdrew her hand, shaking her head disdainfully. No, I do not wish to have any further entanglement with that person. I have already made him suffer enough. I kicked him where it hurts, and even slapped him just now. That should keep him in pain for a while. Besides, the police will surely handle him. So why should I waste my time getting involved with him further? Xie Xinglan's gaze fell upon her face, a faint smile dancing on his lips, though his eyes held no warmth. He seemed quite unconcerned. He, indeed, the girl replied, tilting her head expectantly and gesturing towards the top of her head. Does her head still hurt? He asked. She shook her head, a look of dissatisfaction and grievance on her face as she looked at him. You don't even touch my head and praise me anymore? You used to do that. Xie Xinglan's expression darkened. He was acutely aware that he had never touched her head or praised her. On the contrary, they had always been at odds, exchanging insults rather than compliments. Calling her a fool or an idiot was more their style. Therefore, was this part of her memory distortion? He was curious about the specifics of Yunqi's muddled recollections and inquired, when did this happen? Yunqi looked at him in confusion. What are you doing? Are you pretending to have amnesia? Many times, such as when you hugged me while playing games and I won, or when I made beautiful dumplings, or when we fought back against the Yin together. This was utterly absurd. The memory distortion felt dreamlike. Xie Xinglan found himself at a loss for words. Yet he grasped a crucial point. She still remembered He Yin. He probed further about her memories of He Yin, discovering that Yunqi could recount everything. However, her memories related to him were tangled and chaotic. A possible answer began to form in his mind as he narrowed his eyes. Miss, do you consider me your boyfriend? The girl looked up at him, her tone incredibly earnest. What do you mean? You are indeed my boyfriend. Xie Xinglan's breath caught for a moment. He lowered his gaze to her face, her eyes glistening with complete trust and affection. They resembled a glass lantern filled with stars, tightening his throat. His fingers instinctively curled, the warmth of her fingertips still lingering in his palm. This was truly surreal. You. His voice faltered, and he pressed his tongue to the roof of his mouth to regain composure. Have you lost your mind? The words came out through gritted teeth, yet they inadvertently conveyed a sense of helpless bravado. Yunqi immediately puffed up her cheeks, wrapping her arms around his waist, murmuring, Xie Xinglan, you must not scold me. I am your girlfriend. With a tightening grip, a soft, furry little head nestled beneath his chin. It was too close. So close that he could catch the faint scent of her shampoo wafting through the air. His ears inexplicably flushed with warmth, and his voice emerged colder and more rigid than usual as he said, "Let go of me." Yet his right hand rose uncontrollably, only to retract and slip into his pocket just before it could touch the crown of her head. He scoffed inwardly at himself. Am I losing my mind? Am I really indulging this deranged child's antics? Merely days prior, she had slapped him, and now, having seemingly lost her senses, she regarded him as her boyfriend. He pulled her away, wearing a half-smile, though a tide of unrecognized emotions surged within his gaze. How could he remember Heen so distinctly? His thumb unconsciously brushed against her flushed palm, his voice dropping to a hoarse whisper. Why must you insist on seeing me as your possession? Chapter 28. Reluctance to embrace Yunchi requires several days of observation in the hospital and cannot return home tonight. Around 6 in the evening, his grandmother sent a message stating that dinner was ready and inquiring about their return. He had refrained from informing her of the actual severity of his condition, fearing she might rush over alone in a flurry and encounter unforeseen troubles. Thus, he resolved to personally convey the truth to her before bringing the meal to the hospital for Yunchi. He advised Yunchi to behave and remain in the hospital. As he was about to leave, Yunchi's voice drifted from behind. "Xie Xinglan, will you give me a kiss before you go?" His steps faltered, and for a fleeting moment, his back stiffened. However, he feigned ignorance and continued toward the door without looking back. Assuming he had not heard her, Yunchi called softly again, "Xie Xinglan." This time, he turned around, feigning impatience. "TSK, what S with the kissing? Just lie back on the bed obediently." Yet, his fingers unconsciously brushed against his lips, and he swallowed hard. Upon reaching the door, he slipped one hand into his pocket while grasping the doorknob with the other. He ultimately couldn't restrain himself and turned his head slightly. If your mind is muddled, then behave yourself and stop daydreaming. With that, he slammed the door shut. In the corridor, he rubbed his hot earlobes and irritably tousled his hair. Xie Xinglan had initially intended to inform his grandmother of the situation and then bring food to Yunchi in the hospital. However, his grandmother insisted on accompanying him to care for Yunchi. They first walked to the street and then took a taxi to the hospital. Xie Xinglan entered the ward carrying a thermos, followed closely by his grandmother. His gaze instinctively wandered to the hospital bed, where Yunchi was focused on fiddling with the blanket, not even lifting her head. "Chi-Chi, Grandma has brought you some pork rib soup. Drink it while it's hot," his grandmother said cheerfully as she approached, gently touching Yunchi's forehead. "Are you still feeling unwell?" Only then did Yunchi lift her head, offering a sweet smile to her grandmother. "Grandma, I'm feeling much better." However, upon meeting Xie Xinglan's gaze, she promptly turned away, pursing her lips in a manner that conveyed her desire to ignore him. Xie Xinglan narrowed his eyes, placing the thermos on the bedside table. He deliberately tapped the surface with his knuckles, producing a crisp sound in an attempt to capture her attention. Yet, Yunchi remained oblivious, merely reaching for the bowl of soup her grandmother had handed her, sipping delicately while treating him as if he were invisible. Xie Xinglan pressed his tongue against his molars, feeling inexplicably vexed. This young lady had just insisted on a kiss, yet now she was disregarding him entirely? Noticing the tension in the atmosphere, Grandma Xie cheerfully intervened. "Xinglan, why are you standing there? Serve some food to Yunchi." With a dismissive click of his tongue, Xie Xinglan picked up his chopsticks, selecting a piece of sweet and sour pork rib, and, almost instinctively, offered it directly to her lips. Yunchi glanced down at it without moving. "Not hungry?" He raised an eyebrow. Yunchi mumbled softly, "I don't want to eat." Xie Xinglan studied her for 2 seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter, retracting his chopsticks and popping the rib into his mouth, chewing audibly. "Fine, then I shall enjoy it myself." Delicious indeed. Yunchi's frustration escalated, her cheeks slightly puffed, and her eyes were tinged with red. Observing this, Grandma Xie promptly patted her grandson's arm and admonished him softly. "What are you doing? She is a patient. Be considerate." Xie Xinglan shrugged innocently. "How am I not being considerate? She herself said she wouldn't eat." Yunchi clenched the blanket tightly, struggling for a moment before finally speaking up. Her voice muffled, You weren't like this before. Xie Xinglan paused, lifting his gaze to her. What was I like before? Yunqi bit her lower lip, grumbling in frustration. You know very well. Xie Xinglan pondered, bewildered by her erratic memories. How could he possibly understand what she was confused about? He almost laughed in exasperation. It seemed necessary to clarify to this young lady that he was not her boyfriend. Noticing Yunqi's discontent towards Xie Xinglan, Grandma quickly intervened, suggesting he go out to buy some fruit. Outside the hospital room, Xie Xinglan leaned against the wall, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, unlit. He stared at the hospital door, his mind filled with the image of Yunqi's red-rimmed eyes. What was the matter with this young lady? So peculiar, alternating between being affectionate and aloof. A notification chimed on his phone. It was Lin Yu inquiring about Hien. He glanced at it briefly before tucking the phone back into his pocket. After a moment, he irritably crushed the cigarette and tossed it into the trash bin. He was inexplicably perturbed by her pitiful expression. Upon returning with fruit from a nearby stall, he encountered Lin Yu at the hospital entrance. Lin Yu explained that he had just returned from his grandmother's home and had heard about Yunqi's situation, along with the news that his mother had severed ties with Hien. Concerned for Hien, he had rushed over. Lang, is Xiaoyin still in the hospital? Xie Xinglan replied curtly, If you ask me, who should I ask? He turned to leave, but Lin Yu followed, making a call to Hien, only to learn she was at a hotel. When Xie Xinglan returned, he found Yunqi already asleep. Upon learning about Hien's circumstances, Grandma expressed her worry. That child has no family to look after her. I must go check on her. Xinglan, take good care of Yunqi. Disliking Hien, Xie Xinglan had no intention of accompanying her, choosing instead to remain in the ward with Yunqi. It wasn't too long before he heard her mumbling in her sleep, pouting and appearing quite upset. Setting aside his phone, he leaned closer to listen, intrigued. Scoundrel. Bad egg. Who is she cursing? Likely he foamed. Yet, he couldn't help but inquire, Who are you scolding? The girl sniffled and murmured, Xie Xinglan, big fool. A twitch ran through his brow. Why was she scolding him? Not giving a kiss. Yunqi wrinkled her nose in her sleep, her fingers subconsciously gripping the blanket tighter, still scolding me. Xie Xinglan felt his throat dry suddenly, and on a whim, he extended his hand, lightly touching her nose, only to quickly retract it as if burned. Do not turn away. Her voice was cold and husky. Have you two kissed before? He sought to extract words from her, to discern how far her disordered memories of Xie Xinglan had progressed. Why are you so bothersome? Always asking. I want the answer. If you ask again, I will bite you. The girl appeared to grow impatient, groggily opening her eyes, then pouted in annoyance and bit down on him. Her teeth sank into his chin, sending a jolt of pain and warmth coursing through him. Xie Xinglan thought, Didn't you say you would only bite if I asked again? Why did you go straight for me? He grasped her soft cheeks, compelling her to release him, gritting his teeth. Are you a dog? You bite on command? After she let go, she nuzzled into the pillow, her lips unconsciously smacking as if savoring something. Xie Xinglan's gaze darkened, fixating on her glistening lips, his throat tightening. He released her face, feeling a tingling sensation where she had bitten him. Instinctively, he raised a hand to touch it, only to find a trace of moisture. Damn it, is that saliva? With a scowl, he grabbed a tissue to wipe his chin, but then he heard her mutter again. So hard. Xie Xinglan paused. What s hard? Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly realized she was referring to his chin. In a fit of rage mingled with laughter, he found himself understanding Feng's feelings from earlier. How could someone so delicate complain about his hardness while biting him? Xie Xinglan narrowed his eyes. By the time he grasped the situation, his thumb had already pressed against the instigator of his discomfort, her lower lip. Chapter 29. Who is taking advantage of whom? The girl let out a soft whimper, her delicate lips enveloping his thumb. The warmth that radiated from his fingertip sent a shiver down Xie Xinglan's spine, causing him to stiffen abruptly. He drew back his hand swiftly and stood up, distancing himself from Yunqi, positioning himself by the window. Gazing at the glimmering sheen on his thumb, he clicked his tongue, his eyes growing ever more inscrutable. Grandmother called Xie Xinglan, informing him that she had booked a hotel room, the same one as Yin's. Their home was too far from the hospital, and since Yunqi required hospitalization, Returning home would entail unnecessary back-and-forth journeys. Hence, Xie Xinglan suggested finding a hotel near the hospital. Upon learning that Yun was in the same establishment, Xie Xinglan frowned. Yet he hesitated to dampen his grandmother's enthusiasm. He had been waiting for Yun Qi to awaken, intending to clarify before departing that he was not her boyfriend, as he did not wish to take advantage of her vulnerability. Yun Qi awoke at 7:30 in the evening, and upon opening her eyes, she found Xie Xinglan with his hands in his pockets, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at her. Noticing his unusual demeanor today, Yun Qi became alert. Sensing that he had something significant to convey, she pointed a small finger at him, looking pitiful. Xie Xinglan, are you going to break up with me? Xie Xinglan replied. We have never been together, so how could there be a breakup? I have something to discuss with you. Go ahead, she urged. Xie Xinglan made a concerted effort to avoid her pitiable expression, turning his face away and speaking with earnestness. Yun Qi, I am not your boyfriend. Yun Qi blinked, her eyelashes still adorned with unshed tears. Tilting her head, she stared at Xie Xinglan for a few moments as if he were an alien, then suddenly reached out to touch his forehead. Are you feverish? Her soft palm pressed against his brow, bewildered at his strange words. Xie Xinglan grasped her wrist firmly, a vein pulsing at his temple. I am not ill. It is your mind that has been damaged. You're being mean to me. Yun Qi pouted. You never spoke to me like this before. Xie Xinglan took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. Listen, we have never been together. Your memories are distorted. Do you understand? His throat bobbed as he spoke, his tone icy. Moreover, prior to this, you clearly despised me. He fixed his gaze on her, each word laced with sarcasm. You called me a dog. Impossible. Yun Qi shook her head vehemently. How could I ever dislike you? She clutched at his clothing, her fingers trembling slightly. You have always treated me so well. Standing up for me in front of Yun, taking care of me through the night when I fell ill and... Xie Xinglan's brow furrowed deeper. None of that ever happened. It did happen. Yun Qi's voice rose, tinged with desperation and a hint of tears. You even said that I was the cutest girl you had ever met. Xie Xinglan fell silent, for he had never uttered such sentimental words in his life. Yun Qi, flustered, recalled her moments after awakening, seizing upon a logical inconsistency. With her small finger pointed at him, she questioned him intently. You say we are not a couple. But why didn't you push me away when I hugged you right after I woke up? He gazed into Yun Qi's glistening eyes, and after a moment of reflection, he retorted with a wry smile. You lunged at me so unexpectedly that I was caught off guard. Doctor, nurse, and police all claim you are my girlfriend. Why did you not refute them? Xie Xinglan scoffed. It's troublesome, given the multitude of misunderstandings. Any explanation would only serve to mask the truth. Deceiver. Yun Qi placed her hands on her hips and tilted her head defiantly. Her cheeks flushed as she continued. You could have easily pushed me away, yet you froze, and even, she faltered, her voice dwindling, even took a secret whiff of my hair. Xie Xinglan interjected. I did not. You did. Yun Qi countered, her body nearly pressed against his. Before she could elaborate, the door to the hospital room swung open abruptly. The nurse peered in, announcing time for a temperature and blood pressure check. Upon noticing the couple nearly intertwined, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly apologized. My apologies for the interruption. Xie Xinglan straightened up, casually retreating to the window with one hand tucked in his pocket, feigning calm as he gazed outside, while the nurse measured Yun Qi's temperature. She couldn't resist a hushed gossip. You two seem to have a strong bond. Your boyfriend has been by your side all day. Yun Qi's eyes sparkled. You also think he is my boyfriend, right? The nurse nodded with a smile. Of course. Would a mere friend be so worried about you? Just earlier in the corridor, Xie Xinglan rapped on the nearby counter, narrowing his eyes. The nurse offered a polite smile and fell silent, regarding him with respect and understanding. She recognized him as the type who does much for his girlfriend, yet stubbornly refuses to acknowledge it. Before departing, she winked at Yun Qi and whispered, he is shy. Xie Xinglan maintained an expressionless facade. Who the hell is shy? The room fell silent once more. Yun Qi gleefully wiggled her toes. See? Everyone can tell. Xie Xinglan suddenly strode back to the bedside, leaning over her pillow, close enough to count her eyelashes. Yun Qi, listen carefully, he said, his voice low and edged with frustration. First, I never utter sentimental words. Second, we often bicker. Third, if you were conscious, you would have slapped me and called me a rogue. But before he could finish, the girl tilted her face up, her soft lips pressing against his, silencing his impending words. Xie Xinglan froze momentarily, then narrowed his eyes, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. It was his first kiss. Breaking away, the girl pouted defiantly. I don't care. You are my boyfriend, no matter what. As Xie Xinglan prepared to leave the hospital for a hotel, Yunqi felt a twinge of reluctance. However, she was not permitted to leave the ward during her hospitalization. With an hour remaining until the next round of checks, she wished for Xie Xinglan to take her out for a brief adventure. Yet, for reasons unknown, Xie Xinglan's demeanor was resolute. With a scoff, he firmly declined. No way, your mind isn't right yet. Why would you wander about? Hurry and freshen up. Lie down on the bed, so I can leave with peace of mind. Upon hearing Xie Xinglan's concern for her, Yunqi smiled sweetly and promptly entered the bathroom, humming a tune as she closed the door. This hospital room is a VIP single suite, complete with its own private restroom. It turns out that when the police were first called, Yunqi was in a standard ward, but after waking up and finding it too noisy, she requested to be transferred to the VIP room. Listening to the melody emanating from the bathroom, Xie Xinglan felt increasingly agitated. His thumb unconsciously caressed the lips that Yunqi had kissed moments ago, his gaze clouded with uncertainty. He took out his phone and sent a message to the doctor. What should I do if she regards me as her boyfriend? The doctor replied, I suggest you comply for the time being to avoid any provocation. I do not wish to take advantage of her vulnerability. After a while, the doctor responded again. Then you must exercise restraint, maintain appearances, and refrain from genuinely taking advantage of the young lady. Xie Xinglan. Ultimately, who is taking advantage of whom? Chapter 30. Treat her as a light bulb concerned that He Feng might trouble Yunqi again that evening. Xie Xinglan confirmed with the hospital that He Feng had been transferred to the furthest ward from Yunqi to prevent his escape. The police had also assigned personnel to guard him. Only then did Xie Xinglan feel at ease to leave. The next day, early in the morning, Xie Xinglan was bombarded with messages from Yunqi. Yunqi, Xie Xinglan, my period has started. Please buy me that when you come over, blushing, upon opening WeChat. Xie Xinglan's expression darkened. This young lady truly regarded him as her boyfriend. Such a request. He paused in silence before replying. Take care of your own matters. Yunqi. You used to help me buy it? Pitiful. Xie Xinglan's temples throbbed, and he tossed his phone into his pocket. 5 seconds later, his expression still grim, he retrieved it. Send me the brand. Grandma Xie and Hien were waiting at the door, and seeing Xie Xinglan leisurely fiddling with his phone, Grandma Xie called out, Xinglan, hurry up. It's time to go to the hospital to see Chi. Just then, a voice message from Yunqi arrived. Xie Xinglan intended to put his phone back in his pocket, but his finger accidentally tapped the voice message. Xie Xinglan. The phone emitted a soft, nasal whimper from the girl. My stomach hurts so much. The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it clearly reached the ears of the two waiting outside. Upon recognizing Yunqi's voice, Grandma Xie immediately felt a pang of sympathy and leaned closer to the phone. Oh dear, what is wrong with Chi? Xinglan, hurry and buy some brown sugar and a heating pad. Listening to Yunqi's familiar and affectionate tone, Hien stood beside them, a gentle smile on her face. Yet her fingers subtly tightened around her bag strap. She softly suggested, Grandma, don't worry. Miss Yun might just be on her period. How about I go buy it with Brother Lan? Xie Xinglan scoffed, interrupting her directly. No need. He turned to leave. I'll go buy it. You all go to the hospital first. Hien watched Xie Xinglan's retreating figure with reluctance. She did not want to miss this chance to be alone with him. So she sought assistance from Grandma. All right. Xie Xinglan casually twirled a lighter. Since you're so eager, then come along. Hien's eyes brightened, and she quickly followed. Okay. Xie Xinglan strode forward with great determination, showing no intention of waiting for her, leaving Hien to jog to catch up. On the way, Xie Xinglan suddenly turned around, a smile that was neither fully sincere nor mocking on his face. He Feng said you encourage him to follow Yunqi? Hien's footsteps abruptly halted, and her smile froze on her face. Brother Lan, what are you talking about? Her voice trembled, and she unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes. How could I possibly? The surveillance shows, Xie Xinglan said slowly, that 20 minutes before the incident, you and He Feng were arguing, and then you shouted something in the direction of Yun Qi, after which your brother followed her. He Yin's fingertips dug deeply into her palm. It was evident that Xie Xinglan was not present at the time, and the surveillance could not have recorded any sound. She only called out Yun Qi's name. She did not directly instruct He Feng to follow her. Even if the police were to investigate, it would merely be deemed a coincidence. She forced herself to regain her composure, her eyes swiftly brimming with tears. Longu, you misunderstand. At that moment, my brother was threatening me, and I was terrified. When I saw Yun Qi, I instinctively called out to her. After all, there was no evidence, as long as she stubbornly denied it. Who could prove that her intentions were malicious? She lifted her tear-filled eyes, casting a pitiful glance at Xie Xinglan. How could I possibly harm Yun Qi? I even called the police to save her. If I intended to harm someone, why would I alert the authorities? Yet, Xie Xinglan merely regarded her coldly, the scorn in his eyes sending a chill through her. He clenched the fabric of her clothing, her nails nearly piercing the material. Xie Xinglan scoffed, his words cutting to the quick. You called the police only after He Feng acted. You know your own motives. He Yin's complexion turned ashen, as if struck at her core. At that moment, a video call arrived, alleviating the tension in the air. It was Yun Qi calling. Xie Xinglan answered the phone. The girl's soft, sweet voice emerged. Xie Xinglan, when are you coming back? In the phone, the girl lay on the bed with her long hair cascading, her face flushed, brows slightly furrowed, gazing at him with longing. Unconsciously, Xie Xinglan's brow relaxed slightly. He turned away to avoid He Yin's gaze, languidly replying, What's the rush? Just remember not to buy the wrong thing. Understood. He Yin stood to the side, observing Xie Xinglan as he conversed with Yun Qi. His typically sharp jawline now revealed a rare softness. Jealousy stirred within her, and she gripped her bag tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palm. To her surprise, it was far from over. This delicate Yun Qi had the audacity to keep Xie Xinglan on video call while he went to buy sanitary products. He Yin followed behind Xie Xinglan, who not only neglected to wait for her, but was also preoccupied with his conversation with Yun Qi. She had no opportunity to speak with him, instead listening to their exchange. At Yun Qi's request, Xie Xinglan had to use the front camera for the video call, and soon she caught a glimpse of He Yin trailing behind him. In dissatisfaction, Yun Qi pouted, Why is she following you? Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow her. She insisted on tagging along. Yun Qi huffed, I don't want her following you. Xie Xinglan chuckled, It's fine, just consider her a light bulb. Shortly after Yun Qi ended the call, Grandma Xie arrived at the hospital. She spoke to Yun Qi about He Yin's severed relationship with her mother, revealing that He's mother was displeased with He Yin for alerting the authorities. In other words, He Yin had cut ties with her mother due to Yun Qi. The elderly lady spoke with expectation in her eyes, evidently hoping for some expression of gratitude from Yun Qi. However, Yun Qi did not share this sentiment. This was a matter concerning He's mother and had nothing to do with her. Moreover, He Yin's brother had committed wrongdoing. Her decision to call the police was entirely justified. She would not allow this situation to be dragged into her affairs. Besides, did He Yin truly possess such benevolence? Yun Qi found it hard to believe. The police mentioned that He Feng had claimed He Yin had encouraged him to follow her. Surveillance footage also indicated that before He Feng trailed her, he had been arguing with He Yin on the street. He Feng's perspective is indeed plausible. Grandmother He, being of advanced age, is unaware of the misdeeds committed by He Yin, making her susceptible to He Yin's deception. However, she will not succumb to such manipulation. Upon her arrival, He Yin wore a gentle smile, her movements delicate as she adjusted the corners of Yun Qi's blanket. Her voice was soft, almost tangible. Miss Yun, are you feeling better? Yun Qi's deep, dark eyes gazed intently into He Yin's. Suddenly, she curved her lips into a perplexed expression. Little Yin, I truly appreciate your assistance in reporting to the police, yet I have a question. The officers mentioned that you witnessed your brother following me into the alley. Why did you not alert them at that moment? Instead, you chose to report it only after both he and I had fainted. Chapter 31. Fool. You've been exposed. Grandmother furrowed her brow and agreed. Indeed, it would have been better if you, Xiaoyin, had reported it to the police sooner. He Yin's smile faltered. and she instinctively glanced at Grandmother Xie, only to find the elderly woman gazing at her in confusion. I was just too frightened at the time. He Yin's voice began to tremble, the carefully crafted facade of gentleness cracking open a small fissure. By the time I realized, you all had already. Yunqi interjected softly, tilting her head as she continued, but the police said you called them 5 minutes after we fainted. She blinked. What were you thinking during those 5 minutes? Xie Xinglan, with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown, teased. Surely you weren't contemplating whether to deliver a final blow? I wasn't. I was just so shocked. Yin put on a tearful expression. Xie Xinglan and Yunqi had seen her play innocent before, and naturally, they could not be swayed by her act. Yet Grandmother Xie's heart softened at the sight of Yin's tear-streaked face, her expression easing a little. Xiaoyin, next time you encounter such a situation, you must. Seeing Grandmother poised to defend Yin, Yunqi was not pleased. Grandmother, Yunqi suddenly called out, clutching her stomach and curling up. My stomach hurts so much. Grandmother Xie's attention was immediately diverted as she rushed to support Yunqi. Oh dear, why is it hurting again? Xinglan, quickly bring the brown sugar water. Grandmother, go call the doctor. As Xie Xinglan handed over the cup, he caught Yunqi giving him a discreet wink. The girl leaned closer to him, her voice a mere whisper meant for his ears alone, filled with a plaintive tone. You have to help me. Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow, huh? Yunqi's gaze fell upon Yin's skirt. In the next moment, she feigned burning her hand on the cup, gasping in surprise, and, using Xie Xinglan's hand for support, forcefully flung the cup away. The brown sugar water, along with the cup, accurately splashed onto Yin's skirt. Reminiscent of the time, Yin deliberately smeared milk tea onto Yunqi's hem. Yin jumped up. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. The brown sugar water was too hot. As she spoke, she looked up at Xie Xinglan. Xie Xinglan lightly rubbed his warm fingertips together, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He leisurely straightened up, casting a contemplative glance at Yunqi, instantly understanding. He looked down at Yin's disheveled appearance, his lips parting slightly. It is indeed very hot. He feigned shaking his hand. My fingers are still tingling. Yunqi couldn't contain her laughter, her eyes sparkling as she watched Xie Xinglan's earnest absurdity. Yin's expression shifted dramatically, a glint of shock flashing in her eyes. She had forgotten her disguise. Miss Yun, you. No one paid her any mind. Xie Xinglan gently tapped the girl's head. Fool, you've been exposed. By the time Grandmother returned, Yin had already departed. She could no longer bear to witness the ambiguous atmosphere between Xie Xinglan and Yunqi, and she had keenly sensed their suspicions towards her. Additionally, Lin Yu had sent a message stating that his father had agreed to let her stay temporarily, and he was on his way to pick her up. Yunqi spent 3 days hospitalized, and after a CT scan revealed no intracranial hemorrhage. The doctor permitted her discharge on the 3rd day. That same day, the police contacted her to inform that Feng had been taken back to the station for punishment due to his minor injuries. He received a discretionary handling of 15 days and a fine of 1,000 yuan. Today marked the day of her release, and Xie Xinglan and Grandma Xie vacated their 2 hotel rooms. Early in the morning, they arrived at the hospital to gather Yunqi's belongings and prepare to take her home. Throughout these 3 days, Grandma Xie sensed something amiss. Yunqi's demeanor towards her grandson seemed peculiar. The young girl had recently become rather clingy to Xie Xinglan. The two appear to share an unspoken connection. Taking advantage of Yunqi's moment in the corridor to make a phone call, Grandma Xie leaned in towards Xie Xinglan with a conspiratorial air. Xinglan, are you and Chi-Chi? She rubbed her fingers together, making an ambiguous gesture. While packing Yunqi's toiletries, Xie Xinglan's hand trembled at her words, causing the toothpaste to fall to the floor. He bent down to retrieve it, saying, Grandma, you're overthinking it. Oh dear, Grandma's eyes sparkled with mischief. She patted her grandson's shoulder and lowered her voice. The way that girl looks at you is entirely different from how she gazes at others. Xie Xinglan's throat tightened as he stuffed the toothpaste into the bag, explaining. She hit her head and her memory is confused. Grandma Xie's eyes narrowed. Then why not clarify? I did, Xie Xinglan replied, running a hand through his hair in irritation. She doesn't believe me. It's not that she doesn't believe, Grandma Xie drawled, but perhaps someone doesn't want her to. Xie Xinglan paused, lifting his gaze to meet his grandmother's. Please, no wild guesses. He turned his face away, thinking that once her mind recovered, she would naturally revert to her former self. For some reason, this thought ignited a restless feeling within him, causing him to pack with more force than necessary. Before he could finish his thoughts, the ward door swung open. Yunqi bounced in, holding her phone aloft, her hair tips dusted with the catkins drifting in from outside, resembling a fluffy little creature. Grandma, Hiyueshi has returned from abroad and said she wants to see me. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she waved her phone. She'll arrive this afternoon. Both Grandma Xie and Xie Xinglan spoke simultaneously. Grandma Xie asked, is she a friend of Chi-Chi's? While Xie Xinglan inquired, is it a boy? The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted it. Irritated, he clicked his tongue and turned to gaze out the window, his jaw clenched tightly, his fingers unconsciously crushing the plastic water bottle in his grasp. Damn it, why did I ask that? It's none of my business. However, Yunqi, immersed in the joy of her friend's visit, paid no heed to Xie Xinglan's unusual behavior. Her eyes glimmered brightly. She is a girl, my best friend. Grandma Xie, on the other hand, recognized the subtle jealousy in her grandson's demeanor. With a knowing smile, she patted his shoulder and elongated her tone. Oh, so it's Chi-Chi's best friend. Xie Xinglan squeezed the water bottle until it crunched noisily. He sighed. Hiyueshi was Yunqi's best friend, a bond that had flourished since middle school, as they had been classmates all the way through high school. After the college entrance examination concluded, she accompanied her family on a trip abroad. While overseas, she was preoccupied, and during that time, she had not been in touch with Yunqi. It was only in recent days that she returned to the country and reached out to Yunqi, discovering that she had been sent to the countryside by her father. The two friends had not seen each other for nearly half a month, and as soon as she returned, she hastened to Xin village. She had something of great importance to share with Yunqi. Upon arriving at the village entrance in the afternoon, Yunqi noticed that her close friend's expression was somewhat troubled. She inquired, Cici, what is wrong? This question seemed to trigger something within her friend. Moments ago, her friend appeared perfectly fine, but suddenly, she pouted and threw herself into her embrace. Chi-Chi, you must stand by me. I have broken up with your cousin. He subjected me to emotional neglect. In a fit of anger, I blocked him. We have not been in contact for over half a month now. Chapter 32. Help. My best friend has been hexed. Yunqi was utterly bemused. Hiyueshi had pursued Wen-sun for half a year, only for their relationship to dissolve into cold violence after less than 2 months. Her last message vanished into silence, prompting her to delete him entirely. Yunqi simply could not fathom how her best friend could be infatuated with the immature and unpleasant Wen-sun, who was a year younger than herself. Yet, Hiyueshi insisted it was love at first sight. That day on the basketball court, Wen-sun had saved her from a ball that nearly struck her. Teasing her with a smirk, silly senior, can't you dodge a ball? He casually tossed the ball back, his hair glistening with sweat under the sun. So handsome. In that instant, Hiyueshi was captivated. Cici, don't be upset. I'll curse him to oblivion for you. Yunqi exclaimed, infuriated. Men who resorted to cold violence were the most despicable. However, Hiyueshi restrained her hand. Forget it. If you go and scold him, he'll know I confided in you, and then he'll dislike me even more. Yunqi sighed in resignation. All right, what do you plan to do then? Hiyueshi took a deep breath and, lifting her face, her eyes sparkled with determination. If it's over, then it's over. The next one will be even better. I was blind to have liked that scoundrel. Yunqi nodded vigorously. Indeed, Hiyueshi was never one to dwell in pessimism. After sharing her sorrows with her best friend, she quickly shifted back to a cheerful disposition, happily recounting her experiences abroad. As they chatted, Hiyueshi suddenly inquired, Chi-Chi, are you seeing anyone? Yunqi's eyelashes fluttered, and a sweet smile graced her lips. I am. Which fortunate lad has managed to win your heart? Hiyueshi speculated it must be Yunqi's childhood friend, Jiang Lin. Yunqi's eyes sparkled brightly, her pink lips curving into a smile. Xie Xinglan. Who? Hiyueshi's eyes widened in disbelief. Yunqi repeated the name. No way. Are you joking, my friend? Didn't you say you disliked Xie Xinglan? How could you possibly be with him? And how could a poor country boy like him be worthy of you? Hiyueshi could scarcely believe her ears, pinching her own face to ensure she was not dreaming. Yet, Yunchi's tone was resolute. I do not dislike him. He is my boyfriend, and I genuinely like him. Wow, this is serious. You must have been enchanted by that guy. Xie Xinglan, on the other hand, was perplexed by the animosity Hiyueshi harbored towards him. Upon entering, she shot him a hostile glare. The moment Hiyueshi walked in, her eyes were fixed on Xie Xinglan, filled with the unspoken challenge of what gives you the right to take my best friend. Just as Xie Xinglan handed a cup of brown sugar water to Yunchi, Hiyueshi swiftly intercepted it, downing it in one go and slamming the cup onto the table. Thanks. Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow. You're stealing my brown sugar water too? Hiyueshi froze. This was a blunder, but she could not afford to lose face. Yunchi, taken aback, interjected, Cici, did you? Right? What is the matter? Hiyueshi, with a flushed neck, felt flustered as she exclaimed that the synchronization of menstrual cycles among girls was quite inconvenient. Xie Xinglan let out a scoff, refilling a cup of water and directly offering it to Yunchi. Drink, ignore the fool. Hiyueshi was taken aback. Feeding water in public? This man is on another level. She quickly raised her hand to intervene. Chi doesn't like brown sugar water during her period. She prefers hot milk tea. Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yunchi, who had been happily consuming brown sugar water at the hospital for 3 days. Is that so? Yunchi met his gaze and immediately shook her head gently. I used to like milk tea. She playfully tugged at Xie Xinglan's sleeve with 2 fingers and added, but now I adore the brown sugar water you make. Hiyueshi was in utter disbelief. Help. My best friend has been enchanted. This is absolutely not the Yunchi I know, who would explode at the mere mention of Xie Xinglan. Hiyueshi, ever the lively spirit, spent several hours at Xie Xinglan's home, chatting with Yunchi about amusing stories from abroad and catching up on what had transpired here. With nothing left to discuss, she suggested that Yunchi take her to Zine Street for some fun, particularly to KTV. However, Yunchi had never been there and was unsure of its location. Hence, Grandma Xie instructed Xie Xinglan to accompany the 2 girls, guiding them while ensuring their safety. Hiyueshi arrived in her dazzling pink Porsche 911 convertible, blinding in the sunlight. Wow, Cici, when did you get a new car? Yunchi's eyes sparkled as she rushed over to touch the car surface. Hiyueshi proudly tossed her hair. I just picked it up last month. What do you think? Is it flashy enough? She shot a challenging glance at Xie Xinglan, her fingers tapping on the car. Some people, probably Haven Tea, even touched his steering wheel. Xie Xinglan lazily glanced at the flamboyant pink sports car, a smirk playing on his lips. The color suits you. Hiyueshi retorted. What do you mean? Yunchi quickly tugged at Xie Xinglan's sleeve, murmuring, don't bully Cici. Xie Xinglan looked down at her, raising an eyebrow. Am I bullying her? He gestured towards Hiyueshi. Ask her who initiated the trouble? Hiyueshi, feeling heartbroken, longed to confront Yunchi. Oh, dear friend, look. Was so good about this sharp-tongued man. Yet, Xie Xinglan simply opened the passenger door. Nodding at Yunchi, get in. He shot a glance at Hiyueshi. You drive your toy car carefully. Don't get lost. Hiyueshi exclaimed. Toy car? This is a Porsche 911. Upon arriving at KTV, Xie Xinglan reserved a private room. Hiyueshi, both inexperienced and eager to sing, caused Xie Xinglan to frown in dismay. He languidly leaned against the leather sofa, absent-mindedly tracing the rim of glass. The vibrant lights in the room danced across Yunchi's profile, casting her eyelashes in a flickering display reminiscent of butterfly wings. Today, Yunchi sported a high ponytail, adorned with a cherry-red ribbon that swayed gently with her melodic humming. She donned a cream-colored puff-sleeve dress, the neckline embellished with layers of delicate lace, revealing her slender calves and white knee-high socks adorned with strawberry patterns. Hiyueshi passionately sang "Die for Love" into the microphone, her pitch wavering like winding mountain paths. Yet Yunchi clapped enthusiastically, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Cici, you're amazing. Xie Xinglan fixed his gaze on her swaying calves beneath her skirt, clicking his tongue in disapproval. Was this young lady truly indifferent to the chill? He approached and tugged at the bow at the end of her ponytail. Wearing so little. Aren't you cold? The air conditioning in the KTV was quite brisk, and Yunqi instinctively shrank her neck, just a little. No sooner had the words left her lips than a slight blush appeared on her nose, prompting a small sneeze. Xie Xinglan promptly removed his black coat and draped it over her shoulders. The oversized garment enveloped her entirely, its hem cascading down to her thighs, accentuating her petite frame. "Wear it, and do not take it off," he insisted, unwilling to tend to a sick young lady. What a hassle. Yueshi caught sight of this scene through her fingers, her voice suddenly soaring 3 notes higher. Die for love. Chapter 33. Caught in the act seizing the opportunity while Xie Xinglan went to the restroom, Yueshi once again interrogated Yunqi. "Chi-Chi, when did you and Xie Xinglan start seeing each other?" Yunqi tilted her head, pondering for quite some time, yet could not recall a precise moment. Her mind was filled only with fragmented memories of her time with Xie Xinglan. Yueshi immediately sensed something amiss, especially since Yunqi had mentioned that she had recently been followed and bumped her head by some ruffians. She harbored grave suspicions that Xie Xinglan had taken advantage of Yunqi's disorientation to make his move. No, she had to confront Xie Xinglan. She told Yunqi she was heading to the restroom, but actually intended to wait by the men's restroom to intercept him. However, as she reached the corner of the hallway, she heard a soft, delicate voice. "Lan Yi." Peering around the corner, she spotted Xie Xinglan turn sideways, with a girl leaning against him. Oh my goodness, what a scoundrel. She quickly raised her phone to capture a photograph and then dashed back, eager to reveal Xie Xinglan's true nature to Yunqi. He unexpectedly collided with Xie Xinglan's chest. In just a heartbeat, he forcefully shoved her away. "What is wrong with you?" he coldly remarked, disdainfully brushing off the spot where she had touched him. He stumbled back a few steps, but remained undeterred, leaning forward and feigning drunkenness. "Longo, I feel so dizzy." Xie Xinglan took a large step back, smirking as he pulled out a disinfectant wipe to clean his hands. "If your head's not right, go to the hospital. Don't act crazy here." I just... Yin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she pretended to lurch toward him once more. Xie Xinglan narrowed his eyes, leisurely pulling out his phone, his tone light and casual as he continued his act, perfectly poised to capture material for a video. He glanced slightly toward the corner, noting that the earlier eavesdropper had departed. A plan began to form in his mind. When Yueshi burst back into the private room, her phone held high. Yunqi was inhaling the faint mint scent lingering on Xie Xinglan's jacket. "Chi-Chi, something big has happened." Yueshi slammed to a stop, thrusting her phone in front of Yunqi. The blurry silhouette in the photograph caused Yunqi to jump up abruptly, her cherry hairband falling to the ground. Yueshi watched intently, eager to see Yunqi's reaction. Normally, one would expect Yunqi to be furious, aggrieved, or even to unleash a torrent of vitriol upon Xie Xinglan. However, Yunqi merely stared at the photo for 2 seconds before exclaiming with indignation, "Well, that shameless he dares to seduce my boyfriend." As she spoke, she dashed toward the door. Yueshi was left bewildered. Why was Yunqi not blaming Xie Xinglan, but instead targeting that girl? Together, Yunqi and Yueshi set out to catch them in the act. Xie Xinglan leaned against the wall of the corridor, a cigarette dangling from his fingertips, unlit. The light cast varied shadows across his sharply defined features, accentuating the intensity of his gaze. As he observed Yunqi storming toward him, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. Here she comes. According to his plan, he could conveniently admit to infidelity, prompting Yunqi to initiate a breakup. This way, she would no longer consider him her boyfriend, and their relationship could return to a semblance of normalcy. Yet when she stood before him, her eyes, always shimmering with innocence, brimmed with grievance. He felt an unexpected heaviness in his chest. "Xie Xinglan." Yunqi thrust her phone, displaying a photograph, before him, demanding an explanation. Xie Xinglan lowered his gaze to her reddened eyes and was suddenly reminded of a few days prior in the hospital, when she had assertively yet pitifully declared him her boyfriend. He ought to have denied it immediately. There was nothing to clarify. He heard his own languid voice. "It's just as you see." Yunqi withdrew her hand. Xie Xinglan focused on her glistening eyes, his throat tightening. Instinctively, he reached out, but halted in midair, instead retreating his hand into his pocket. Hiyueshi, puzzled for a moment, wondered why Yunqi was now confronting Xie Xinglan instead of the girl. Upon seeing the outcome she desired, she quickly adjusted, defending her dear friend by hurling insults at the scoundrel Xie Xinglan. "Cece," Yunqi interrupted suddenly, mumbling, "Let us head back." Xie Xinglan watched her retreating figure, his knuckles whitening in his pocket. He should have felt relieved. But why? He averted his gaze in frustration. This was for the best. Once her mind cleared, she would revert to the Yunqi who flared up at the sight of him, rather than looking at him with such unwavering trust. Xie Xinglan pulled out a lighter, the click resonating in the air. In that fleeting moment when the flame flickered to life, he once again beheld Yunqi's glistening, sorrowful eyes. The lighter was shoved back into his pocket. He, witnessing the entire scene, was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated an unexpected turn of events. Her deliberate meddling had inadvertently caused a rift between Yunqi and Xie Xinglan. A subtle smile played on her lips. The next moment, all three stood frozen in astonishment. Yunqi suddenly spun around, hurriedly returning to embrace Xie Xinglan's waist. Lifting her chin with a triumphant grin, "How about that? My acting skills are quite impressive, aren't they? How well did I cooperate?" Hiyueshi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, my dear friend, were you just acting?" Xie Xinglan's pupils flickered, his voice stiff. "What are you doing?" The girl looked up at him earnestly. "I was playing along with your act. Didn't you tell me before that the best way to deal with certain people is to let them have their moment first, then strike back hard? This is the method you taught me." Xie Xinglan. Nonsense. He had never uttered such words. This was a complete distortion of memory. You despise her so much. There's no way you'd embrace her. I can smell the alcohol from your hands. Heen felt like a clown in that moment. "I knew it when Cece showed me the photo," Yunqi said, shaking her head triumphantly. "In the picture, you stand straight, your hands never touching her. It's clear she fell on her own. You really think I would believe that?" She suddenly turned to Heen and made a face. Observing the girl's cunning demeanor, Xie Xinglan's gaze deepened, and he found himself suddenly disinterested in correcting her. He raised his hand and playfully flicked Yunqi's forehead, a mischievous smile dancing at the corners of his lips. "You little fool, this time you were quite clever." Hiyueshi felt an urge to scream. What is happening? To her surprise, she felt a bit flustered. Suddenly, Lin Yu emerged from a private room, wearing an expression of a bystander. He and his sister had vaguely overheard the argument outside. There were 4 people outside, 3 women and 1 man. "Longu, you're here to have fun too." His eyes sparkled with excitement. Before Xie Xinglan could respond, Yunqi's voice rang out. "Hey, Lin Yu, can you keep your little Ian in check? She just tried to seduce my boyfriend." Lin Yu was utterly perplexed, glancing at Hien. "Who is your boyfriend?" "It's Xie Xinglan." Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to look at Xie Xinglan. She silently averted her gaze. Could he possibly declare otherwise? Chapter 34. The Test, alas. Chi-Chi, that Hien is quite the actress, isn't she? Hiyueshi plopped down onto the sofa in the KTV private room. Yun-Chi, engrossed in peeling an orange, looked up at the remark and cheerfully offered her a segment, saying, "Calm down. If she loves to act, let her be. You should have seen her." Hiyueshi gritted her teeth, gesturing animatedly with the orange. The moment Lin Yu came out, she instantly transformed into a delicate damsel, claiming, "Oh dear, I accidentally bumped into Brother Lon while drunk. What a farce." Yun-Chi let out a soft laugh, her eyes curving into crescent moons. But when she heard me say that Xie Xinglan is my boyfriend, her face turned pale. Of course, Hiyueshi slapped her thigh, reveling in the misfortune. She secretly harbors feelings for Xie Xinglan, and you just declared your claim. She must be furious enough to lose sleep tonight. The KTV room was awash with shifting lights, and during a brief interlude while selecting songs, Hiyueshi discreetly glanced towards the corner sofa. There sat a young man, engulfed by shadows, his neck resting against the backrest. The neckline of his black t-shirt revealed a hint of collarbone, glowing white under the room's flickering lights. His handsome, aloof face was slightly bowed as he fiddled with his phone. Hiyueshi couldn't help but admit that this man indeed possessed a captivating charm that could enchant her friend. Yun-Chi followed her gaze and immediately broke into a smitten smile, her almond-shaped eyes nearly transforming into hearts. "My boyfriend is handsome," isn't he? After witnessing the earlier incident, she realized how much Yunqi had changed in response to Xiexinglan. The previous Yunqi was proud and straightforward. When confronted with someone like Yin, she would either leave coldly or confront them directly, utterly dismissing any games of manipulation. Yet today, she had learned the art of performance, employing poison to counter poison. Yueshi cast another glance at Xiexinglan, her opinion of him shifting considerably. She let out a soft hum and pinched Yin Qi's cheek. All right. In light of the fact that he has made you wiser, she lowered her voice, her eyes sparkling. I reluctantly approve of him as your temporary boyfriend. Not temporary, permanent. All right, but I still need to test him a bit. Yueshi leaned closer to Yin Qi's ear. Since Yin Qi was suffering from a cold and her throat was sore, it had been Yueshi doing all the singing. By the time she finished, it was nearly noon, and she suggested they head to a restaurant for a meal. After Xiexinglan sent a message to his grandmother, informing her they wouldn't be returning, he took the two girls to a nearby eatery. Knowing Yin Qi couldn't handle spicy food, Yueshi deliberately chose 3 spicy dishes to gauge her boyfriend: spicy chicken, spicy fish, and stir-fried spicy meat. Yin Qi thought about how Yueshi had come to visit her tirelessly since returning home. She herself enjoyed spicy food, so she didn't mind sharing a little with her today. Upon hearing the dishes Yueshi ordered, Xiexinglan, familiar with this restaurant from his high school days, noted that these selections were quite spicy. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind of the last time he teased Yin Qi into eating something spicy. Her little face flushed crimson, her eyes glistening like a frightened rabbit. TSK. He tapped the menu with his long fingers, pondering whether some individuals had forgotten their own limits. Yin Qi, sipping warm water from her teacup, looked up in confusion at his words. Huh? Xiexinglan wore a stern expression and remarked, choose something you can actually eat. I wouldn't want to be handing you tissues when you end up in tears from the spice. He feigned disdain and added, what a hassle. Yueshi, witnessing the scene, nearly burst into laughter, her admiration for Xiexinglan increasing significantly. Indeed, this man remembered Chi-Chi's dietary restrictions. With Xiexinglan's guidance, Yunqi opted for a stir-fried medley of vegetables, while Xiexinglan selected a kelp and egg drop soup. In total, they ordered 5 dishes. During the meal, after exchanging a glance with Yunqi, Yueshi seized the moment and hurled a piece of cauliflower into Xiexinglan's bowl. This was a playful challenge the two girls had agreed upon, inspired by a popular online test. The two girls eagerly watched as the cauliflower teetered on the brink of landing in Xiexinglan's bowl. However, the boy, who had been engrossed in his meal, suddenly looked up with a scoff and deftly shifted his bowl aside. Disposing of unwanted scraps into someone else's bowl is quite impolite. The cauliflower landed with a thud on the table, prompting Yueshi and Yunqi to exchange guilty glances. Xiexinglan leisurely set down his chopsticks, narrowing his eyes. What are you two up to? His gaze lingered on Yunqi's guilty face. Yunqi immediately lowered her head, hastily shoveling rice into her mouth, her ears flushed with embarrassment. And nothing at all. Yueshi, feigning composure, retorted, you called Chi-Chi a hassle earlier. This is your punishment. Xiexinglan raised an eyebrow and suddenly grasped Yunqi's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Rice grains clung to the corners of her mouth, and her wide, bewildered eyes blinked in a fluster, reminiscent of a caught little hamster. Have you learned to conspire with outsiders against me? He said, his tone laced with danger as he brushed away the rice from her lips. Yunqi's face turned beet red, and she stammered, I didn't. It's Cece who said online tests like this are common for boyfriends. Yueshi gasped, you sold me out. The term boyfriend suddenly reminded Xiexinglan of the doctor's words, and he quickly realized how inappropriate his earlier gesture had been. He retracted his hand and pretended to sip from his water cup. You ought to avoid those silly online tests. Your brain isn't exactly the sharpest to begin with. Indulging in those will only make it duller. Yunqi nodded obediently, embodying a charming blend of sass and sweetness. Oh my, this young couple is simply delightful. Yueshi stayed in Zine Village for another 2 days. During this time, the two best friends, having finally reunited, naturally wished to be inseparable. Due to a lack of space at Xiexinglan's home, Yunqi accompanied Yueshi to stay at a hotel for 2 days. The two indulged in playing the game Apex Legends together. Hiyueshi's skill level surpassed Yunqi's, as her gaming prowess was notably superior. Yunqi was the type who enjoyed playing despite her lack of experience. Having not logged in for over 10 days, she found it hard to stop once they began playing. The two friends engaged in an exhilarating gaming spree at the hotel, racking up an impressive number of B-rated scores, with Yunqi's various cheeky maneuvers eliciting laughter from Hiyueshi. Walking like a machine, accidentally throwing a grenade that could obliterate oneself or entrap teammates within the toxic zone. Ultimately, Hiyueshi concludes that Yunqi should seek a mentor online to guide her in the game. She even recommends a game streamer known as Lazy. This Lazy is quite remarkable. His fans affectionately refer to him as the god of laziness. Hiyueshi reclines on the hotel bed, swinging her feet, and hands her phone to Yunqi, urging her to watch the latest video he posted. As Yunqi leans closer to the screen, the figure within the video glides effortlessly through a hail of bullets, each movement executed with astonishing precision. What is most astonishing is that the streamer provides no commentary throughout, only the crisp sound of his keyboard tapping. Upon opening the comment section, the most recent popular comment reads, "Day 98 since the god of laziness disappeared. Missing him, tears." Hiyueshi sighs, but it's unclear whether he is currently accepting disciples. Ever since his last apprentice graduated 6 months ago, he has not posted any updates. She whispers conspiratorially. Some say he was recruited by a professional team, while others speculate that he is actually a wealthy heir, merely playing games for leisure. Chapter 35. Apprenticeship. Xie sensed that Hiyueshi was quite resistant to his identity as Yunqi's boyfriend. Yunqi was unwilling to heed his explanations, and he contemplated whether he should confide in Hiyueshi about Yunqi's situation, hoping this good friend could persuade her. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Hiyueshi hastily departed from Zine Village. She and Yunqi had spent 2 days at a hotel in town, claiming they needed to return for a friend's birthday party. Upon their return from the hotel, Yunqi spent her days holed up in her room, engrossed in video games. After a particularly challenging round of Desperate Peak, Yunqi, with a mournful expression, tossed her phone onto the bed. Not again, another B rank. Yet, she was as tenacious as a cockroach, and she continued to play several more rounds. Just as she concluded a particularly disastrous game, her phone suddenly vibrated violently. A teammate with the ID Cold Blade sent a voice invitation, and immediately, a sharp male voice pierced the air. "Damn it, cloudy little cute, are you some kind of disabled person?" Yunqi was taken aback by the sudden insult, her eardrums aching, her fingers frozen on the screen. "I've played games for 3 years and never encountered someone as pathetic as you. Your movements are like a stroke victim, and your shooting is akin to Parkinson's. Are you playing with your toes?" After hurling insults, he exited the team and muted his microphone. Fuming, Yunqi felt tears prick her eyes as she picked up her phone, ready to throw it, when she suddenly heard a light laugh from the doorway. Parkinson's shooting? Xie leaned lazily against the doorframe, a teasing glint in his eyes. His description was rather apartment. Yunqi sniffled. "Are you here to comfort me or mock me?" Xie sauntered over, casting a condescending glance at her performance. 0 kills, 8 deaths. 8 B rating. Need some guidance? Yunqi, with utmost seriousness, mumbled, "I don't need your help. I remember you weren't that great at this either." Xie, is this a case of memory distortion? Then he heard Yunqi say, "Cici has recommended a game streamer called Lazy, and I've already messaged him to become his apprentice." Xie fingers abruptly halted midair, his gaze subtly shifting. "Lazy?" "Yes," Yunqi replied, shaking her phone. "Cici said he is incredibly skilled, but..." She pouted. "It seems he hasn't been online for a while." Xie retorted, "He doesn't teach novices." Yunqi tilted her head. "How do you know that?" "Because you said you didn't want him to teach you." Xie narrowed his eyes, silently reasoning to himself. In the afternoon, Grandma declared her intention to take Yunqi to the market to buy some of her favorite vegetables, but with chicken soup simmering on the stove. She asked Xie to stay home and tend to the fire. Sitting before the bench, he idly poked at the pile of firewood with the tongs. After adding another log, almost instinctively, he re-downloaded the Dolu app, which he hadn't used in over 6 months. As the login screen flashed, the familiar ID Lazy appeared on the screen. Having been inactive for half a year, his follower count had plummeted by tens of thousands, and with 99 likes and comments. His private message inbox was overflowing. Yet, Xie Xinglan's fingers merely scrolled through the list of messages for nearly 5 minutes. A message from Cloudy Little Rest appeared, adorned with a pink rabbit avatar. With a playful glint in his eyes, he clicked to open it. "Greetings, esteemed lazy god." It began. "I am your most humble and inexperienced little fan. The kind who collides with walls while walking, fires at thin air, and can blow themselves sky-high with a grenade, the ultimate novice QAQ. However, I am immensely perseverant. Just yesterday, after being scolded for gaming with my toes, I cried and played 10 more rounds. I beseech you to take me as your disciple. I shall bow to you daily in reverence. In the game, I will serve as your mobile 4-star package. In reality, I will light incense for you." The message concluded with a cute cat emoji kneeling and holding a sign that boldly proclaimed, "Please accept me." Xie Xinglan stared at the weeping cat emoji, suddenly reminded of Yunqi's determined face from that morning when he resolutely declared he wouldn't teach him. The firewood crackled in the stove. His fingers danced upon the keyboard. "How dare you seek me out with such incompetence?" Meanwhile, at the fish market, Yunqi suddenly exclaimed, startling the fishmonger, who nearly dropped a carp back into the water. "What's wrong, girl?" Nothing, Yunqi exclaimed, bouncing on the spot while clutching her phone. "Oh my goodness. A pie from the sky has fallen." The lazy god replied to me. She eagerly shared this delightful news with Hiyueshi. Hiyueshi immediately initiated a video call, incredulously muttering, "What the heck? Chi-Chi, why? I've been messaging the deity for 6 months without a reply. Why do you get a response on your first try? This defies logic." Yunqi shook her head. "The deity might have just logged in today. Why don't you try sending another message?" Hiyueshi composed another short essay. For about half an hour, as Xianai finished shopping and prepared to take Yunqi home, the lazy god had yet to respond to her. Undeterred, Hiyueshi frantically flooded the chat, sending over 99 affectionate messages. Before long, a system notification chimed. "The other party has blocked you." "Chi-Chi, he blocked me," Hiyueshi wailed. Just as Yunqi was about to console her, a voice filled with teeth-gritting annoyance emerged from the video. "Hiyueshi, you're quite the player, aren't you? Just days after the breakup, and you're already calling someone else hubby?" Hiyueshi instantly exploded. "What is it to you? We've already broken up. I can call whoever I want hubby." Yunqi interjected sternly, "Wen-sun, you must not bully Cece." Upon hearing his cousin's voice, Wen-sun immediately cowered. "Cousin, why is it you?" Yunqi pressed on, "Why are you subjecting Cece to emotional cruelty?" This provoked Wen-sun, who exclaimed, "Goodness, cousin, you have no idea that while she was abroad, she kept messaging me every day, His voice abruptly halted, as if someone had clamped a hand over his mouth. The video feed jolted, and Hiyueshi's gritted voice resonated. "Chi-Chi, I'll hang up now. We'll talk later." Smack. The call was abruptly cut off. Yunqi stared at the blackened screen, stunned for several seconds before realizing something was amiss. Very amiss. When had Cece ever been this flustered? What did Wen-sun's earlier comment mean? What does it mean that during her time abroad, she would send me messages every day? What was she sending? Is there something that cannot be disclosed? Chapter 36. Follow-up appointment upon returning. The first thing Yunqi did was share her joy with Xie Xinglan. "Xie Xinglan, the great deity has responded to me." However, Xie Xinglan did not exhibit any particular surprise. He simply placed a bowl of rich chicken soup in front of her and said, "Drink it all." Yunqi looked up at him, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Are you jealous because I played games with other boys?" After a lengthy silence, when Xie Xinglan did not answer, she added in a soft, teasing tone, "If you were good at gaming, I would choose you." Xie Xinglan leisurely wiped his hands and chuckled at her antics. "Why do you think I'm bad at games?" Holding the soup bowl, Yunqi's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Because a long time ago, I saw you lose a game, and you got so frustrated that you threw your phone onto the bed." Xie Xinglan paused, pondering her words. He had always dominated any game he played since childhood. How could that be? "You also said." Suddenly, Yunqi burst into laughter, exclaiming, "That game is designed to be anti-human." Right. The funniest part was when you were killed by a bot 3 times and insisted that there was something wrong with the phone screen. Xie Xinglan harbored serious doubts that she was referring to herself. It seemed her memory was quite jumbled. He needed to explain the situation to the doctor. Since Yunqi's concussion, Grandma Xie had been preparing soup for her daily, believing that nourishment could cure all ailments. Observing Yunqi sip her soup delicately, Xie Xingluan suddenly reached out to ruffle her hair. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she nuzzled her fluffy little head against his large palm. Xie Xingluan's hand hesitated, feeling the softness of her hair at his fingertips. She was like a playful kitten, stirring an unexpected tenderness within him. He withdrew his hand, averting his gaze. "I'll take you for your follow-up appointment this afternoon." Yunqi obediently nodded, okay. In the afternoon, they arrived at the hospital in Xin Town. The scent of antiseptic was still pungent in the air. Xie Xingluan walked ahead with one hand in his pocket, and Yunqi had to jog to keep pace with his long strides. "Xie Xingluan," she tugged at the hem of his shirt, "you're walking too fast." He paused, turning to see the beads of sweat glistening on her nose, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. "Short legs," he remarked, yet he slowed his pace, allowing her to grasp his sleeve. In the neurosurgery consultation room, the doctor examined Yunqi's CT scans. "The hematoma in your brain has mostly absorbed," he stated, then turned to Yunqi. "Have you experienced any dizziness or memory confusion recently?" Yunqi wiggled her toes and replied, "Not really, just..." She glanced at Xie Xingluan and murmured, "Doctor, Xie Xingluan said my brain is damaged, and I mistook him for my boyfriend. Is that true?" The doctor paused, his pen hovering over the medical record. Xie Xingluan's eyes flickered momentarily. This was a critical question. Earlier, when the medical staff had taken Yunqi for her examination, Xie Xingluan had already briefed the doctor on the general nature of her memory confusion. Yunqi was confusing herself with him, projecting her experiences onto him, resulting in a reversal of her feelings towards him. The doctor, after listening intently, simply remarked, "It appears you hold considerable weight in that young lady's heart. It seems, my young man, that you must acquiesce to her wishes." At that moment, Xie Xingluan's expression darkened. The notion of weight, as it were, merely indicated that she had subconsciously chosen a target most familiar to her. How much she had loathed Yunqi in the past was a testament to this. To comply with her would be akin to taking advantage of her vulnerability. Observing the silence shared between the doctor and Xie Xingluan, Yunqi glanced from one to the other. It was then that the two finally spoke. They spoke simultaneously, yet their words contrasted sharply. Xie Xingluan asserted, "It is true." The doctor countered, "It is not true." Yunqi was left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 37. Learning to flirt with men in stark contrast to the responses from the doctors of the hospital. Xie Xingluan's remarks were taken with a grain of salt by Yunqi, who naturally placed her faith in the expertise of the professional physicians. With the doctors asserting that there was nothing amiss, she concluded that Xie Xingluan was indeed her boyfriend. She interpreted his reluctance to acknowledge their relationship as a desire to part ways, which left her feeling dejected for several days. Reflecting on the past and present versions of Xie Xingluan, she discerned a noticeable decline in his affection toward her. According to her principles, if someone she admired harbored disdain for her, she would not stoop to the level of a sycophant. However, it appeared that Xie Xingluan did not outright dislike her. Rather, he seemed somewhat indifferent. Thus, she resolved to make another effort to rekindle his feelings for her. Lacking experience in flirting, she sought counsel from He Yueshi, who had previously pursued Wen Sun. Curiosity piqued by Wen Sun's unfinished statement from their last encounter, Yunqi approached Wen Sun, only to find that He Yueshi had seemingly silenced him, leaving him unwilling to divulge any information. Consequently, she turned to He Yueshi for both answers and advice on how to attract men. On that day, a villager in their community was celebrating a joyous occasion, prompting Xie Xingluan and Grandma Xie to lend their assistance. Leaving Yunqi alone at home, she decided to video call He Yueshi, confident in the strength of their long-standing friendship, believing that she would not keep secrets from her. The last time He Yueshi had covered Wen Sun's mouth, it was likely due to the constraints of the crowded birthday party. True to form, as soon as the call connected, He Yueshi guessed the nature of her inquiry. Nestled under the covers, her face partially obscured, she spoke with a muffled voice, "Chi-Chi, you want to ask about Wen Sun, don't you?" Yunqi nodded solemnly. "Xie, what secret are you hiding from me?" I have a condition known as abdominal muscle obsession," He Yueshi declared, seemingly resigned. "I have an overwhelming desire to touch men's abs." Yunqi, Is such a condition even real? When I was with Sun, I touched his abs every day. Hiyueshi's face flushed deeper, but when I was abroad for more than 10 days without seeing him, Yunchi suddenly had an epiphany. So you asked Sun to send you pictures of his abs? Not just that. Hiyueshi covered her face later. I grew unsatisfied with just photos and asked if I could go to a nightclub to touch male models' abs. Yunchi, I bombarded him with hundreds of messages, asking if I could, whether he would feel jealous, and I insisted that touching male models was merely for fun, that only his abs would evoke any real feeling. Hiyueshi's voice dwindled, but he just ignored me, stunned into silence. Yunchi finally managed to utter, "So, was this the reason when Sun broke up with you?" Hiyueshi suddenly erupted in frustration. Nonsense. He was the one who subjected me to silent treatment first. I was just joking around. Who knew he was so petty? Yunchi murmured softly, "I feel like you might be a little bit of a jerk." Upon hearing this, Hiyueshi's temper flared. "Me a jerk? Yunchi, which way are you turning your elbow?" She abruptly sat up from her bed, her temper flaring as she seized a pillow and pounded it twice. "That was just idle chatter. Do you understand? I didn't actually go through with it. Besides, that scoundrel Sun is just as guilty." As she spoke, her words faltered, and a shadow of gloom crossed her features. Yunchi sensed something was amiss. Given Sun's nature, it was likely that upon seeing Hiyueshi shortly after their breakup, he would reciprocate in kind. Could it be that he had started dating someone new? Hiyueshi's voice was somewhat muffled. "How do you know?" Yunchi gasped in shock. "He really—" "Yes," Hiyueshi gritted her teeth. "On my birthday, a girl confessed to him, and he accepted. What do you plan to do about it?" "Oomph. Didn't he misunderstand me calling another man husband? I'll turn that misunderstanding into reality." There was a man who had captured her attention. Hiyueshi had previously mentioned her preference for men who were indifferent to her. Yunchi felt an ominous premonition. It couldn't possibly be the lazy god, could it? "It is. I intend to pursue the lazy god. Since my main account is blocked, I'll use my alternate account to pester him." No matter what her best friend decided to do, unconditional support was paramount. She chimed in, subtly revealing the true purpose of her call. Upon hearing that Yunchi wanted to learn the art of flirting, Hiyueshi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You've come to the right person for that." In the village, the eldest son of the Luo family was getting married. Aunt Luo often exchanged pleasantries with Grandma Xie and Xie Xinglan, making them relatively familiar neighbors. They were hosting the celebration at home and, unable to manage everything alone, invited familiar neighbors from the village to assist. Grandma Xie, being elderly, was asked to help with simple tasks like gathering vegetables, while Xie Xinglan was engaged in setting up the venue, moving tables and chairs. After hanging up the phone, Yunchi pondered the flirting tips her friend had shared. Hiyueshi mentioned that Xie Xinglan was helping out, and she could thoughtfully bring him some water, adopting a gentle attire for the occasion. She rummaged through her suitcase filled with exquisite dresses and ultimately chose a cream-colored spaghetti strap long dress, paired with a gray shawl. With her hair half up, the sleek strands cascaded elegantly over her shoulders. Yunchi applied a touch of lip gloss, transforming her petite lips into a perfect shade of rosy red. Slinging a small bag over her shoulder containing a few bottles of mineral water, she set off, not notifying Xie Xinglan in advance, wishing to surprise him. Outside, the old locust tree was shedding delicate white blossoms as Yunchi stepped lightly on the petals, arriving at the Luo family entrance. The yard was already adorned with numerous wooden tables and chairs, and since it was not yet mealtime, the crowd was still modest, comprising either Luo family members or villagers who had come to lend a hand. At a glance, Yunchi did not spot Xie Xinglan or Grandma Xie. Unbeknownst to her, on the second floor of the house, Xie Xinglan and Luo Zhao, the second son of the Luo family, were busy moving tables positioned across from each other. However, Xie Xinglan had her back to the window, while Luo Zhao faced it, and he caught sight of the girl standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Luo Zhao whistled and nudged Xie Xinglan with his elbow, saying, "Hey, Longu, there's a stunning beauty downstairs. You should take a look." Xie Xinglan did not turn around, continuing to move the tables with a disinterested tone. "Go away. I'm not interested." Luo Zhao shrugged. Fine, if you want tea, I will. I'll ask the beauty for her WeChat." With that, he set down his work and hurried down the stairs in a few swift strides. Xie Xinglan remained unfazed. merely lowering his gaze to adjust the tablecloth. As he pulled at the pink tablecloth, he suddenly paused, a vision of Yunqi in a pink dress flashing through his mind. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, forcing himself to think of something else. Since that day of the follow-up appointment, the doctor had informed him that Yunqi was doing well, and he could attempt to guide their relationship back to normalcy. Thus, for the past few days, he had consciously avoided physical contact, deliberately acting cold towards Yunqi. He no longer wanted to look at the tablecloth and unconsciously turn away. However, in that fleeting moment of turning, he froze, his eyes instantly growing cold. Luo Zhao was conversing animatedly with a beautiful girl, her eyes sparkling with delight. To his astonishment, that girl was none other than Yunqi. Chapter 38. The hunger for abdominal muscles as Xie Xinglan arrived at the staircase. He overheard Uncle Mom mention that there were still a few chairs that needed to be moved to the second floor. The chairs were located on the rooftop. After a brief pause, he ascended the stairs once more. On the first floor, Luo Zhao had already escorted a stunning beauty into the courtyard. After inquiring, he learned that her name was Yunqi, and she was Xie Xinglan's girlfriend. Startled, he shivered at the thought of daring to ask for her WeChat. Upon hearing that Xie Xinglan was assisting with moving tables and chairs, Yunqi expressed curiosity about what else he might need to do once he finished. During that time, she thought it would be beneficial to help him with his subsequent tasks, thereby saving time. Luo Zhao pointed to the red paper cuttings on the nearby table, saying, "Later, Xie and I will be putting these up. I would like to help." Yunqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "But you need to climb the ladder. Can you manage that?" "Why wouldn't I?" she replied confidently. "You just need to steady the ladder." Suddenly, a beautiful girl lending a hand with the paper cuttings attracted considerable attention. When Xie Xinglan completed moving the chairs and descended from the second floor, he immediately noticed a crowd gathered in the courtyard. Frowning, he approached, peering through the throng, only to see Yunqi balancing on the swaying wooden ladder, diligently affixing the vibrant red cuttings to the doorframe. Luo Zhao stood beside the ladder, grinning as he directed her. Yes, just a bit to the left." Xie Xinglan's expression darkened as he strode over, coldly commanding, "Luo Zhao, step aside." Luo Zhao turned around, immediately recognizing him, and promptly moved aside, saying, "Xie, the sister-in-law wanted to help with the cuttings." Ignoring him, Xie Xinglan stepped directly to the ladder and firmly grasped it with one hand. Engrossed in her task, Yunqi was oblivious to the change in support beneath her. The very person she was thinking of was right below her. After completing one paper cutting, she called down, "Luo Zhao, please pass me another one." As Luo Zhao prepared to hand it to her, he caught Xie Xinglan's icy glare. Soon, someone passed up another paper cutting. As Yunqi reached out to receive it, she momentarily paused, taken aback by the hand that was long and elegant, with defined knuckles and a hint of calluses, yet surprisingly attractive. Oh, how did Luo Zhao's hand become so long and beautiful? She mused briefly before returning to her work. Is this girl truly Xie Xinglan's girlfriend? Yunqi suddenly heard someone speaking behind her. Upon hearing Xie Xinglan's name, she instinctively turned around, scanning the dark crowd in search of the familiar figure. The voice had belonged to an aunt who was squatting by the courtyard well, washing vegetables. "Why are you looking around? Afraid you might fall?" A sudden voice called from below. Yunqi quickly looked down to see a face that was not particularly pleasant, with dark eyes that seemed to be encased in ice, and lips pressed tightly together. Even though she was elevated above him, he gazed up at her, and she felt an unexpected rush of fear. She let out a short, startled scream, instinctively releasing her grip on the ladder. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Yunqi lost her balance and began to fall backward. "Xinglan, quickly catch the girl," the aunt shouted. Xie Xinglan's reflexes were swift. With a firm grasp, he secured her waist and effortlessly lifted her upright. The warmth of his palm was intense, causing her heart to race despite the thin fabric separating them. How foolish, he scoffed, yet his hold remained unwavering. Is a mere piece of paper enough to frighten you? Yunqi felt a flush creep to her ears as she retorted softly, "Who told you to speak so suddenly?" Besides, it was clearly Luo Zhao who was holding the ladder just now. She had assumed Luo Zhao was still at the ladder when she glanced around and failed to see him. Once Yunqi steadied herself, he quickly released her. Tilting his head to regard her, He urged, hurry, apply it, and come down afterward. The crowd dispersed, returning to their own affairs, reassured that all was well. It turned out that Luo Zhao had been called to the kitchen by Aunt Luo to assist mid-task, which explained Yunqi's earlier oversight. Yunqi observed Xie Xinglan as he drank water. He deftly twisted open a bottle of mineral water, his Adam's apple bobbing rhythmically with each swallow, droplets cascading down his jawline, tracing the contour of his throat before disappearing into the collar of his shirt. Sunlight cast a gentle glow on his profile, accentuating its sharp lines. Have you had enough of the view? He suddenly turned, the bottle still poised at his lips, his dark eyes locking onto Yunqi's furtive gaze. A droplet dangled at the corner of his mouth, tantalizingly poised to fall, igniting an inexplicable thirst within her. Yunqi hastily averted her eyes, only to hear his soft laugh as he casually wiped away the moisture from his lips with his thumb. The gesture was nonchalant, yet exuded an undeniable charm. Now for the charges, he squinted, squeezing the empty bottle in his palm with a crackling sound. Yunqi muttered, girlfriends don't incur charges. Xie Xinglan raised a hand to massage his temple. I merely mentioned it. Shifting the topic, Yunqi twirled her skirt, her laughter sweet. Xie Xinglan, do you think I look beautiful? As he watched her skirt flutter around her like a delicate butterfly under the sun, his throat moved slightly, and he inquired, did you just add Luo Zhao on WeChat? The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Yunqi halted her spinning, tilting her head to regard him. No, I didn't. Her eyes sparkled suddenly. Are you jealous? Xie Xinglan turned his face away, feigning indifference, just asking. Oh, Yunqi elongated the syllable, bouncing closer to him. Do you want to check my phone? She brandished her phone in front of him. Although he intended to decline, he couldn't resist stealing a glance. The moment the screen illuminated, the browser page revealed searches that read, how to flirt with a boyfriend, what to do if a boyfriend suddenly becomes distant, abdominal muscle craving syndrome, how to touch a boyfriend's abs, abdominal muscle craving syndrome. Xie Xinglan's gaze lingered on those search entries for a fleeting second, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of his mouth before he quickly suppressed it. With a nonchalant air, he slipped his hand into his pocket, lazily lifting his eyelids to look at her. Is this all you amount to? What? I didn't add him on WeChat, Yunqi murmured defensively, flipping her phone over, only to be met with an immediate flush. In a flurry, she locked the screen, her ears burning crimson. I was just browsing casually. Mortified, she realized the last two entries were related to Yueshi's condition, which had prompted her search. Yet it proved futile. He chuckled softly. Why? Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow. It's because I won't let you touch me. As the clock approached midnight, a cacophony erupted outside the Luo family courtyard. The bride has arrived. Let the firecrackers fly. Someone shouted loudly. Almost immediately, the sharp crackle of firecrackers filled the air, red confetti swirling in a jubilant dance. The mingling scents of gunpowder and delicious food wafting into the courtyard. Children, cupping their ears, screamed as they darted away, only to turn back with mischievous giggles, eager to collect the remnants of unfinished firecrackers. Suddenly, a throng of people surged into the courtyard. Men called out as they carried boxes of beer toward the kitchen, while women weaved through the tables, balancing platters filled with cold dishes, occasionally shouting, "Make way. It's slippery." Yunqi stood at the edge of the crowd, momentarily dazed by the unexpected revelry. It was her first glimpse of a rural banquet, the large round tables covered in red plastic cloth, chopsticks, and bowls clattering in preparation. While men began to play games, their laughter echoing around them. Xie Xinglan stood beside her, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with an air of familiarity. Turning to her, he noticed her bright eyes, sparkling with curiosity like a kitten. Are you stunned? His voice cut through the din with remarkable clarity. Yunqi snapped back to reality, smiling up at him. It's so lively. Xie Xinglan nodded, his attention drifting behind her. Several young men were stealthily glancing their way, only to quickly feign conversation when caught in his gaze. His brow furrowed slightly as he extended a hand protectively beside her, shielding her from the bustling crowd. Let us sit over there. He gestured toward a vacant spot beneath an old locust tree, where it was cooler and quieter. Yunqi nodded obediently. Got it? Boyfriend. Xie Xinglan's brow twitched slightly. Be normal. What should I call you then? She blinked, recalling the affectionate terms she had taught her. Alon? Little star? Or perhaps, Brother Lon? At that moment, Luo Zhao happened to pass by and overheard, bursting into laughter while someone whistled, "Wow, Brother Lon, your girlfriend is quite clever." Xiexing Lan's temple throbbed. Get lost. Once Luo Zhao had left, he couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, folding his arms as he scrutinized Yunqi. Under the sun, the tips of his ears betrayed a suspicious shade of red, yet he maintained a stern demeanor. Yunqi, where on earth did you learn such cheesy terms to annoy me? Chapter 39, He Won't Let Me Touch His Ab's Eye. I won't speak. Yunqi tightly covered her mouth, without needing to guess. She was well aware that it was undoubtedly her mischievous friend, Hiyueshi. However, observing Yunqi's determined loyalty to her friend, Xiexing Lan merely offered a half-smile and silently shifted the topic. Let us sit over there. Yunqi followed him through the crowd. Where's Grandma? Isn't she sitting with us? Oh, the table they chose soon filled with people. 4 boys, 2 girls, all around their age. As Yunqi was busy texting with Sun, she suddenly felt an intense gaze on her back. Upon looking up, she was met with 6 pairs of eyes fixed on her. Although Yunqi was not socially anxious, being scrutinized by 6 pairs of eyes made her uncomfortably tug at Xiexing Lan's sleeve. Xiexing Lan clicked his tongue, raised his hand in front of Yunqi, and lazily remarked, "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a girl before?" The group fell silent. One boy, the first to break the quiet, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, asked Longo, "Who is this beautiful lady?" These 6 individuals were all Xiexing Lan's high school classmates, and seeing him with a girl piqued their interest immensely. Without lifting his gaze, Xiexing Lan casually poured a cup of tea for Yunqi, his tone indifferent. Yunqi. The group exchanged glances, stunned. One boy raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Longo, don't play coy. You know what we want to hear. Xiexing Lan twirled the cup with his fingers. What's the matter? Did your Chinese teacher teach you sports? Can't you understand, Yunqi? Do you want me to write it in pinyin for you? His words, devoid of any profanity, still carried a sharpness that cut deep. They had already heard from Luo Zhao about Xiexing Lan having a girlfriend. They merely sought to tease him, but seeing his demeanor, they began to suspect that Luo Zhao's words might not be entirely true. The title of girlfriend was likely self-bestowed by Yunqi. Back in high school, many girls had pursued Xiexing Lan, some bold enough to act similarly. However, there was something different about Xiexing Lan's attitude towards this girl named Yunqi. Realizing that he had no intention of introducing her to his friends, she felt a pang of disappointment, especially after having dressed up meticulously to see him, bringing him water and sticking notes, yet he wouldn't even utter the words girlfriend. Her nose tinged with emotion, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she glared at him. Noticing the redness in Yunqi's eyes, Xiexing Lan's fingers tightened around the teacup, knuckles turning white. He stared down at the shimmering surface of the tea, swallowing hard, yet he stubbornly refrained from meeting her gaze. Oomph! She bit her lip, suddenly standing up. I'm going to the restroom. The legs of the chair scraped against the tiled floor, producing a jarring sound. Xiexing Lan glanced at her, said nothing, but his fingers twitched slightly as she turned away. The restroom was tucked in a corner of the courtyard, and Yunqi splashed cold water on her flushed cheeks. The girl in the mirror had reddened eyes, her carefully applied makeup unable to mask her disappointment. Taking a deep breath, she rummaged through her bag for her phone. Hiyueshi had messaged her half an hour earlier. How is it? As my enchanting little fairy makes her appearance. It is certain that Xiexing Lan has been utterly captivated, lost in a whirlwind of confusion. Yunqi felt a pang of emotion at the tip of her nose and hastily typed. He said I only discussed him. After sending it, she felt embarrassed and quickly retracted, amending it to. He said he wouldn't let me touch his abs QAQ. Just as she dispatched the message, the laughter of 2 girls drifted in from the adjacent compartment. The girl that Xiexing Lan brought along is stunningly beautiful, but rather pretentious, wearing a spaghetti-strap dress to a banquet. I heard she told someone she was Xiexing Lan's girlfriend. It's laughable. Hasn't she seen that he doesn't acknowledge her? With a sudden burst of determination, Yunqi flung open the door, startling the 2 girls into an immediate silence. Chapter 40. Blindingly bright, it was precisely those 2 girls from the adjacent table. They had previously been unaware that Yunqi had gone to the restroom, and now, encountering her here was unexpected. The memory of their earlier remarks about her made her feel suddenly embarrassed. Yunqi, we were just... Yunqi's expression remained largely unchanged, yet her words were enough to render them uncomfortable. How amusing, she remarked, delicately extracting a tissue to wipe her hands. In this era of sartorial freedom, it is quite curious that some still concern themselves with the attire of others. She lifted her gaze to the mirror, where the two girls appeared visibly awkward. Is wearing a sleeveless dress against village regulations? One of the girls stammered, attempting to defend herself. But Yunqi had already turned to face them directly. She gently tugged at her shawl and muttered, well, it's rather ironic that some people cannot manage their own affairs, yet have the audacity to meddle in the lives of others. Pointing at one girl, she added, you have a piece of chili stuck in your teeth. Then, turning to the other, she remarked, your foundation is visibly caked. The two girls froze, their faces oscillating between red and pale. The girl who had been called out for the chili immediately shut her mouth, her tongue frantically sweeping between her teeth. But pride prevented her from retrieving her phone to check. The other girl instinctively touched her face, and her expression twisted when her fingers encountered the patchy makeup. Having said her piece, Yunqi simply walked away. After straightening themselves, the girls were initially anxious about encountering Yunqi again at the table, but upon returning, they discovered she was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, Xie Xinglan inquired, did you just go to the restroom? Did you see Yunqi? The two girls exchanged glances, a flicker of panic crossing their faces. And no, we didn't see her. One girl stammered, her gaze evasive. The other quickly shook her head. When we came out, the restroom was empty. Xie Xinglan frowned, tapping his fingers lightly on the table before abruptly standing up. Xinglan, what are you doing? The meal is about to start. A nearby boy called out, puzzled. Most of the guests had arrived, and the dishes were already being served. Xie Xinglan searched the restroom in vain before plunging into the bustling banquet. The villagers engaged him in small talk, and he responded half-heartedly, his eyes continuing to scan the crowd. Xinglan, come sit down and eat. Aunt Luo beckoned him with a plate of braised pork. Xie Xinglan forced a smile. Aunt Luo, I'm just looking for someone. Aunt Luo placed the dish on the table and wiped her hands, saying, Xinglan, are you looking for that girl in the white dress? A young man took her upstairs. She gestured towards the staircase. Just earlier, she looked back as she left, as if waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Xie Xinglan's eyelids flickered, a weight settling in his heart. She was waiting for him, but he had arrived too late. His jaw tightened, fingers instinctively clenching and relaxing. He knew all too well what Yunqi was waiting for. She wanted him to utter the words girlfriend. Yet, he feigned silence, acutely aware that he could not speak. His current softness of heart would inevitably lead to Yunqi's future embarrassment. With an irritated click of his tongue, he ascended to the second floor. Yunqi initially intended to locate the table where Grandma Xia was seated, but along the way, she was guided upstairs by a boy named Song Su, who mistakenly assumed she had nowhere to sit and politely suggested that there were available seats on the upper level. The Luo family had arranged numerous tables, but miscalculated the number of attendees. Most guests were seated in the courtyard or the living room on the first floor. The second floor was merely a backup area, currently empty save for a few round tables, while two tables were fully occupied. The one where she sat had only her and Song Su. Song Su led Yunqi to a seat by the window, which faced the ancient locust tree in the courtyard. She could clearly see the table she had originally occupied, and to her surprise, Xie Xinglan's spot was vacant. What are you looking at? Shang Su Sudenli Inguit. Yunqi cast a glance at the empty seat, but did not respond. Song Su astutely observed, are you watching Xie Xinglan? Are you close with him? Yunqi casually asked. Song Su nodded, not particularly close. We were high school classmates. He has always had that foul temper. Don't be too disheartened. He is notoriously aloof and has little mercy for the girls who pursue him. Yunqi contemplated revealing that she was Xie Xinglan's girlfriend, but she sensed that Song Su viewed her merely as another one of Xie Xinglan's admirers. Thus, she opted to remain silent, noticing her somber demeanor. Song Su poured her some milk, and Yunqi politely reached for the cup. Distracted by her mood, she failed to realize how close she was to the boy, their hands nearly touching. At the stairway, Xie Xinglan stood, his gaze piercing through the half-open door, fixating on the pair by the window. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the ancient locust tree, casting a dappled glow on the girl's profile as she slightly lowered her head, her lashes casting a delicate shadow beneath her eyes. The boy leaned in to pour her milk, their hands almost grazing at the rim of the cup, their heads drawing near, a picturesque scene, yet exceedingly glaring. Xie Xinglan's knuckles tightened against the doorframe, turning white. His jaw was set, and his eyes narrowed, akin to a smoldering ember held in check. He strode towards them. Yunqi was focused solely on the cup, preoccupied with whether it was filled. She was entirely unaware of someone approaching. Song Su was equally absorbed, his attention fixed on Yunqi. So close, he could catch the faint scent of gardenia in her hair. "Hey, that's enough. It's already full," Yunqi exclaimed as the milk began to spill onto her hand. "Ah, sorry." Song Su hastily straightened the cup and returned it to the table, then grabbed a tissue to assist Yunqi in wiping her hand. Just then, a shadow loomed over them. A cold, pale hand with distinctly defined knuckles suddenly intruded, long fingers clutching a tissue, directly blocking the one Song Su was offering. Song Su was taken aback, looking up to meet Xie Xinglan's icy gaze. Xie Xinglan did not acknowledge him. His attention was fixed on Yunqi's milk-stained fingers, as he grasped her wrist with a grip that was neither too harsh nor too gentle, securing it firmly. He meticulously wrapped her fingertips with a tissue, gently wiping from the base to the tip, his movements as delicate as if handling a fragile treasure. Yunqi felt her entire body stiffen, abruptly looking up to behold Xie Xinglan's striking yet frosty visage. His countenance mirrored the cold and disdain she had witnessed moments earlier beneath the ladder. Her heart skipped a beat, yet she huffed defiantly, turning away and pouting. "What are you doing? I can manage on my own." "Manage on your own? Then why not retract that hand?" Xie Xinglan lifted his eyelids, a teasing smirk playing on his lips. Blushing, Yunqi, with admirable resolve, attempted to withdraw her hand. However, her efforts were thwarted as he firmly grasped her wrist. On the sidelines, Song Su awkwardly chuckled. "Long Guyu." Only then did Xie Xinglan glance at him, a cool arc gracing his lips. "Song Su, it's been a month, yet your milk-pouring skills have evidently improved." Song Su's expression stiffened. Xie Xinglan released Yunqi's hand, casually tossing the tissue into the trash, his tone languid, but then again considering you couldn't even twist off a water bottle cap in high school. Pouring milk now is indeed progress. Song Su. Completely oblivious to the mockery, Yunqi blinked her large eyes, muttering to herself, "I can twist off a water bottle cap, and I'm just a girl." Chapter 41. Until Xie Xinglan acknowledges or denies, although there were only 3 individuals at Yunqi's table, the dishes were nonetheless served in full. For reasons unknown, they dined in silence, while the adjacent tables in the courtyard were lively and bustling. This stark contrast rendered their gathering particularly desolate and awkward. Despite the atmosphere lacking the warmth typically found in a banquet, Yunqi found herself rather fond of this ambience, albeit she noticed that most dishes were laden with chili peppers. The few bowls before her were no exception, brimming with the fiery ingredient. Song Su broke the silence, asking, "Yunqi, do the dishes not suit your palate?" Before Yunqi could respond, Xie Xinglan casually rearranged the order of the dishes. In an instant, her selections transformed into kelp and pork rib soup, scallion meatballs, and poached chicken, each one a more delicate offering. Yunqi gazed at the suddenly altered spread before her, her eyes widening slightly, and her eyelashes fluttered gently. Stealing a glance at Xie Xinglan, she found him nonchalantly unwrapping a pair of clean chopsticks, deftly placing a piece of poached chicken in her bowl, his tone languid. "This one isn't spicy." Upon witnessing this, Song Su immediately reached for the kelp soup, exclaiming, "This soup is incredibly fresh. You ought to try it." As he filled the bowl and brought it before Yunqi, Xie Xinglan swiftly snatched it away, downing it in one smooth motion. He then praised, "Indeed, it is quite fresh." Song Su, astonished, looked as if he could fit an egg in his mouth. "Long Gu." "Oh," Xie Xinglan replied calmly, placing the empty bowl back on the table without lifting his gaze. "I assumed you were serving it to me." With both young men extolling the soup's freshness, Yunchi was tempted to sample it as well. At that moment, a waitress arrived with another dish. Xie Xinglan swept the bowls and chopsticks aside to make room for the new offering. Yunchi glanced at the newly presented dish while ladling kelp soup into her bowl. After achieving an appropriate amount, she sipped delicately. The soup's savory essence spread across her palate, prompting her to close her eyes in satisfaction. "Is it good?" Song-su inquired with a smile. "Yes, it's truly delightful." Yunchi nodded, taking another sip. Meanwhile, Xie Xinglan remained silent, his expression oddly conflicted, as if he were on the verge of speaking but refrained. Unbeknownst to anyone, a faint blush tinged his ears beneath his tousled hair. He glanced at the bowl that truly belonged to Yunchi, then at the one she was currently drinking from. Yunchi had taken a wrong bowl. Following Xie Xinglan's gaze, Song-su's expression stiffened, muttering, "Yunchi, you have." Before he could finish, someone under the table kicked him. "Ouch!" Song-su grimaced. Rubbing his calf, Xie Xinglan, through gritted teeth, shoved a piece of braised pork into his mouth, commanding eat. Yunchi, bewildered, clutched her bowl, her gaze flickering between the two young men. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Xie Xinglan replied, his voice colder than usual as he focused on his rice. "If the soup is good, just drink more." Chewing on the braised pork, Song-su cast a complex glance at the bowl in Yunchi's hands, then at Xie Xinglan's unusual demeanor, and suddenly grasped the underlying implication. After the meal, Yunchi and Xie Xinglan waited for Grandma in the courtyard. Having learned from the earlier incident, Yunchi had become more astute. She resolved that whenever someone inquired about the relationship between Xie Xinglan and Yunchi, she would refrain from asserting that she was Xie Xinglan's girlfriend, choosing instead to direct the question back to him. This strategy would spare her from any embarrassment. A breeze stirred in the courtyard, the summer wind rendering her body uncomfortably warm. The two were seated at a square table, sharing a long bench. However, Xie Xinglan occupied the center, while Yunchi seemed to deliberately distance herself, positioning herself at the far end of the bench, turned away from him. In times past, Yunchi would have clung to him, their shoulders brushing, legs intertwined. The distant sounds of laughter, the clinking of glasses, and children's playful shouts blurred into a cacophony. Yet their table remained a serene enclave, as if forgotten by the world, observing the slender, delicate silhouette of the girl. A wave of irritation surged within Xie Xinglan once more. His fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, the sound subtle yet imbued with undeniable force. Sitting in such a manner risked to fall. He fixated on her back, letting out a soft click of his tongue. Yunchi's shoulders tensed momentarily, yet she did not turn around. She was well aware of the bench's flaw. Two individuals must sit closely for balance. Otherwise, a slight shift could lead to calamity. Previously, she had relished the closeness, wishing to be as near to him as possible. But now, she was determined not to be misconstrued as overly eager. Xie Xinglan's jaw tightened, his gaze heavy as he regarded her. In the next instant, Yunchi abruptly stood up. Xie Xinglan's brow relaxed, momentarily hopeful that she would return to her seat, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. However, she instead strode directly to the empty chair across from him, sitting with her back turned, politely responding, "Understand, Xie Xinglan." He stared at Yunchi's back, his chest constricted as if a damp cotton ball had lodged itself within, heavy and suffocating, making even breathing cumbersome. Yunchi exhibited no signs of anger or petulance. Instead, she responded quietly and courteously. Yet for reasons unknown, it irked him to no end. They were a striking pair, handsome man and beautiful woman. The young man was none other than Xie Xinglan, the academic prodigy and heartthrob of Xian High School. Many of the attendees were acquaintances of Xie Xinglan. Luo Zhao approached with a group of high school friends, scratching his head upon sensing the tension between them. Whispering to his companions, have Xie and his girlfriend had a quarrel? Girlfriend? A bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses, recalling that just moments ago, it was mentioned that Xie Xinglan had not acknowledged such a title. Luo Zhao shot a glare. What do you know? Xie is simply stubborn. As they drew nearer, Luo Zhao cheerfully patted Xie Xinglan on the shoulder. Xie, we're planning to go pick plums at the back mountain. Care to join? Xie Xinglan brushed his hand away, glancing at him with indifference. Not going, I have other matters to attend to. Luo Zhao immediately caught on, winking in Yunchi's direction. Ah, I see. Xia is going to keep his girlfriend company. Upon hearing the term girlfriend, Yunqi's ears perked up, yet she stubbornly remained turned away. She was waiting for Xie Xinglan to either affirm or deny the title. Xie Xinglan was acutely aware of her anticipation, yet he could not exploit the situation. He remained clear-headed. Yunqi's current affection for him is merely a result of her disordered memories and clouded mind. The true Yunqi harbors a disdain for him. He finds it impossible to engage in a relationship with her under such pretenses, for that would betray the genuine Yunqi and deceive himself. It seems Yunqi has already deduced the truth. Her silence speaks volumes. Xie Xinglan is reluctant to acknowledge this reality. Suddenly, she interjects, her voice soft and tinged with a hint of nasality. Please don't call me sister-in-law. I am not Xie Xinglan's girlfriend. I was merely joking. I am his friend. Simultaneously, Xie Xinglan's voice cuts through the air, characterized by its habitual languor and detachment. What the hell are you blabbering about? The two speak in unison, only to halt abruptly. The courtyard falls into an eerie silence. Laughter, conversations, and the clatter of dishes from afar all seem muted, as if silenced by an unseen hand. Yunqi's fingers tighten, turning pale, yet she rises, offering the crowd a sweet smile. I will go check on Grandma. Chapter 42. Discontent with Xie Xinglan behind the Ma family's residence lies a sprawling orchard, lush with plum trees. Today marks a joyous occasion, as their eldest son is marrying, coinciding perfectly with the ripening of the plums. Unable to consume them all, the family decides to allow the neighbors attending the banquet to pick some to take home. After assisting in tidying up the kitchen, Grandma Xie inquires if Yunqi wishes to taste the plums. Having never tried them before, Yunqi's curiosity piques. Then, Chi-Chi, hurry and call Xinglan to join you in picking plums from the mountain, Grandma Xie urges. Yunqi bites her lip and shakes her head. Grandma, I can go by myself. There's no need to call him. Grandma Xie keenly senses the girl's unease and gently pats her hand, her own weathered fingers betraying her concern. Did you have a quarrel? No, not at all. Yunqi fabricates a casual excuse to spare her grandmother's worry, Xie Xinglan. He said he had something to do. With a sigh, Grandma Xie counters, you cannot go up the mountain alone. I shall accompany you. Yunqi hurriedly shakes her head. No, Grandma, it's not convenient for you. At that moment, Song Su enters the kitchen with a basket slung over his shoulder. Grandma Xie, I can look after Yunqi for you. He stands at the kitchen doorway, sunlight streaming in from behind him, illuminating his gentle smile. He shakes the bamboo basket in his hand. I also need to go pick plums. Yunqi hesitates, about to speak, but Grandma Xie, with a cheerful nod, interjects. Then it's settled. Thank you, Xiaosong. It's no trouble. Song Su looks at Yunqi. Shall we? With no further grounds to decline, Yunqi reluctantly follows him to the back mountain. Watching their departing figures, Grandma Xie ponders as she wipes her hands. She opens her WeChat and sends a message to Xie Xinglan. Xinglan, where have you gone? A handful of households, around 10 individuals led by Uncle Ma, emerge from the kitchen, embarking on their journey to the orchard. The cacophony of voices fades into the distance, leaving the courtyard in silence. Guests come and go, with some having just ventured to the back mountain for plums. The round tables outside have been cleared of most, save for one beneath the large locust tree, still occupied by a group of people. Upon receiving Grandma's message, Xie Xinglan responds with confusion. I've been waiting for you all in the courtyard. Just as he sends the message, he overhears a hushed conversation nearby. Hey, that girl in the white dress was brought by Longa, right? A bespectacled boy nudges his companion. Yes. She looks like a star. His friend perks up. That aura, clearly a young lady from the city. The boy in glasses leans closer to Xie Xinglan, his tone ingratiating. Longa, is that girl your friend? Is she single? Xie Xinglan's grip on his phone tightens, knuckles turning pale as he reads the illuminated screen displaying Grandma's recent message. Chi-Chi went to the mountain to pick plums with Xiaosong. Lan Ye. Noticing Xie Xinglan's silence, the bespectacled boy leans in closer. Is that girl your friend? Xie Xinglan did not even lift his eyelids. His tone languid, yet laced with sarcasm. What? Are you checking my household registration? The bespectacled man awkwardly recoiled. I was just asking. At last, Xie Xinglan raised his gaze, the corners of his lips curling into a smile that was neither wholly genuine nor entirely ironic. inquiring if he intended to add her on WeChat as well. The bespectacled man felt a chill run down his spine under Xie Xinglan's scrutinizing stare, giving a nervous chuckle. No, no such intention. Xie Xinglan scoffed lightly, rising leisurely to his feet, and with a mock-serious tone declared, "Spare me. Her standards are exceedingly high." The bespectacled man was momentarily taken aback. "Huh?" Xie Xinglan continued. "If even I am deemed unworthy, what makes you think you stand a chance?" The entire table fell silent. Although this statement bore an undertone of narcissism, it somehow gained their credence when uttered by Xie Xinglan. The bespectacled man was left speechless. After a prolonged silence, managing to mutter, "Longo, what you just said," Xie Xinglan, uninterested in further engagement, turned and dashed out of the courtyard. He recalled a path that led to the other side of the orchard. He took out his phone to send a message to his grandmother. Yunqi felt fortunate to be wearing her white sneakers today. Had she donned high heels, the ascent would have proven even more arduous. Most of those climbing alongside her were adults or boys. Naturally, Yunqi, being a girl, was unable to keep pace, gradually falling behind the group. Song Su noticed her struggle and slowed his pace to wait for her. "Do you want to take a break?" Yunqi shook her head, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "I'm fine, I can." Before she could finish her sentence, her phone in her bag suddenly vibrated. Hiyueshi was calling. Once the call connected, Hiyueshi's irate voice burst forth. "Chi-Chi, that guy, Xie Xinglan, actually said your nickname is disgusting?" Hiyueshi's voice exploded through the receiver, prompting Yunqi to quickly lower the volume. "I just woke up and saw your message." Hiyueshi's voice was hoarse, yet seething with anger. "You want T let you touch his abs? What is he pretending to be all high and mighty for? Our Chi-Chi has both beauty and figure. Does he even measure up?" Yunqi's face flushed crimson. "No, Shishi, let me explain. There was a profound misunderstanding. She had no intention of feeling Xie Xinglan's abs. She had merely searched it due to Hiyueshi's mention of the abs hunger syndrome." "Explain what?" Hiyueshi interrupted. "What is so great about this sharp-tongued guy? He walks around with a perpetually stern face, acting all arrogant and aloof. But in reality, he is just a clueless blockhead. Chi-Chi, let me tell you, such a man is not worthy of you. You deserve far better." Yunqi bit her lower lip, silently listening to her friend's tirade. Catching a glimpse of Song Su pausing to wait for her, she quickly said into the phone, "Shishi, I'll call you back later." Hanging up, Yunqi hurriedly jogged a few steps to catch up with Song Su. "Sorry about that." Song Su smiled. "No worries, was that your friend?" "Yes, my bestie." Yunqi tucked her phone back in her bag, glancing up the mountain path, wondering how much further they had to go. "Not far, just around that bend ahead." Song Su pointed forward, then suddenly lowered his voice. I just heard you mention Xie Xinglan." Yunqi paused in her steps. "You heard that?" "Just a bit." Song Su scratched his head, remarking that, well, Xie Xinglan was just that way, treating everyone similarly. So it was best not to take it too much to heart. Yunqi felt her eyes redden slightly and nodded in agreement. However, Song Su hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you truly have feelings for him?" Yunqi bit her lower lip. She had already stated publicly that they were merely friends. To change her stance now would be. She sniffed and, in a fit of petulance, murmured softly, "I don't like Xie Xinglan." Song Su's eyes brightened. "Really?" Then, suddenly, a voice rang out ahead, interrupting Song Su mid-sentence. Yunqi looked up, and before her stretched a breathtaking vista, an entire hillside adorned with plum trees. Their heavy fruits bending the branches and glistening enticingly in the sunlight with a purplish-red hue. A group of about a dozen people had already dispersed, chatting and laughing as they began to pick the fruit. "Let's head over there," Song Su suggested, pointing towards a quieter grove on the right. Yunqi nodded and followed him in that direction, unaware that a tall figure was standing rigidly in the shadows of the trees behind them. Chapter 43. Snatching the mint candy from his palm displeased, yet it aligned perfectly with his intentions. Xie Xinglan's gaze lingered heavily on the retreating figures of the two, his tongue grazing the lower gum, releasing the plum he had just crushed in frustration. The sticky juice coated his hand, which he wiped carefully with a tissue. Though his eyes remained fixed on the couple harvesting plums, he felt an urge to walk in the opposite direction, yet his feet moved towards Yunqi. He paused for a moment, observing Song Su climbing the branches to gather plums, while Yunqi obediently held the basket below to catch the falling fruit. It was reminiscent of their earlier antics with milk, exceedingly glaring. At that moment, emotions surged within him. He truly wished to take a step forward, yet he halted once more. Squinting, he inexplicably began to walk in the direction of Luo Zhao. Yunqi and Song Su exhibited remarkable synergy in their fruit-picking endeavors. When engrossed in activity, one tends to momentarily forget their worries. Yunqi's sole focus at that moment was the task of gathering plums. Song Su, too, was captivated, gazing at the porcelain-white face of the girl beneath the shade of the tree. Her slightly parted lips resembled ripe cherries, and with each plum he tossed, she would exclaim softly, scrambling to catch them. Her white skirt swayed gracefully with her movements, leaving Song Su momentarily entranced. Unable to restrain himself, he voiced his thoughts. Yunqi, may we exchange contact information? Song Su spoke earnestly, expressing his admiration for Yunqi's character and his desire to befriend her. Yunqi held a favorable impression of Song Su as well. Without hesitation, she retrieved her WeChat QR code, just as she was about to extend her phone. Footsteps and Luo Zhao's voice interrupted. Song Su, why are you two hiding here to pick plums? The fruit over there is sweeter. Uncle Ma is calling everyone over. Song Su watched as Yunqi withdrew her phone, managing a somewhat strained smile. It's quieter here. Even if it's quiet, the fruit here is sour. You'll waste your efforts picking them, Luo Zhao replied, gesturing with his chin. Come, let us go to the eastern patch. The fruit there is riper. Yunqi found his reasoning sound, especially since she disliked sour fruit. Song Su, let us head over there. Though Song Su felt reluctant, he complied and followed. As Luo Zhao led the way, he suddenly turned to glance at Yunqi, revealing an amused smile. Yunqi raised an eyebrow in confusion. As they passed through several rows of fruit trees, the vista opened up, revealing a lively gathering of people picking plums not far off. Beneath a sturdy plum tree, a boy lounged against the trunk, casually tossing a ripe plum in his hand. Yunqi halted, lowering her gaze. Had Xie Xinglan ascended the mountain as well? The plum rotated between Xie Xinglan's long fingers before he caught it effortlessly. Sensing something, he turned abruptly. Their eyes met. Yunqi? Song Su gently called to her. Noticing her sudden daze, Xie Xinglan's gaze swept past Yunqi, finally resting coldly on Song Su's face. He straightened up and casually tossed the plum into a nearby bamboo basket, producing a dull thud. What a coincidence! Xie Xinglan sauntered over, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yunqi. Did you enjoy picking them? Yunqi pressed her lips together, her fingers instinctively twisting the hem of her skirt, yet she met his gaze directly. Yes, I did. It was then that Song Su noticed Xie Xinglan, his eyes darting away in embarrassment. Brother Lan, are you here to pick plums too? Shall we go together? Xie Xinglan replied, Together? Just the three of us? Song Su stood up straighter, feigning ignorance of Xie Xinglan's piercing gaze. Yes, picking together would be quicker. He turned to Yunqi, a smile in his eyes. What do you think, Yunqi? Yunqi could feel Xie Xinglan's gaze piercing in her like a knife, the air seeming to freeze around them. She began, but Xie Xinglan suddenly chuckled lightly. All right. He plucked a plum from the tree, playing with it in his palm, his eyes devoid of warmth as they turned to Song Su. Luo Zhao was taken aback. Brother Lan had deliberately approached to summon Song Su, clearly intending to bring Yunqi along. He must want to be alone with her. Yet, Song Su was utterly oblivious. Luo Zhao desperately blinked at Song Su, but was met with total disregard. Rolling his eyes, he made one last attempt to mediate, grabbing Song Su's arm and raising his voice intentionally. Olhat, Song Su, you really don't understand. Yunqi and Brother Lan are close. If you meddle, it will be hard to share the plums later. You're just causing trouble. Song Su's expression stiffened, yet he stubbornly remained where he was. What do you mean close? Yunqi just said. What did she say? Luo Zhao hissed, pinching his arm and gritting his teeth. Are you blind? Ultimately, thanks to Luo Zhao's intervention, Song Su was forcibly dragged away. This left Yunqi and Xie Xinglan alone. Yunqi silently picked plums, avoiding Xie Xinglan's gaze. But his presence still affected her mood. She picked a plum and was about to place it in the basket when Xie Xinglan said, That one's spoiled. Yunqi's face flushed, and she threw the plum far away. She picked another one. Xie Xinglan's voice rang out again. Not ripe. Yunqi retorted. It is ripe. She abruptly turned around and bit into the plum before he could speak, the sour juice exploding in her mouth, causing her eyes to squint and her lashes to tremble uncontrollably. Nevertheless, she defiantly raised her voice. It's ripe, very ripe, incredibly sweet. Xie Xinglan observed her with an enigmatic smile, silent yet intently watching her until she could no longer maintain her facade, her face turning crimson. Slowly, he retrieved a mint candy from his pocket. Yunqi's pupils flickered, but she awkwardly averted her gaze from the mint in his hand. Xie Xinglan noted her stubborn demeanor, his expression turning serious. When plums are unripe, the tannin content is 3 times that of when they are ripe. He leisurely rubbed the mint candy's wrapper. Yunqi's mouth tasted bitter from the sour plum, yet she stubbornly glared at him. Tannic acid may irritate the gastric mucosa, resulting in mild stomach pain. Or in severe cases, he deliberately elongated his tone, his gaze playfully sweeping over her slightly pale lips, gastritis. Yunqi's eyelashes fluttered, and she involuntarily swallowed. Oh, and he added nonchalantly, unripe plums can easily lead to oral ulcers. Yunqi was taken aback by his earnest demeanor. As she listened to him, she couldn't discern whether it was a psychological effect or something else, but she felt an inexplicable ache in her mouth. She regarded him with suspicion. After much hesitation, she finally could not contain herself and swiftly reached for the mint candy in his palm. As the girl bent down to unwrap the mint, Xie Xinglan fixed his gaze upon her fluffy hair. Yunqi, let us converse this evening. Chapter 44. Yunqi is my girlfriend, and her companions descended the mountain after picking plums. The clock was nearing 7 o'clock. The summer twilight still held the sky in a gentle embrace, with delicate pink hues adorning the horizon. The group, filled with laughter and joy, exchanged farewells in the courtyard of the Luo family. When Luo Zhao's younger sister ventured to the street for snacks, she encountered a promotional vehicle adorned with colorful posters, its loudspeaker repeatedly announcing, "Tonight at 8, a grand acrobatic performance at Zine Central Square. A spectacular event awaits." Upon her return, she excitedly tugged at Luo Zhao's sleeve, exclaiming, "Brother, there's an acrobatic show tonight. Shall we go?" The news landed like a pebble in a tranquil pond, reigniting the enthusiasm of the group, which had been preparing to part ways. Seeing Yunqi's intrigued expression, Grandma Xie promptly suggested taking her and Xie Xinglan home, first to ensure they could have dinner before 8, after which Xie Xinglan would accompany her to the performance. By the time they arrived home, it was already 7:30. The trio hurriedly prepared dinner and consumed it in haste, with Grandma urging them to leave promptly. Xie Xinglan pedaled his bicycle, carrying her towards Zine Street. Just before their departure, he intended for Yunqi to hold onto the sides of the bag, but for some reason, his words morphed into, "Hold on to me." As soon as he spoke, he heard the girl behind him respond, "How do you want me to hold on to you?" Her voice, soft yet laced with an intriguing undertone, made his grip on the handlebars tighten slightly, and he felt his throat constrict. He discerned the implication in her words. Should she grab the hem of his shirt, or perhaps embrace his waist? The night breeze caressed Yunqi's skirt, brushing lightly against his calves, creating a ticklish sensation akin to a silent encouragement. With the peppermint candy already given away, he found himself smiling, tilting his head to glance at the girl behind him. His tone languid, "It's up to you." Feeling the hem of his shirt being tugged, Xie Xinglan's lips curled slightly. Was his message not clear enough? At 7:45, they arrived at Zine Central Square. The open-air stage was already surrounded by a considerable crowd, with acrobats warming up amid the rhythmic drumming and the lively chatter of the audience, creating a vibrant atmosphere. After securing his bicycle, Xie Xinglan noticed beads of sweat glistening on Yunqi's forehead and instructed her to wait on a stone bench while he went to a nearby convenience store for water. Having spent the afternoon picking plums and then swiftly preparing dinner, she realized it had been several hours since she last checked her phone. Upon doing so, she discovered messages from He Yueshi and Wensun. He Yueshi, Chi-Chi, let me tell you, dealing with a sharp-tongued guy like Xie Xinglan is truly daunting. His words are so toxic that he could poison himself if he licked his own lips. He doesn't know how to cherish. We shouldn't be the ones chasing after him. Yunqi replied, "Yes, I'm aware. He mentioned wanting to talk to me tonight. and I'm curious to hear his thoughts. Earlier that day, she had also consulted Wen Sun about the matter of having a girlfriend. As expected, Wen Sun's response was one of retaliation. Wen Sun, since he Yueshi is broken up and calls someone else husband, why can't I call someone else wife? Yunqi ultimately decided to lend them a hand. She would share the forwarded chat records with Yueshi. A shadow fell over her, and she heard Song Su's voice call out, Yunqi. Looking up, she saw Song Su standing before her, his face brimming with delight. She returned his greeting with a polite smile. What a coincidence. Song Su took a seat beside her, asking, I came with my family. How about you? Did you come alone? I came with Xie Xinglan, she replied. Song Su's expression faltered momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. Where is he? How could he leave you here all by yourself? Noting his misunderstanding, Yunqi furrowed her brows and began to explain. He didn't leave me here. He went. Before she could finish, a slender hand interjected from behind them, holding a bag of mineral water by its middle finger. The hand waved between them, the plastic bag crinkling audibly. Unbeknownst to them, Xie Xinglan had already positioned himself behind them, the moonlight casting a long shadow. Startled, both of them jumped up from their seats, and Xie Xinglan caught Yunqi by the collar of her shirt to steady her, his gaze devoid of warmth as it fell upon Song Su. Are you back to steal my home again? Yunqi looked up at Xie Xinglan in disbelief, unable to fathom that such words had escaped his lips. Steal home? Does that mean you're acknowledging that I'm yours? Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she stared blankly at him. The night breeze swept by, and the music and chatter from the square seemed to fade into the background. Her intense gaze made Xie Xinglan feel somewhat uneasy, and he handed her the water. I bought this, drink. As he shifted his focus from Yunqi to Song Su, his expression turned icy. Song Su averted his gaze for a moment, but then, observing Yunqi taking small sips from the water, he took a deep breath and mustered the courage to speak. Xinglan, could you refrain from using such harsh words? What do you mean by stealing home? Yunqi has expressed her disinterest in you, he continued, his eyes sweeping over her flushed cheeks before quickly diverting. If that is the case, what is wrong with me pursuing her openly? The atmosphere suddenly thickened. Xie Xinglan's dark eyes narrowed, his gaze slicing through Song Su with the sharpness of a blade. He pressed his tongue against his back molars, feeling the tension in his jaw. Suddenly, he chuckled lightly, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. He slowly twisted the cap of the mineral water bottle, his knuckles whitening under the pressure. His gaze settled upon Yunqi's head, and a singular thought consumed him. It seemed certain matters needed to be addressed sooner rather than later. The night breeze turned slightly cooler, brushing a stray lock of hair from Yunqi's ear. She widened her eyes, staring at Song Su in bewilderment. What'd you say? She had never anticipated that Song Su harbored feelings for her. She had always believed their relationship was merely that of ordinary friends. Song Su gazed directly at Yunqi, declaring, I have feelings for you, Yunqi. Huh? This is so sudden. Yunqi's fingers tightened around the mineral water bottle, producing a faint cracking sound from the plastic. She instinctively took a half step back behind Xie Xinglan, a movement that caused the corners of Xie Xinglan's mouth to imperceptibly lift. Song Su. Yunqi awkwardly scratched his head. You misunderstood, I and Xie Xinglan. A large hand gently rested on Yunqi's head, leisurely caressing it. As Xie Xinglan spoke with deliberate clarity, his voice remained languid, yet his tone was remarkably earnest. Yunqi, she's my girlfriend. Yunqi stiffened, looking up at him. Simultaneously, Xie Xinglan lowered his gaze to her. He continued, Today, I made my girlfriend angry, which is why she's saying she doesn't like me. Chapter 45. Signing the agreement, Yunqi was completely taken aback, never expecting Xie Xinglan to admit it on the spot. In a daze, she heard Xie Xinglan say, It's my fault. I'm currently trying to soothe things over. Song Su's face turned pale, and he opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound. The pounding drums on stage suddenly became deafening, marking the commencement of the acrobatic performance, eliciting cheers from the surrounding crowd. By the time Yunqi regained her composure, Song Su had vanished, and she found herself and Xie Xinglan pushed to the periphery of the throng. Xie Xinglan stood before her, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he quietly observed her. Yunqi glanced around, her cheeks warming slightly. How'd we end up on the outside? Xie Xinglan chuckled softly, because someone stood there in a daze while everyone else pressed forward to watch the performance, oblivious to the crowd moving ahead. Feeling her ears heat up, Yun Shi retorted softly, I wasn't dazed. Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow, his voice low and laced with humor. Not dazed? Then who was staring at me, without blinking, just now? Her face flushed, but as she recalled his admission of being her boyfriend, her tone regained its assertiveness. With hands on her hips, she muttered, what is wrong with me checking on my boyfriend? Is that not allowed? Seeing her revert to her previous demeanor, Xie Xinglan's throat bobbed slightly, dark emotions swirling in his eyes. He suddenly grasped the back of Yun Shi's head, leaning closer, his voice husky and intense, of course. It's perfectly fine. Yun Shi's heart skipped a beat, her eyelashes fluttering in a flurry. The stage lights danced across Xie Xinglan's profile, casting an enchanting halo around him. However, he abruptly straightened, retrieving a folded piece of paper and a pen from his pocket, leisurely unfolding it. We need to sign this first. This was the agreement he had prepared to prevent Yun Shi from denying their relationship later. Had it not been for Song Su's meddling, he intended to discuss it after returning home, but circumstances had forced his hand. The paper bore a single statement. Unilateral declaration of breakup is prohibited. Yun Shi glanced at it and declared with conviction, a 1T breakup. Xie Xinglan smiled silently, his fingers gently tapping the paper, then signed. Yun Shi took the pen, about to write, when a sudden thought struck her. She looked up and glared at him. Wait, why can't only I unilaterally break up? What about you? Leaning languidly against the lamppost, the interplay of light and shadow accentuated the contours of his face. He chuckled softly, his tone casual yet assured. If I wanted to break up, I wouldn't be with you in the first place. Yun Shi's heart raced, her cheeks aflame. Yet, she turned her head huffily. Sweet talk is easy for anyone. I don't care, I want to add that too. Xie Xinglan remained nonchalant, as you wish. Flushed, Yun Shi quickly added a line to the paper. Xie Xinglan is also prohibited from unilaterally breaking up. Satisfied, she nodded and shoved the paper back into his hands. Now it's fair. So when you said you wanted to talk to me tonight, was this what you meant? Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow, remarking that she was not entirely foolish. Due to the throng of people, they found themselves pushed to the outer edge. Yun Shi, standing at 1.6 meters, was not particularly short, yet the numerous taller boys in front of her rendered her efforts to rise on tiptoe futile, allowing her only a glimpse of a corner of the stage. Xie Xinglan, on the other hand, towering at 1.87 meters, could effortlessly see the stage despite the sea of heads before him. He glanced down at Yun Shi, who was hopping about like a little rabbit, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. Do you need assistance? He leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Yun Shi's ears flushed with warmth as she tugged at Xie Xinglan's shirt, tilting her face upwards with hopeful eyes. Yes, she had anticipated that he would scoop her up in his arms. To her surprise, however, Xie Xinglan led her to a corridor on the second floor of a nearby shopping mall. This vantage point allowed them to look down upon the acrobatic performance with clarity. Standing by the railing, Yun Shi acknowledged the splendid view, but felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Stealing a glance at the seemingly amused Xie Xinglan beside her, she found him wearing a subtle smile. What is it? He asked, feigning ignorance as he gently played with the strands of hair near her ear. Aren't you here to watch the performance? Yun Shi mumbled softly, yes, to watch the performance. Xie Xinglan suddenly leaned closer. Then why do you look so unhappy? Yun Shi gazed up at him, her lips pouting. I thought you would lift me up. His eyes roamed over her, finally lingering on her short skirt. The skirt is rather short. Huh? She looked down, and realization dawned upon her, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. After soiling her long sundress while picking plums, she had changed into a knee-length pleated skirt before leaving. If you were to lift her up, with so many people below, Xie Xinglan was concerned about her exposure. Yun Shi's cheeks flushed in even deeper shade of crimson. Understanding Xie Xinglan's intentions filled her with sweetness, akin to having upturned a jar of honey. So, you were worried about this? She scratched her head. Xie Xinglan chuckled softly. What else could it be? Well, an idea struck Yun Shi. She requested Xie Xinglan's jacket, tied it around her waist, and opened her arms wide, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Is this all right now? Indeed. No sooner had he spoken than a soft, fragrant figure leaped into his embrace. With a swift motion, Xie Xinglan caught Yunqi, who felt her feet leave the ground entirely. Instinctively, she clung to his neck, her cheek resting against his warm neck, her heart racing as though it might leap out her chest. Unbeknownst to them, Yunqi had been staying at Xie Xinglan's home for nearly a month. On June 26th, the day the college entrance examination results were to be released, Yunqi sat cross-legged on the sofa, her fingers drumming anxiously against the edge of the coffee table. The phone screen, burdened by the overwhelming traffic of inquiries, remained perpetually on the loading page, displaying nothing but emptiness. Don't be anxious, Xie Xinglan emerged from the kitchen, handing her a glass of chilled lemon water while reclining at the opposite end of the sofa. Yunqi picked up the cup, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the droplets of water on its surface as she murmured softly, "What if the results are significantly lower than expected? I didn't finish the last 2 math problems." Xie Xinglan glanced at her, his tone calm. "Anxiety will not alter your results." Yet, a hint of fear lingered in Yunqi's heart as she lowered her gaze to her phone, mumbling to herself. Xie Xinglan paused momentarily, then suddenly snatched her phone away. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yunqi looked up, only to see him swiftly close the query page and turn the phone face down on the coffee table. "Since we cannot check it now," he said, rising to his feet and gesturing towards the door with a tilt of his chin, "it'd be better to engage in something else." Just as Yunqi was about to inquire further, Xie Xinglan's phone vibrated unexpectedly. He glanced down, his brow furrowing slightly before quickly returning to his usual demeanor. "Who is it?" she asked curiously, leaning in closer. Xie Xinglan turned the phone away, saying, "Just a spam message." Chapter 46. A gentle kiss. To Yunqi's astonishment, Xie Xinglan had taken her to the bank of a small stream. With a puzzled expression, she inquired, "What did you bring me here for?" "To catch fish," Xie Xinglan replied, handing her a small wooden spoon. The stream was both shallow and crystal clear, allowing the mud and fallen leaves at the bottom to be distinctly visible. As Yunqi crouched down and dipped her fingers into the water, her confusion deepened. "Why am I supposed to catch fish?" Xie Xinglan squatted beside her, idly disturbing the water's surface, casting an annoyed glance in her direction. Last night, someone was talking in her sleep, incessantly clamoring about wanting to fish. It was exasperating. Yunqi's fingers froze, and her face flushed crimson. I talked in my sleep?" Without mercy, Xie Xinglan recounted Yunqi's nocturnal transgressions, detailing not only her sleep-talking but also her flailing limbs and kicking the bed. "Yunqi, is my sleeping posture really that poor?" Xie Xinglan stood up, declaring that the stream was teeming with little fish, ready for her to catch. Yunqi's expression shifted to one of guilt, as she merely stirred the water with a wooden spoon. In truth, Xie Xinglan had misunderstood. Last night, she had dreamt a ridiculous dream in which she transformed into a heartbreaker and a fish queen, following He Yueshi to a nightclub to fish, even going so far as to break up with Xie Xinglan. In her dream, Xie Xinglan wore a sullen expression, producing a contract and asserting that she could not unilaterally end the relationship. Then, she tore the contract and even slapped Xie Xinglan. Lost in thought, she almost let the wooden spoon slip away, nearly carried off by the stream's current. Yunqi hurried to retrieve the floating spoon, stammering, You must have misheard." "Trying to play coy?" "I have it recorded," Xie Xinglan retorted, playing the evidence. "I want to catch fish. I want to catch fish." Yunqi leapt up to snatch his phone, but Xie Xinglan held it higher. "All right, you mustn't let it go." Yunqi covered her ears, glaring at him in indignation. When the recording ceased, Yunqi finally liberated herself from her embarrassment. Xie Xinglan tapped her forehead lightly, stating that fishing without a rod was nearly the same as catching fish. Yunqi looked up at him, her gaze evasive. "Actually, I dreamt something last night." "Oh." Xie Xinglan's interest was piqued. 5 minutes later, after listening to Yunqi's dream, Xie Xinglan remained silent for an extended moment. Yunqi, anxious, began to circle around him. "Oh, please don't frown. Dreams are often the opposite. It means I really like you in reality." Xie Xinglan maintained his stoic demeanor, his gaze icy as it bore into her. In a moment of inspiration, Yunchi suddenly rose on her toes and planted a gentle kiss on his lips. See, the real me would never tear up the contract. The corners of Xie Xinglan's mouth twitched imperceptibly before he quickly suppressed it. You seemed quite adept at tearing it up in the dream, didn't you? That was all a fabrication. Yunchi, flustered, stomped her feet in frustration. She then seized his hand and placed it against her cheek. Feel this. The current me is the real Yunchi, exceptionally well-behaved. Xie Xinglan, finally breaking his composure, pinched her cheek and pulled it outward. Weren't you quite audacious in the dream? Huh? Even daring to slap me and drag me to a nightclub to fish? With a light huff, he released her and opened his phone's photo gallery, revealing images he had taken after making 20 copies of the contract a few days prior. Here are the 20 copies. Yunchi widened her eyes in astonishment. Xie Xinglan, why have you made so many copies? Is it really necessary? Indeed, he replied with utmost seriousness, though there was a distinct lack of warmth in his gaze. Yunchi was puzzled, for he was merely securing his own bargaining chips. If 20 copies were insufficient, he could always print more. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yunchi and Xie Xinglan exchanged their phones to check their college entrance examination scores. As Yunchi held Xie Xinglan's phone, the first page to refresh revealed his examination admission ticket. The young man in the photo sported a buzz cut, yet even so, he exuded an undeniable charm. Xie Xinglan possessed an inherent handsomeness. No hairstyle could diminish his striking features. Yunchi momentarily indulged in admiration for her boyfriend's looks, and upon seeing his score, she let out an excited shriek. Xie Xinglan, you scored 702. Xie Xinglan, engrossed in the screen of her phone, merely responded without looking up, just a normal performance. How infuriatingly nonchalant, scoring so high yet maintaining such a calm demeanor. Yet, she adored him all the more for it. When Xie Xinglan lifted his gaze, he found Yunchi's eyes sparkling like stars, her hands clasped together against her face, tilting her head slightly, her cheeks flushed with excitement. In that moment, Xie Xinglan distinctly felt his heart racing uncontrollably. Have you seen enough? He clicked his tongue, turning his face away. Yet his ears betrayed his embarrassment by turning a subtle shade of red. Your score is out as well. Ah, Yunchi suddenly snapped back to reality. Flustered as she leaned in to check, right, my score, Xie Xinglan, unable to resist, reached out to tousle her fluffy hair. As the phone screen lit up, Yunchi gasped in surprise, 631. That's 50 points higher than I expected. Both had performed admirably. Upon learning the news, Grandma Xie was particularly delighted and took the two children out to celebrate that very evening. After dining at a restaurant, Grandma Xie returned home, urging Xie Xinglan to take Yunchi out for further enjoyment. During dinner, Xie Xinglan's phone buzzed incessantly with messages from their class group chat, where someone was organizing a gathering and sharing phone numbers. Many tagged Xie Xinglan, inquiring if he would attend. Observing the exuberant Yunchi beside him, he effortlessly typed 2 words, no time. While KTV would have been a splendid choice for celebration, upon arriving at their destination, the front desk attendant apologetically smiled. I'm sorry. All the private rooms are fully booked today. Xie Xinglan planned to take Yunchi elsewhere for fun, but the front desk attendant suddenly called out to them. Wait a moment. A guest from one of our rooms just offered to share their space. Would you like to join? Yunchi's eyes lit up as she tugged at Xie Xinglan's sleeve. Sharing a room could be quite fun. Xie Xinglan couldn't shake the feeling that this room number seemed familiar. However, before he had the chance to voice his thoughts, the front desk attendant picked up the intercom. Room A08 has agreed to share. Please bring the 2 guests over. At that moment, within the spacious A08 room, a multitude of young men and women were seated on the surrounding sofas. He gazed at the class group chat, her expression pale as she read the message from Xie Xinglan sent over 40 minutes ago, stating he would not attend. Xiaoyi, what's the matter? Scoring over 600 points and still not happy? Ma Zhao teased her, with several other boys chiming in. Lin Yu, seated beside He noticed her fixation on Xie Xinglan's message, understanding that her discontent stemmed from his absence. Ever since discovering that Yunchi was Xie Xinglan's girlfriend during their last visit to this very KTV, He had remained despondent. Hey, I just heard from the front desk that a pair of handsome guys and beautiful girls are about to join us in our private room. They've already been brought to the entrance, one of the boys announced after hanging up the phone with the front desk. Ma Zhao whistled with two more people. It will certainly be livelier. Song Su remarked, a pair of handsome guys and beautiful girls. They must be a couple. Just then, the front desk attendant arrived, ushering in the newcomers, and everyone's eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld the striking duo following her. Chapter 47. Truth or Dare to everyone's astonishment. The individuals sharing the private room were none other than Xie Xinglan and Yun Qi. It was unexpected, as they had previously declared they would not attend. Xinglan, Qi. Luo Zhao was the first to react, rushing over to greet them warmly. Others soon followed suit. While those who had never encountered Yun Qi playfully teased Xie Xinglan for bringing such a stunning girlfriend along. The entrance was lively, yet within the confines of the room. Two individuals remained seated, their expressions strained. He Yin and Song Su. Both understood the discomfort of the situation. One harbored secret affections for Xie Xinglan, while the other was fond of Yun Qi. As Xie Xinglan and Yun Qi approached, they finally caught sight of the two seated opposite them. Their gazes met for a fleeting moment. Xie Xinglan and Yun Qi appeared unperturbed, whereas Yin and Song Su awkwardly averted their eyes. Yun Qi leaned closer to Xie Xinglan, whispering with a hint of jealousy, Yin keeps stealing glances at you. Upon hearing this, Xie Xinglan smirked slightly, discreetly squeezing her palm and murmuring in her ear, "It's mutual. A certain someone named Song can't seem to take his eyes off you." Yun Qi instinctively turned her head and, as expected, met Song Su's gaze, which he had not been quick enough to withdraw. When Song Su noticed her looking, his expression stiffened, and he hurriedly bent down to grab a beer from the table. However, his actions were too hasty, causing the bottle to slip from his grasp. Crash! As the glass bottle hurtled towards the edge of the table, gasps filled the room. Some widened their eyes in shock, others hastily recoiled, and Heen instinctively clutched the sleeve of the person beside her. Yet, in the next instant, a deft hand swooped in, catching the falling beer bottle with precision. The droplets glistened in the light, creating delicate silver lines in the air, yet not a single drop splashed onto Xie Xinglan's sleeve. The room fell into a sudden hush. Yun Qi blinked, momentarily taken aback, until she heard Xie Xinglan's languid voice beside her, "Be careful." He placed the beer bottle back in front of Song Su, flicking the cap off with a swift motion, which landed on the table with a soft clink, as if the earlier dramatic moment had merely been a figment of imagination. Lin Yu expressed his admiration. "Wow, Xinglan, your reflexes are incredible." Luo Zhao chimed in, "Dude, your speed is phenomenal." The others joined in the cheer. Xie Xinglan did not respond, but calmly took a tissue and began to wipe his hands, which Yun Qi noticed were the very fingers that had just touched the beer bottle belonging to Song Su. Song Su's expression darkened further as he quietly muttered his thanks. Suddenly, Luo Zhao suggested with a grin, "Since everyone is here, why don't we play a game?" It was evident, even without guessing, that it would be truth or dare. After several rounds, the bottle pointed towards Xie Xinglan. He chose truth and was then asked about his college entrance exam scores. Upon revealing his results, the room erupted in excitement. Not only Xie Xinglan, but numerous others also shared their scores after being selected by the bottle. Once again, the game commenced, and Yun Qi found herself to be the fortunate one. As anticipated, she was asked about her college entrance examination score. Upon revealing her score, several boys began to jest that she and Xie Xinglan were a perfect match, both being academic achievers. Yun Qi noticed He Yin's gaze lingering on her several times. Unexpectedly, in the next round, He Yin was pointed out, and, when inquired about her score, she appeared upon her for a moment before whispering, "I seem to have scored 50 points higher than Yun Qi. Over 680. Yun Qi stared at her in disbelief, utterly perplexed as to why He Yin felt the need to include her name in the conversation, especially since their subjects of study were not even comparable. While everyone was praising He Yin for her consistent performance, Yun Qi cleared her throat and remarked, her tone less than cordial, "If you're not even in the same field, how can you claim superiority?" He Yin's expression faltered for an instant, stammering, "I'm in the liberal arts." Yun Qi retorted, "I'm a science student." The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. The comparison between Yun Qi's score of 631 in science and He Yin's 680 in liberal arts was utterly incongruous. Mimicking He Yin's earlier tone, Yunqi added, "You are indeed quite impressive," and deliberately turned to Xie Xinglan. "But my boyfriend scored 702 in science. Wouldn't that make him even more exceptional?" He Yin's countenance darkened further, rendered speechless by her retort. Luo Zhao quickly intervened to ease the tension. "Everyone is impressive. Come on, let us continue the game." The new round began, and the bottle pointed to Song Su. After a brief hesitation, he chose a daring adventure. He Yin presented the challenge. "Confess to the girl you like." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Yunqi, prompting an immediate silence in the room. Those who attended Luo Zhao's wedding banquet that day were well aware of Song Su's affections for Yunqi. Once she finished speaking, Xie Xinglan's piercing gaze fell upon He Yin, who pretended not to notice. Lin Yu found the question quite normal, but curiously, the others, including Luo Zhao and several boys, wore peculiar expressions, and even Song Su himself looked awkward. Lin Yu scratched his head, baffled. Xie Xinglan's demeanor was frigid, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of the sofa, releasing a derisive laugh. Luo Zhao desperately signaled to He Yin, but the latter seemed oblivious. Inquiring with a puzzled expression, "What's wrong? Is there something inappropriate about this request?" He Yin glanced at Yunqi once more, asserting, "It's not unreasonable. We must adhere to the game rules, right?" Yunqi was utterly exasperated by He Yin's antics. Observing Xie Xinglan's growing irritation, she abruptly stood up, her voice ringing clear in the silence. Fixing her gaze on He Yin, she stated, "He Yin, aren't you just trying to make things difficult for others? Song Su has already confided in me that the girl he likes is in a relationship, yet you still urge him to confess." She turned to Song Su, who looked utterly bewildered. Yunqi then glanced at Luo Zhao, signaling him to follow her lead, and continued, "Perhaps it will be better this way. Let Song Su take a shot of alcohol as a penalty. What does everyone think?" Luo Zhao immediately caught on. Seizing the bottle, yes, a penalty drink. Come on, let us fill it up." He hurriedly poured a full glass of beer for Song Su, the foam spilling over the rim. Song Su cast a glance at Yunqi, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions, and raised his glass. "I accept the punishment." With that, he tilted his head back and downed the drink, yet his palate was invaded by a bitter taste. Witnessing the plan unravel, a shadow flickered across He Yin's gaze. As the next round commenced, Xie Xinglan seized the opportunity to spin the bottle. "I'll do the spinning." After casting a fleeting glance at He Yin, his long fingers delicately rested on the bottle's surface, giving it a gentle nudge. The glass vessel whirled rapidly across the smooth tabletop, all eyes fixated on the arc of its motion. Yunqi noticed the subtle finesse in his fingertips. As the bottle began to slow, it distinctly veered towards He Yin. "Top!" The bottle's mouth pointed squarely at her. The private room erupted with playful exclamations of surprise, and He Yin's expression shifted slightly, forcing a smile. "I choose." "Truth." Xie Xinglan lounged lazily on the sofa, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade. He posed a seemingly innocuous question that instantly drained the color from He Yin's face. "When will your brother, who was imprisoned for following Yunqi into the precinct, be released?" Chapter 48. When intoxicated, one begins to flirt. A single utterance altered the atmosphere. The gathering was not oblivious to the tale of He Yin's younger brother. He Feng, this wayward youth, who had abandoned his studies since middle school, was well known among them all. They were acutely aware of He Yin's familial circumstances, but typically refrained from broaching such topics in her presence. Now, however, Xie Xinglan had brazenly brought it to light. What astonished them further was the revelation that He Feng had been shadowing none other than Xie Xinglan's girlfriend, Yunqi. Was this not a deliberate attempt to put He Yin in an awkward position? Song Su was no fool. Having narrowly escaped embarrassment moments earlier, he now seized the opportunity to return the favor. He echoed Xie Xinglan's words, remarking, "He Feng has always had a penchant for cornering younger students by the school gates. Hasn't he? I recall he once extorted 50 yuan from my sister. She had saved that pocket money for quite some time." He shook his head, a hint of regret lacing his tone. He was still in middle school back then, and now, alas. His words, though lightly spoken, pierced deeply into He Yin's vulnerabilities. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, as others began recounting their own encounters with He Feng's intimidation. He Yin's expression transcended mere discomfort. Her grip on her skirt was so fierce that her knuckles turned white, her lips quivered slightly. Yet she found herself unable to utter a single word. The incidents were indeed true in those days. He Yin was merely a middle school student while He Feng was in the 6th grade, leveraging his age to bully younger peers, thereby earning a notorious reputation. Lin Yu had intended to mediate, but upon recalling that his sister Lin Wei had also suffered at He Feng's hands, he remained silent. The entire room, upon Xie Xinglan's mention of He Feng, transformed into a tableau of hushed whispers, all discussing the misdeeds of that young scoundrel. Yunqi listened, astonished by Xie Xinglan's commanding presence. Xie Xinglan tousled her hair playfully and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Yunqi, now return He Yin's previous words to her verbatim." A smile graced Yunqi's lips as she understood the cue and promptly responded, "He Yin, you must abide by the rules of the game you set forth. You have yet to provide an answer." He Yin's nails dug painfully in her palm, nearly drawing blood. She bit her lower lip until the metallic taste of iron forced her to relent. "There's still 3 days." Her voice was a mere whisper, barely discernible. The room erupted in gasps. No one had anticipated He Feng's imminent release. Xie Xinglan chuckled lightly, his slender fingers playing with Yunqi's hair. "We ought to warn the younger students nearby to exercise caution." Someone could not suppress a laugh. Yunqi too felt a smile tugging at her lips. "All right, you all enjoy yourselves. Yunqi and I shall take our leave," Xie Xinglan declared, draping an arm around her shoulder as they exited. The atmosphere had soured, and it was best to find a more pleasant venue for their amusement. Stepping outside, it was still just past 7. Yunqi suggested they indulge in some roadside barbecue. A delightful combination of grilled delicacies and wheat juice seemed the perfect way to celebrate. After listening to her suggestion, Xie Xinglan's gaze took on a peculiar quality. Yunqi tilted her head to observe him, murmuring, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" In truth, Xie Xinglan was somewhat taken aback. It was quite unexpected for a young lady of her stature to propose dining at a barbecue stall. He recalled the affluent daughters he had encountered previously, who often bore an air of superiority, deeming street food unclean and beneath them, barely willing to glance in its direction. Unable to restrain himself, Xie Xinglan playfully pinched her cheek, remarking, "I never anticipated our young lady Yun would be so down-to-earth." Yunqi swatted his hand away, pouting, "What? Do you think I would look down on street food?" He had once assumed she was the typical pampered heiress, but that notion had swiftly dissipated. As he contemplated this, she recounted, "When I was little, my mother often took me to a stall run by a grandmother who sold tofu pudding. She would frequently tell me that food has no status, but it is the human heart that holds hierarchy." Yunqi's voice was soft, yet imbued with a sense of conviction. Xie Xinglan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to hear such words from her. She continued, "That grandmother's tofu pudding was exceptionally delicious, sweet yet not cloying. With a sprinkle of osmanthus sugar, I could easily devour 2 bowls." Her eyes sparkled with nostalgia, but she quickly smiled again, lamenting, "Unfortunately, she grew old and no longer operated her stall. Yet, I still remember that taste. Far more delightful than the desserts in those high-end restaurants." Xie Xinglan listened intently, nodding in agreement, and reached for her small hand. "Indeed, well said. Let's go enjoy some barbecue." In that moment, as their fingers intertwined, Yunqi felt her heart race. Subtly glancing at him, this was their first time holding hands, and she was eager to gauge Xie Xinglan's reaction. However, after stealing several glances, she found him unaffected, his complexion untouched by any hint of embarrassment. Disheartened, she murmured, "Why is there no reaction at all?" Suddenly, Xie Xinglan halted, turning to face her. "What reaction were you expecting?" Caught off guard by his perceptiveness, Yunqi averted her gaze, stammering, No, it's nothing." Xie Xinglan chuckled softly, lifting her chin with his long fingers. "Yunqi, did you think," he elongated his tone playfully, "that I would be shy just for holding hands?" Yunqi's face flushed crimson at being so accurately read, yet she feigned bravado, retorting, "Who thinks that?" Observing her flustered demeanor, Xie Xinglan could no longer suppress his laughter. He gently rubbed her hand with his fingertip, saying, "Let us go, or you'll truly lose your temper." Yunqi glared at him, oblivious to the faint blush adorning his ears as he turned his head. Later, on their way home after the barbecue, Yunqi surprisingly became intoxicated. Watching her sway unsteadily behind him, Xie expression softened further. They walked through the narrow streets, flanked by apartment buildings. Suddenly, Xie noticed that her figure had come to a standstill. He turned around to find Yunqi sniffing, her apricot eyes glistening as she gazed at him. As he faced her, she spoke. "You are truly beautiful. May I embrace you? May I kiss you?" With these playful words, the girl took a step closer. Xie, amused, playfully pinched her cheek. What nonsense! How can one become so flirtatious when intoxicated? Typically so demure and gentle. The contrast between her dreams and her drunken state was striking. The girl's face flushed a rosy hue as she tilted her head to gaze at him, and after his playful pinch, she pouted slightly and let out a soft murmur. Xie beheld her glistening lips, his throat tightening with a subtle shift. His gaze deepened further. At that moment, Yunqi, inebriated, looked at him with a dazed expression, or rather, she was fixated on Xie lips. She tiptoed closer, and he felt a sudden constriction in his breath, his body tensing. The faint fragrance of gardenias from her hair filled his nostrils. Just as their lips were about to meet, Xie keen ears caught the creaking sound of a window opening above them. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a woman on the second floor leaning out with a plastic basin, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Caution! He swiftly wrapped his arms around Yunqi's waist and pulled her to safety against the wall. Splash! A basin of vegetable wash water cascaded precisely onto the spot where they had just stood, sending droplets flying. Chapter 49. An apology. The girl in front of him let out a soft whimper, her voice laced with grievance, having bumped her nose. After Xie gently rubbed her nose, he led her away from their previous position, his gaze solemnly directed at the woman on the second floor who had splashed water. It was Yin's mother, looking down upon them from her elevated vantage point, clutching an empty plastic basin in her hand. The moment their eyes met, His mother abruptly threw open the window, causing the plastic basin to crash against the window frame. Leaning halfway out, she pointed at Xie and Yunqi, unleashing a torrent of insults. "How dare you show your faces here?" Her voice was sharp, piercing the silence of the alley. And nearby households began to open their windows, drawn by the commotion, their curious eyes converging upon the scene. Xie shielded the tipsy Yunqi with one hand, his expression unflinching as he retrieved his phone and activated the recording function, coolly gazing up at the woman who resembled a shrew. Seeing him remain silent only fueled her arrogance. With spittle flying, she continued her tirade, glaring at Yunqi. "You are the reason my son is locked up? Such a vicious heart at such a young age. My son was merely joking with you. Was it necessary to call the police?" Her agitation intensified as she trembled, pointing a shaky finger at Yunqi. Have you ranted enough?" Xie interrupted coldly. Your son attempted robbery, and the evidence is irrefutable. Is there an issue with the police arresting him?" He smirked, his eyes sweeping over the gathered neighbors. "Or do you wish to publicly add the charge of instigating and insulting the victim to his list of offenses?" The neighbors gasped in astonishment, whispers rising in a crescendo. "So Phone was arrested for robbery? I knew it. That boy has never been good. What kind of upbringing did the He family provide? How dare they scold others?" His mother turned ashen, her lips trembling, yet she could not utter a single word. Xie continued. Your son will be out in 3 days, correct?" He shook his phone, the screen prominently displaying the recording interface. "I have captured every word you just said." His mother's complexion shifted dramatically, her fingers gripping the window frame tightly as her voice quivered. What do you intend to do?" Xie lips curled into a slight smile, though his eyes remained devoid of mirth. "Nothing much. Just suddenly recalled that the officer handling the case specifically advised, if the victim faces further harassment, or if the perpetrator's family threatens or insults them, additional evidence can be submitted at any time to request an extension of detention." He leisurely pocketed his phone, his tone deceptively light, yet it sent a chill down his mother's spine. "Tell me, if this recording is submitted, will your son still be released on time?" His mother trembled, her lips quivering, taking a long moment to finally manage a feeble, "You dare?" Xie Xinglan scoffed, his gaze turning icy. "You may certainly attempt it. Now, apologize." He emphasized the final two words heavily. No sooner had he spoken than they heard Yin Qi's soft voice. "Yes, I'm sorry," she began, her voice sweet as melting cotton candy, laced with the characteristic slur of intoxication. Xie Xinglan's lips quirked as he lowered his gaze to her, noticing the girl's flushed cheeks puffing up, as if she were earnestly pondering something of great import. "I'm sorry," she repeated, her tone softer this time. As she spoke, she let out a small hiccup, which made her giggle, revealing a charming smile. Unable to resist, Xie Xinglan pinched her warm cheek. Gritting his teeth, "Little drunkard, who asked you to apologize?" Yet, Yunqi seemed to have triggered some peculiar mechanism, her little head nodding as she incessantly muttered, "I'm sorry. Em sorry." By the time she uttered the seventh apology, her voice had turned into a breathy whisper, and she burrowed into Xie Xinglan's embrace like a koala. "No." She barely managed to finish the last word before her little head drooped heavily forward. "Xie Xinglan." Among the onlookers, someone couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh dear, this little girl is simply adorable." Xie Xinglan sighed in exasperation, tightening his hold around Yunqi's waist to prevent her from toppling over, little drunkard. Seizing the moment while the crowd's attention was on Yunqi, Mother he attempted to sneak into the living room to close the balcony door. Out of the corner of his eye, Xie Xinglan caught sight of Mother he's furtive actions, and his expression hardened. Steadying Yunqi with one hand on her lower back, he swiftly retrieved his phone with the other. And his voice was neither loud nor soft. Yet it froze Mother he's movements to a halt as she attempted to close the window. "If you dare to close it now, I will immediately send the recording to the police." Mother he's fingers clutched the window frame tightly, her knuckles paling. Xie Xinglan leisurely opened his contacts, his fingertips gliding lightly over Officer Wang's name. "Do you need me to call right now?" The murmurs from the surrounding neighbors grew louder. This He family is beyond redemption. Their son commits robbery while the mother remains so arrogant. Exactly, that little girl is in such a state, and yet she's still being scolded. Mother he's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. Ultimately, under the disdainful gazes of the crowd, she grit her teeth and forced out a reluctant, "Em sorry. I can't hear you. Come down and apologize in person." Mother he's face turned a deep shade of purple, her fingers digging into the window frame, her nails almost embedded into the wood. Her lips trembled as she squeezed out a few words. "You don't go too far." Xie Xinglan held Yunqi with one arm, while his other hand had already pressed the call button, the phone emitting a continuous ringing sound. 3 seconds. He coldly counted 1. Mother he's pupils dilated, watching as Xie Xinglan's long fingers were about to press the speaker button. 2. "I'll come down. Is that enough for you?" Mother he shouted in desperation, almost tripping over her own slippers as she turned. Downstairs, hurried footsteps echoed loudly. In his embrace, Yunqi stirred slightly, instinctively nuzzling against his chest, emitting soft, kitten-like murmurs. Xie Xinglan immediately softened his previously stern expression, bending down to gently rub her feverish forehead with his nose. "Be good. It will be over soon." Himu dashed down the stairs, breathless, with her hair disheveled and her slippers on the wrong feet. She halted 2 meters away from Xie Xinglan, her eyes filled with resentment, yet unable to unleash it. "Speak louder," Xie Xinglan said coldly, offering an apology to Yunqi. Himu clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. Under the scrutiny of the neighbors, she stiffly bent at the waist. I apologize. Have you not eaten?" Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow, questioning the sudden disappearance of her earlier fury. Himu abruptly lifted her head, only to deflate like a punctured balloon upon noticing the recording notification on Xie Xinglan's phone. She closed her eyes and nearly shouted, "I'm sorry. It was my son's fault. I shouldn't have cursed." Her loud exclamation startled Yunqi awake. Blinking in confusion, she fixed her gaze on Himu for a couple of seconds before suddenly scrunching her little face. So ugly, Toad. Laughter erupted instantly, and Himu's complexion shifted from green to purple, as if she had just swallowed a fly. Xie Xinglan swiftly pressed down on Yunqi, who was about to speak again. and waved his phone at Himu. Remember this. If I hear another foul word, your son will be spending the new year in detention. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind Himu's hysterical cries and the amused chuckles of the neighbors. Yunchi squirmed restlessly in his arms. I feel dizzy. Don't worry, I'll massage it for you when we get home, Xie Xinglan said, helplessly tightening his hold on the inebriated girl, a smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his lips. Chapter 50. Cloudy Rest, is it true that you resemble a little puppy? Cloudy Rest felt the firm, yet warm touch beneath her fingers. Probing gently, she discovered the presence of 8 distinct blocks. To her astonishment, she had dreamt of a handsome figure adorned with 8 abdominal muscles. Yet, why was this handsome man so cold and unresponsive? Had she not touched enough? In reality, she dared not explore further, but in her dreams, she could indulge as she wished. Xie Xinglan chuckled, amused by Cloudy Rest's mischievousness. Early in the morning, her erratic explorations had roused him from slumber. He attempted to extricate her hand from beneath his garments, but she was asleep, her strength rivaling that of an ox. Noticing that dawn had yet to break, Xie Xinglan, in a playful spirit, allowed her to continue her antics, closing his eyes to drift back into sleep. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Suddenly, Xie Xinglan was awakened by a shrill scream. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he sat up, feigning ignorance. What's wrong? You, Cloudy Rest stammered, pointing at him and then at herself. Xie Xinglan leisurely sat up, casually lifting the hem of his shirt to reveal the very abdominal muscles she had explored earlier. With a languid yawn, he remarked, "Make sure your tongue is straight before speaking." Cloudy Rest's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she recoiled sharply, nearly tumbling off the bed. Quick-witted, Xie Xinglan seized her wrist, pulling her back to the center of the bed. "Be careful," he said, his voice husky from sleep. Was last night not enough of a commotion? Last night, Cloudy Rest's eyes widened in shock, her face growing even redder. Oui, Xie Xinglan's tone turned slightly gritted. "What is the matter? Forgotten already? You were quite enthusiastic last night." Cloudy Rest's mind went blank. She only recalled sipping wheat juice, feeling increasingly lightheaded. The events that followed eluded her memory. Her voice trailed off, laced with shyness. Releasing her wrist, Xie Xinglan adopted a tone tinged with accusation. "Last night, you were intoxicated and clung to me, refusing to let go. When I asked you to release me, he gestured to his collarbone, marked with small bite marks. "You bit me here." He pointed to his neck and then to his lips and here. Xie Xinglan was certain that Cloudy Rest wouldn't dare listen to such revelations, yet he could not help but tease her. A smirk graced his lips as his rough fingertips brushed against her flushed earlobe. His voice laced with mockery. "Cloudy Rest, are you perhaps a little puppy?" "Absolutely not." Cloudy Rest was both embarrassed and indignant, her gaze darting away from his. "I'm a sheep." Xie Xinglan paused momentarily, then raised an eyebrow. "Ah, your birthday is next month." Cloudy Rest, momentarily bewildered, soon realized. Indeed, her 19th birthday fell on the 4th of July. With June drawing to a close, there were merely 10 days remaining until her special day. She distinctly remembered never having disclosed her birthday to Xie Xinglan. "How did you know?" Xie Xinglan's gaze sharpened as he recalled how she had clung to him like an octopus, her warmth keeping him awake. Out of boredom, he had perused her social media. However, he merely replied, "I guessed." Yunchi nodded absent-mindedly. This afternoon, she returned to the hospital for her second follow-up appointment. Nearly a week since her last visit. After the medical staff completed their examination, Yunchi stepped out of the consultation room only to find that Xie Xinglan, who had been waiting for her, had mysteriously vanished. She searched the corridor near the examination room for a while, but could not find him, speculating that he had been summoned by her attending physician for a discussion. The doctor's office was located on the 2nd floor, so she made her way upstairs. Just as she arrived at the door of the office and was about to knock, she overheard the doctor's voice. Through the crack in the door, she glimpsed Xie Xinglan's back, confirming her suspicion that he was indeed conversing with the doctor. Holding her breath, she pressed her ear against the door. The presence of other voices made it difficult for her to discern the conversation, but she faintly caught phrases like recovering memories and what is real and what is acted. This reminded Yunqi of the secret conversation that had taken place between the doctor and Xie Xinglan after her first follow-up, which had led to Xie Xinglan growing distant toward her. After much effort, she had finally coaxed Xie Xinglan into acknowledging their relationship, and she was not about to let this troublesome doctor sow discord between them again. She knocked on the door, interrupting the two, and skipped into the room, linking her arm with Xie Xinglan's. "Doctor, I completed the examination, and everything is fine. Can I leave with my boyfriend now?" The sudden embrace caused Xie Xinglan's muscles to tense immediately, and he subtly curled his fingers at his side. He instinctively drew her closer, his tone languid. "All done with the examination?" "Yes. Let us go." The doctor adjusted his glasses, his gaze lingering meaningfully between the two before finally resting on Xie Xinglan. A hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "It seems Miss Yun is recovering quite well. I believe she will regain her memories soon." The way he pronounced recovering was intriguing, slow, and weighted. The doctor was aware of the pretense between Xie Xinglan and Yunqi, and could not resist the irony of what is real and what is acted. Moments ago, Xie Xinglan had been inquiring about the estimated timeline for Yunqi's recovery. This was the doctor's response to him. Because of Yunqi's sudden entrance, he was unable to provide a more forthright answer. Xie Xinglan's eyes darkened slightly, his fingers unconsciously tightening around Yunqi's wrist, making it feel warm. Upon returning home, Hiyueshi initiated a video call with Yunqi, and they exchanged their Gaokao scores. Truly, they were such close friends that they could share a dress. Hiyueshi scored 630, just 1 point less than Yunqi. After reveling in their scores for a while, Hiyueshi brought up her pursuit of Lanzi. After seeing Lanzi respond to Yunqi last time, she had deliberately changed her secondary account's profile picture to match Yunqi's. Initially, Lanzi replied to her greeting, but in recent days, he had left her on red. As Hiyueshi spoke of Lanzi, Yunqi suddenly recalled that after Lanzi had responded to her message previously, she had been so caught up in her excitement that she had forgotten to reply to him. It had been nearly half a month since she last replied to Lanzi. How impolite of her! They had clearly agreed that she would seek him as a mentor. Yet here she was, leaving him on read. As Yunqi hurriedly replied to Lazy God, while listening to Hiyueshi recount her encounter with Wensun, she exclaimed, "Chi-Chi, let me tell you, I went to a bar the night before last to feel a male model's abs, and I ran into him with his girlfriend. Guess what happened? That lunatic Wensun actually came over to stop me from touching the male model. We've broken up, and he's with someone else. Yet he still dares to meddle in my affairs?" After sending the edited message to Lazy God, Yunqi sighed and responded, "Cece, I believe Wensun still has feelings for you. You saw the chat history between us that I sent you last time, and now you say he's trying to control you. I suspect he's dating another girl just to provoke you. What? Wensun still likes me?" Hiyueshi's eyes widened in disbelief as she waved her hands dismissively. "That's impossible. Although he always wears a cold expression when I see them together. I've heard that he and his new girlfriend are quite affectionate." Yunqi, sitting cross-legged on the sofa with her phone resting on her knee, remarked, "Then why does he care if you touch a male model? Clearly, he's jealous. All right, enough about him. Your birthday is next month. How about I come to Zine Village to celebrate with you?" On the other side of the sofa, Xie Xinglan listened intently to the conversation between the two girls. His expression darkened as he discreetly opened Dole, sending a message to Duo Yun Mu Shi, whose avatar closely resembled Yun Duo Shao Qi, before blocking her entirely. It turned out that Hiyueshi had been the one harassing him all this time. He had assumed that since Yun Duo Shao Qi had not responded, the username Duo Yun Mu, she was actually Yunqi. When he noticed something was amiss, he began to read the messages without replying. Looking at the message from Yun Duo Shao Qi that she had sent just a minute ago, he instinctively considered replying, but quickly thought better of it. Realizing that being too close could expose him, he silently closed the app, crossing his arms and watching Yunqi with keen interest, anticipating something. Suddenly, a wail from Hiyueshi broke the silence. "Chi-Chi, Lazy God just sent me a speechless emoji and then blocked me. A period. A period signifies speechlessness." Chapter 51. My boyfriend is so handsome. I want to kiss him. Yunqi was consoling Hiyueshi, who was heartbroken, when she seized the opportunity for a timely intervention by Xie Xinglan. Hiyueshi protested. Who are you? Go away. Don't steal my Chi-Chi. She still needs to comfort me. Xie Xinglan, today particularly sharp-tongued, lightly parted his thin lips. The latter part, that derogatory dog character, remained unspoken, but his lips formed the shape. However, Hiyueshi understood instantly, her temper flaring. Who are you calling a lickspittle? He leisurely adjusted his cuff, his gaze indifferent. A wannabe who imitates others and a harassment fanatic in private messages. His words rang true, and Hiyueshi found herself at a loss. Seeking assistance from Yunchi. Chi-Chi, hurry and slap this sharp-tongued guy. He is driving me mad. Caught between one furious friend and a nonchalant boyfriend, Yunchi felt decidedly awkward. She preferred to remain a neutral party. First, she tugged at Xie Xinglan's sleeve, whispering insistently, Xie Xinglan, could you say a little less? Then, she blinked her eyes, striving to soothe Hiyueshi. Cece, it's all right, just think of him as the lazy god. He is the one with a brain pit. Hiyueshi agreed vehemently, right? He is the one with a brain pit. The two girls were too preoccupied with their back and forth to notice Xie Xinglan's silent smirk, which gradually darkened into a scowl. After hanging up the phone, Yunchi looked at Xie Xinglan in confusion. Why do you look so grim? Xie Xinglan wanted to say that she conspired with outsiders to insult him, but it was not yet the time to reveal his true identity. He took a deep breath, suppressing the frustration of being called brainless to his face, and pinched Yunchi's cheek, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You certainly have a knack for comfort, don't you? Yunchi pinched into a pout, mumbled indistinctly, Cece is my best friend. Xie Xinglan's eyes flickered. If the lazy god was so outrageous, would she still wish to take him as a mentor? Yunchi responded eagerly, of course. Xie Xinglan, perplexed by her logic, gritted his teeth. Didn't you just say he has a brain pit? Yunchi scratched her head. I was just saying that to comfort Cece. In truth, I think the lazy god is quite polite. Someone's lips threatened to curl upward, but he suppressed it furiously. Oh, Yunchi, with a serious expression, shared her interpretation of that period. I believe the lazy god's period signifies a desire to end the conversation with Cece, which is a rather polite way of declining. Her eyes sparkled, counting on her fingers to analyze. You see, if it were someone else, they might simply read and not respond or even block you. But the lazy god took the time to send a period to indicate closure. She failed to notice that someone's gaze had shifted significantly. Xie Xinglan's fingertips hesitated momentarily. He lowered his eyes at the earnest girl before him. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her lips, still slightly reddened from his earlier pinch, sparkled with a light reminiscent of stars as she spoke of her unique insights, captivating to the point of being unable to look away. Just moments ago, she was deriding him alongside others, yet now she was subtly defending him. He found the situation both amusing and infuriating. A gentle sensation brushed against the very core of his heart, both tender and teasing. He raised his hand, his palm resting softly atop her head, giving it a delicate rub. He murmured, his voice a low, resonant timbre, imbued with a subtle hint of indulgence. You are indeed correct. Yunchi tilted her head to gaze at him. Xie Xinglan's fingers glided along her strands, trailing to her ear, where his fingertips lightly caressed her earlobe. Our Chi-Chi. He paused, narrowing his eyes, a delightful smile playing at the corners of his lips. Your insight is quite remarkable. Yunchi felt a tingle at her earlobe from his touch, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, and she mumbled, Xie Xinglan, you used to call me baby. Fully aware that this was but a distorted memory of Yunchi's, Xie Xinglan resisted the urge to dismiss it as mere fantasy, raising an eyebrow. Would you like to hear it? Yunchi nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes. Xie Xinglan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his gaze flickering, his voice deep and melodic. With a rising inflection at the end, baby, Yunchi found his voice utterly enchanting, rich and magnetic. Despite the intimacy of the term, it carried no sense of embarrassment, only an overwhelming sweetness. Her boyfriend was also quite handsome. She yearned to kiss him, and as the thought crossed her mind, she leaned in closer. Xie Xinglan lowered his head, his eyes dark and profound, his throat moving. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from outside. Oh dear, is little Xie home? Accompanied by a series of vigorous knocks that seemed to rattle the very foundations of the house. Yin-Chi jolted, her cheeks aflame, hastily pushing him away. Someone's coming. Xie Xinglan. Extremely displeased. It appeared that once again, they were interrupted. The visitor was a friend of Granny Xie, Granny Wang, who lived nearby. She had come to inform Granny Xie that her daughter-in-law's milk tea shop had opened today, but business had been dismal in the morning. She hoped to recruit a handsome young lad and a pretty girl to attract customers. Having previously noticed the striking appearance of Xie Xinglan and his girlfriend at a wedding, she immediately thought of them. Granny Xie, having a good rapport with Granny Wang, readily agreed, but insisted on consulting the two youngsters first. Granny Wang eagerly awaited Xie Xinglan and Yun-Chi to emerge into the living room. She warmly grasped Yun-Chi's hand, exclaiming how lovely the young girl was. Then she turned to Xie Xinglan. Little Xie, could you do Granny Wang a favor? My son and daughter-in-law's new milk tea shop needs two charming faces to draw in customers. Would you and your girlfriend be able to help out for a bit? Having never done anything like this before, Yun-Chi was filled with curiosity and quickly nodded in agreement. With her consent, Xie Xinglan naturally acquiesced as well. Granny Wang clapped her hands in delight, her smile wide. I knew I could count on you, little Xie. All three shared a laugh. Yet, Xie Xinglan found it difficult to join in the merriment. He felt that Granny Wang could have arrived a bit later to avoid this abrupt interruption. Granny Wang then led them to her home before taking her son's car to the newly opened milk tea shop. Upon arrival, Grandma Wang's daughter-in-law cheerfully produced 2 sets of flamboyant costumes. Yun-Chi's ensemble consisted of a pastel pink and white maid-style apron paired with cat ear headband. Xie Xinglan's attire mirrored this with a black and white apron and a dog-ear headband, complete with a fluffy tail adorned with a pom-pom. Xie Xinglan fixated on the pair of dog ears, his eyelids twitching. He refused to wear them. Yun-Chi, already exhilarated, donned her cat ears, her eyes sparkling as she leaned closer. Xie Xinglan, do I resemble a fortune cat from a bubble tea shop? Grandma Wang's daughter-in-law stifled her laughter, saying, Oh, Xie, this is the latest trend in cute pet couple outfits. It's all the rage online. The shop assistant nodded fervently, adding, Yes, yes. You look like a cool and loyal dog if you wore that. Xie Xinglan gritted his teeth. His fingers tightened around the dog ear headband. Yun-Chi, with a mischievous glint in her eye, tiptoed and suddenly pressed the headband onto his head. Slap. The fluffy black dog ears crookedly perched above Xie Xinglan's stern brows. A 2-second silence enveloped the room. Ha ha ha. Yun-Chi was the first to burst into laughter, leaning against the wall. How can you be both handsome and adorable? Grandma Wang's daughter-in-law and the shop assistant joined in the laughter, creating a delightful cacophony. Chapter 52. The Princess Carrie. It is not particularly surprising that a new milk tea shop has opened on Zine Street. However, the fact that Xie Xinglan is serving as the face of the establishment is indeed a rarity. A photograph of Xie Xinglan wearing a dog-ear headband and a black and white apron has gone viral on the confession wall of Zine High School. A flurry of discussions ensued, with many expressing astonishment that Xie Xinglan would don such an adorable outfit. Some keen observers noted the direction in which Xie was gazing, catching a glimpse of the profile of a girl, though she was surrounded by a throng of admirers eager to take photos with her. Speculations arose that she might be Xie Xinglan's girlfriend. Yet another shock. Xie Xinglan actually has a girlfriend. With 2 astonishing revelations converging, a visit to the scene became imperative. Xie Xinglan and Yun-Chi stood on either side of the milk tea shop's entrance, while Grandma Wang's daughter-in-law thoughtfully erected a sunshade for them. They had barely stood there for a short while before the sweet milk tea shop became inundated with customers. Grandma Wang's daughter-in-law was beaming, and after the guests finished taking photos, she invited them into the shop for promotional milk tea for new customers. Yun-Chi, radiating a sweet smile, exuded charm and approachability, attracting both boys and girls of her age, as well as some uncles and aunties keen to capture a moment with her. In stark contrast, Xie Xinglan maintained a perpetually stoic expression. Whenever a boy approached Yun-Chi for a photograph or engaged her in conversation, Xie's gaze would shift in their direction. Astute observers could readily discern that the two were a couple. Consequently, the number of girls requesting photos with him was limited, with most requests coming from fellow male students. This left Xie Xinglan feeling exasperated, as he perceived these individuals as mere spectators to his embarrassment. Xie, I never imagined you had such a quirky hobby. Those dog ears are in stark contrast to your aloof persona. Are they a result of your girlfriend's insistence? Xie, your apron is quite unique. Gritting his teeth, Xie replied, take your photos and leave. A few boys promptly scattered, yet they feigned interest in approaching Yunqi for a picture. Observing Yunqi, who was tirelessly posing for photos for half an hour, her cheeks flushed yet maintaining her professionalism with a smile for each admirer. He wished to minimize the number of boys requesting photos with her. In truth, he aimed to reduce the number of male admirers. Seizing the collar of a boy attempting to slip away towards Yunqi, he declared, if you don't want your phone, you can donate it. The boys immediately understood this as a clear message to refrain from taking photos. Ho ho, Xie Xinglon ish jealous. The sight of the usually composed Xie Xinglon visibly shaken brought joy to the group, akin to winning the lottery, and they hurried into the shop to buy milk tea. Meanwhile, subsequent boys wishing to photograph Yunqi were deterred by Xie Xinglon's frosty demeanor. Yunqi, puzzled, noted the initial influx of boys eager to pose with her had dwindled, replaced largely by girls. However, with fewer admirers, she found herself with some spare time. After taking a sip of water, she covertly glanced at Xie Xinglon, only to discover him surrounded by a throng of boys, all vying for a photo, rendering her unable to see more than half of his head. Unbeknownst to Yunqi, while she was gazing at Xie Xinglon, a figure nearby on the street was simultaneously observing her while conversing on the phone. The crowd was so dense that it rendered Xie Xinglon almost indistinguishable. Just as Yunqi averted her gaze from Xie Xinglon, a raspy voice interrupted her thoughts. Well, lovely young lady, how about a picture with your grandpa? Turning to her side, she saw an elderly man, perhaps in his 60s, with a balding head approaching her. His face was lined with wrinkles, and he wore a white tank top. Instantly, Yunqi adorned her face with a sweet smile, responding, all right, grandpa. While she maintained a respectful distance when taking photos with boys, she did the same with this elderly man, keeping a space equivalent to 2 clenched fists between them. Grandpa, could you press the shutter? Yunqi kindly reminded him. However, the next moment, she felt a hand on her right shoulder as the old man unexpectedly attempted to pull her into his embrace, while his other hand reached toward her waist. Stiffening in shock, Yunqi quickly realized she had encountered a lecherous old man. With a startled cry, she forcefully swatted his hand away and swiftly retreated to the side, indignantly exclaiming, you old man, a photo is one thing, but do you really have to be so hands-on? No sooner had her words left her mouth than the old man let out a loud ouch and stumbled dramatically to the ground. Help! This young girl is bullying an old man. He bellowed, his voice echoing down the street. My leg. I think it's broken. Dumbfounded, Yunqi stood frozen in confusion. I didn't see. She had merely swatted his hand away, not pushed him. How could he have fallen? After a moment's contemplation, it dawned on her that this old man was attempting to scam her. His loud cries drew the attention of everyone on the street. Clenching her fists, tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembled with anger. You were the one who made the first move. How can you? In a moment of desperation, she placed a hand on her shoulder, her eyes turning red as she cried out in a faux wail, it really hurts. Grandpa, you grabbed me so painfully. Meanwhile, Xie Xinglon, surrounded by a throng of admirers, was engrossed in taking photos when he heard Yunqi's voice tinged with tears. His expression shifted dramatically as he ripped off the dog-ear headband he was wearing and tossed it to a bystander. What is happening? Just then, he encountered Wang Nai's daughter-in-law, who had hurried out from the shop where she was attending to customers, having heard an employee mention the disturbance outside. As they pushed through the crowd, the scene that greeted Xie Xinglon made his heart freeze momentarily before melting away, a smile creeping onto his lips. There sat Yunqi on the ground, her delicate wrists slightly reddened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, resembling a kitten that had been wronged. She intentionally spread her skirt wide, her posture almost elegant, yet she plaintively accused, Grandpa, you grabbed me so painfully just now. On the other side, the old man lay sprawled on the ground, his cane askew beside him, still howling, ouch. My leg, it's gonna break. This girl pushed me. Both parties adamantly insisted that the other had been the aggressor. The gaze of the onlookers flitted back and forth between the two individuals. On one side stood a petite and charming young girl, her cat ear headband askew atop her head, her cheeks slightly flushed with indignation. Yet, her performance was impeccable. Her eyelashes fluttered, rendering her an image of pitiable innocence. On the other side was a wrinkled old man. His vest rolled up to his belly, revealing skin that glistened with grease, his mouth spewing curses. Witnesses to the earlier incident came forth to defend Yunqi, proclaiming, "We all saw what happened. The girl was merely taking a picture. It was this old man trying to take advantage, and she was only trying to evade him. She did not push him at all." Upon hearing this, the old man immediately erupted in loud protest. "Nonsense. Which of you saw that? What can this old body do? It was clearly her who shoved me." He punctuated his words with fists pounding the ground, saliva flying as he lamented how today's youth lacked respect for their elders. Just as Yunqi prepared to retort, she felt herself suddenly lifted off the ground. Strong hands had swiftly encircled her from behind, and in the next moment, she found herself securely cradled in a prince-like embrace. She gasped in surprise, instinctively turning around to encounter the stern visage of a young man. As he lowered his gaze, his eyelashes cast shadows beneath his eyes. With a scoff, he remarked coldly, "How dare this old fool call himself an elder? He is nothing more than a lecherous old man." He paused momentarily, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips, suggesting they should visit the police station to verify whether his bone density had deteriorated to the point of being able to engage in such deceit. Chapter 53. Breaking the deadlock. After Xie Xinglan finished speaking, he embraced Yunqi and entered the store, instructing the female clerk to promptly assist her in changing dresses while he waited at the fitting room door. Outside, an elderly man had been helped by Wang grandma's daughter-in-law to sit on a bench at the entrance. As the proprietor, such an incident occurring at the store's entrance significantly impacted business. Many customers who had been in line had already departed, while a crowd had gathered to observe the commotion. She had not witnessed the precise details of the situation while inside the store, so she could only focus on calming the elderly man. However, the old man was ungrateful, lamenting and cursing. "What kind of shoddy establishment is this? The girl you hired dares to push an old man? I will sue you. You will pay for my medical expenses." Wang grandma's daughter-in-law wore a grim expression but forced a smile, saying, "Elderly sir, please do not rush to conclusions. Let us clarify the matter. If it truly is Yunqi's fault, we will certainly take responsibility." Though she spoke soothingly, she was internally troubled. The milk tea shop had not yet installed surveillance at the entrance. There was only monitoring inside the store. If an investigation were to ensue, it would be exceedingly challenging. The elderly man smirked subtly, intentionally mentioning the surveillance. "Didn't you say I was faking? Why not check the footage?" He had clearly done his homework, aware that there were no cameras at the entrance. Thus, he spoke boldly, unafraid of repercussions. Once Yunqi had changed back into her original dress, she emerged and leaped into Xie Xinglan's arms. She looked up at him with tear-stained eyes, appearing utterly wronged. Xie Xinglan gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, his voice low and soothing. "Are you still afraid?" "Not afraid at all." Yunqi clutched the hem of his clothing, stamping her foot in indignation. "I'm just angry. That old pervert actually—" The fitting room was located on the second floor of the milk tea shop, and the female clerk, standing by the window, overheard the discussion between the proprietress and the old man regarding reviewing the surveillance footage. She sighed heavily, her expression clouded with concern. "Yunqi, this is troublesome. There are no cameras at the entrance, and the opposite shop is vacant. If that old man insists you pushed him, we truly have no means to counter him." Furrowing her brow, Yunqi pondered the psychology behind such deceitful behavior. Xie Xinglan's gaze turned icy. Such an old scoundrel? He pressed his tongue against his cheek, his eyes dangerous and disdainful, targeting the weak, seeking to exploit and extort while playing both sides. He had calculated that without surveillance, the young girl would be too shy to speak up, ultimately leaving the shop to pay off the nuisance. The female clerk nodded vigorously. "Exactly. I encountered similar situations when I worked at a mall. Those old rascals always follow this script. They initiate physical contact, and if they fail, they feign a fall to extort money. To avoid disrupting business, the store usually ends up compensating a few hundred yuan just to settle it. Yunqi's face flushed with indignation. This is utterly despicable. Isn't this a double crime? Both lewdness and extortion. As she spoke, she reached up to touch her million-yuan earrings. So, he is after money? She mused. If he is indeed pretending to fall, would exposing his flaw be the key to resolving this? Xie Xinglan keenly observed Yunqi's subtle movements and instantly understood her intentions. He narrowed his eyes, his voice lowered to a whisper. Are you thinking of using the earrings as bait? Chi-Chi? Yunqi subtly beckoned the female shop assistant to come closer, and the three of them huddled together to share hushed whispers. Meanwhile, discussions regarding compensation were underway downstairs. A glimmering object cascaded from the second floor, landing just a short distance away from the old man. A diamond earring belonging to Yunqi, refracting a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. The old man's eyes widened. This earring appeared to be of considerable worth. Concurrently, the sound of Yunqi's tearful voice wafted down from the second floor. My earring. That was a birthday gift from my mother, worth over 1 million. I think I lost one while taking photos on the first floor. Sob sob. The shop assistant quickly rushed downstairs, her expression flustered as she leaned closer to the shop owner. Her voice pitched just right to be heard by the old man seated beside her. Boss. Yunqi's diamond earring has fallen. It's extremely valuable. Please come upstairs and help look for it. Upon hearing this, the shop owner's demeanor shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly told the old man, Sir, please sit tight. I have something to attend to, before swiftly following the shop assistant upstairs. In an instant, the old man found himself alone at the entrance of the shop. His eyes darted around. He had just overheard the shop assistant's conversation. That earring was worth 1 million. A glint of greed flickered in his eyes as he could hardly contain his eagerness to claim this treasure for himself. With the shop owner gone and no other assistants around, the onlookers had largely dispersed. He quickly rose from his seat, his movements surprisingly nimble for someone purportedly injured. He furtively glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, before bending down to retrieve the earring from the ground. From a window on the second floor, Xie Xinglan held up her phone, capturing the entire scene of the old man hastily bending down to pick up the earring. Yunqi's sobs abruptly ceased. She crouched by the window, tugging at Xie Xinglan's pant leg, her eyes sparkling. Did you get it? Xie Xinglan smirked, shaking her phone. High definition. When Wang Nainai's daughter-in-law followed the shop assistant upstairs, she was taken aback. Waziti had said that Yunqi's earring was lost. Why were the two of them crouched in the corner? Yunqi waved her over, signaling her to come closer and explaining the entire situation. Meanwhile, downstairs, the old man had successfully stashed the earring in his private pocket. He was nearly bursting with joy, his lips curling into an uncontrollable smile. After about 10 minutes, a group emerged from the shop. The shop owner informed him that she had agreed to compensate him, and that Yunqi had consented to apologize. However, the old man, insatiable, demanded not only an apology from Yunqi, but also one from the insulting Xie Xinglan. He stood with a triumphant stance, hands on his hips, adopting the demeanor of a victim. You must not only apologize, but also kneel and bow to me in contrition. Otherwise, this matter is far from over. Yunqi and Xie Xinglan exchanged glances and approached the old man. Expecting an apology, the old man was taken aback when Yunqi suddenly flashed a cunning smile. What do you have in your pocket? The old man's smile froze instantly, and he instinctively covered his pocket, stammering, I don't know what you're talking about. Xie Xinglan took a step forward, his towering figure exuding an intimidating presence as he placed the earlier footage before him, scoffing derisively. Continue your pretense. Yunqi tilted her head, shaking her phone, indicating that the police should be arriving shortly. The old man's complexion drained of color, his legs beginning to tremble. At that moment, the distant wail of sirens approached, growing ever nearer. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. As the police car came to a halt at the roadside, he suddenly pulled out an earring from his pocket, preparing to swallow it. Be careful. He intends to destroy the evidence, exclaimed the female shop assistant and Wang's daughter-in-law in alarm. Chapter 54. My baby is glowing. Yunqi spoke, her voice soft yet commanding. Swallow it. I have instructed the doctor to dissect you and extract it. In that brief moment of hesitation from the old man, Xie Xinglan acted swiftly, gripping the elder's wrist tightly. With a slight exertion, the old man cried out in pain, causing his diamond earring to clatter to the ground. When the police arrived, several individuals recounted the events and presented the video evidence. Upon seeing the diamond earring worth millions lying on the floor, the officers' expressions turned grave. "Take him away." The old man was now thoroughly panicked, collapsing to the ground, tears and mucus staining his face. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I was momentarily bewitched." He turned to Yun Qi, desperately bowing his head. "Miss, you are magnanimous. Spare me. I shall never dare again." Yun Qi stepped back behind Xie Xinglan, revealing only her eyes as she muttered softly, "Now you realize your mistakes? Just moments ago, you wanted us to kneel and apologize." The police handcuffed the old man and addressed Yun Qi and her companions. "We kindly ask you to accompany us for a statement." At the police station, after giving their statements, the officers informed Yun Qi that the old man was a habitual offender, having extorted several shops in other commercial areas using similar tactics. However, he had evaded arrest due to a lack of evidence. As one officer perused the old man's confession, his brow furrowed deeper. "He claims he was instructed by someone?" The officer in charge of the interrogation nodded. "Yes, he confessed that a woman named Ma Feng hired him to specifically trouble Miss Yun at the milk tea shop. He slid a record of phone calls before them. We have verified this number, and the registered owner is indeed Ma Feng." Ma Feng had seen a photograph of Yun Qi and Xie Xinglan at the milk tea shop and, driven by malice, sought out the old man to create trouble for Yun Qi. Half an hour later, the officer who had gone to apprehend Ma Feng returned. Xie Xinglan and Yun Qi watched as the handcuffed woman entered. She glared at Yun Qi with fierce hostility. Yun Qi treated her as if she were invisible, but caught a glimpse of the coldness in Xie Xinglan's eyes. She tugged at his sleeve. "Do you know this woman?" Xie Xinglan realized that Yun Qi had not encountered He directly. Their first meeting had been in the hospital, and the second was under the influence of alcohol. She was the mother of He and He Feng. Yun Qi then understood. It was only natural for her to seek revenge since she was He Feng's mother. Yet, it was truly absurd that despite her son's misdeeds, she had the audacity to retaliate against the victim. Noting Yun Qi's expression of existential doubt, Xie Xinglan affectionately ruffled her fluffy hair and chuckled softly, pulling out his phone to make a call. Suddenly, Yun Qi turned to him, her face serious. Gazing up at him, "Xie Xinglan, let's contact the officer who handled the previous incident with He Feng." Xie Xinglan recognized that they were on the same wavelength, but enjoyed teasing Yun Qi, relishing her earnest explanations. He raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. The girl muttered, "Xie Xinglan, you are such a big fool." Then she began to explain earnestly. Did the police not mention that if the victim faces further harassment or if the perpetrator's family engages in threats or insults, evidence can be supplemented at any time to apply for an extension of detention? Xie Xinglan said, "Oh." Yun Qi pouted her lips high, murmuring softly, and lightly tapped his chest, calling Xie Xinglan a complete fool. Yet she continued to explain seriously, expressing her desire for He Feng's detention to be prolonged, and ideally, for Ma Feng to be detained as well. Xie Xinglan chuckled softly, gently pinching her puffed cheek with his fingertip. "Our Chi-Chi can now wield the weapon of law?" He deliberately waved his phone in front of her eyes, the screen prominently displaying an ongoing call, contacting Officer Wang, who was previously in charge of He Feng's case. Yun Qi's eyes widened in surprise. "When did you?" Xie Xinglan smiled without replying, bringing the phone to her ear. "Here, speak directly to Officer Wang." On the other end of the line, Officer Wang's serious voice resonated. "Miss Yun, we heard everything you just said. Ma Feng is suspected of inciting extortion, and we will also re-examine He Feng's case." Just as Yun Qi was about to respond, a loud bang echoed from the interrogation room. Ma Feng had surprisingly broken free from the female officer's grasp, frantically lunging towards the one-way glass, unaware that Yun Qi and the others were in the observation room. Her contorted face nearly pressed against the glass. "You little wretch." Yun Qi momentarily froze, then sweetly smiled. "Auntie, you must be missing your son, right? Just in time for me to send you in to reunite with him." With the most delightful smile, her words pierced like daggers. Ma Feng trembled with rage. held down firmly by the police, yet still screamed hysterically, "What are you so proud of? My son was just joking. How dare you ruin him?" Yunshi tilted her head, her gaze innocent and perplexed. "Auntie, your son was not joking. He broke the law. If you had taught him to abide by the law sooner, your whole family wouldn't be facing imprisonment now." Xie Xinglan chuckled softly beside her, ruffling her hair with indulgence in his eyes. Ma Feng was utterly incensed, struggling to lunge forward again, but was pinned to the ground by the police. Watching the villain being apprehended, Yunshi felt a surge of pride in upholding justice. Her rosy lips curled high, her eyes sparkling with victory. Suddenly, she sensed a burning gaze upon her face. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Xinglan had drawn extremely close, his deep-set eyes fixated on her intently. Yunshi felt her ears flush with heat, instinctively touching her face. "Is there something on my face?" "Yes," Xie Xinglan chuckled softly, his long fingers gently tapping her nose. "You're glowing." "Huh?" Yunshi blinked in confusion. "My baby is shining." His voice was low and magnetic, brimming with uncontainable pride. Capable of protecting herself, wielding the law, and infuriating evildoers. Yunshi's face turned crimson, akin to a cooked shrimp. Embarrassed and annoyed, she attempted to cover Xie Xinglan's mouth. "There are others here." Xie Xinglan seized her small hand, pressing a kiss in her palm. Such remarkable progress deserves a proper celebration. He glanced at his watch, and suddenly bent down to lift her into his arms, declaring they would leave at once. "Hey, put me down," Yunshi exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her legs flailing in the air, her little head buried shyly against his chest. "There are still police around. And so what?" Xie Xinglan replied nonchalantly as he strode forward. "Am I breaking the law by carrying my girlfriend?" The police behind them averted their gazes in unison, feigning ignorance. Only Ma Feng continued to scream hysterically, her voice gradually muffled as they exited the police station. Just as they were about to celebrate, Xie Xinglan's phone rang. It was his grandmother calling. He switched to speaker mode. "Xinglan, hurry and bring Chi-Chi back. Her father and sister have come home," his grandmother urged. Yunshi's lips curled into a slight grimace, her smile frozen on her face. Chapter 55, Chi-Chi, I admire you. Xie Xinglan was perplexed by Yunshi's intense reaction. As they journeyed home, the two engaged in conversation. It was only after hearing Yunshi's explanation that Xie Xinglan understood that, in her disordered memories, they had been clandestinely dating behind Yun Fengping's back. Thus, Yunshi insisted that upon their return, they must conceal their relationship from her father, maintaining the facade of a normal friendship. She further explained that Yun Fengping would likely disapprove of her working in a front-facing role, deeming it beneath his standards, and would reprimand her. Therefore, they cannot disclose this to him. The incident involving that old man harassing her was even more sensitive, as he would probably blame her attire for it. Outside the car window, the scenery flashed by like a series of slides, the interplay of light and shadow dancing across Yunshi's face, yet her eyes lacked the earlier spark. Xie Xinglan observed her profile, listening to her mutter with a mixture of helplessness and grievance, as an inexplicable irritation welled up within him. As Yunshi continued, she recounted the reasons behind her being sent to the countryside. Previously, he had intended to send her to Xie Xinglan's place, but she had resisted vehemently, harboring biases against him due to constant comparisons made by her father. Each time he mentioned it, she would refuse, leading to frequent arguments. The day before her departure, an intense quarrel ensued, prompting her to heed Cece's suggestion to visit a bar for some relief, where she was photographed and the image sent to her father, ultimately affecting his business. When discussing the male model, Yunshi nervously tugged at the hem of his shirt, her eyes glistening as she implored, "I merely glanced, I didn't touch." Xie Xinglan remained silent, gazing intently at her. Growing flustered, Yunshi insisted, "I did not deceive you," shaking his arm while resting her chin on his shoulder, affirming, "I swear, he isn't even as handsome as you." Xie Xinglan tilted his head to regard her, gently cradling her face, his gaze intent and calm. "How your father perceives you is his issue, not your failing." His thumb brushed against her cheek, his voice low yet clear. "You need not seek his approval to live. You are not in the wrong for assisting Grandma Wang, nor for your choice of clothing. Being harassed is certainly not your fault. The fault lies with those of ill intent. Not you. Yunqi was taken aback, her eyes glistening as her lips pressed together, as if she wished to retort but found herself at a loss for words. Xie Xinglan let out a soft scoff and continued, "His comparisons of you to me stem not from your inadequacy, but from his inability to see your worth." Chi-Chi. He inclined his head slightly, resting his forehead against hers, his breath warm. "You are remarkable. You earn your own living, you protect yourself, and you stand up to wrongdoers, far surpassing those who can only cling to their families." Yunqi felt a pang in her nose, her lashes fluttering as she murmured softly, "But." "There is no but." Xie Xinglan shook his head. "He may not appreciate you, but you must not allow that to diminish your self-worth." He paused, his fingertip brushing away the dampness at the corner of her eye, his tone earnest. "Chi-Chi, I admire you." Xie Xinglan. Yunqi felt a sharp pang in her heart, nearly brought to tears, yet reminded herself that they were still in the taxi. Sniffling, she buried herself in Xie Xinglan's embrace. Upon their return, the two entered in a staggered manner, with Yunqi leading and Xie Xinglan following closely behind, maintaining a half-meter distance between them. In the living room sat Yun Fengpeng, impeccably dressed in a suit, alongside Yun Fan, who wore a cream-colored dress. She sat gracefully beside Yun Fengpeng, her long hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders, her makeup exquisite yet understated, with a gentle smile gracing her lips. Upon noticing Yunqi's entrance, Yun Fan immediately stood up, her voice as sweet as honey. "Sister, you're back." She hurried forward, as if to grasp Yunqi's hand. "Father and I came specially to see you. We've been waiting for quite some time." Yunqi instinctively took a step back, evading her touch. Yun Fan's hand hung awkwardly in the air, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Yun Fengpeng with a sense of grievance. "Father, is sister still angry with me?" Yun Fengpeng furrowed his brow, his tone stern. "Yunqi, your sister is showing genuine concern for you. What is this attitude?" Grandmother Xie interjected, attempting to ease the tension. "The children have traveled a long way. Let us sit down and have some tea first. I will prepare it." Yun Fan obediently followed her grandmother into the kitchen. "Grandmother, I'll help you." Xie Xinglan observed the scene with a cold gaze, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The living room was left with just 3 individuals. Yun Fengpeng scanned between Xie Xinglan and Yunqi before suddenly speaking. "Xinglan, I suppose this troublesome girl has caused you quite a bit of distress recently?" Xie Xinglan cast a sidelong glance at Yunqi, who nervously clutched her clothing, fearing Xie Xinglan might inadvertently reveal too much. With an indifferent expression, Xie Xinglan replied distantly, "It's manageable. Miss Yun is quite well behaved." Yun Fengpeng scoffed, clearly unconvinced. "Well behaved? She has caused quite the uproar at home." His piercing gaze turned to Yunqi. "I heard you even went to a milk tea shop to serve as some sort of face? You are a member of the Yun family, not a street vendor." Yunqi exchanged a glance with Xie Xinglan, both understanding that grandmother had divulged this information to Yun Fengpeng. It was likely that he had inquired about their whereabouts, and grandmother had responded truthfully. This was not her fault. She was unaware of Yun Fengpeng's temperament. Yunqi averted her gaze, her expression impassive. "I merely went to help." "Help?" Yun Fengpeng sneered. "When did you become so enthusiastic? It seems you are deliberately trying to tarnish the Yun family's reputation." At that moment, Yun Fan and grandmother Xie emerged from the kitchen carrying tea. Seizing the opportunity, she interjected softly, "Father, please don't be angry. Sister might just be short on pocket money." She set the teapot down, feigning concern. "If you're lacking funds, you can always tell your sister. Why resort to such public work?" Xie Xinglan had intended to support Yunqi in confronting the biased Yun Fengpeng, but they had agreed to maintain their composure and not expose themselves. However, with Yun Fan's interjection, he could no longer restrain himself. Speaking with a hint of disdain, "Miss Yun seems to harbor quite the prejudice against the service industry." Yun Fan's expression stiffened as he hurried to clarify. "That is not what I meant. Miss Yun was merely assisting a struggling establishment with its advertising." Xie Xinglan's tone remained calm, yet each word was sharp. "I believe such altruism deserved commendation." Yun Fengpeng furrowed his brow, questioning whether the shop was entirely devoid of patrons, leaving it to Yunqi. "Father, Yun Fan abruptly interrupted, her gentle smile returning. My sister is only acting out of goodwill. She affectionately reached for Yun Qi's arm. Having learned from the earlier encounter, Yun Qi chose not to evade Yun Fan's touch, intending for her to withdraw her hand voluntarily. Slightly turning her body, Yun Qi fanned the air with her hand. Wrinkling her nose as she remarked, I apologize, dear sister, but I just returned from outside, and I still carry a scent of sweat. Yun Fan's hand, which had reached halfway, froze in midair, her gentle smile faltering. She discreetly withdrew her hand, forcing a smile. It's quite all right, my sister. Yun Qi blinked and suddenly leaned closer, whispering in a tone only they could hear. Moreover, I just stepped in some dog droppings, so my shoe soles might still be a tad dirty. Yun Fan's complexion shifted instantly, instinctively stepping back, nearly colliding with the coffee table. She struggled to maintain her smile. You truly have a knack for humor, sister. Yun Qi tilted her head innocently. I'm not joking at all. Would you like to see my shoe? No, that won't be necessary. Yun Fan hastily waved her hand, her expression a mixture of surprise and dismay. Standing nearby, Xie Xinglan observed Yun Qi's mischievous demeanor and couldn't help but smirk. When Yun Fengpeng turned his gaze towards them, he tactfully shifted the topic. Uncle Yun, did you come for a specific reason this time? Clearing his throat, Yun Fengpeng replied, Yun Qi's birthday is next month. I intend to take her back to Qinglang City. He then looked at Yun Qi, his tone leaving no room for argument. Yun Qi, your birthday is next month, and I have already arranged a banquet. The young master of the Gu family will also be attending. It would be beneficial for you young people to interact. Yun Qi abruptly lifted her head. Which Gu family? Yun Fan gently clarified, is the only son of the Gu group, Gu Yuan. He has just returned from studying abroad and is quite the fine gentleman. Xie Xinglan's gaze darkened ominously. Her fists clenched and then relaxed, the knuckles turning pale, yet she refrained from expressing her frustration due to a prior agreement. Chapter 56. Longing to leap into Xie Xinglan's embrace indeed, it is quite exasperating. On the surface, the two were ostensibly celebrating Yun Qi's birthday and hosting a banquet, yet their true intention was to orchestrate a union between her and Gu Yuan. However, Xie Xinglan found himself powerless, merely observing as Yun Qi's father and sister urged her to gather her belongings. He watched Yun Fan enter his room to assist Yun Qi in organizing her things. In the living room, only he, Yun Fengpeng, and Grandma Xie remained. Yun Fengpeng surveyed the surroundings with a scrutinizing gaze. Xie Xinglan, remaining composed, could not suppress a sardonic smile. He was acutely aware that Yun Fengpeng was about to broach the topic of the demolition of Grandma's house. Considering the presence of Yun Qi and Yun Fan, Yun Fengpeng deliberately strolled outside at a leisurely pace. Grandma Xie followed suit, and Xie Xinglan trailed behind her. Yun Fengpeng, hands clasped behind his back, ambled outside the Xie family's ancestral home, the sound of his polished shoes echoing on the gravel path. He squinted, appraising the surroundings, his gaze measuring the value of every inch of land like a tape measure. Aunt Xie, this place truly is a treasure of geomancy, Yun Fengpeng suddenly remarked, his voice laced with feigned admiration. Nestled against Zine Mountain and facing the clear stream, it enjoys warmth in winter and coolness in summer. The old generation had an impeccable eye for selecting locations. A faint smile creased Grandma Xie's wrinkled visage. Mr. Yun, you flatter us. This is merely an old house passed down through generations. We have grown accustomed to it. Xie Xinglan, standing behind his grandmother, wore a look of derision. He was all too familiar with Yun Fengpeng's opening gambit. First to praise, then to pressure, an approach wrapped in sugary deception. Yun Fengpeng paused beneath an ancient locust tree, patting its rugged trunk. This tree must be over 100 years old. Wouldn't you agree? What a pity, he shook his head, swiftly shifting the conversation. With the nation advocating for rural revitalization, our Yun group plans to develop an ecological agricultural tourism park in Zine Village. And your location is right in the heart of the planned area. Grandma Xie's spine visibly stiffened for a moment. Xie Xinglan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Uncle Yun, regarding the demolition, the village committee has already discussed it with us. Xinglan, Yun Fengpeng interjected, a benevolent smile gracing his face, I am not here to discuss demolition. I have come to present an opportunity to Aunt Sia. He turned to Grandma Sia, his tone fervent. Once the project is completed, I will reserve the best stall for you to sell local produce. Wouldn't that be preferable to your current situation? Alternatively, I could arrange for you a leisurely management position with a fixed monthly salary, much more stable. Xie Xinglan felt a throbbing in his temples. Yin Fengpeng avoided mentioning the demolition compensation, instead painting a picture of fanciful prospects. Just as he was about to respond, Grandma Xia's frail hand pressed down on his wrist. Mr. Yin, I appreciate your goodwill, she said softly, yet with remarkable conviction. At my age, I simply wish to stay in this old house and await the return of my children during the spring festival. A fleeting glimmer of malice crossed Yun Fengpeng's eyes, but it quickly vanished. He strolled to the edge of the stream and suddenly changed the subject. Grandma, do you remember when Xinglan was in his first year of high school? We were nearly a loss for his tuition. Xie Xinglan fell silent. Once again, he found Yin Fengpeng resorting to emotional manipulation. As Yin Fengpeng rambled on with a lengthy monologue, Xie Xinglan ceased to listen. Grandmother was listening intently, yet Xie Xinglan could sense her lack of genuine interest. She was merely being courteous. Suddenly, Yin Fengpeng called out to him, Xinglan, your college entrance examination results are out, aren't they? Knowing he was about to inquire about his score, Xie Xinglan nonchalantly replied, 702. Upon hearing this score, Yin Fengpeng raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, then nodded in satisfaction. 702? Not bad. Even higher than Yin Fan's score from years ago. He paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on Xie Xinglan with a meaningful look, his tone carrying a hint of probing. Xinglan, this score is sufficient to secure a place in the best universities in the country. Which school are you planning to apply to? Xie Xinglan's expression remained indifferent. I haven't decided yet. Yin Fengpeng chuckled, his tone suddenly warm. How about considering Qinglang University? It happens to be the same school as Yun Fan's. She's a year ahead of you, and I could arrange for her to look after you. Before he could continue, Grandmother Xia interjected, Xinglan has his own plans. He is grown up now. Let him choose for himself. Yin Fengpeng's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Auntie Xia is right. We should respect the child's choices. He shifted the conversation, his tone taking on a reflective quality. However, Xinglan, you must realize that tuition fees for universities are quite substantial these days, especially for prestigious institutions, coupled with living expenses, accommodation, and various miscellaneous costs. It can easily add up to tens of thousands in a year. He sighed, feigning concern. Your grandmother is getting older and her health isn't great. We can't burden her with your tuition worries, can we? Xie Xinglan wore a faint smile, yet his eyes were devoid of warmth. Uncle Yun, rest assured, I can manage on my own. Yin Fengpeng raised an eyebrow. Oh, how do you plan to manage that? Scholarships, student loans, part-time jobs, Xie Xinglan answered calmly, each word sharp and resolute. In any case, there is no need for Uncle Yun to worry. Yin Fengpeng narrowed his eyes, the smile on his face gradually fading. Xinglan, are you distancing yourself from your uncle? Xie Xinglan met his gaze unwaveringly. It is not distancing. It is simply unnecessary. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Yin Fengpeng's eyes bore into Xie Xinglan's, heavy with meaning. Noticing the unusual tension, Grandmother Xie hurriedly intervened. Mr. Yun, this child Xinglan is quite stubborn. Please do not take it to heart. Yin Fengpeng took a deep breath, forcing a smile. It's fine. Being spirited is a good thing for the youth. He paused, suddenly casting a significant glance at Xie Xinglan. However, Xinglan, remember that sometimes being too stubborn may not be beneficial. Xie Xinglan merely tugged at the corners of his mouth, remaining silent. Seeing that he remained unmoved, Yin Fengpeng finally lost his patience, his tone growing cold. All right then, since you have your own plans, I shall say no more. He turned away, patting Grandmother Xia's shoulder, his tone reverting to that of a benevolent elder. Auntie Xia, do reconsider the relocation matter. After all, opportunities like this are rare. Grandmother Xia managed a forced smile, but said nothing further. Yin Fengpeng ceased his words, striding directly into the house, the sound of his leather shoes crunching on the gravel path echoing sharply. After Yunqi and Yunfan had organized their belongings in the room, they emerged into the living area. where three individuals were seated on the sofa. The atmosphere was peculiar, an unidentifiable discomfort lingering in the air. One person, with a handsome yet sullen visage, fixed his gaze intently upon her. When Yunfan's eyes drifted in his direction, he emotionlessly averted his stare. A sudden wave of sorrow washed over Yunqi, a yearning to leap into Xie Xinglan's embrace, to share tender kisses and warm hugs. If only Yun Fengpeng and Yun Fan were not present. Yun Fengpeng rose, declaring that since they had finished tidying up, it was time to leave. He strode towards the exit, with Yun Fan trailing behind. With a suitcase in one hand and her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Yunqi gazed at Xie Xinglan, her heart a tumult of reluctance to depart. Yun Fengpeng, growing impatient, called out, "Yunqi, what are you waiting for?" As he took a step forward, Yunqi bit down on her lower lip, a sudden surge of emotion welling within her. She cried out, "I can't bear to leave." Xie Xinglan's heart skipped a beat, and he cast a questioning glance at Yunqi. In a moment of impulse, she bit her tongue, forcefully swallowing the name that threatened to escape her lips. Her eyelashes fluttered violently, the suitcase's handle creaking under her grip, and suddenly she raised her voice. "I can't bear to leave. The meals made by Grandma Xie," her voice, tinged with a cry, plunged the room into an abrupt silence. Chapter 57. Once more, next time after Yunqi uttered those words, Grandma Xie became an unexpected ally. She was fully aware that Yunqi was reluctant to part with her grandson, so she suggested they have dinner at her home before returning to Qinglang City. Despite Yunqi's repeated expressions of reluctance, Grandma Xie and Xie Xinglan warmly insisted, and ultimately, Yun Fengpeng acquiesced. During dinner, Yunqi intentionally seated herself beside Xie Xinglan. She had previously sent him a playful emoji suggesting they hold hands, coordinating their seating arrangement to allow for discreet intimacy. Fortune favored them. Yin Fan and Yun Fengpeng occupied the seats opposite, with Grandma positioned diagonally. Generally, as long as one doesn't drop their chopsticks, it is uncommon for diners to glance beneath the table. Having prepared in advance, Xie Xinglan utilized his left hand to eat, while Yunqi sat to his right. This arrangement allowed his right hand to gently clasp her left hand. The moment their fingers intertwined, a thrill coursed through Yunqi, quickening her heartbeat. However, they could not keep their hands hidden for too long. After a few seconds, they would return their hands to the table. Though the duration was brief, Yunqi felt a deep sense of satisfaction, cherishing the closeness shared with Xie Xinglan before parting. Fortunately, they escaped detection. After dinner, with a heavy heart, Yunqi followed her father and stepsister to the car. Xie Xinglan and Grandma Xie stood outside, watching as they departed. Inside the Maybach, Yunqi leaned against the window, her small face pressed against the glass. The tip of her nose turned pale from the pressure, and her usually sparkling eyes were now veiled with a mist of tears. The sight of her, slightly awkward yet endearing, melted Xie Xinglan's heart. The thought of Yunqi leaving him to spend time with another boy stirred a tempest of frustration and agitation within him. In a surge of emotion, he rushed to the car, his defined fingers gripping the window that was about to rise. "Wait," he called out, his voice hoarse. Yunqi left something in the room. Yun Fengpeng frowned, glancing at his watch. What did she leave? Her bank card, Xie Xinglan replied with a calm facade, though his gaze was fixed intently on the corners of Yunqi's reddened eyes. In the back seat, Yunqi was acutely aware that she had forgotten nothing, yet she quickly played along, her excitement bubbling over. "Yes, I forgot my bank card," Yun Fengpeng urged. "Hurry and go get it." The two entered the room one after the other. Xie Xinglan shut the door behind them and, with a swift motion, positioned Yunqi against the wall. Although his actions appeared forceful, he was careful to support her head with his palm, preventing her from hitting the hard surface. His breath became uneven as he focused intently on her flushed eyes, his throat tightening. "Xie Xinglan," Yunqi murmured softly, her lashes fluttering like a startled butterfly. He suddenly leaned down, his nose brushing against hers as he murmured in a husky tone, "Close your eyes." Obediently, Yunqi complied, and in the next moment, she felt the warmth of his lips upon hers. As she felt her eyelashes flutter, her fingers clutched tightly to his sleeve. The kiss began delicately, a mere brushing of lips, imbued with cautious exploration. Xie Xinglan's thumb caressed her cheek, as if offering solace. However, it quickly transformed into a fervent embrace. Yunqi found her legs weakening under his kiss, instinctively grasping at his clothing while emitting soft, feline whimpers. Xie Xinglan's breath hitched as he deepened the kiss, holding the back of her head. His technique was somewhat inexperienced, occasionally resulting in a clumsy clash of teeth. Yet the raw sincerity of his passion made Yunqi's heart race even faster. Gasping for breath, she unwittingly let her fingers climb to his shoulder. Only then did Xie Xinglan pull back slightly, his breathing heavy. He gazed down at her, an overwhelming tide of emotion swirling in his eyes. Gently lifting her chin, his fingertip brushed against her glistening lips, his atoms apple-bobbing. Once more, just once more make up for it next time. His voice was deep and hoarse, laced with a restrained intensity that carried an undeniable command. The corners of his eyes flushed with a hint of red, as if suppressing something profound. When Yunqi tilted her head to meet his gaze, Xie Xinglan's eyelashes quivered slightly, his eyes darkening further. He reached out to ruffle her hair, the tenderness of his gesture starkly contrasting with the heat of his gaze. "Darling," he said, a playful smirk dancing on his lips, "allow me to retouch your lipstick." This was the first time Yunqi experienced such an ardent kiss with Xie Xinglan. Her lips felt numb, her mind clouded, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She obediently followed his instructions. As she fumbled to retrieve the lipstick, she murmured softly, too shy to meet Xie Xinglan's gaze. "The lipstick, darling, look up at me," he prompted. Obediently, she tilted her head back, and Xie Xinglan gently grasped her delicate chin to apply the lipstick for her. The farewell kiss and the lipstick application transpired in a mere 10 minutes. Yet, upon their return, Yun Fengpeng wore a stern expression, his anger barely contained. As soon as Yunqi settled into the car, her father's cold voice pierced through the silence. "Why does it take so long to get a bank card?" Her fingers instinctively intertwined, her eyelashes quivering. I forgot where I put it and searched for quite a while." "Unacceptable." Yin Fengpeng suddenly raised his voice, his fingers striking the steering wheel with force. "You can't even keep track of your own belongings. What kind of behavior is that?" Yunqi pouted, opening her mouth to explain, but was interrupted by Xie Xinglan's languid voice from outside the car window. "Uncle Yun, I helped Miss Yun collect her bank card." He raised an eyebrow, a teasing challenge lingering in his tone. "Should I come down and receive a scolding?" Yin Fengpeng cast a not-so-friendly glance at Xie Xinglan, a derisive snort escaping him as he fell silent. Yunqi's heart raced, filled with effervescent pink bubbles as she dreamily gazed at Xie Xinglan's handsome face outside the window. She failed to notice the keen gaze of Yun Fan resting upon her. As the car set off, Yunqi found herself drifting further away from Xin Village. She took out her phone, and Hiyueshi had sent her a message, stating that she would come to Xin Village to celebrate her birthday next month. She let out a soft sigh and, feeling somewhat displeased, began typing. She informed her about Yun Fengpeng's arrangements. A swift reply came from the other side. "Hiyueshi, wow. Gu Yuan, this guy is such a playboy. I've seen him trying to flirt with various girls while I was abroad." Chapter 58. Xie Xinglan, rest assured, my affection lies solely with you. Upon hearing Hiyueshi's description of Gu Yuan, Yunqi found herself even less inclined to engage with him, especially since she already had a boyfriend. With Hiyueshi's cleverness, she could certainly devise a plan to tarnish Gu Yuan's impression of her, and Yunqi eagerly awaited her response. Suddenly, Yun Fan spoke up. "The results of your college entrance examination must be out by now, right?" Yunqi paused her fingers, which had been typing, and glanced up at Yun Fan, who wore a gentle smile. "They're out," Yunqi replied in a neutral tone, returning her attention to her messages to Hiyueshi. Feigning concern, Yun Fan leaned in closer. "What score did you get? Let me help you strategize your choices." Yunqi locked her phone, meeting her gaze directly. 585. This score was neither particularly high nor low, just sufficient for admission to a respectable second-tier university. A flicker of surprise passed through Yun Fan's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile of approval. "That's better than I expected." Yun Fengpeng, glancing through the rearview mirror, scoffed. "With that score, you couldn't even touch the edges of Qingling University. Your sister scored above 630 in her exam." Yun Chi chose not to respond, pretending she hadn't heard. Her actual score was 631, enough for Qinglang University, but she had intentionally understated it. Father, Yun Fan gently interjected. It's impressive that she achieved this score. Turning to Yun Chi, her tone became warm. How about considering Qinglang Vocational and Technical College? Although it's a junior college, I can help you with connections. Yun Chi suppressed a cold laugh within, maintaining an appearance of thoughtful consideration. Thank you, sister. I will think about it. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Hiyueshi had sent a message. Don't panic, Chi. I have a brilliant idea. Gu Yuan detests two types of girls, those who can outplay him and those who are utterly uncouth. We can. Yun Chi's eyes lit up, poised to reply, when Yun Fan leaned over curiously. Were you looking at that makes you so happy? Instinctively, Yun Chi tucked her phone into her chest, but her movement was too pronounced, accidentally pressing a button on the car door, causing the window to slowly lower. The evening breeze rushed in, tousling the strands of hair framing her face. Nothing, she replied, feigning calmness. Yin Fan responded with a knowing "oh" and did not press further. Nevertheless, Yin Chi noticed her gaze occasionally darting towards her phone. As the car merged onto the highway, the scenery outside began to blur past. Yin Chi gazed at the distant silhouette of Zine Mountain, feeling a pang of reluctance in her heart. She discreetly opened her WeChat with Xie Xinglan and, on a whim, changed the note she had saved for him. Her thumb gently caressed the screen as she opened their chat window and sent a message. I told my dad I only scored 585. Winks. He replied almost instantaneously. Clever. Those two simple words made Yun Chi unable to suppress a smile. She sent a cute cat sticker, and Xie Xinglan responded with a playful patting emoji. She sent another message. Xie Xinglan, rest assured, I will definitely not go on a blind date with that Gu Yuan. I only like you. Xie Xinglan did not respond immediately, and Yun Chi couldn't help but murmur softly, What are you doing? Yin Fan suddenly interjected. Who are you chatting with, little sister? Yun Chi quickly locked her screen, pretending not to hear, leisurely gazing out the car window. Noticing Yun Chi's indifference, a flicker of gloom passed through Yun Fan's eyes, but she soon adorned her face with a gentle smile. She let out a soft sigh and feigned concern, saying, Sister, Dad is doing this for your own good. Gu Yuan comes from a good family and is quite exceptional. If you two could be together. With her sister holding him in such high regard. Yun Chi suddenly turned her head, blinking her innocent big eyes. Why don't you go on a blind date with him instead? After all, Dad favors you the most. Yun Fan's expression stiffened momentarily. Then she forced a smile. You jest, sister. Yun Fengping shot a glare at Yun Chi through the rearview mirror. How can you speak to your sister like that? Yun Chi pouted and fell silent, lowering her head to fiddle with her phone. Hiyueshi sent a few more messages. We can go at it from both ends. First, you should dress in a way that looks rustic. Ideally, even more so than your stepsister. Second, you need to act even more flamboyant than her, making him feel like he can't handle you. We can discuss the specifics when you arrive in Qinglang City. Unable to hold back her laughter, Yun Chi quickly replied, Love you, Cece. As the car entered the urban area of Qinglang City, night had already descended. In Zine Village, the atmosphere in the living room was tense. Xie Xinglan's parents had not visited in a long time, yet tonight they unexpectedly returned from abroad, without any prior notice, to her grandmother's house. Xie Xinglan's father, Xie Linchuan, sat upright in the main seat, his sharp gaze behind gold-rimmed glasses cutting through the air. He tapped his fingers lightly on the mahogany coffee table, producing a dull sound. 702 points. Why did you hide this from us? Xie Xinglan's mother, Lin Shuiyue, elegantly crossed her legs in a Chanel ensemble. She remained silent, merely casting a faint glance at her son with eyes resembling Xie Xinglan's. Her fingers tapping on a tablet to pull up an electronic file, revealing Xie Xinglan's college entrance examination results. Xie's grandmother's hand trembled slightly as she held the teapot, not even noticing when hot water splashed onto her palm. Xie Xinglan raised her eyes, mocking, If I don't tell you, you'll find out anyway. The expression on Xie Linchuan's face darkened instantly, his gaze sharp as a blade behind his glasses. Is this how you speak to your parents? Lin Shuiyue gently pressed down on her husband's arm, her voice as cold as a mountain spring. Xinglan, We have come back this time to have a serious discussion about your future. Living in the countryside with your grandmother is not a solution. We want to take you to live in the city. Our return to the country is to develop the company. Xie Xinglan scoffed. She looked up at her parents, her gaze colder than the night outside. Future? What does my future have to do with you? We made it very clear 5 years ago. You shall no longer interfere in my matters. As she spoke those two sentences, Xie Xinglan recalled the events from 5 years ago. At that time, he was merely 14, just beginning his first year of junior high. Over the course of those 14 years, he had seen little of his so-called parents, who were perpetually occupied with their endeavors abroad, leaving their relationship with him painfully distant. Since childhood, he had resided with his grandparents. However, that year, his beloved grandfather passed away. It was all because of them. With a sudden force, Xie Linchuan slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. What do you mean by that? We gave you life and raised you, only to have you end up like this? Xie Xinglan also rose to his feet, towering over his father, his voice a low and terrifying rumble. And then let me die at home like Grandpa. Unnoticed? The words struck like a sharp blade, piercing the hearts of everyone in the living room. Xie Grandma's hands trembled violently, tears glistening silently as they coursed down her wrinkled cheeks. Lin Shiyue's complexion turned ashen, her meticulously manicured fingers gripping her Hermes bag tightly. Xie Linchuan's lips quivered, bloodshot eyes behind his glasses betraying his distress. That was an accident. An accident? Xie Xinglan scoffed, bitterness lacing his voice, while you were arguing upstairs. Grandpa was down in his study, succumbing to a heart attack. For 3 whole hours. 3 hours. You didn't even realize he was unwell. Lin Shiyue abruptly averted her gaze, her exquisite makeup failing to conceal her sudden pallor. Xie Grandma suddenly stood, trembling fingers grasping her grandson's sleeve. Xinglan, please stop. Taking a deep breath to suppress the tumult of emotions rising within him, he gazed down at his grandmother's age-spotted hands, his tone softening. Grandma, you should go rest. The elderly woman shook her head stubbornly, refusing to budge. Finally, Lin Shiyue spoke, her voice quivering ever so slightly. Xinglan, we return this time to make amends. No need, Xie Xinglan interrupted, his gaze as indifferent as if he were looking at a stranger. I'm doing perfectly well now. Xie Linchuan inhaled deeply, stifling his anger, and settled back onto the sofa, fingers interlaced before his nose, his gaze calm, yet commanding. Xinglan, whether you choose to acknowledge it or not, you are ultimately a son of the Xie family. His tone softened, yet carried an undeniable weight of authority. Next month, we plan to take you to a banquet. Xie Xinglan furrowed his brows. What? Lin Shiyue continued, her lips parting slightly. Their company is collaborating with ours and has specifically invited us. Many prominent figures from the business world will be attending. Xie Xinglan scoffed. So, you wish for me to serve as your social pawn? Xie Linchuan replied in a low voice. It is to prepare you to take over the family business. Chapter 59. Why won't you acknowledge me? Xi Elnshu N and L NSHU found themselves unable to persuade Xi, thus resorting to imploring Grandma, Xi, to intervene. The two stepped outside into the courtyard, aware of her son and daughter-in-law's temperament. Grandma Xi recognized that their persistence would not wane without her agreement. XNGLN, perhaps you might encounter that girl YNQ, she suggested, her hands, lined with age, gently patting her grandson's arm. Lowering her voice, she continued, just now, you heard Mr. YN mention attending a birthday banquet next month. It's quite possible that it coincides with YNQ's celebration. Prompted by her words, XNGLN recalled that he had not responded to YNQ for over 2 hours. His screen illuminated, revealing messages from over 2 hours ago. XNGLN, rest assured, I will not go on a blind date with that Gu. I only like you kisses. XNGLN, you big fool. Why are you ignoring me? Pouting. Engo, looking pitiful. Are you giving me the silent treatment? Bite. No, you must be busy, scratching head, as he read through the messages. XNGLN felt his agitation dissipate, a light chuckle escaping his lips. He swiftly replied, Baby, I was preoccupied just now. What are you up to, baby? Patting head. After sending the message, she XNGLN had made a decision in his heart. On July 4th, YNQ's birthday arrived. Early in the morning, HUX came to visit YNQ. YNFNGP disapproved of HUX's eccentric demeanor. Yet with her already in the YN family villa, he found it difficult to dismiss her. Had he known her true intentions, he certainly would not have allowed her entry. Indeed, the two girls were on the second floor, in YNQ's room, with the door securely locked. They were not only discussing plans, but were also playfully teasing YNFNGP and YNFN. After their planning session, HUX suddenly broached the subject of she XNGLN. QQ, I don't think she XNGL and is sincere about you. Ienico, perplexed, inquired, why do you say that? Consider this. You are set to go on blind dates with other men, yet she XNGLN, your boyfriend, remains indifferent. YNQ shook her head, but we agreed. We cannot reveal our relationship just yet. HUX clicked her tongue. Well, you must have an extraordinary level of patience. If I were your boyfriend, I would storm into the banquet and express my jealousy, whisking you away to a secluded spot for a passionate kiss. YNQ felt her cheeks flush, recalling the exhilarating and intense kiss they had shared days ago when parting in his room. As the clock struck 6, YNQ, having meticulously prepared herself, descended the staircase. YNFNGP assessed her appearance, narrowing his eyes as he scanned her from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. However, YNFN nearly burst into laughter, stifling his amusement with his fingers digging into his palm. YNQ had indeed learned well. Her outfit was entirely in accordance with her father's aesthetic. Yet, to the eyes of a young woman, it appeared somewhat outdated and lacking in flair. Yunchi donned a delicate light pink lace dress, adorned with intricate lace at the neckline and cuffs, its hem billowing like a style from a decade past. On her feet were beige leather shoes, embellished with a butterfly-shaped hairpin, an old trinket that her younger sister, Yun Fan, had discarded during her middle school days. Yun Fengping nodded in satisfaction. Now, this is more like it. A young lady should always appear neat and dignified. Yun Fan stifled a smile, feigning gentleness as she chimed in. You look truly adorable today, little sister. Yunchi smiled sweetly, yet inside, she reveled in her triumph. The first step of her plan, so outlandishly rustic that Gu Yuan would keep his distance, was accomplished. Yun Fengping checked his watch and urged, let us go. We mustn't keep the Gu family waiting. Yunchi nodded and followed her father and stepsister out. Once in the car, she discreetly took out her phone and messaged Hiyueshi. We have departed. Rustic charm attack is ready. Hiyueshi replied immediately. Go for it, Chi-Chi. Remember, when you see Gu Yuan, you must outshine him in playfulness. Yunchi suppressed a chuckle, locked her screen, and gazed out the window. Tonight, she was determined to make Gu Yuan utterly lose interest in her. At 8 o'clock in the evening, at the Galaxy Bay International Hotel's banquet hall, under the dazzling crystal chandeliers, the air was filled with the clinking of glasses among the elite. Yunchi stood obediently beside Yun Fengping. Chi-Chi, he lowered his voice, exuding an undeniable authority. The Gu couple is over there. Go greet them. Yunchi snapped back to reality, raised a standard smile, and followed her father to the other side of the hall. The Gu couple was engaged in conversation with several business figures, and standing beside them was their son, Gu Yuan. He was clad in a meticulously tailored dark gray suit, his demeanor indifferent, idly swirling a glass of wine, clearly disinterested in the gathering. We've been waiting, Yun Fengping greeted warmly, gently nudging Yunchi's back. This is my youngest, Yunchi. She just finished her college entrance exams, and I thought it would be good for her to experience the world. Gu Yuan appraised Yunchi from head to toe. Upon recognizing her attire, his lips twitched slightly, a flicker of disdain flashing across his eyes. Yet his face still bore a courteous smile. Miss Yun is quite well-behaved. Yunchi pretended to be bashful, lowering her gaze while secretly observing Gu Yuan's reaction. Excellent. He barely acknowledged her. The plan was halfway successful. Young people should converse more. Chairman Gu patted his son's shoulder. Yuan, please take Miss Yun inside for some desserts. Gu Yuan frowned slightly, but, bound by etiquette, gestured for Yunchi to proceed. The opportunity had arrived. Yunchi swiftly switched her approach. donning an exaggerated smile, and with a deliberately syrupy tone said, "Gu Yuan Gij, I heard you absolutely adore cars? I also love speeding. Last time, I took our Porsche up the mountain for some drifting." Gu Yuan halted momentarily, finally looking her way, his expression skeptical. "You?" "Yes, yes." Yunqi blinked her innocent eyes, continuing her elaborate fabrication. "I often frequent nightclubs, and last time, I even outdrank 3 bartenders." Just then, Yun Fengping's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression shifting dramatically as he hurried to a corner to answer. "What? President Xie has arrived? Very well. I shall head out to greet them." After hanging up the phone, he hurriedly apologized to the Gu family. "I sincerely apologize. Chairman Xie from Drake International has just arrived, and I must attend to him." Chairman Gu was taken aback upon hearing this. Drake International? A European energy giant? Indeed. Yun Fengping could hardly conceal his pride. They are currently seeking to expand their market in Asia, and our Yun family is fortunate to be involved. He did not finish his sentence and swiftly made his way to the entrance. 5 minutes later, Yun Fengping graciously guided the Xie couple into the banquet hall, attracting the attention of the surrounding guests. Lin Shuyue, adorned in a haute couture Chanel gown, elegantly linked her arm with her husband's, her gaze subtly sweeping across the room. "Mr. Xie, Madam, it is truly an honor to have you here." Yun Fengping beamed. "Did the two of you come alone this time?" Xie Linchuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone distant. "I brought my son. He is still in the parking lot." Yun Fengping's eyes lit up, and he immediately gestured to Yun Fan, Xiao Fan. "Quickly go to the parking lot and fetch Mr. Xie's son." Understanding the cue, Yun Fan tidied her meticulously styled curls and gently replied, "I shall go at once." Just as she turned around, bang, the side door of the banquet hall was suddenly pushed open. A tall figure stood silhouetted against the light. In the next moment, his gaze swept over the crowd, seemingly searching for something. Chapter 60. "Baby, I long to see you." Upon catching sight of Xie Xinglan, Yun Fan was momentarily captivated by the young man before her. He had exchanged his casual black t-shirt for a well-tailored custom suit. The sharply cut black jacket accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, with the collar of his shirt slightly undone, revealing a glimpse of his pale collarbone. A pair of subtly patterned cufflinks glimmered with understated elegance. In this light, he exuded an air of innate nobility. After the initial astonishment, her gaze took on a teasing quality. Yun Fan was acutely aware that this Xie Xinglan was merely a poor boy from the countryside. She scoffed inwardly, thinking that merely donning a suit did not transform him into a wealthy gentleman. It was likely rented. Recalling how Yun Qi had been enraptured by Xie Xinglan's presence in the car a few days prior, she couldn't shake the feeling that their relationship was far from innocent. And now, Xie Xinglan had approached once more, presumably in search of Yun Qi. A knowing smile crept across her lips as she passed him, taking the initiative to greet him. Xie Xinglan. Hearing Yun Fan's voice, Xie Xinglan turned his gaze slightly, his expression cool as he cast a brief glance in her direction. Remaining silent, observing his demeanor, Yun Fan couldn't help but smirk inwardly, though she maintained a gentle and composed smile on her face. Her tone soft. "You are here to see Yun Qi, aren't you? However, this banquet hall is a private venue, and entry is generally restricted." She deliberately emphasized the words "generally restricted," her eyes reflecting a sense of superiority. Xie Xinglan lowered his gaze, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Yet his expression remained inscrutable. He leisurely pulled out his phone, just in time to see a message from his mother, Lin Shuyue, sent a few minutes earlier. "Xinglan, the eldest daughter of the Yun family, Yun Fan, will be waiting for you in the parking lot. She is wearing a champagne-colored gown and has long black hair. She should be easy to recognize." A subtle smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he raised his eyes to Yun Fan, speaking in a neutral tone. "Oh, shall I wait outside then?" Seeing that he was compliant, Yun Fan smiled with satisfaction. "Yes, wait outside for now. Once I've finished greeting my guests, I'll take you to find Yun Qi." She added, feigning concern, "Don't worry, I won't keep you waiting too long." Xie Xinglan nodded nonchalantly and turned to stride towards the lounge area outside the banquet hall, leaning back languidly on the sofa, crossing his long legs, and casually scrolling through his phone showing no intention of entering the banquet hall. Content with his obedience, Yun Fan averted her gaze, tidying her meticulously styled curls as she elegantly made her way to the parking lot to receive young Master Xie. Meanwhile, Xie Xinglan reclined lazily on the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the screen, choosing not to open Lin Shuyue's message, but instead accessing Yun Qi's WeChat. "Baby, I long to see you." On Yun Qi's side, Hiyueshi had also joined the fray. Holding a glass of champagne, she exaggeratedly scrutinized Gu Yuan, suddenly exclaiming, "Wow, Gu Xiao is much more handsome than I imagined." She pulled Yun Qi closer, winking conspiratorially. "Qi, he is far superior to your previous boyfriends." Gu Yuan frowned, his gaze shifting between the two. Yun Qi quickly grasped the situation, feigning panic as she covered Hiyueshi's mouth. She, please don't say such things." Hiyueshi struggled to pry her hand away, continuing to loudly divulge. "Oh, what is there to be afraid of? It's just that you've had 7 or 8 boyfriends." Several guests nearby turned their heads at the remark. Gu Yuan's expression became noticeably stiff. His hand, which held the wine glass, trembled slightly, and a look of disgust crossed his face. 7 or 8. A girl who appears quite innocent is actually so flirtatious. Yun Qi discreetly observed his reaction, delight blooming in her heart, yet she feigned indignation. "Hiyueshi, if you keep talking nonsense, what will you do?" Hiyueshi placed her hands on her hips. "Am I wrong? Didn't you say just last week that you wanted to flirt with 3 boys at the same time to see what would happen?" This statement finally struck a nerve with Gu Yuan. His face turned cold as he took a step back. "Miss Yun, it appears we are not quite suited for each other." Yun Qi, panicking, reached out to grasp his sleeve. "Gu Yuan, please don't listen to her nonsense. I'm actually very innocent." Gu Yuan recoiled as if avoiding a plague, his tone harsh. "Excuse me." With that, he turned and left, nearly colliding with a waiter carrying a tray. Once he was far away, Yun Qi and Hiyueshi high-fived, stifling their laughter. Suddenly, the lights in the banquet hall dimmed, leaving only a spotlight illuminating the champagne tower, and the guests fell silent. "Esteemed guests," the host's voice echoed throughout the venue. "Let us welcome Mr. Yun Fengpeng, chairman of Yun Corporation, to give a speech for his beloved daughter, Miss Yun Qi." Yun Qi's smile froze on her face. She had nearly forgotten about this segment. Hiyueshi nudged her. "Hurry, don't give yourself away." As Yun Fengpeng adjusted his suit and tie, ready to take the stage, he noticed Yun Fan rushing in, flustered. "Dad," Yun Fan gasped, confusion etched on his face. "There is no sign of young Master Xie in the parking lot. I asked the doorman, and he said he hasn't seen him." "Search carefully," Yun Fengpeng hissed. Mr. Xie said he was wearing a white suit. He cast a glance towards the Xie couple, seated not far away, both wearing displeased expressions and frequently checking their watches. Their discontent mirrored his own. He had never known that Mr. Xie from Drake International had a son. It seemed their relationship was not very good. This was likely the first time he had brought his son to a banquet. The young master was tardy, which suggested he was a spoiled rich kid, reluctant to come and only forced to attend. He regretted his earlier decision to send Yun Fan to pick up young Master Xie. Now, with no one to show up, he feared that Xie Linchuan would think him untrustworthy, jeopardizing their collaboration. With no other choice, he instructed Yun Fan to come out quickly, allowing the Xie couple to believe that Yun Fan was still fetching someone. Yun Fengpeng took the stage, forcing a smile as he approached the microphone. At that moment, a waiter wheeled in a 5-tiered custom cake. The cake was pure white, adorned with edible gold leaf and pearl sugar flowers, with the top tier featuring a sugar-glazed rabbit. Distracted, Yun Fengpeng stepped forward and collided directly with the cake cart. Crash! The exquisite cake collapsed with a resounding thud, cream splattering everywhere, and the sugar-glazed rabbit on top shattered into pieces. The entire venue erupted in astonishment, with several socialites gasping in shock. Yunqi stood on the stage, gazing at her father's comical figure, his suit smeared with cream, and she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Below, Hiyueshi exclaimed in disbelief, "What on earth?" Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yuan pulled his parents into a corner and whispered, "Dad, take a look at Uncle Yun's disheveled appearance." And the same goes for Miss Yunqi. Her conduct is utterly disgraceful. I've heard she is dating several boyfriends simultaneously. Not far away, The Xie couple paid no heed to this trivial incident. Their faces pale as they read the message from Xie Xinglan. I have gone back. Lin Shuiyue incessantly dialed her son's number, but there was no answer. 40 minutes earlier, Xie Xinglan had taken the initiative to offer assistance in parking their car. In the past 5 years, it was the first time he had volunteered to help. They promptly dismissed their suspicions and proceeded to the banquet hall, leaving Xie Xinglan alone in the parking lot. In a moment of carelessness, they allowed him to slip away. The cake had toppled, leaving chaos on stage. As Yunxi descended, Hiyueshi handed her phone to her with an ant-like grin, saying, "Your boyfriend has sent you a message." Yunxi opened it, her eyes instantly filled with delight and excitement. Xie Xinglan was in the parking lot. He had come to find her. "Cici, please cover for me. If my dad asks, just say I went to the restroom." Hiyueshi readily agreed, handing her a prepared prop, a mask. Seizing the moment amidst the commotion, Yunxi lifted her skirt and quietly slipped off the stage, weaving through the murmuring crowd towards the side door of the banquet hall, hastening her pace. Chapter 61, Baby. Come here on your own to avoid being recognized and reported to Yun Fengpeng. Yunxi masked her face and let her long hair cascade down. She hurriedly made her way to the parking lot, her gown trailing behind as she dashed, the sound of her high heels resonating crisply against the marble floor. Outside the banquet hall lay a lengthy corridor adorned with exquisite white camellias, their fragrant blooms wafting through the night air. The crystal chandeliers hanging from the eaves cast dappled shadows, elongating and shrouding her figure in a dreamlike haze. In her haste, her hair was tousled by the night breeze, wisps sticking to her flushed cheeks. As she passed the lounge area, she remained oblivious to Yun Fan, who stood in the shadows, furrowing his brow at his phone, seemingly awaiting some significant news. Hearing her footsteps, he looked up just in time to catch a glimpse of the familiar silhouette flitting past. Although masked, her slender waist and the graceful arc of her skirt as she ran made it unmistakable. It was his sister, Yun Qi. In such a rush, she must be going to meet Xie Xinglan. Yun Fan gazed at her retreating figure, astonished at Yun Qi's audacity to sneak out from the banquet. Xie Xinglan, too, leaving him waiting at the entrance while he clandestinely met with her. The thought of them conspiring together stirred a smirk on her lips, and she stealthily followed suit. Though her high heels clicked against the floor, her steps were as light as a cat's, maintaining a delicate distance. As Yun Qi traversed the corridor and descended the stairs, the garden's automatic fountain sprang to life, spraying water that splashed against her skirt. She paid no heed to the dampness, veering past a lush thicket of roses, with the dim lights of the parking lot coming into view. Yun Fan concealed herself behind a column, observing her sister flit towards a secluded corner of the parking lot like a jubilant little bird. A cold smile graced her lips as she discreetly retrieved her phone, activating the recording function. The parking lot was filled with vehicles, and Yun Qi scoured through the images she had taken of Xie Xinglan, identifying each car one by one. At the far end of the lot, a black Rolls-Royce lay nestled in the shadows of a pillar, with Xie Xinglan leaning casually against it. His tall silhouette melded into the interplay of light and shadow. His suit jacket draped nonchalantly over his arm, the cuffs of his shirt rolled up to reveal his well-defined forearms. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the overhead structure, casting a silvery sheen upon his pale skin. Even the cigarette ember he held seemed to twinkle like a fallen star. Upon hearing footsteps, he slightly turned his head. In that instant, the distant lights from the banquet hall swept over him, accentuating his sharp cheekbones and prominent nose, casting flecks of gold in his eyes. Those eyes, deep in the shadows, resembled jade imbued with frost, yet upon recognizing her, they softened, gracing her with a hint of a smile. "Baby?" He straightened, extinguishing his cigarette in the nearby trash can, his voice low and languid. Yun Qi halted 2 steps away from him. The moonlight, the car headlights, and the neon glimmers from the banquet merged at that moment, enveloping him in an ethereal glow. She suddenly recalled their first encounter when he wore a black t-shirt, looking down at her with a face full of disdain. Now, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at her, a teasing expression gracing his features. Yun Qi looked up at him, returning his gaze with a sweet smile, her boldness evident. Xie Xinglan gently ruffled her hair. And Yunqi playfully nudged his large palm with her head, mumbling, "Anyway, it's all chaotic inside. My dad wouldn't even think of me. Besides, I've already enlisted Cece to provide an alibi." Before Xie Xinglan could respond, Yunqi noticed his striking attire today. "Wow, Xie Xinglan, you look incredibly handsome in that suit." The realization struck her, and her cheeks flushed. "Did you dress so formally just to see me?" she queried. "But I feel a bit underdressed today. This dress is so plain. If it weren't to leave a poor impression on that Gu family's young master, I would have definitely dressed to impress for you." Listening quietly to her, Xie Xinglan lowered his gaze, a gentle smile warming his eyes. His long fingers delicately lifted her chin, his thumb brushing against her flushed cheek as he murmured in a husky voice, "You look beautiful no matter what you wear." The moonlight cascaded over his slightly lowered eyelashes, casting fragmented shadows beneath his eyes, amplifying the depth of his focused gaze. As she admired his handsome face, his lips moved enticingly, evoking memories of their last kiss, a thrilling sensation. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Yunqi rose on her toes and blurted out, "Xie Xinglan, I want a kiss." The moment the words escaped her lips, she froze, her eyelashes fluttering in surprise, her face burning crimson, even the tips of her ears blushing pink. Instinctively, she attempted to retreat, only to be caught by Xie Xinglan's firm grip around her waist. "How bold!" He chuckled softly, his breath brushing against her nose. He deliberately slowed his speech, every word carrying a teasing allure. "Come here, baby, and kiss me." Yunqi's fingers instinctively clutched at Xie Xinglan's shirt front, the silk crumpling in her grasp. Her hurried breaths warmed his collarbone, her voice dripping with sweet anxiety. Wait. It's so chaotic in the banquet hall. What if someone?" To prevent Xie Linchuan and Lin Shuiwe from approaching, Xie Xinglan had intentionally sent them a false message stating he had left. Based on his understanding of them, it was highly unlikely they would come to the parking lot. Furthermore, this was a relatively secluded area of the parking lot, with only one car parked here, Xie Linchuan's. Therefore, they had time, and it was not certain anyone would come looking for them. "Rest assured," he replied. "Then I shall kiss you." Yunqi tilted her head slightly, her cheeks aflame, murmuring bashfully. Xie Xinglan inclined his head, his atoms apple-bobbing as he rasped, Yunqi felt uneasy under the intensity of his gaze. "Xie Xinglan, you, close your eyes." As he complied, his breathing grew heavier. Yunqi's heart raced like a drum as she leaned closer to his lips. Chapter 62. How Are You So Good at Kissing? Yunqi was significantly shorter than him, making it somewhat inconvenient for her to initiate a kiss. Xie Xinglan lowered his body, bending slightly. Yunqi, feeling nervous, blinked rapidly before slowly wrapping her arms around his neck and swiftly pressing her lips against his. Xie Xinglan froze momentarily, then embraced Yunqi's waist, pulling her closer into his embrace, transforming the dynamic and deepening the kiss. Yunqi was inexperienced in kissing. By the time their lips parted, they were both left in a daze. Resting in Xie Xinglan's arms, she tried to steady her breathing, while he leisurely caressed the back of her head. He spoke softly, "Baby, you need more practice." Yunqi murmured, "How are you so good at kissing? It leaves me feeling all woozy." Her voice trailed off, and her cheeks flushed. The one who had been praised for his kissing skills gave a soft hum and replied seriously, "It's a natural talent." His fingers continued to play with her cascading hair. Suddenly, he paused, glancing toward a pillar in the parking lot, noticing a light from a mobile phone. Over there, Yun Fan saw Xie Xinglan looking in her direction through her phone camera and quickly withdrew, hastily retreating. Just as Yunqi was about to retort, she heard the distinct sound of high heels clicking against the ground from afar. The sound echoed clearly in the expansive parking lot, growing louder as it approached. Turning toward the source, she caught a glimpse of a figure rushing toward the slope leading out of the parking lot. However, the distance and dim lighting obscured any clear details. Xie Xinglan remarked, "Someone is filming us." Yunqi guessed, "Ah?" Meanwhile, Yun Fan hurried back to the banquet hall, sending messages as she went. Once inside, she quickly approached Yun Fengpeng, who was adjusting his suit. "Dad," she whispered, feigning nonchalance. "It seems my sister is not in the banquet hall." Yun Fengpeng paused, his expression darkening immediately. What? Where did she go? Yueshi, who had been observing Yun Fengpeng, stepped forward with a sweet smile. Uncle Yun, Chi went to the restroom. She asked me to let you know. Yun Fan froze for a few seconds, then quickly realized that Yun Chi had asked Yueshi to provide cover. She feigned surprise. But I just came from the restroom and didn't see her at all. Just then, a man approached, a smirk on his face. Uncle, I just saw someone who looks remarkably like Miss Yun in the parking lot. Could you take a look and see if this is Yun Chi? Exchanging glances with Yun Fan, they both shared a barely perceptible smile. The video was presented to Yun Fengpeng. The man, Zhou Yu, had previously pursued Yun Chi but had been rejected, leaving him resentful. Now, with Yun Fan offering him an opportunity to retaliate against Yun Chi, he was more than willing to oblige. Yun Fan had sent him the video beforehand, asking him to bring it to Yun Fengpeng's attention. In the banquet hall, the waitstaff busily cleared away the remnants of a toppled cake. The chef urgently arranged for a substitute 3-tier cake. While not as exquisite as the original, it would at least ensure the smooth proceeding of the cake-cutting ceremony. Yun Fengpeng stared at his phone screen, his face instantly darkening. The video clearly depicted Yun Chi on her tiptoes, kissing a man, their intimate posture causing his temples to throb. Yueshi leaned over for a glance, her eyes widening in shock. Goodness, her dear friend was caught on camera kissing her boyfriend. She hastily messaged Yun Chi about the commotion in the banquet hall. Yun Fan feigned surprise, covering his mouth. Oh my, isn't that Xie And, sister, how could this happen? Xie Yun Fengpeng shot his head up. Zhou Yu had initially thought Yun Chi was merely flirting with some random man, but upon hearing that name, he froze. Muttering to himself, Xie why does that sound familiar? I think I just heard Chairman Xie of Drake International and his wife discussing their son. It seemed to be something Lon. Yun Fengpeng coldly interrupted. You heard wrong. He snatched the phone away, his fingers trembling as he enlarged the video. This girl, she's going to drive me to madness. The guests in the banquet hall noticed the commotion and cast curious glances their way. Yun Fengpeng suppressed his fury, his knuckles turning white as he forced a stiff smile. Meanwhile, in the parking lot, upon receiving Yueshi's message, Yun Chi learned that the person who had taken the photo had brought the matter to Yun Fengpeng's attention. Still anxious, she urged Xie to leave quickly, as she needed to return to the banquet hall. However, Xie held on to Yun Chi, saying, I will go with you. Yun Chi immediately protested, No. If we go together, it would confirm what the video shows. Earlier, Xie had explained that the person who took the photo was at a distance, and the parking lot was dimly lit, making it unlikely for them to capture a clear image. Xie looked down at her, their fingers intertwined, a smile dancing on his lips, his tone both firm and earnest. Chi, do you want to date me openly? Mentioning this made Yun Chi's eyes sparkle with eagerness as she replied, yes. But then she shook her head. However, my dad says, I can only marry someone of equal standing. Equal standing, in essence, meant wealth and power. Yun Fengpeng would never approve of a poor country boy like him. It's better if we don't go together. You return first, and I will come back to Zine Village to find you. Yun Chi continued to insist, wanting him to leave so she could bear Yun Fengpeng's wrath alone. Yet, it was clearly their secret meeting that had been discovered, and she was not willing to have him leave alone. Xie could not be so selfish. He could envision that, due to this incident, Yun Fengpeng would likely no longer allow Yun Chi to stay at his home. He had realized that the person collaborating with Xie Linchuan was indeed Yun Fengpeng. Initially reluctant to acknowledge their connection, he now decided to do so, understanding its significant implications. Narrowing his eyes, he lifted the girl, who was still talking, into his arms. Yun Chi gasped in surprise, then tightly clung to his neck. Xie securely cradled Yun Chi in his arms. He lowered his gaze to the flustered little one in his embrace, his atoms apple bobbing. Hold on tight. With that, he strode purposefully towards the banquet hall. In her urgency, Yun Chi began to pound her fists against his chest. Have you lost your mind? If we enter like this, everyone will. Chapter 63. The foolish Xie Yun Chi assumed that Xie intended to carry her inside. Although she wished to engage openly with him, the current circumstances rendered their intimate actions inappropriate in the eyes of Yun Fengpeng. The boy's strength was overwhelming. In a moment of desperation, Yunqi tilted her head to bite his chin, hoping to elicit a painful response that would allow her to escape. However, just as she moved closer, she felt her feet touch the ground again as he gently set her down. The boy paused momentarily, then chuckled softly, placing a hand upon her head to push her back. Does the little one wish to be a puppy again? Yunqi, gently pushed away by Xie Xinglan, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. It dawned on her just how suggestive her earlier actions appeared, resembling a spoiled little dog. Who wants to be a puppy? She stammered, murmuring, I merely wanted you to set me down. Xie Xinglan let out a low laugh, the sound resonating from deep within his chest, imbued with a magnetic allure that sent shivers down her spine. Suddenly, he raised his hand, his expression darkening. Your lips are turning white, little one. Are you that anxious? How can I not be anxious? She sighed, releasing her lips. My father's temperament. Xie Xinglan's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he cradled her face in his hands. Look at me, little one. Yunqi lifted her gaze, meeting his deep, inky eyes. Trust me, he said, his voice low and resolute. Your father will not dare to do anything. Yunqi parted her lips, wishing to voice her concerns, but the unwavering confidence in his expression silenced her. Ultimately, she merely nodded lightly. Once she regained her composure, a twinge of worry lingered. Is it truly all right? Xie Xinglan's thumb brushed her cheek reassuringly. It is. Within the banquet hall, Yin Fengpeng suppressed his fury, wearing a strained smile as he addressed the surrounding guests. Ladies and gentlemen, my daughter Yunqi is feeling a bit unwell and has stepped out for a moment. She will return shortly. Turning to Yun Fan and Zhou Yu, he lowered his voice. Go find her. Do not let her embarrass herself further. Yun Fan smirked, exchanging a knowing glance with Zhou Yu, and the two of them made their way outside the banquet hall. Do you think that poor boy is currently holding Yunqi, unable to part with her? Zhou Yu mocked. Yun Fan, with a leisurely demeanor and a glint of pride in his eyes, remarked, country folk will always be country folk, thinking that donning a suit can mask their humble origins. I shall soon witness how my dear sister intends to quell our father's wrath. As they pushed open the grand doors of the banquet hall, preparing to head towards the parking lot, they halted abruptly. Before them stood two figures, Yunqi and Xie Xinglan, right at the entrance. Yunqi's dress was slightly disheveled, her cheeks still flushed, while Xie Xinglan appeared aloof. Yun Fan's pupils constricted, clearly surprised that they dared to return directly. Zhou Yu was momentarily taken aback before sneering. Ah, Miss Yun, you finally decided to return? Your father is searching for you. Yunqi glared at him, about to retort, but Xie Xinglan interjected, his voice low and frigid. Step aside. Zhou Yu narrowed his eyes, deliberately raising his voice. Who is this? Why does he seem so unfamiliar? His voice was not soft, drawing the attention of several nearby guests. Most attendees of the birthday celebration hailed from prestigious families, either acquainted with one another or at least familiar. However, the young man who entered alongside the second young lady of the Yun family was a complete stranger. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Who is he? Does anyone recognize him? I've never seen him before. Yin Fengpeng gazed at Xie Xinglan and Yunqi as they appeared at the entrance, a flicker of coldness flashing his eyes. Astonished that this audacious young man dared to attend the gathering after his clandestine meeting with Yunqi. How brazen! Yet, he donned a benevolent smile akin to that of a senior relative and strode toward the entrance. Ah, is that Yu Xinglan? He deliberately raised his voice for all to hear. Unexpectedly glad to see you here. He placed a hand on Xie Xinglan's shoulder, his tone gentle yet laced with disdain. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Xie Xinglan, a student I sponsor from Zine Village and a friend of my daughter. We have specially invited him to join us for this birthday celebration. After all, a guest is a guest. Upon hearing this, the guest's gazes toward Xie Xinglan shifted subtly. So, he's a sponsored student. Mr. Yin truly possesses a kind heart, allowing him to witness such an occasion. However, why is the second young lady of the Yun family so close to him? The murmurs persisted, and Yunqi clenched her fingers, her eyes slightly reddening. Xie Xinglan, however, remained unfazed, merely casting a fleeting glance at Yin Fengpeng, a trace of barely concealed mockery dancing at the corners of his lips. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the banquet hall, Xia Linchuan and Lin Shuyue were engaged in conversation with several business associates when they heard the commotion and turned to the entrance. Lin Shuyue's pupils contracted, her champagne flute nearly slipping from her grasp. Xinglan? She murmured softly. Didn't he return home? Why is he here with the second young lady of the Yun family? Xia Linchuan frowned, his gaze darkening as he looked toward the door. Lin Shuyue instinctively began to rise, but Xia Linchuan firmly grasped her wrist. Don't be hasty. His voice was low, tinged with coldness, instructing her to let him handle it. Lin Shuyue's eyes were a whirlpool of confusion. But that old fool Yun Fengpeng is humiliating him. Xia Linchuan sneered. Hasn't he always looked down upon our status? Let him see that without it, he is nothing in the eyes of these people. Lin Shuyue bit her lip, ultimately settling back in her seat. At the entrance, noticing Xie Xinglan's silence, Yun Fengpeng felt a swell of pride and continued with a smile. Xinglan, since you are here, enjoy yourself and don't be shy. He deliberately glanced at Yun Qi, his tone laden with significance. Qi, as the host, be sure to properly entertain our guest. Yun Qi trembled with anger, about to speak when Xie Xinglan suddenly chuckled softly. That laughter was light, yet inexplicably sent a chill down Yun Fengpeng's spine. He glanced toward Xia Linchuan and Lin Shuyue, locking eyes with them. Xie Xinglan then averted his gaze, clearly aware that they had noticed him. Both wore displeased expressions. He understood them well. They were waiting for him to reveal his identity. However, he chose not to comply. In the center of the banquet hall, Yun Fengpeng noticed that Xie Xinglan remained silent and audaciously clapped his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, since everyone is here, let us prepare to cut the cake. He turned to Yun Fan and signaled with his eyes, Xiao Fan, please escort Xinglan to the side hall for dining. There isn't enough space at the main table. Yun Fan immediately understood, her high heels clicking as she approached Xie Xinglan, her red lips curling into a smile. Classmate Xie, please follow me. Zhou Yu deliberately lowered his voice, revealing a mocking tone, or perhaps you should just leave now while you still can. Yun Qi's face flushed with anger as she pulled Xie Xinglan toward an empty seat, insisting, Xie Xinglan, sit here. Yun Fan smiled and retorted, this seat is taken. Xie Xinglan appeared indifferent, nonchalantly replying, it doesn't matter where I sit, as long as there is a place. Yun Fengpeng called out to Yun Qi, his gaze menacing. Yun Qi, come here quickly. It's time to cut the cake. Zhou Yu chimed in with a taunt. Miss Yun, surely cutting the cake is more important than wasting time on irrelevant people. Yun Qi shot him a fierce glare, ignoring him as her eyes brimmed with tears while watching Xie Xinglan follow Yun Fan. Despite the humiliation, the boy's expression remained unchanged, his pace leisurely and carefree as always. Yet, Yun Qi was filled with a mix of pain and rage. Foolish Xie Xinglan, she thought. I told him to leave, yet he insists on following. Normally so astute. Why was he so confused today? The guests were eagerly awaiting the cake cutting, and Yun Qi sniffled, making her way to the stage. Laughter erupted from the guests beside Lin Shuyue. Whispers circulated. Director Yun certainly extends his hospitality, allowing this country bumpkin to attend a gathering exclusively for the affluent. The derisive laughter pierced through Xie Linchuan and his wife like a sharp thorn. At that moment, Xie Xinglan paused, as if sensing something. His gaze traversed the crowd, momentarily locking with his parents in the distance. Lin Shuyue's eyes were already reddened, while Xie Linchuan's expression darkened ominously. Xie Xinglan chuckled softly. Uncle Yun, are you certain you want me to go to the side hall? Crash! Lin Shuyue's wine glass shattered on the floor, plunging the room into an immediate silence. Director Yun. Lin Shuyue advanced, treading on the shards of their 10-centimeter heels, each step akin to walking on blades. You want my son to go to the side hall? Behind her, Xie Linchuan loosened his tie, casting a chilling smile at the utterly frozen Yun Fengpeng. Moreover, I was unaware that my son required your sponsorship, Director Yun. The air in the entire banquet hall seemed to freeze. Chapter 64. So you and Xie Xinglan are together, aren't you? What the heck? Chi-Chi, your boyfriend has an alter ego. He is actually young Master Xie from Drake International. In utter shock, he Yueshi texted Yunqi, having witnessed the unfolding drama. Initially, She had intended to rise in defense of Xie Xinglan, despite her personal disdain for him, as her fondness for Yunqi compelled her to act in support. However, her parents restrained her, advising her to refrain from meddling. No one anticipated the dramatic twist that would follow. Xie Xinglan's revelation served as a resounding slap in the face to those who had sought to humiliate him. What they had presumed to be a mere country bumpkin turned out to be none other than young Master Xie from Drake International. The astonishment was palpable, not just for her, but for everyone present. Most astounded were Yun Fengpeng, Yun Fan, and Zhou Yu. Yunqi stared at the message from He Yueshi, her expression momentarily vacant, before pouting in discontent. How could the mischievous Xie Xinglan conceal such an identity from her? Instinctively, she lifted her gaze, searching the crowd for his familiar figure. She witnessed the three individuals transform as dramatically as a Sichuan opera performer changing masks. The color drained from Yun Fengping's face as he hurried to explain himself to Xie Linchuan and his wife. Meanwhile, Yun Fan and Zhou Yu wore equally troubled expressions. The atmosphere in the banquet hall shifted abruptly. The guests who had been whispering and mocking Xie Xinglan moments prior now donned obsequious smiles, eagerly flocking toward him. The disdainful glances that had been cast upon him just minutes ago turned into expressions of deference and flattery. A waiter stood awkwardly with a three-tiered cake, while Yunqi, holding a carving knife, stared blankly at the crowd, watching her father ingratiate himself with Xie Linchuan by offering him a cigarette. He Yueshi sent another message. Can you guess how many people are regretting not defending Xie Xinglan just now? Followed by a string of crying laughter emojis. Yunqi set down the knife, glancing at her phone, suddenly finding the absurdity of the birthday celebration utterly unappealing. As the crowd surrounded the previously humiliated young Master Xie, he remained aloof and frigid, casting not a single glance in their direction as he walked toward the stunned second young lady of the Yun family. He scoffed. Are you here to celebrate the second young lady's birthday, or to engage in sycophancy? His voice, though not loud, silenced the entire banquet hall. Only Xie Linchuan and Lin Shue wore satisfied smiles. He Yueshi, from her place in the audience, frantically messaged Yunqi, "Wow, your man is so handsome. I give this face-slapping moment a perfect score," followed by a flurry of exclamation points. Suddenly, the doors to the banquet hall swung open, revealing the tardy Wen Sun and Jiang Lin. They had arrived late, having been preoccupied with selecting a birthday gift for Yunqi. Jiang Lin perceptibly sensed the tension in the air, while Wen Sun looked around in confusion, asking, what is everyone doing? Aren't we cutting the cake? Yun Fengpeng, as if granted a reprieve, immediately descended the staircase, a flamboyant smile plastered across his face. Indeed, Xiao Sun is absolutely correct, he proclaimed loudly, clapping his hands. Esteemed guests, please make your way to the cake area, as our dear Chi-Chi is about to commence the cake-cutting ceremony. The birthday celebration proceeded as usual. The champagne tower replenished, and the music flowed softly, as if the earlier tension had never transpired. Yunqi stood beside the cake table, mechanically accepting the congratulations and gifts from guests. Some socialites approached her with sweet smiles and affectionate tones. Yunqi managed a strained smile in response, her gaze inevitably searching the crowd for Xie Xinglan's figure. He Yueshi finally squeezed her way to Yunqi's side, her voice a hushed excitement. Chi-Chi, that fellow Xie Xinglan is truly a master of disguise. Wen Sun and Jiang Lin also approached. Upon seeing He Yueshi, Jiang Lin's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his composure and turned his attention to Yunqi. I can hardly believe it, cousin. Brother Lan is actually Master Xie from Drake International. I only just learned this from others. Yunqi softly acknowledged him, her gaze drifting over the crowd to spot Xie Linchuan and his wife leading Xie Xinglan towards the entrance of the banquet hall, seemingly preparing to depart early. Meanwhile, her father, Yun Fengpeng, hurriedly chased after them, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Zhou Yu's parents followed closely behind, their expressions frantic, clearly intent on salvaging the situation. Yunqi pouted, a wave of sarcasm washing over her. How amusing it was! Mere moments ago, they had mocked Xie Xinglan for not being worthy of the main table. and now they would kneel to implore him to stay. Jiang Lin observed Yun Qi, his gaze complex. As the birthday banquet drew to a close and guests began to leave, Yun Qi did not encounter Xie Xinglan again. Instead, she witnessed Yun Fengpeng returning with a visibly poor demeanor, followed by Yun Fan, who hung her head low. To her surprise, she saw Yun Fengpeng shoot a fierce glare at Yun Fan. Upon returning to the villa, the reason for his ire became evident. Yun Fengpeng summoned Yun Qi and Yun Fan to his study. Inside, he stood with his back to the sisters, gazing out of the floor-to-ceiling windows. A cigar clamped between his fingers, the smoke swirling ominously. The atmosphere in the room was suffused with a stifling tension. Suddenly, he whirled around and delivered a resounding slap to Yun Fan's face. She was caught off guard, stumbling into the bookshelf, her meticulously styled hair cascading down, momentarily concealing her reddened cheek. "Did that?" Yun Fan stammered, clutching her face, disbelief etched in her eyes. Silence. Yun Fengpeng's forehead throbbed with veins, gripping Yun Fan by her collar. "I have raised you for over 20 years, only to have nurtured a traitor." Yun Qi stood by shocked, having never witnessed her father erupt with such fury towards Yun Fan. Yun Fengpeng slammed his phone down in front of Yun Fan, the screen displaying the incriminating footage. "That Zhou boy has confessed everything. You orchestrated his attempts to sow discord." Yun Fan turned pale, her lips trembling, unable to articulate a response. "Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you have caused?" Yun Fengpeng's voice was hoarse. Xie Linchuan has explicitly stated he wishes to terminate the collaboration on the Southeast Asia project. That is a project valued at 3 billion. He abruptly turned to Yun Qi, his gaze suddenly fervent. "Chi-Chi, you must go find Xie Xinglan immediately." He grasped her wrist tightly, his voice lowered to a whisper. The 3 billion project cannot slip from the Yun family's grasp. Yun Qi was taken aback by her father's sudden shift in demeanor and instinctively recoiled, struggling to free herself. Yun Fengpeng narrowed his eyes. "Chi-Chi, I have seen that video. You and Xie Xinglan are together, aren't you? I will not stand in your way. With Xie Xinglan's family background, he is worthy of our Yun family. However, I only wish for you to plead on my behalf before him." A flicker of disdain crossed Yun Qi's eyes. "I refuse to do so." Just then, her phone rang, the caller ID displaying Xie Xinglan. Chapter 65. Taking the baby to buy delicacies. Yun Fengpeng was well aware of Yun Qi's stubborn nature. The more he pressed her, the more resistant she would become. As he caught sight of the incoming call on his phone, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. He promptly released his hold on Yun Qi and softened his tone. "Chi-Chi, I was too hasty just now. Would you please answer the call?" Yun Qi bit her lip and dashed out of the study, her fingers trembling slightly as she pressed the answer button. The night breeze was cool, and as she stood on the balcony, she inhaled sharply, feeling a painful tightness in her eyes. "Hello." There was a brief silence on the other end. Xie Xinglan's breath came through the receiver, so clear it felt as if he were right beside her. "Have you been crying?" Yun Qi's throat tightened, and instinctively, she tried to deny it. "No." Yet the slight quiver in her voice betrayed her. A low chuckle resonated from the other end, his tone deeper and slower than usual, like a feather gently brushing against her eardrum. "Our Chi-Chi is the strongest." Yun Qi, feeling disgruntled, muttered, "You're still laughing." Immediately, he stifled his laughter, his voice turning even gentler. "All right, I won't laugh. Baby, come to the Sunshine Mall near your house." Yun Qi's heart skipped a beat, but she feigned indifference, responding with a huff. "Why?" There was a 2-second pause on the line. The night breeze suddenly felt lighter, and Yun Qi could even hear the sound of his fingers tapping rhythmically on the steering wheel. Then he chuckled, a sound that rumbled from his chest. Lazy yet enticing. "What do you think?" "Of course, it's to coax my little darling." Yun Qi felt a flush rise to her ears, her heart racing madly in her chest, sending tingles down to her fingertips. Upon hearing Yun Qi descending the stairs, Yun Fengpeng hurriedly followed her. "Chi-Chi," he called out urgently, his face adorned with a pleading smile. "Be sure to speak kindly to young Master Xie. I was just momentarily confused." Without glancing back, Yun Qi's voice turned icy. "I am not your bargaining chip." With that, she hastened away, leaving Yun Fengpeng standing there, his face pale with distress. The night air carried the scent of roses. At the entrance of a Sunshine Mall, Xie Xinglan turned around and immediately spotted Yun Qi, who was running toward him, her eyes red and resembling a wronged little rabbit. She halted a meter away from him, gazing up without uttering a word. Xie Xinglan, understanding her silent reproach regarding his concealment of her identity, stepped forward. He gently lifted her chin with his long fingers, his thumb brushing against the redness at the corners of her eyes. "Are you angry?" His voice was low and husky, laced with a hint of coaxing. Yun Qi turned her face away, though she couldn't help but catch the familiar scent of mint that lingered around him, causing her eyes to heat up further. "You liar." Xie Xinglan chuckled softly and suddenly bent down, sweeping her off her feet. Yun Qi gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck as her skirt flowed gracefully through the air. "Put me down," she protested softly, yet her fingers clutched firmly at the collar of his shirt. Xie Xinglan carried her into the mall, leaning close to her ear, his warm breath making her ears flush. "Let us buy some tasty treats for the baby. Don't be angry anymore, all right?" Yunqi buried her face in his shoulder, her voice muffled. "Who wants delicious food? I'm not a child. Then what do you want?" He deliberately slowed his pace, teasingly asking if she desired the stars or the moon. Yunqi finally broke into laughter, playfully punching his shoulder with her little fist. "Xie Xinglan, you're so childish." Upon seeing her smile, the gloom in Xie Xinglan's eyes dissipated somewhat. He carried her straight into a cake shop, placing Yunqi on a velvet sofa, then kneeling on one knee to meet her gaze. This posture made him appear like a devoted knight. "Listen carefully." He looked up at her, enunciating clearly. "I did not intend to hide this from you." Yunqi blinked, tears still glistening on her long eyelashes. "Then why?" "Because it's disgusting." Xie Xinglan scoffed. The thought of acknowledging any connection to them repulsed him. Yunqi was taken aback. She suddenly recalled what Grandma Xie had once told her about the poor relationship between Xie Xinglan and his parents. Then she remembered Xie Xinglan's words. "Today's circumstances compel me to admit it." Once they had opened up, Yunqi's grievances vanished in an instant, and she joyfully leapt into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Xie Xinglan leisurely ruffled the girl's fluffy hair, soothing the little one in his arms. Just as they were lost in their embrace, a female staff member from the cake shop approached. Balancing a cake in her hands, she wore a professional smile. "Sir, the birthday cake you ordered is ready." The staff member quietly placed the cake down and stepped back. It was an exquisite three-tiered cream cake, adorned with star and moon-shaped sugar decorations, echoing the diamond earrings dangling from Yunqi's earlobes. Xie Xinglan released Yunqi and retrieved a lighter from his pocket. With a soft click, a flame flickered to life. Yunqi watched in a daze as he lit each candle on the cake. The warm yellow glow illuminated the sharp contours of his profile, casting a small shadow beneath his lashes. After igniting the last candle, he finally looked up at her. "Make a wish." Yunqi's eyes grew warm. "Why?" "Because I want you to celebrate your birthday anew." He lifted his eyelids, responding succinctly, his fingers gently nudging the candles, recalling the mess that the previous celebration had been. Yunqi lingered in silence for a long moment before suddenly sniffing back her emotions. Then she dove into his arms. "Xie Xinglan, I really like you." Only he could see through her feelings about the disastrous birthday celebration and understood her desire for a redo. Xie Xinglan paused momentarily, then wrapped one arm around her waist while using the other to gently lift her chin, compelling her to look up. His gaze was profound, reflecting the candlelight as if it contained an entire galaxy. "Is that all it takes?" He chuckled softly, his thumb brushing against her lips. "Are you moved by just a cake?" Yunqi, blushing, glared at him. "That's not it." Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow, suddenly leaning closer, his voice lowered to an intimate whisper. "Then what is it?" His breath caressed her lips, carrying a hint of mint, causing Yunqi's heart to race as her fingers instinctively gripped his collar. "Indeed," her voice grew softer, "your kindness overwhelming." The girl's delicate face flushed, her soft pink lips parting and closing, her eyes brimming with bashfulness. Xie Xinglan's gaze darkened as he lowered his head to press his lips against hers. Yunqi felt dazed by the kiss, the only sounds in her ears being the gentle crackle of the burning candle and his deep breaths. When she regained her senses, Xie Xinglan had already released her, his fingers leisurely brushing against the corners of her lips. Make a wish. Oh. Yunqi suddenly remembered that the candle was nearly burnt out, a shy smile gracing her lips as she quickly closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. Xie Xinglan heard her murmuring softly. The girl whispered, I wish to be with Xie Xinglan forever. Xie Xinglan's eyes deepened, silently activating the voice recorder on his phone. A few days ago, he dreamt that Yunqi regained her memory and left him. He needed to keep evidence. Chapter 66. A hug from you will alleviate my sorrow this time. The losses were truly devastating. The project in Xin Village could not proceed, and the Southeast Asian venture was also lost. He never anticipated that Xie Xinglan would be the only child of Xie Linchuan. For a long time, the business community believed that the couple had no offspring, as no one had ever seen them with a child at any event. Yun Fengpong slumped in his leather office chair, the cigar in his hand burned down to the nub, scorching his fingers without him noticing. Xie Xinglan. He muttered the name through gritted teeth, suddenly seizing the crystal ashtray on the table and hurling it violently to the ground. The shattering glass scattered everywhere, startling Yun Fan, who was about to knock on the door. She gently pushed it open, Dad. Get out. Yun Fengpong shouted without turning around. Yun Fan stood at the doorway for a moment before returning to her room and calling her mother Lin Fun, who was still on vacation abroad, crying, Mom, hurry back. That old man hit me today. After the cake was finished, Xie Xinglan handed a napkin to Yun Qi to wipe the cake crumbs from her mouth. Suddenly, Yun Qi spoke up. Xie Xinglan, did you come to Qinglang City because of me? Xie Xinglan tossed the napkin into the trash bin, lightly brushing his fingertip against Yun Qi's nose. What do you think? Yun Qi realized the answer. Her face flushed, and she changed the subject. Will you and Grandma return to Xin Village? Of course, Xie Xinglan replied. He naturally did not wish to live with them, nor did his grandmother. She preferred the tranquil life in the countryside. Furthermore, now that Yun Fengpong was aware of his true identity, he would likely feel like a fool. He would no longer be able to manipulate his grandmother into consenting to the demolition of the house under the guise of financial assistance. It was time for him to return all the funds he had received from Yun Fengpong intact. Upon hearing his affirmation of returning, Yun Qi felt a twinge of reluctance. She was uncertain whether Yun Fengpong would allow her to go to Xin Village again. This meant the two of them might have to endure a long-distance relationship. Please give this to your father. He handed her a bank card, inscribed with a password. Yunqi accepted it, puzzled. What is this? Every penny your father has supported me over the years, with interest, is contained within. As Yunqi gazed at the bank card, she suddenly felt a sense of embarrassment on behalf of Yun Fengpong. Xie Xinglan's phone rang, and Xie Linchuan and Lin Shuiwei inquired about his whereabouts, suggesting a family dinner together. Both were in high spirits that day, believing that Xie Xinglan was finally willing to acknowledge his identity, thinking he had forgiven them. Yet, a single remark from Xie Xinglan left them speechless. His voice was devoid of warmth, yet laced with an ironic tone. Have you forgotten that it was you two who hastily announced my identity at the banquet? His words were soft, but they struck Xie Linchuan and his wife like a thunderclap. Xinglan, what do you mean? Xie Xinglan chuckled lightly, the literal meaning. The other end of the line fell into a profound silence. Even the sound of their breathing became faint. Yunqi observed him with a sardonic smile. Are you hungry? If so, then by all means. He tousled her hair gently and spoke into the phone. Bring along grandfather's portrait. The four of us shall dine together. With a click, the call ended abruptly. He tossed his phone carelessly aside, only to find Xie Xinglan's gaze meeting his, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What are you staring at? He brushed his thumb across the corner of her reddened eye. Suddenly, Yunqi leaped into his embrace, her voice muffled. Xie Xinglan, are you feeling very sad? If you hold me, perhaps you won't feel so down. Swallowing hard, Xie Xinglan enveloped Yunqi tightly, burying his face in her hair. Meanwhile, at the Xie family villa, Xie Linchuan's hand trembled slightly as he clutched his phone, the expensive custom device clattering to the marble floor. Lin Shuiwei hurriedly supported her husband. Linchuan, he still refuses to forgive us. Xie Linchuan's voice was hoarse, a stark contrast to his usual commanding presence in business. At that moment, he resembled a lost elderly man, insisting on bringing along his father's portrait even for a simple meal. Tears streamed down Lin Shuyue's cheeks, smudging her meticulously applied eyeliner. This is our fault. If we hadn't quarreled so fiercely back then, father wouldn't have. What good is it to say this now? Xia Linchuan suddenly exploded in anger, striking the wall, his knuckles bleeding. 5 years. For 5 years, we have focused on building our careers, striving to provide Xinglan with a happy life. Yet why can't he grasp our sincere intentions? He fell silent, despondently sinking onto the leather sofa. Lin Shuyue knelt at his feet, trembling as she grasped her husband's bloodied hand. Lin Xuan, it's Xinglan's immaturity. Please don't be angry. Let us take our time, shall we? We can find a way for Xinglan to accept us. Xia Linchuan suddenly looked up, a glimmer of insight igniting in his eyes, that second miss from the Yun family. Xinglan is quite fond of her. Are you suggesting? Xia Linchuan wiped the blood from his hand, regaining his shrewd businessman demeanor. If she truly is Xinglan's Achilles heel, then she could serve as the key to mending our relationship. Ultimately, Xia Xinglan remained unwilling to stay in Qinglang City, regardless of Xia Linchuan and Lin Shuyue's pleas. Meanwhile, Grandma Xia remained silent, her quietness a testament to her own reluctance to remain in Qinglang City. The couple had no choice but to yield, considering that there was merely a month left of summer vacation for Xia Xinglan. Once he entered university, he could hardly stay in Xin Village indefinitely. After all, he would have to return to Qinglang City after a month. On the day, Xia Xinglan and Grandma Xia departed. Xia Linchuan and his wife were unable to see them off due to business obligations. Yunqi had messaged earlier in the morning, stating she would come to bid farewell. Xia Xinglan and his grandmother awaited her at the airport. Sitting on a long bench in the waiting area, Xia Xinglan pulled out his phone and discovered a message from Yunqi. Upon opening it, his brow furrowed in discontent. Xia Xinglan, my father insists on accompanying me. I told him it wasn't necessary, but he is adamant about coming along. Xia Xinglan stared at the screen, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. His long fingers swiftly typed a response, no problem. At that moment, a group of people emerged through the revolving glass door. Yunqi led the way, and upon catching sight of Xia Xinglan, her eyes sparkled as she hurried towards him. Xia Xinglan curled the corners of his lips, watching the girl approach. Meanwhile, Yun Fengpeng, impeccably dressed in a suit, followed behind, his face adorned with a deliberately cheerful smile, as if the previous day's fury had never transpired. When their gazes met, Xia Xinglan instantly assumed a blank expression. Xinglan, Uncle took the time to come and see you off, Yun Fengpeng said warmly, extending his hand, pretending as if the previous tension had never occurred. Xia Xinglan disregarded the outstretched hand entirely, offering a perfunctory HM as his attention shifted to Yunqi. Have you had breakfast? In truth, Yunqi felt somewhat uneasy about interacting openly with Xia Xinglan in front of her father, despite Yun Fengpeng's apparent lack of objection. Her gaze flitted rapidly between her father and Xia Xinglan before she finally nodded gently. I have. Yun Fengpeng's hand hung awkwardly in midair, but he quickly regained his composure. Rubbing his hands together, he forced an even more eager smile. Xinglan, Uncle has something very important to tell you. Chapter 67. Call me brother. Let me hear. Xia Xinglan raised an eyebrow and said, Speak. Yunqi harbored serious doubts that Yun Fengpeng intended to request Xia Xinglan to plead his case before his parents. If that were the case, Yunqi would feel embarrassed for him. Just a few days prior, he had humiliated Yun Fengpeng at the banquet. Now, how could he possibly have the audacity to make such a request? At that moment, the usually silent grandma, Xia, approached. She was aware of how her grandson had been humiliated by Yun Fengpeng and knew that Xia Xinglan had returned all the funds to him. Grandma Xia dropped her pretense. Her expression neutral. Mr. Yun, we are about to set off. Yun Fengpeng's smile faltered for a moment, but he quickly donned a more earnest demeanor. Old Madam Xia. You see, Xinglan and Chi-Chi are at such a tender stage in their relationship. How unfortunate it would be if they were to part suddenly. He feigned familiarity, patting Yunqi on the shoulder. I was thinking perhaps Chi-Chi could join Xinglan for a while in Xin Village. The three were momentarily stunned, taken aback by Yun Fengpeng's unexpected proposition. Yunqi looked up sharply, unable to believe that this significant matter was what Yun Fengpeng had to say. Her heart raced. To be honest, she would love to go. However, she was acutely aware that Yun Fengpeng was clearly using her as a bargaining chip to curry favor with Xie Xinglan. She could only imagine that Xie Xinglan was equally aware of this. Xie Xinglan was not one to indulge him. A sardonic smile gracing his lips. Last time it was under the guise of reform. What is it this time? He was well aware of Yun Fengpeng's ulterior motives. The atmosphere grew tense, and beads of sweat began to form on Yun Fengpeng's forehead, his smile wavering. He lowered his voice involuntarily. Xinglan. Last time, sending Chi-Chi was meant for her reform. This time is different. Indeed, it was different. Xie Xinglan interrupted him, lightly tapping the luggage handle with his fingers. Last time, you personally escorted her, and even bound her. Yunqi's fingers clenched tightly around the hem of her clothing, anger flaring as she glared at Yun Fengpeng. Just the thought of it incensed her. Suddenly, Grandma Xie coughed lightly. Mr. Yun, last time you claimed that Chi-Chi needed labor reform. What is the justification this time? The sweat on Yun Fengpeng's forehead increased in intensity. He glanced at his watch, then adopted a pained expression. Old madam, you misunderstand. Last time was due to my improper educational methods. This time, it is purely because the children have a good rapport. With a scoff, Xie Xinglan interrupted him again, his gaze softening as it fell upon Yunqi. She does not require reform. He tucked his phone back into his pocket, his tone earnest. She has never needed it. Furthermore, whether Yunqi goes or not is not for you to decide. I will only consider her wishes. Grandma Xie nodded in agreement. Xinglan is correct. Everything should depend on Chi-Chi's own thoughts. Yun Fengpeng's expression abruptly darkened, the veins at his temples visibly throbbing. Yet he forced a twisted smile. Xinglan is right. It is indeed up to Chi-Chi's own wishes. He turned to Yunqi, deliberately softening his voice. Chi-Chi, you tell me, do you wish to go? At that moment, Yunqi found her father's hypocrisy utterly repugnant. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her chin and met her father's gaze. I want to go. Her voice was soft yet remarkably resolute, not due to his demands, but because she glanced up at Xie Xinglan, whose tall figure appeared strikingly clear in the sunlight of the airport. I had a wonderful time there. Both Grandma Xie and Xie Xinglan treated me exceptionally well. The more Yun Fengpeng listened, the more uncomfortable he became, yet he forced a smile. Checking his watch, he suddenly said with a significant tone, Since Chi-Chi wishes to go so much, how could I possibly stop her? No sooner had he spoken than a black sedan slowly pulled up at the terminal entrance. The driver retrieved a familiar pink suitcase from the trunk, Yunqi's. Yunqi pressed her forehead against the cool glass window, watching the city's skyscrapers outside gradually fade into indistinct silhouettes. Soon, she received a text message from Yun Fengpeng. She knew without looking what it was about. She promptly turned off her phone screen. Not looking, Xie Xinglan's voice came from beside her, laced with a hint of lazy teasing. Yunqi shook her head and stuffed her phone in her bag. I don't want to see it. She paused and murmured softly, It's probably just him asking me to be a mediator. My dad has been going on about the Lost Project every day at home. It's driving me crazy. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a warm palm gently cover her forehead. Xie Xinglan's long fingers tenderly pressed against her temples, applying just the right amount of pressure. Does it hurt here? Yunqi instinctively closed her eyes, savoring the warmth of his fingertips. Yes, it's this side. Xie Xinglan's touch was gentle, his fingertips tracing circles from her temples to the center of her brow. Yunqi felt so comfortable that she nearly let out a sound of pleasure, her taut nerves gradually unwinding. You can massage too, she murmured softly, resembling a cat being stroked. Xie Xinglan's fingers glided to the back of her ear, giving it a gentle squeeze. I learned it when Grandma had headaches. His fingertips possessed an enchanting magic. Yunqi felt the fatigue of recent days dissipating under his ministrations. Her eyes sparkled as she instinctively tilted her head, nuzzling against his palm. Feeling better? Yunqi drowsily replied, suddenly sensing a warm, soft sensation brush against her forehead. Her body tensed instantly, and she opened her eyes wide, meeting Xie Xinglan's gaze, which held a teasing smile. Had he just kissed her forehead? Yunqi's face flushed instantly, and she instinctively glanced at Grandma Xie in the front seat. Xie Xinglan remained unfazed, It's to alleviate pain. He added, lightly tapping her nose, this too. Yunqi felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, ready to retort. Xie Xinglan lowered his head and gently pecked her at the corner of her mouth. His thumb tenderly caressed her brow bone. Your father's troubles are not worth your concern. Sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating the boy's serious profile. And Yunqi suddenly felt warmth welling in her eyes. Relaxing her body, she lowered her head and buried her face in his shoulder, murmuring, Xie Xinglan. You are truly wonderful. Upon hearing this, Xie Xinglan intentionally ruffled her hair with a bit more force, leaving her meticulously styled hair in disarray. Only just realizing this now? Yunqi exclaimed, flustered as she hastily attempted to fix her hair, glaring at him in exasperation. I just styled it. Xie Xinglan, watching her frizzy appearance, chuckled, his shoulders shaking with laughter. As if performing a magic trick, he produced a mint from his pocket, waving it before her eyes. A peace offering. Yunqi's eyes lit up, and just as she reached out to grab it, he held the candy higher. With a mischievous smile, he slowly spoke. Call me brother and let me hear it. Chapter 68. Be careful, your boyfriend might scar language. A soft and shy voice drifted into his ears, belonging to Yunqi. Xie Xinglan's breath caught sharply in his throat. The girl's voice was gentle and delicate, like a feather lightly brushing against his heart, imbued with a hint of shyness and a touch of playful affection. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and his gaze darkened instantly. In a husky tone, he called her name once more. Yunqi bit her lip, her doe-like eyes fixed on him, ultimately yielding to the moment. She leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear, language. This time, her voice was even softer, the end note rising slightly, resembling a purring kitten. A satisfied smile finally graced Xie Xinglan's lips. He lowered his head and gently pecked her lips. Good girl. He unwrapped a piece of candy and offered it to her. Reward. Yunqi obediently opened her mouth and accepted the candy. The cool sweetness melted on her tongue, and she couldn't resist stealing a glance at him, only to find his gaze fixed on her, intense enough to send her heart racing. What are you looking at? She mumbled softly, turning her face away. Xie Xinglan reached out to ruffle her hair, just admiring your cuteness. The sunlight streamed through the bus window, casting a warm glow over them, and Yunqi's ears turned a delicate shade of red. They were on a bus, traveling from Qinglang City to Xin Village. As the bus wound along the mountain roads, the scenery outside gradually transformed from the hustle and bustle of the city to lush, verdant forests. As Yunqi gazed out at the passing landscape, a wave of drowsiness began to wash over her. Her eyelids grew heavier, her little head nodding slightly, resembling a weary little bird. Xie Xinglan couldn't help but smile at her adorably sleepy demeanor, gently guiding her head onto his shoulder. Just as she was about to lean against him, the bus suddenly took a sharp turn. Yunqi jolted awake, her body leaning uncontrollably to the side. Xie Xinglan swiftly reached out to catch her, but it was too late. Bang! Her head collided forcefully with the window frame. Stars exploded in her vision, and as she instinctively covered the painful spot, her surroundings began to darken. When she came to her senses, she heard Xie Xinglan's voice calling her name. Fading in and out, blinking her eyes, she realized his silhouette was surrounded by a fuzzy halo of light. She reached out to confirm his presence, but her fingertips grazed past his earlobe and met nothing but air. Ew, why are you glowing? Did the impact confuse you? Xie Xinglan frowned, cradling her face in his hands, his thumb brushing against her cooling skin. Normally, this gesture would make Yunqi blush and shy away, but at this moment, she merely gazed at him blankly, her pupils slightly dilated as if she were looking through him at something else. At some point, Grandma Xie had turned around and pressed a bottle of ice water into Xie Xinglan's hands. Quick, apply this. It's already swelling. The cool sensation against her scalp elicited a gentle hiss from Yunqi. She felt a heavy fog enveloping her mind, staring blankly at Xie Xinglan's face, which was so close that it stirred an unfamiliar feeling within her. The cold water bottle pressed against her scalp. Fragments of memories flickered in Yunqi's mind. At the entrance of Xin Village, she had been brought there by Yun Fengpeng, who taunted her from his elevated position. Does the young lady have some peculiar fascination? During mealtime, he placed her most despised chili into her bowl, saying, "Eat up, young lady. This is your grandmother's specialty." He consistently belittled her intelligence, calling her a fool at this moment. A wave of grievance and indignation surged within Yunqi. "Chi-Chi?" Xie Xinglan's voice struck her like a thunderclap, jolting her awake. "Pain." Yunqi suddenly whimpered, but instinctively bit down on his chin. The instant her pearly teeth sank into his skin, Xie Xinglan's muscles tensed, though the grip on her nape softened. As a metallic taste of blood spread across her tongue, Yunqi found herself weeping. She burrowed into his embrace like a lost creature, her hands tightly gripping his waist, her tears staining his collarbone. Xie Xinglan froze, mistaking her dazed state as mere clumsiness and a whimsical display of affection. "Be gentle with your bites," he chuckled hoarsely, his palm gliding down her spine, tracing the pronounced vertebrae. "If you bite harder, your boyfriend might end up with a scar." "Boyfriend?" This statement struck like lightning, cutting through the haze. Yunqi abruptly released her grip, staring in bewilderment at the bloodied imprint left on his chin. Observing the girl in her dazed confusion, Xie Xinglan set down the ice water and gently cradled her head, pressing it against his chest. The overwhelming scent of mint enveloped them. "Darling, sleeping in my arms will keep you from hurting your head." The peculiar sensation in his heart was ultimately overshadowed by the familiar and comforting aroma of mint emanating from him. Moreover, Yunqi was already drowsy, and the bump to her head made her feel even more disoriented, leading her to drift off to sleep quickly. The bus continued its journey, and Xie Xinglan dared not loosen his hold on Yunqi, fearful she might bump her head again. Today, traffic was particularly congested, resulting in an hour's delay compared to usual. Most passengers on the bus had closed their eyes to rest, enveloping the vehicle in a serene quietude. Yet Xie Xinglan found it difficult to settle, realizing that something had been amiss with Yunqi earlier. The last time she had bumped her head, she had suffered a mild concussion. What about this instance? He clicked his tongue and opened the Dr. S WeChat to send a message. It had been a while since they last communicated. Upon opening the chat, he was met with the message, "Young man, be prepared. The young lady may soon regain her memory." Although he had read this message before, seeing it again caused his heart to sink. Xie Xinglan's fingers hovered above the screen, hesitating to type. He looked down at the sleeping Yunqi, her delicate pink lips slightly pouting, the graceful curve of her eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes, her breathing steady and tranquil. Suddenly, the bus rolled over a piece of gravel, causing it to jolt violently. Xie Xinglan instinctively tightened his arms around her, and Yunqi let out a soft hum, unconsciously rubbing against his chest before sinking back into a deeper slumber. Ultimately, he found himself typing on the keyboard. "Doctor, she bumped her head again and is currently asleep. Should we take her to the hospital for a checkup?" Upon sending the message, Xie Xinglan's gaze fell upon the swollen bump on Yunqi's forehead. He gently brushed his fingertips against it, prompting Yunqi to furrow her brow in her slumber, emitting soft whimpers akin to those of a small creature. "It hurts," she mumbled indistinctly, her fingers instinctively clutching at his garment. Xie Xinglan immediately withdrew his hand, opting instead to gently pat her back in a soothing manner. The phone vibrated slightly, and the doctor's response caused his pupils to constrict. Chapter 69, Stand Still. I am coming. The mobile screen illuminated with a blinding white light. If abnormal behavior occurs after a head injury, it is a sign of memory recovery. Quickly bring her to the hospital for a brain scan. Xie Xinglan raised his hand to touch the bite mark on his chin, narrowing his eyes. Abnormal behavior? Yunqi's gaze was peculiar just now. She even bit him. The bus continued along the winding mountain road, the scenery outside gradually transforming from expansive fields to dense forests. Yunqi stirred uneasily in Xie Xinglan's embrace, her brow furrowed, as if she were ensnared in a dream. "Xie Xinglan, you big fool," she mumbled incoherently, her fingers unconsciously clutching his clothing. "You are the fool. You are the simpleton." Xie Xinglan's fingers hovered above the mobile screen, hesitating to reply to the Dr. S message. He looked down at the girl sleeping in his arms, her slightly pouting pink lips and fluttering eyelashes appearing particularly fragile in the sunlight. "Xie Xinglan, idiot," Yunqi murmured again in her dream, her voice clearer this time. Xie Xinglan's fingertips trembled slightly, a mix of irritation and amusement washing over him. He smiled faintly at her. Yet the smile quickly faded, his gaze becoming intricate. Narrowing his eyes, he gently pinched Yunqi's cheek, his fingertips caressing her skin, as delicate as jade. He spoke, his voice low and hoarse. "Will you turn against me after you regain your memories?" He leaned closer to her petite ear. "However, if you choose to deny me, I have my ways." They could not reach Xine Village directly by bus. They needed to disembark at a waiting area and then take a public bus to Xine Village. Yunqi was awakened by Grandma Xie and then got off the bus. The two sat on a bench in the waiting area. She still felt dazed, watching the bustling road filled with people and cars. She raised her hand to touch the spot on her scalp where she had been injured, letting out a small hiss. "Chi-Chi, does it still hurt?" Grandma Xie's voice pulled Yunqi back from her drifting thoughts. Only then did she realize Grandma Xie was sitting beside her. "A bit," Yunqi replied softly, her fingers unconsciously brushing over the swollen bump. The cacophony of the waiting area surged like waves, further muddling her already chaotic thoughts. Grandma Xie spoke words of comfort, but Yunqi absorbed none of it, her mind conjuring a figure. She instinctively asked, "Where is Xie Xinglan?" Her voice was louder than she had anticipated, attracting the attention of several passersby in the waiting area. "Xinglan went to buy medicine. Your scalp is quite swollen." Grandma Xie replied. "Oh." Yunqi lowered her head, her nails unconsciously scraping the edge of the plastic chair. Fragmented memories flashed in her mind. Xie Xinglan mocking her for being pampered. Xie Xinglan filling her bowl with the spicy pepper she detested. Xie Xinglan calling her foolish. Were these events real or mere illusions? Grandma Xie discerned something was amiss. Yunqi seemed to be emotionally unsettled. The peculiar nature of her own grandson was perplexing. Logically, given his fondness for Yunqi, he should have personally assisted her from the car, remaining until she regained consciousness before departing. Yet, as soon as the vehicle came to a halt, he hurriedly exited, leaving behind a fleeting remark to his grandmother, instructing her to awaken the girl and wait for him at the station while he went to procure medicine, vanishing into the throng of people. Grandmother Xie's gaze fell upon Yunqi's trembling fingers, then shifted to her bewildered eyes. With a sigh, the elder produced a handkerchief embroidered with wisteria from her cloth bag, advising her to wipe away the sweat and avoid catching a chill. Yunqi mechanically accepted the handkerchief, only to suddenly notice a tiny star stitched in the lower corner. "Grandmother, it was embroidered by Xinglan for you," she remarked. Grandmother Xie offered a gentle smile. Meanwhile, just a short distance away, Xie Xinglan emerged from the pharmacy, observing the pair from behind a cluster of trees. His eyes fixated on Yunqi's face, and for the first time in his 19 years, he felt a wave of anxiety grip him, causing him to tightly clutch the medicine bag in his hand. The plastic crinkled noisily, yet he paid it no mind, taking in her every detail. With her slightly pouted pink lips, she fiddled with the handkerchief, while beneath her voluminous skirt, her delicate, fair legs swung listlessly, her toes tapping lightly against the ground. Her expression remained elusive. Uncertain, he took a step forward, only to retract it once more. Xie Xinglan's countenance darkened significantly. It was the first time he felt utterly cowardly. Observing someone from a distance often leads to the unsettling awareness of being watched. Suddenly, Yunqi turned her head sharply in a particular direction, and there, a few steps back on the road, stood Xie Xinglan, his tall figure frozen in place, the medicine bag in his hand rustling in the wind. In that brief moment of eye contact, Yunqi sprang up from her seat, her eyes sparkling as she took a few eager steps. Xie Xinglan was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile crept onto his lips as he strode towards her. Yet, as the ceaseless flow of traffic separated them, Yunqi halted after just one step, causing Xie Xinglan's heart to sink and his own steps to falter. It was as if an invisible force had seized Yunqi's ankle, halting her in place. She gazed across the street at Xie Xinglan, whose tall silhouette was backlit by the sun, casting a soft golden hue around his form. However, her mind was inundated with disjointed memories, those fragments she wished to forget. Yet, simultaneously, contrasting images flooded her thoughts. Xie Xinglan proclaiming her as his girlfriend, affectionately calling her baby, their shared kisses, and her promises of a lifetime together. It was all so chaotic. Truth mingled with deception, leaving her mind in a state of turmoil. Her heart felt as though it were gripped by an unseen hand. Aching dully, she found herself uncertain whether to approach him. Just moments ago, she had been filled with joy at the thought of running to him. Yet now, those hazy memories made her hesitate. She was even unsure if she truly wished to see him. A breeze swept by. Xiexinglan's fringe was tousled, slightly obscuring his brows and eyes, with stray strands drifting into his vision, causing a dryness in his gaze. Yet, he seemed oblivious to it, clenching the medicine bag tightly in his hand. Xiexinglan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his expression turning serene. The foot he had poised to step forward gradually retreated, leaving him standing still, no longer advancing. The two of them exchanged a silent gaze across the ceaseless flow of traffic. Yunqi bit her lower lip, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress. She ought to approach him, but why was she so conflicted? Xiexinglan observed her lowered lashes and the slight tremor in her fingertips, and finally, he managed a faint smile. His eyes were calm, yet she inexplicably felt as if he were in sorrow. Yunqi parted her lips, wanting to utter something, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. After a few seconds of waiting for her to move, Xiexinglan lowered his gaze and called out to her, "Stay where you are. I will come to you." Chapter 70. Xiexinglan, I have questions for you while waiting for the bus. Grandma Xie applied ointment to the bump on Yunqi's scalp. Xiexinglan stood at the bus station, sending a message to the doctor. He was turned slightly away from them, yet he could sense curious glances directed his way. The little one, Yunqi, was sneakily observing him. Based on her earlier reaction, it seemed she was recalling some past events, albeit in a state of confusion. He informed the doctor of the situation. The doctor's response came swiftly. Cognitive dissonance is common in the early stages of memory recovery. She may struggle to distinguish between real experiences and dreams or imaginations. It's akin to a jigsaw puzzle scattered across the floor, where the mind instinctively seizes the most intense emotional fragments, such as the moments when you ridiculed her. Xiexinglan stared at the screen, a mix of anger and amusement washing over him, his thumb tapping on the keyboard. So she only remembers me bullying her, but not the times I comforted her afterward? The doctor replied with a resigned emoji. Negative memories often leave a deeper impression. Be prepared. She might perceive you as a filtered villain, Xiexinglan. Once again, he felt the girl's gaze upon him. He turned his head sharply, raising an eyebrow. Yunqi froze like a caught rabbit, then swiftly turned her head away. Xiexinglan found himself amused. If she could hardly stand him now, would she cast him aside entirely once her memories were fully restored? He pressed his tongue against his back molars, his expression darkening. The phone screen still glowed with the doctor's last message, the phrase filtered villain particularly jarring. Meanwhile, Yunqi pretended to study the advertisement board at the bus stop, her neck arching gracefully, though her ears were flushed crimson. Xiexinglan narrowed his eyes and strode over. What are you so intent on? He leaned down to meet her gaze, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe. Yunqi visibly shivered, her fingers unconsciously gripping the hem of her dress. She shrank closer to Grandma Xie, her voice barely above a whisper, in nothing, observing her guarded demeanor. Xiexinglan felt as if a lump of cotton had lodged itself in his chest. Does your head still hurt? Yunqi gave a soft affirmative. Are you thirsty? Not thirsty. The conversation between the two became awkwardly stilted. Grandma Xie, who had been watching the entire exchange, inquired, Chi-Chi, are you still upset with Xinglan? Naturally. She referred to the incident where Yunqi bumped her head and had cried while biting her grandson's chin, and it seemed she was still rather displeased. Yet, Yunqi stared blankly and shook her head. The bus arrived promptly, and this time, Yunqi sat beside Grandma Xie, leaving Xiexinglan alone in the back, questioning his existence. As he boarded, a few young women approached to sit near him, but upon seeing his expression, they quickly opted for other seats. Up front, Yunqi leaned back at her seat, sending a message to Hiyueshi. Cici, how was Xiexinglan towards me in the past? The reply came almost instantly. Hiyueshi, Xiexinglan was quite good to you. What is the matter? Is it possible that Xiexinglan has been unkind to you? What has he done? Tell me. I will come immediately to teach him a lesson. Yunqi gazed at the exaggerated emojis on Yueshi's message, a smile involuntarily curling her lips. After a moment's hesitation, she typed back, "Not really. I just suddenly recalled some things and felt that the old him was rather annoying." Yueshi replied, "Exactly. When I first heard you were with Xie Xinglan, I found it quite perplexing, considering how much you used to dislike him. But I'm still curious. How did you two end up together?" Reading this message left Yunqi even more bewildered. What exactly was going on? She stared at her phone screen, her fingertips trembling slightly. "You used to dislike him so much, yet you're now with him?" This statement pierced through her muddled memories like a thorn. She turned her head to see Xie Xinglan in the back seat, gazing out the window, his jawline taut and a hint of coldness in his eyes, his entire demeanor resembling a silent statue. How did they end up together? Yunqi's fingers hovered above the screen, her mind utterly blank. She could not recall at all. Upon arriving at Xin village, it was already noon. Throughout the journey, Yunqi pondered extensively, trying to connect all her memories of Xie Xinglan. Since the moment she regained consciousness after colliding her head while fighting with Yifeng, in her recollections, Xie Xinglan had always been her boyfriend. Yet at that time, Xie Xinglan had denied this role, claiming she had sustained a head injury and had previously disliked him. She recalled a romance novel she had read, where the heroine, suffering from amnesia, mistook her arch-nemesis for her husband. A twinge of doubt crept in, making her wonder if she was in a similar predicament. The thought struck her like a bolt from the blue. Returning to the familiar Xin village, to Grandma Xie's house, after a tiring journey, Yunqi initially intended to leap into Xie Xinglan's arms and plead for him to hold her while she slept. However, at that moment, it felt rather awkward. She sat at the desk in her room, lost in thought. When Xie Xinglan entered, carrying her luggage, her face flushed crimson. Summoning her courage, she called out, "Xie Xinglan, come here. I have something to ask you." After placing her luggage down, Xie Xinglan approached her. As he drew nearer, Yunqi's anxiety escalated, her teeth biting in her lower lip. Unexpectedly, she felt herself lifted off the ground, cradled in strong arms that scooped her up by the knees. The familiar scent of mint filled her nostrils, and with a soft gasp, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her chin on his shoulder. Xie Xinglan carried her toward the edge of the bed. The stool was dusty. His voice, close to her ear, remarked, "It hasn't been cleaned in days. It will soil your dress." Yunqi froze in his embrace, her eyes widening in surprise. The intimacy of the position overwhelmed her, as his palm firmly supported her thigh, the warmth radiating through the thin fabric. She instinctively attempted to struggle, only to be held even tighter. Once they reached the bed's edge, Xie Xinglan gently set her down. As he turned to leave, Yunqi's reflexive response was to grasp the hem of his shirt tightly. Her voice was soft and sweet, tinged with an inexplicable sense of grievance. "Xie Xinglan." In that fleeting moment when the boy turned around, Yunqi felt a sudden panic. Her initial inquiry morphed into a plaintive and almost childlike plea. "Xie Xinglan, I feel dizzy. I need you to hold me to sleep." Xie Xinglan's Adam's apple visibly bobbed, and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. He leaned closer, supporting himself beside Yunqi. "Are you certain?" It was only then that Yunqi realized the implications of her words, her cheeks instantly aflame. But in the next heartbeat, the boy's face loomed larger before her. Chapter 71. A kiss to heal, will you grant it? Xie Xinglan bent down, extending his arms to draw her into his embrace. He then swiftly shifted their positions, sitting on the bed and allowing Yunqi to sit sideways upon his lap. The motion was so rapid that Yunqi scarcely had time to gasp before finding herself settled on him. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she turned to glance at him, only to find his expression unchanged. Yet, her heart raced uncontrollably. Xie Xinglan observed the astonished girl with her rosy face. A flicker of amusement passed through his eyes, but he quickly resumed his aloof demeanor. He straightened, feigning an intention to release her. "Not going to sleep? Then I shall take my leave." "Sleep." Yunqi's action surpassed her thoughts as she tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her head against his chest. The familiar scent of mint enveloped her, calming her heart, though she felt a twinge of frustration. She had intended to clarify the situation, yet here she was unceremoniously dozing in Xie Xinglan's embrace. Nevertheless, His hold was undeniably comforting. Thus, she resolved to inquire further upon waking. Xie Xinglan lowered his gaze to the soft, furry head resting on his chest. A slight arch of his brow. His hand gently stroked her long hair in a rhythmic manner. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of their synchronized breaths. Before long, Xie Xinglan discerned the faint sound of her snores. His expression darkened momentarily before he spoke. Yunqi. After a few seconds, she drowsily responded, Xie Xinglan hesitated for a moment, then spoke in an extraordinarily hoarse voice. When you remember everything, please do not forsake me. He lowered his gaze, intensely focused on her. After a brief pause, she softly replied with a noncommittal. Aware that Yunqi was in a half-asleep state and her response was not reliable, Xie Xinglan nonetheless tightened his embrace, pulling her closer. He leaned down, his lips nearly brushing against her ear, his voice so soft it was almost a sigh. You must keep your word. In her slumber, Yunqi instinctively nuzzled closer to him, her breathing steady and deep, entirely oblivious to the promise she had just made. Xie Xinglan gazed at her for a long while before suddenly breaking into a faint smile. Gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, murmuring to himself, should you dare to renege, I shall make you weep with a kiss. Originally, the doctor had advised an immediate follow-up visit, but later texted Xie Xinglan, cautioning that revealing the truth of her amnesia too soon might overwhelm her, potentially causing distress. It would be prudent to observe Yunqi for a few more days, allowing her to gradually come to terms with her past memories. Thus, there was no need to take her to the hospital today. A few days' delay would suffice. Upon receiving this message, Xie Xinglan paused for several seconds, his fingers lingering on the phone screen as his gaze deepened. He promptly replied with a simple acknowledgement, then set the phone aside. He looked down at the girl peacefully sleeping in his arms, his eyes growing even more profound. In this slumber, Yunqi rested for over 3 hours. In the midst of their repose, Grandma Xie entered the room, only to find the two nestled closely together. Mistaking their intimacy for a reconciliation, she couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Upon learning that Yunqi was asleep, she gently closed the door and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare lunch. When Yunqi awakened, she found herself enveloped by warm skin. Blinking her eyes in a daze, her gaze sharpened, and she was greeted by an Adam's apple. Her immediate reaction, it was somewhat alluring. The pronounced curve gently swayed with each breath, so close that she could discern a faint mole upon it. After a brief mental freeze of 3 seconds, Yunqi's eyes widened in realization. She was ensconced in Xie Xinglan's embrace, both of them sharing the same bed. Xie Xinglan's arm lay across her waist, and she was nearly nestled against his chest. Yunqi's face flushed crimson as she sought to extricate herself from his hold without disturbing him, hoping to slip away unnoticed. She gently attempted to pry his large hand from around her waist, but upon her touch, his hand seized hers, intertwining their fingers. Woke up. A husky voice emerged from above. Yunqi stiffened, slowly lifting her gaze to meet Xie Xinglan's half-lidded eyes. He had evidently just awoken. The corners of his eyes tinged with a hint of fatigue, yet his unwavering stare bore into her, like a predator fixing its sights on its prey. Yunqi's cheeks burned even more fiercely as she mumbled, "You, let go of me." In a non-sequitur, Xie Xinglan shifted the arm she rested upon. Raising an eyebrow, "It's gone numb. You were the one who held me," Yunqi replied, her heart racing as she attempted to shift her head away from his hand, feeling guilty. Ungrateful, Xie Xinglan finally relinquished his grip on her. He leisurely stretched his arm, his brow slightly furrowing, and a barely audible gasp escaped his lips. As Yunqi slipped on her shoes and approached the door, she paused upon hearing his voice. Hesitatingly peering back in, Xie Xinglan caught sight of her head peeking in and subtly curved his lips, continuing to emit soft gasps. This time, the owner of the small head dashed back into the room. "Is it really numb?" she inquired softly, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. Xie Xinglan raised his gaze to meet hers, a glimmer of triumph flashing in his eyes, yet his expression remained composed. "What do you think? Someone has been resting their head for 3 hours. I didn't ask you to hold me while sleeping," Yunqi retorted, her face aflame, though she instinctively placed her hand gently on his arm. "Where is it numb?" "Here." Xie captured her small hand, guiding her fingers to press against the inner side of his forearm. The moment Yunqi's fingertips made contact with his skin, she instinctively recoiled, only to be firmly held in place by him. "Aren't you going to help me massage it?" He raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with a hint of grievance. "Am I to be discarded after use?" Xie, already a handsome figure, typically bore a stern demeanor. Yet for the first time, he showcased such a pitiful expression, his obsidian eyes glistening with unshed emotion, the corners of his lips turned downward. He appeared somewhat vulnerable. In this moment, Yunqi has entirely cast aside the matter of amnesia from her mind. Her hand glides gently over his arm, her fingertips brushing against his skin like the softest of feathers. Xie lips curve into a smile, a tingling sensation coursing through him, radiating from his arm to the very depths of his heart. "Apply a bit more pressure," he murmurs, observing her earnest expression as she presses her lips together, making his Adam's apple involuntarily bob. Upon hearing this, Yunqi increases the pressure, but inadvertently presses down on a sensitive spot, causing Xie to suddenly inhale sharply. "Did I hurt you?" she asks in a fluster, lifting her gaze to meet his face, which is now alarmingly close. Xie has moved in so near that their noses nearly touch. "Yes," he replies in a husky voice, his eyes fixed on her trembling eyelashes. "It hurts quite a bit." It is only then that Yunqi realizes she has once again been playfully teased, and she pouts in annoyance, ready to withdraw her hand. "Then you should massage it yourself." However, Xie suddenly grips the nape of her neck, pressing his forehead against hers. "Massage one tea suffice," he breathes, his warm breath enveloping her, his gaze intensely focused on her slightly pouting lips. Word for word, a kiss is needed to make it better. "Will you grant me that kiss?" Chapter 72. "You are so bad," Yunqi instinctively moved to cover her mouth, but Xie was swift, leaning in to peck her lips. Yunqi froze entirely, while Xie, like a cunning old fox, squinted his eyes and smiled. She pressed her hand against her mouth, her fingertips brushing against the spot where he had kissed her, still warm from his lips. Her ears flushed crimson, her eyes wide with shock, as she stammered, "You. How can you do this?" Xie tilted his head, feigning innocence as he raised an eyebrow. You clearly just asked me if you could be kissed." The more she spoke, the more flustered and indignant she became, her voice dwindling to a whisper as she added, "Zontak, Zobat, you had no intention of letting me choose." Her accusation was filled with indignation, yet her voice lacked any real intimidation and instead sounded almost like a pout. Xie finally ceased teasing her, his fingers brushing against her heated cheek, his voice tinged with triumphant delight. "Indeed, you are correct. I had no intention of letting you choose. You are too bad." Unable to bear it any longer, Yunqi turned and fled, hastily exiting the room. Xie did not pursue her. He merely leaned languidly against the doorframe, watching her retreating figure with an increasingly profound gaze. Yunqi felt a sense of betrayal in her newfound intimacy with Xie, for she was uncertain whether he was her boyfriend or merely the person she once despised. After escaping the room, she sat on the living room sofa, her fingertips unconsciously grazing her lower lip, still warm from Xie kiss. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as though she had committed some transgression, despite the fact that it was he who had initiated the kiss. "Chi-Chi." The voice of Grandma Xie called from the kitchen, jolting Yunqi back to reality. "Grandma," she responded, taking a deep breath in an effort to cool her flushed cheeks. Yet, her mind persistently replayed the earlier scene. Xie slightly drooping eyelashes as he leaned in, the triumphant smile at the corners of his lips, and his languid, satiated gaze after the kiss, reminiscent of a beast that had just feasted. In that fleeting moment of his kiss, her body reacted more swiftly than her mind, her fingertips trembling slightly, torn between anticipation and resistance. She found herself utterly detesting this version of herself. "Chi-Chi," Grandma Xie called again, her voice now closer at hand. Yunqi looked up abruptly to find Grandma Xie standing at the kitchen doorway, a plate of dishes in her hands, smiling warmly at her. "What are you daydreaming about?" Grandma Xie inquired. "And nothing," Yun-chi quickly shook her head, her ears burning even more. Grandma Xie cast a knowing glance her way, then glanced toward the room behind her, her smile deepening with unspoken understanding. Furthermore, she brought up another matter. Grandmother Wang's daughter-in-law, Lin Yin, called to express her gratitude regarding the last time Xie Xinglan and Yunqi helped at the milk tea shop. She inquired whether they would be free the following day to dine at her home, and then embark on a hike together. Yunqi had yet to respond when footsteps approached from behind. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Xinglan had emerged from his room, standing a short distance behind her, his voice calm. Hiking? Grandmother Xian nodded. Indeed, Xiaoyan mentioned that the weather tomorrow would be delightful for a hike. Xie Xinglan did not respond immediately, his gaze fixed upon Yunqi's profile. Sensing his scrutiny, Yunqi feigned concentration on the dishes laid out on the table. Grandmother Xie glanced between them. What's the matter? Don't want to go? I will, Xie Xinglan declared, his eyes expectant as they turned to Yunqi. I want to go. At her words, Xie Xinglan's lips twitched ever so slightly. He lowered his gaze to Yunqi's defiant hairline. Not going? His voice was soft, the tone rising subtly, as if he had anticipated her response. Yunqi had bowed, twisted the hem of her clothing, murmuring a dejected agreement. Her thoughts were in disarray, yearning for a moment of solitude away from Xie Xinglan to untangle her memories. She spoke again. Xie Xinglan, I wish to share a room with grandmother tonight. Xie Xinglan was taken aback. His long fingers curled slightly at his sides, his eyes darkening momentarily before returning to normalcy. As you wish, he replied, his tone neutral, devoid of discernible emotion. Grandmother Xie was bewildered. Hadn't the two reconciled earlier in the afternoon, embracing as they prepared for bed? Why did it now seem so awkward? Surely, her grandson must have upset the girl again, and she would need to offer Yunqi some comfort later on. After dinner, once they had freshened up and were ready for bed, Yunqi returned to Xie Xinglan's room to fetch a pillow and a light blanket. From the moment she ascended the stairs and drew back the bed curtains until she descended again, Xie Xinglan remained silent, leaning against the window by his desk, arms crossed, observing her throughout. As Yunqi cradled the pillow and blanket, she instinctively softened her steps, acutely aware of Xie Xinglan's unwavering gaze, like an invisible net tightening around her breath. Upon reaching the doorway, she could no longer resist the urge to glance back, meeting Xie Xinglan's profound eyes. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his tall silhouette. Yet his expression remained obscured. Xie Xinglan. She began softly, uncertain of what to say next. He raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly awaiting her continuation. Used. Yunqi bit her lip, her voice dwindling, wanting to speak with grandmother. Feeling guilty, Xie Xinglan remained silent for a few seconds before striding towards her. Instinctively, Yunqi retreated a step, her back pressed against the wall. He reached out. Yunqi recoiled slightly, biting her lip, gazing up at him with glistening eyes. However, Xie Xinglan merely reached out to ruffle her tousled hair. Get to bed early. Yunqi felt an inexplicable mix of relief and disappointment as she turned away. You should also rest early. All right. Half an hour later, the person who had promised to retire early had opened a box of cigarettes. Grandma Xie and Yunqi turned off the lights and lay down on the bed. She took the initiative to inquire about Xie Xinglan. Cocooned in the quilt, Yunqi tightly grasped the corner of the blanket. Grandma Xie's warm hand gently patted her back, akin to soothing a child. Chi-Chi, Grandma's voice in the darkness, was particularly gentle. Tell me, has that rascal Xinglan been bullying you again? Yunqi felt a pang in her nose and buried her face deeper into the pillow. No, it's just me. Her thoughts were muddled. Her feelings for Xie Xinglan had become quite peculiar. After a moment of hesitation, she asked softly, Grandma, did Xie Xinglan often bully me in the past? Grandma Xie's hand paused momentarily. Then she replied tenderly, how could that be? Although Xinglan can be rather nonsensical, he has always treated you well. I've seen it with my own eyes. Yunqi had great faith in the words of her kind elder. This only deepened her confusion. If Grandma said Xie Xinglan was good to her, then why did her mind conjure such unkind images of him? Grandma Xie sighed softly and took Yunqi's hand in the dark. Chi-Chi, sometimes memories play tricks on us, just like my reading glasses, which I clearly placed on the nightstand, yet always misremember her as being in the kitchen. Just as Yunqi was about to respond, a faint clicking sound suddenly emanated from outside the window, reminiscent of a lighter flicking open and shut. Instinctively, she turned her head toward the window, where moonlight cast a slender silhouette on the curtain. There was a shadow. Startled, Yunqi instinctively buried her head under the covers. Ah, Grandma, there's a ghost outside. Chapter 73, Murder of a Beloved Husband? Grandmother Xie was startled by the sudden shadow, causing her to drop the fan in her hand with a clatter. Oh dear, what on earth is that? She grasped Yunqi's hand tightly, her voice trembling. Initially, Yunqi had been huddled under the quilt like an ostrich. But upon realizing that Grandmother Xie was also frightened, her conscience stirred. How could a young woman allow an elderly person to take the brunt of the fear? Grosh grand motiv. Do not be afraid. With a surge of courage, she sprang from her cocoon like a puffed-up cat, clumsily positioning herself in front of Grandmother Xie, her voice quivering uncontrollably. I shall take a look. Yet, as she took a step forward, her resolve faltered. She hesitated, her toes digging into the blanket, then turned back with a pitiful plea. You will follow me, right? Grandmother Xie replied. This girl, so timid yet bearing a sense of responsibility? Yunqi inhaled deeply, grasping the small night lamp by the bedside, the non-threatening version, and shakily moved towards the window. Who's out there? She mustered the courage to shout, but her voice was soft and lacked any intimidation, almost cracking under pressure. Outside, silence reigned. Yunqi swallowed hard, her fingers trembling as they clutched the edge of the curtain, desperately chanting in her mind, "It's a cat, it's a cat, it's a cat." With a swift motion, she yanked the curtain aside. To her astonishment, Xie Xinglan's handsome face was pressed against the glass, a half-smoked cigarette hanging from his lips, squinting against the sudden light. Yunqi, Xie Xinglan. The two stared at each other through the window, the air thickening for 3 seconds. It wasn't a cat. It was a person, Xie Xinglan. Ah! Yunqi finally snapped back to reality, letting out a shriek as she grabbed the night lamp and attempted to smash it against the window, but her trembling hands only managed a gentle tap against the glass. Xie Xinglan leisurely removed the cigarette, tossing it to the ground and extinguishing it with his foot, raising an eyebrow. Murder of a beloved husband. The words remained unspoken. Yunqi's face flushed with anger. What are you doing, playing tricks in the middle of the night? Grandmother Xie peered over, suddenly understanding. Oh, it's Xinglan. Xie Xinglan maintained his composure. I came to check if the window was securely closed. Yunqi, who checks windows at 1 in the morning and smokes while lurking around? Suppressing her laughter, Grandmother Xie patted Yunqi's shoulder. Chi-Chi, it seems you must handle this ghost yourself. With that, she sensibly returned to bed, turning to face the wall. Yunqi, Grandmother, wasn't she supposed to protect me? Outside, Xie Xinglan lazily tapped on the glass. Open the window. Yunqi, fuming, I will not. Xie Xinglan sighed, suddenly coughing into his chest, his voice hoarse. The smoke has irritated my lungs. It hurts. Yunqi hesitated for a moment. In a fluster, she opened the window. Xie Xinglan smirked triumphantly, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Sweetheart, you are so easily deceived? Yunqi, her cheeks, pinched by him, puffed up slightly, resembling an indignant pufferfish. As she protested incoherently, Xie Xinglan, why you let go? Xie Xinglan did not respond. Instead, he gently pinched her cheek with his fingertip before releasing his hold. Yunqi immediately covered her reddened cheek, retreating like a startled rabbit. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery sheen upon her flushed ears. Yunqi began to speak, but she was taken aback as Xie Xinglan suddenly reached through the window, his long fingers lightly brushing the tips of her hair. Your hair is messy, he murmured, his voice deeper than usual. Go back to sleep. He stepped away from the window. Subsequently, Yunqi exchanged a few words with Grandma Xie, who, feeling tired, prepared for bed. As the night deepened, the chirping of insects outside grew sparse, leaving only the distant croak of a frog. Yet Yunqi felt no drowsiness. Her eyes wide open in the dark, she gazed out the window, unable to contain her frustration as she opened Xie Xinglan's WeChat and sent a sticker, flooding his screen. It was only when a hazy, bluish-gray light began to filter in from outside that she finally drowsily closed her eyes. Due to her restless night spent counting sheep, Yunchi only drifted off after a prolonged struggle. When she awoke, sunlight had already crept through the gaps in the curtains, warming her bed. She rubbed her eyes and glanced at her phone. Astonishingly, it was already past 9. The space beside her grandmother was empty, the quilt neatly folded. From what she had heard Grandma Xie say the previous night, Lin Jie intended to set off for a mountain hike at 6 in the morning, and Xie Xinglan must have departed with them. This meant she could enjoy a peaceful moment at home to reflect. However, upon stepping into the living room, she was utterly stunned. Someone was already seated there. Yunqi's eyes widened in disbelief. You, weren't you supposed to be hiking? Xie Xinglan tilted his head, lightly tapping beneath his eyes with his slender fingers. He had been bombarded with messages until 3 in the morning by a certain little rascal. Dark circles marred his eyes. Yunqi was momentarily speechless, turning her face away, mumbling, "So, what of it?" Xie Xinglan replied, "Therefore, it is not suitable to go hiking today." He wouldn't divulge to Yunqi that, since she wasn't going, neither was he. Yunqi. As both Yunqi and Xie Xinglan were unwilling to embark on the hike, Lin Yin called to invite them to lunch instead. Given the distance between their homes, just like last time, Grandma Wang's son drove to pick them up. The 6 of them, Grandma Wang, her son, daughter-in-law Lin Yin, and Xie Xinglan, gathered around a round table at a restaurant on Zine Street. The dishes had yet to be served, and, as they chatted, Lin Yin recounted their encounter with that perverted old man at the milk tea shop. Everyone praised Yunqi for her cleverness and bravery. The warm glow from the restaurant's chandelier enveloped the table as Lin Yin animatedly gestured, recounting, at that moment, Chi-Chi used her earrings as bait, causing the old pervert to reveal his true colors. Grandma Wang's son gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "That girl truly has courage." Both Grandma Xie and Grandma Wang looked at Yunqi with admiration. Her ears flushed with warmth. She lowered her head and took a sip of tea to mask her shyness. Xie Xinglan sat to her right, his long fingers subtly entwining with her pinky beneath the table, nearly causing her to topple her teacup. Unbeknownst to all, in the corner, a waiter clad in a black mask and hat was fixated on this scene. The knuckles of his hand gripping the teapot turned pale, and beneath the brim of his hat, his eyes seethed with a venomous glare. Chapter 74. A brief fainting spell. They ordered a total of 10 dishes and waited for a while. The waiter began to serve the food. Since it was Lin Yan's family treating, the dishes were all chosen by them. Hearing from Grandma Xie that most people from Zine Village preferred spicy food, Yunqi suspected she would need to have a second meal later that evening. However, when the dishes arrived, she was taken aback. The waiter served several light dishes. The emerald shrimp and steamed egg custard was so tender it could reflect one's image. The stir-fried asparagus tips gleamed with a lustrous sheen. The crab meat and tofu casserole wafted delicate steam, and there was a bowl of creamy lotus seed and lily soup. Suddenly, Lin Yin leaned close to Yunqi's ear and whispered in a voice only she could hear, "Chi-Chi, if someone had called me yesterday to tell me you don't eat spicy food, we would have ordered an entire table of spicy dishes." As Yunqi was picking up a slice of asparagus, her chopsticks trembled lightly at her words. She paused for a moment, quickly glancing at Grandma Xie, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Grandma is so kind. She remembers I don't eat spicy food. Grandma Xie was momentarily taken aback by Yunqi's sudden display of affection. But then she smiled warmly. "Oh, our Chi-Chi has such a sweet tongue." She reached out to tousle Yunqi's hair. Although she didn't fully grasp the situation, the girl's dependent gaze softened her heart. However, being of an older age, Grandma's memory was the best, so she added, "Next time, just tell me what you want to eat." Yunqi had misidentified the person. Lin Yin was momentarily stunned, but soon began to stifle her laughter, her shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. She glanced at Xie Xinglan, only to see his expression darkening. His long fingers grasped the teacup tightly, the knuckles turning pale. Yet he pretended to be nonchalant as he lowered his head to drink tea. Ahem. Lin Yin deliberately cleared her throat, a knowing smile on her face. Why does someone appear to be in a foul mood? Xie Xinglan set the teacup down on the table with a sharp clink. Yunqi turned her head in confusion to look at him. "Why are you so angry?" she murmured. Xie Xinglan maintained a stern expression, avoiding her gaze. His throat bobbing as he stiffly retorted, "You saw it wrong." Finally, Lin Yan couldn't contain her laughter any longer. Young Xie's temperament was quite amusing. Despite being the one who made the phone call, he was reluctant to admit it. The waiter approached with the next dish, moving slowly. Everyone at the dining table was engrossed in their meal, oblivious to the waiter's presence. Moreover, the waitstaff at this restaurant wore hats and masks, rendering them rather unremarkable. Thus, no one noticed the waiter's sinister gaze scanning the back of Xie Xinglan and Yunqi, his grip on the teapot tightening, the knuckles producing faint cracking sounds. Typically, the waiter stood closest to whoever was expected to assist in serving the dishes. As the waiter stood beside Yunqi, she, out of politeness, turned to help serve the dishes from the tray. However, just as her fingers brushed the edge of the platter, the waiter suddenly produced a fruit knife from beneath the tray, the blade aimed directly at Yunqi's arm. Yunqi, watch out!" Lin Yan, who was watching Yunqi serve, screamed. "Die, you wretched girl!" The waiter shrieked, the knife poised to plunge into Yunqi's arm. At this critical moment, Xie Xinglan's thunderous shout resonated in Yunqi's ears. Almost instinctively, she flipped the porcelain plate in her hands, sending the dishes crashing to the ground. The sharp clang of metal against porcelain sent a jolt through her palm. The fruit knife scraped against the bottom of the blue and white plate, producing a grating sound, while splattered broth drenched both of them. Screams erupted as patrons scattered in terror. The immense force hurled Yunqi backward, her lower back colliding forcefully with the edge of a table. In a split second, a sturdy arm encircled her waist, enveloping her in the faint, refreshing scent of mint emanating from Xie Xinglan. Utilizing her backward momentum, he spun around and delivered a swift sidekick, his shoe slamming against the chest of a waiter. Bang! The waiter flew backward like a rag doll, toppling 2 chairs before coming to a halt. His hat flew off, revealing a face marred with bruises. He foamed. "That little ruffian from the He family?" Granny Wang's son sprang to his feet, his robust physique causing the entire table to tremble. The restaurant descended into chaos, with the cries of children, the shattering of dishes, and frantic shouts for the police echoing throughout. Granny Xie dropped her chopsticks onto the table, her hands trembling violently as she struggled to pull Yunqi close. "Girl, are you hurt?" But when she looked, she found Yunqi's eyes wide with fear, her lips quivering as she stared at Yifeng. "Chi-Chi, what's wrong?" "Xinglan, please check on Chi-Chi." In a whirlwind of rapid movements, Xie Xinglan had inadvertently cut his right arm on the corner of a chair, blood trickling down his fingers and pooling into a menacing red stain beneath the skin. Yet, he paid no mind to his own injury. Swiftly lifting Yunqi away from the turmoil, Yifeng, curled up in a corner, coughed blood, suddenly erupting into a maniacal laughter, deserved. "You brought this upon yourselves? Me and my mother getting locked up." He abruptly produced a small knife from his waistband. "Neither of you will escape. Shut up." Lin Yan seized the scalding teapot and hurled it at him. The porcelain pot shattered at Yifeng's feet, scalding water causing him to howl in agony. Granny Wang's son lunged forward, the brass buckle of his belt cracking against Yifeng's wrist, sending the knife flying far away. "Hold him down." Several male diners surged forward. Someone ripped off their tie to bind Yifeng's hands. At that moment, the restaurant owner stormed out, furious, and delivered a few resounding slaps to Yifeng. "You traitorous beast! Your actions are ruining my establishment." The owner's roar resonated, causing the chandeliers to tremble. "You're about to destroy my reputation." The acrid scent of disinfectant pierced through Xie Xinglan's temples like a sharp blade. He fixated on the red light above the emergency room door, his knuckles leaving pale imprints on the plastic armrest of the chair. His right arm bore a hastily bandaged wound, blood still oozing, dotting his white t-shirt with crimson specks. Granny Xie frowned with concern. "Xinglan, shouldn't you let a doctor attend to your injury?" However, Xie Xinglan seemed indifferent, his gaze unwavering on the emergency room door. "It's nothing, just a minor wound." Granny Xie understood her grandson's stubbornness. If he was unwilling to do something, there was no way he would comply. She exhaled softly and patted his shoulder. "Xinglan, Chi-Chi will be fine." The doctor mentioned that her fainting was merely a temporary reaction due to excessive fright. The previous incident with Hifeng stalking Yunqi and attempting robbery and harassment had terrified her greatly, and today he had unexpectedly assaulted her again. Upon witnessing Hifeng's attack once more, Yunqi experienced a stress response that led her to faint. This was the analysis provided by the doctor during their last consultation, who assured them not to worry. However, a sense of foreboding lingered in Xie Xinglan's heart, for the doctor had also mentioned that Hifeng was one of the factors contributing to Yunqi's amnesia. Following this recent trauma, it was highly probable that Yunqi might completely regain her memories. 10 minutes later, the doctor emerged, and, as he passed by Xie Xinglan, he gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Xie Xinglan and Grandma Xie hurried inside. Upon entering, Xie Xinglan locked eyes with Yunqi, who appeared startled, her pupils constricting. Chapter 75. Xie Xinglan, leave. I do not wish to see you now. The girl's eyes were tinged with red, filled with accusations and indignation, alongside a hint of grievance. Upon witnessing this gaze, Xie Xinglan had already gleaned the situation. His expression darkened, hands clenched tightly by his sides. However, Grandma Xie, seeing Yunqi in such a state, believed she had not yet recovered from the earlier fright and hurried over to comfort her. Chi-Chi, it's all right. Xiaoyan and the restaurant owner have taken that scoundrel Lin Feng to the police station. As she spoke, she noticed Xie Xinglan standing aside, seemingly unsure about how to approach Yunqi, and immediately called to him, Xinglan, Chi-Chi adores you. Why don't you come and comfort her? As soon as her words fell, Xie Xinglan tentatively took a step forward. In the next moment, Yunqi's voice rang out again. Xie Xinglan, leave. I do not wish to see you. The words were almost spat out through gritted teeth. Grandma Xie halted her comforting gesture, and Xie Xinglan froze in place. The air in the hospital room suddenly thickened. The scent of disinfectant mingled with the sweet osmanthus fragrance wafting in from outside, forming a transparent barrier between the three of them. Grandma Xie's hand, suspended in midair, slowly retracted, her wrinkles betraying her astonishment. She noticed Yunqi's fingers gripping the bedsheet, turning pale, and her grandson's jawline taut with tension. Blood droplets seeping through the bandage on his right arm fell to the floor with a soft thud. Chi-Chi. The elder tentatively reached out to touch the trembling shoulder of the young girl, only to have her instinctively flinch away. Xie Xinglan stood at the junction of light and shadow, his tall silhouette barely grazing the edge of the hospital bed. His gaze, dark and somber, fixed upon Yunqi, his throat constricting as he attempted to speak. The word lingered on his tongue, ultimately transforming into a barely audible sigh. The sound of a cart rolling down the corridor approached, echoing in and out of proximity. Noticing Xie Xinglan still rooted in place, Yunqi suddenly looked up, her reddened eyes resembling petals brushed with rouge, tears precariously clinging to her lashes. Leave. This time, her voice was as delicate as a feather, yet it seemed to chill the room further. The clink of Grandma Xie's silver bracelet against the bed's railing broke the silence with a sharp sound. The elder glanced between the two, suddenly grasping the situation. Laughter from the pediatric ward echoed in the distance, amplifying the stillness in their room. Ultimately, Xie Xinglan retreated to the doorway, leaving damp fingerprints on a metallic handle. I will be outside, he stated softly. The door closed with a gentle thud. Grandma, I want to be alone for a while. Yunqi's voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. She lowered her eyelashes slightly, casting a small shadow across her pale face. Grandma Xie paused for a moment, then gently nodded, reaching out to tenderly stroke the girl's hair, as if soothing a frightened creature. All right, Grandma will step out for now. You rest well. Her voice was filled with love and compassion, laced with a subtle worry. If you wish to talk, just call for Grandma, all right? Yunqi responded with a faint acknowledgement, the corners of her lips barely lifting into a shallow curve. Grandma Xie let out a sigh and slowly rose to her feet. She walked to the doorway, glancing back one last time. Yunqi had turned her head to gaze out the window, her profile bathed in a delicate golden hue by the sunlight, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, as if she were suppressing some deep emotion. The door was gently closed with the faintest click, plunging the room into complete silence. Outside, the distant shadows of trees swayed in the breeze, rustling softly. Yunqi curled up, her fingers gripping the blanket tightly, knuckles turning white. She shut her eyes, yet her mind was flooded with the chaotic memories she had once tried to forget. Now, they all came rushing back. Memories of her disdain for Xie Xinglan, who had never truly been her boyfriend. What had she done during this time? She felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Soon, the sound of her heart-wrenching sobs echoed through the room. Outside, Xie Xinglan leaned against the cold wall, the wound on his right arm pulsing with a dull ache, dried blood congealing into dark crimson patches on his t-shirt. He hung his head, the tousled strands of hair obscuring his eyes, concealing his expression. The girl's muffled cries from within were like a blunt knife, slowly grinding against his heart. Grandma Xie stood by, hesitating to speak. She glanced at the closed door. Then her grandson, ultimately just letting out a soft sigh, patting his shoulder. Xinglan. Xie Xinglan did not lift his head, but shook it slightly, indicating that he was fine. But how could he possibly be? He listened to the intermittent sobs within, his fingers instinctively clenching, knuckles whitening. He understood what she was crying about. She was recalling everything, their original relationship, the intimacy and dependence she had displayed during her amnesia, and now, she likely felt shame, regret, and even disgust. Xie Xinglan closed his eyes briefly, swallowing hard. He should have anticipated this day, yet when it finally arrived, he found himself utterly unprepared. The corridor's cold, white light illuminated him, casting a lonely shadow. He stood there silently, like a mute statue, allowing her cries to gradually tear at his nerves. Xie Xinglan slowly raised his head. His eyes were dark and heavy, suppressing a tumult of emotions. He lifted his hand, fingertips lightly brushing against the door of the ward, yet halted just before contact, ultimately withdrawing slowly. After a moment, Yunqi's attending physician arrived at the door. Hearing the cries within, adjusting his glasses, the doctor lowered his voice to Xie Xinglan. Emotional fluctuations are normal. Letting her express herself is actually beneficial. Grandma Xie, filled with concern, leaned in closer. Doctor, will her crying harm her health? Do not worry, elderly lady, the doctor gently reassured her. The emotional impact during memory recovery can be overwhelming. Crying is a form of release. He glanced at the closed door before turning to Xie Xinglan. However, she needs to rest now. It's best to avoid any stimulation. Xie Xinglan swallowed, his voice hoarse. I understand. The doctor nodded in preparation to leave, but before departing, added, by the way, your wound requires redressing. The nurse's station is just around the corner. With the doctor's words resonating, Grandma Xie seized the moment, hastily pulling Xie Xinglan towards the nurse's station, urging, we must go quickly. What if it gets infected? Xie Xinglan nodded and started to step forward, but suddenly paused at the corner. He turned back to the doctor and said, could you please talk to her? The doctor understood and nodded, gently pushing open the hospital room door. Yunqi was sitting on the bed with her knees hugged to her chest, and upon hearing the door open, she abruptly looked up, her swollen eyes still glistening with tears. Spotting the doctor, she quickly wiped her face, feigning composure. How are you feeling? The doctor inquired as he approached and casually pulled up a chair to sit down. Yunqi's fingertips unconsciously tugged at the blanket, her voice hoarse from crying. I remember everything now. Well, that is a good thing, the doctor replied with a gentle smile. However, the restoration of memory may bring about some cognitive dissonance. Suddenly, Yunqi's ears flushed crimson. The affectionate gesture she had displayed towards Xie Xinglan during her amnesia now felt utterly shameful, making her want to slap herself. She unconsciously glanced at the floor, only to be taken aback by the sight of a few drops of blood. Her eyes widened in shock. Why is there blood here? Whose blood is it? Chapter 76. Yunqi has fled at the nurse's station. A nurse was preparing to redress Xie Xinglan's wound. Upon noticing that the bandage he had carelessly wrapped around himself was thoroughly soaked in blood, she frowned and remarked, your wound has not been properly treated. If this continues, it will surely become infected. Yunqi, hidden just around the corner, observed this scene unfold. She recalled that Xie Xinglan had sustained his injury at the restaurant. Had she not regained her memory, she would undoubtedly have rushed over to embrace him tenderly and shower him with affection. However, now, she was overwhelmed by a sense of shame, too embarrassed to approach him, contenting herself with merely watching from the shadows. Setting aside the matter of her amnesia and her mistaken belief that he was her boyfriend, she felt a moral obligation to check on him, especially since he had been hurt because of her. Now that she had seen him, she felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, his injuries were not severe. Once the bandaging was complete, Xie Xinglan and his grandmother began to walk in her direction. Realizing she would be discovered if she stayed, she hurriedly clutched her skirt and crouched behind a large porcelain vase. On their way back to Yunqi's hospital room, Xie Xinglan received a message from the doctor. It informed him that Yunqi had stepped out of her room 20 minutes ago to get some fresh air and would return shortly, advising him to check if she was back when he returned. Instinctively, Xie Xinglan tightened his grip on his phone, a foreboding sensation gripping his heart. Surely, Yunqi had not secretly abandoned him and run away alone. Xie Xinglan's grandmother, upon seeing the message, shared the same concern and urged him to hurry back to see if Yunqi had returned to her room. Both were now anxiously contemplating Yunqi's whereabouts, moving swiftly with a sense of urgency. As they passed by, Yunqi held her breath, curling up behind the vase, her fingers clutching her skirt tightly, fearful that any movement would betray her presence. She was terrified that Xie Xinglan might discover her hiding in the shadows, but fortunately, they hurried by without noticing her. A cool breeze followed in their wake, allowing her to release a sigh of relief. After a moment of contemplation, Yunqi decided to walk in the opposite direction of them. She needed to clear her mind below before returning upstairs. Upon arriving back at the hospital room, she found it completely empty. "Grandmother, you search inside the hospital, and I will look outside." They split up, with Xie Xinglan dialing Yunqi's number while hastily descending the stairs. The phone rang incessantly, but there was no answer. Xie Xinglan became increasingly certain that Yunqi had indeed run away. She wasn't answering his calls, so he decided to send her a message. He stared at the screen, his finger hovering over the keyboard for 2 seconds before ultimately typing 3 simple words. "Where are you?" After sending the message, he did not immediately put his phone away, but instead focused on the chat window, hoping to see the indication that she was typing a response. However, after several minutes of waiting, there was no sign of activity from her side. He forced a smile, tucked the phone back into his pocket, and upon raising his gaze, found himself in the lobby of the hospital's first floor. This hospital was not large, and outside was a spacious parking lot. He meticulously scanned around each vehicle, but there was no sign of her. Meanwhile, his grandmother texted him to report that she had searched the hospital thoroughly and had not seen Yunqi. He felt as if he had plunged into the depths of despair, his gaze fixed upon the road outside the hospital. Yunqi's mind was a tumultuous mess. Moments ago, Xie Xinglan had called him, her hesitation palpable, leaving him at a loss for words. The call rang for 30 seconds before it was abruptly cut off. Xie Xinglan did not attempt to call back, but instead sent him a message. Yet, recalling that he had already informed the doctor of her whereabouts and his current reluctance to confront Xie Xinglan, he chose not to respond. Upon exiting the hospital, he noticed a bus stop nearby, complete with seating. Yunqi made his way there, taking a seat and drifting into a daze. After leaving the hospital, Xie Xinglan immediately spotted the petite figure of a girl seated at the bus stop. Her presence made him halt abruptly. The sunlight outside the hospital pierced his eyes, yet his gaze remained fixated on the familiar silhouette at the bus stop. Yunqi sat quietly on the bench, the hem of her skirt fluttering gently in the breeze. His breath caught in his throat, as if he had been dealt a crushing blow to the chest. She was truly leaving. This realization made his fingertips tremble involuntarily. He squinted, pulled out his phone, lowered the volume, and dialed her number once more, his eyes locked on Yunqi. He saw her glance at the screen. Then, she turned the phone screen down on the seat. Xie Xinglan felt momentarily frozen. He stepped forward, striding toward the bus stop, each step resembling a precarious dance upon a razor's edge. As he closed the distance, a bus slowly approached and came to a halt in front of the station. The doors opened with a hiss. Several passengers disembarked. Just as the bus doors opened, Yunqi suddenly stood up. Xie Xinglan's pupils constricted. Her slender figure was moving toward the bus door. "Yunqi," he called out, his voice low and urgent, infused with a panic he was unaware of. A few bystanders waiting for the bus turned in surprise to look at him. But just then, a large truck rumbled past, its noise fortuitously drowning out his shout. Yun Shi did not even glance back, and he watched helplessly as she ascended the steps of the bus, feeling as though his blood had turned to ice, his complexion more ashen than ever before. Inside the bus, a silver-haired grandmother was struggling to drag a bulging bag. The bag had snagged on the seat, and the elderly woman tugged at it, nearly losing her balance. "Be careful." Yun Shi rushed forward to steady the grandmother's arm with one hand while using the other to assist with the bag. "Grandma, let me help you with that." Xie Xinglan could only see Yun Shi's figure disappearing into the bus. He dashed toward the road. As he hurriedly stepped onto the bus steps, he was met with the sight of Yun Shi half squatting in the aisle, patiently helping the elderly woman with her bag. Sunlight streamed through the bus window, casting a soft golden glow upon her hair. Xie Xinglan stood frozen at the bus door, his throat tightening, his eyelashes fluttering rapidly, his breath still quickened from a sprint. He fixed his gaze on the scene unfolding within the bus, squinting slightly, his jaw tensing and relaxing. The tip of his tongue pressed against his cheek. A bitter smile crept across his face. His gaze was intensely focused, and the elderly gentleman swiftly sensed the eyes upon him from behind. Turning around, he beheld a tall and handsome young man, his eyes gleaming with fervor as they fixed upon him. The old man, perceiving the striking pair, surmised they were a couple. The elderly lady chuckled warmly as she patted Yunshi's hand. "My dear, is this dashing young man your partner? His eyes seem almost glued to you." "What dashing young man?" Yunshi asked, her head tilting in confusion. Then, she noticed the young man standing at the front of the carriage. Chapter 77. Those matters are null and void upon encountering Xie Xinglan. Yunshi felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her. Just as she was contemplating how to initiate a conversation, the driver ahead impatiently urged, "If you need something, make it quick. Don't delay my driving." Xie Xinglan remained silent, striding forward with long strides. Yunshi and the elderly gentleman instinctively made way. Xie Xinglan assisted the elderly man in retrieving his satchel from the vehicle, eliciting a broad smile from the old man, who expressed his gratitude and bid farewell to both Yunshi and Xie Xinglan. As the bus departed, the two remained stationary, with Xie Xinglan lowering his head to fiddle with his phone, messaging his grandmother to inform her that he had located Yunshi and that she need not worry. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Yunshi stammered out, "How did you find me?" In her embarrassment and confusion, she was oblivious to the tone of her voice, which came out louder than usual, resembling a shout. Xie Xinglan methodically tucked his phone away and raised his gaze, observing how the girl before him no longer bore the same affectionate glimmer in her eyes. Instead, they were now marked by distance and awkwardness. A surge of unnameable anger welled up within him, and he smirked derisively. She, upon regaining her memories, reverted to her former self instantly. But what of him? Could she restore him? It seemed increasingly unlikely. At present, the situation had not yet reached its nadir. He needed to advocate for himself. Xie Xinglan's eyes darkened as he fixed his stare upon her, arching an eyebrow. Yunshi, ignoring his calls and messages, had turned her back on him the moment her memories returned. Upon hearing Xie Xinglan's words, Yunshi surmised that he believed she had gone missing, prompting him to seek her out. Her face flushed with a mix of indignation and embarrassment as she glared at him. Turn her back on him? Was he subtly alluding to the painful days of her amnesia? She shuddered at the thought, unable to fathom why he would dare bring it up. In that moment, her heart swelled with a mix of shame and fury, and she blurted out, "So what if I did? I was confused and mistook you for a boyfriend back then. Now that my memories have returned." Yunshi's voice started softly, but gained strength as she continued, her conviction swelling until she nearly shouted, "Those matters. Those matters are null and void." Xie Xinglan felt a constriction in his chest, his gaze darkening abruptly. He clenched his jaw, letting out a scoff as he stepped closer, his voice colder than ever. "Null and void? Once spilled, water cannot be reclaimed, and words once uttered hold the same truth." Yunshi was acutely aware that her affections for Xie Xinglan were rooted in her amnesia. The true version of herself harbored disdain for him. Thus, she felt justified in her assertions. With a defiant tilt of her chin, she endeavored to appear resolute. Yes, null and void. Fearing Xie Xinglan's unpredictable reaction, She began to dash towards the hospital, resolutely asserting that it was indeed null and void. Watching the girl hurriedly retreat, Xie couldn't help but smile, though the mirth didn't reach his eyes. Rather, it held an undercurrent of danger. Meanwhile, Lin Yin and her husband, having settled matters concerning Yifeng, rushed to the hospital to visit Yunqi. Upon learning that Yunqi was unharmed, the couple exhaled a sigh of relief. Feeling somewhat guilty that a lovely meal had been marred by Yifeng, they decided to invite them over for dinner. Despite their warm invitation, Grandma Xie found it difficult to refuse and readily accepted. This dinner took place in the evening, and after the meal, Lin Yin keenly noticed a troubling issue. Yunqi seemed to be in low spirits. At the dining table, Xie frequently glanced at Yunqi, yet she did not return a single look. Seizing the opportunity, while Grandma Wang chatted with Grandma Xie, and Xie was preoccupied with their young son who insisted on playing games, Lin Yin pulled Yunqi aside and inquired with an air of mystery. "Hey, Xiaoqi, are you feeling down? Do share with me what is troubling you." Yunqi froze, unsure of how to respond to her question. After all, she couldn't confess that during her amnesia, she had mistaken Xie for her boyfriend, engaging in intimate acts that now left her feeling mortified. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Instead of speaking about herself, she could speak of a friend. Stealing a glance at Xie, she noticed that the Wang family's young son was clinging to him, making it impossible for him to escape. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her voice and said to Lin Yin, "I have a friend. She used to dislike a certain boy immensely, finding him sharp-tongued and difficult to interact with. However, after losing her memory, she mistakenly believed that he was her boyfriend and engaged in many intimate activities with him." Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her curiosity ignited. Like what? Yunqi's voice dwindled to a whisper, like being clingy with him, initiating hugs, and even kissing him. Wow. Lin Yan gasped, quickly covering her mouth. Now that your friend has regained her memory, she must be utterly embarrassed. Yunqi nodded in distress. She has no idea how to face that boy. Just seeing him makes her want to run away. Lin Yan pondered for a moment. So, her dilemma is that she once truly despised that person, yet during her amnesia, right? Yunqi eagerly clarified. She feels that her actions while she was amnesiac were mortifying and completely contrary to her true feelings. Lin Yan nodded in deep agreement. Goodness, if I were in such a situation, I would certainly be mortified. Just thinking about it makes me cringe. Yunqi's eyes brightened, as if she had found a kindred spirit. Isn't that so? You feel the same way, right? Of course. Lin Yan lowered her voice. The things done during amnesia seem like actions of another person. If it were me, I would wish to vanish immediately and never encounter that boy again. Yunqi nervously twisted the hem of her shirt. So what do you think my friend should do? Without hesitation, Lin Yan replied, she should avoid him as much as possible. She began to enumerate her points. First, the awkwardness of meeting. Second, that boy would undoubtedly feel troubled. Third, suddenly lowering her voice, she leaned in conspiratorially. Most importantly, what if that boy takes it seriously? That would complicate matters even further. Yunqi's heart skipped a beat. Is it true? Indeed, Lin Yan replied earnestly. Consider this. When your friend lost her memory, she was so proactive. What if that young man mistakenly believes she has genuine feelings for him? What will happen if they become entangled in an inextricable situation? Yunqi's complexion gradually paled as she recalled what Xie had said at the bus station today. Along with that determined gaze, Lin Yan continued her analysis. Thus, it is prudent to draw a clear boundary while you still can. It would be best to find an excuse to leave for a while and address the matter once the heat has subsided. Yunqi bit her lip, but my friend currently lives very close to that young man, and she should move, Lin Yan exclaimed, slapping her thigh. If that doesn't work, perhaps she could travel to clear her mind. The priority is to avoid this awkward phase. Yunqi nodded thoughtfully. Lin Yan's words felt like the final straw that completely crushed her wavering heart. Thank you, Yan Jia, she murmured softly. I now know how to assist my friend. Lin Yan patted her shoulder. That's the spirit. When one does not act decisively, chaos ensues. Just then, footsteps approached from behind, and Yunqi noticed a tall shadow slowly enveloping the spot where she stood. A chill ran down her back. Before she could evade, her wrist was firmly grasped. Chapter 78. Crying from a kiss, Xie Xinglan's fingers clamped down on Yunqi's slender wrist with a grip as unyielding as iron, eliciting a soft gasp from her. His expression remained inscrutable, yet the darkness swirling in his eyes instinctively caused Lin Yin to take a half-step back. Xie Xinglan. Yunqi's voice caught in her throat as she observed the tension etched in his jawline. Are we done? Xie Xinglan's tone was dangerously low, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yin. Yet his next words were directed at Yunqi. May I have a word with you in private? Having said all that needed to be said, Lin Yin nodded with understanding and discreetly retreated into the house. The courtyard was suddenly enveloped in silence, save for the distant sounds of children from the Wang family joyfully playing games, which only served to amplify the palpable stillness between them. How much did you hear? Yunqi struggled to retract her hand, but he pulled her closer instead. From I have a friend onward, Xie Xinglan scoffed, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Quite a convincing tale, isn't it? Abruptly, he leaned in, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Shall I help you recall how your friend forcefully kissed me? How she playfully asked for more. The mortifying memories were too much to bear. Yunqi's ears flushed a deep crimson. You, shut up. I was amnesiac at that time. It doesn't count. Infuriated to the point of laughter, Xie Xinglan suddenly released her, pulling out a photo from his phone and holding it up before her. The image captured a moment he had taken, a binding agreement on their relationship. Yunqi felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Good heavens, how could she have forgotten this? Staring at the photo, despair washed over her. It was the love agreement she had signed during her amnesiac phase, when Xie Xinglan had acknowledged their relationship. No unilateral breakup allowed. Her signature was boldly inscribed beneath, alongside Xie Xinglan's flourishing script that seemed to penetrate the paper. Yunqi was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly suffocated. At that moment, she had questioned why Xie Xinglan insisted on having her sign such a document. It turned out to be his clever safeguard. What a cunning old fox he was. Xie Xinglan slowly retrieved his phone, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Now, do you still claim it doesn't count? Yunqi opened her mouth to retort, but the written words left her with no room for argument. She could only muster the courage to feign calmness, trying to bolster her confidence with her volume. Such childish playthings are not recognized by law. Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow. Oh, then shall we see if I can make it legal? Yunqi was taken aback. What did he mean? Could he possibly? Seeing her flustered expression, a flicker of delight danced in Xie Xinglan's eyes, but before he could speak further, Grandma Xie emerged, calling them back home. All right, let us head back, he said, reaching for her hand. Instinctively, Yunqi recoiled. Xie Xinglan narrowed his eyes, resolutely entwining his fingers with hers. Though Yunqi's cheeks were puffed with indignation, the agreement left her feeling quite guilty. In a moment of pity for Xie Xinglan, she decided to allow him to hold her hand, comforting herself with the thought. Upon returning home, Yunqi noticed Xie Xinglan's phone left behind in the room. While he had been summoned to the kitchen by Grandma, Xie to chop wood, her mischievous little hand crept onto his phone screen. She glanced around, her heart racing with excitement at the prospect of mischief. She had known Xie Xinglan's phone password before he lost his memory, and he had not changed it. She unlocked his phone and opened the album. To her astonishment, the album was private and required a password to access. Chi, you are truly disobedient. A deep and languid voice resonated from behind her. Yunqi was startled and instinctively crawled into the corner of the bed, tossing the phone back onto the mattress as if it were a hot potato. Why you? When did you come in? Xie Xinglan stood at the door, silhouetted against the light, his expression inscrutable. He approached her slowly. Deleting photos? He let out a soft laugh, though his eyes held no trace of mirth. Is that your intention, to erase everything between us? Yunqi huddled in the corner of the bed, her fingers tightly clutching the sheets. Those were accidents. They shouldn't exist. She feared that Xie Xinglan would mock her with old photos. Suddenly, he leaned down, placing his hands on either side of her body, trapping her in a confined space. His breath was warm, laden with suppressed negative emotions. Accidents? Do you wish to experience another accident right now? Before she could react, he grasped her chin and kissed her. The kiss was urgent and fierce, as if he were unleashing all the restraint he had held back during this time. She instinctively struggled, but he held her wrist, pinning it above her head. The sensation was all too familiar. Yunqi whimpered softly, her body yielding, leaning against his chest. Dizzy from the kiss. This kiss bore a sense of punishment, and only when she was nearly breathless did Xie Xinglan pull away slightly. His thumb caressed her reddened lips. Observing the glimmer of tears in her eyes brought forth by the kiss, which brightened his mood considerably. I always keep my promises, he declared. If she dared to backtrack, he would make her cry. Yunqi's lips felt numb, her eyes reddened, shimmering with unshed tears. She wiped her mouth with her little hand, glaring at Xie Xinglan, both embarrassed and infuriated. Yet she was acutely aware of her own guilt, compounded by the chilling look on Xie Xinglan's face, his gaze brimming with aggression. She sniffled, too timid to speak, curling up in the corner of the bed like a little rabbit that had been bullied, her eyes glistening and her lips slightly swollen. Xie Xinglan's gaze deepened as he took in her vulnerable state. He reached out, his fingertip brushing her lip corner, his voice low and dangerous. Now you know fear? Yunqi shrank back a bit, her voice soft and laced with grievance. You're bullying me. Xie Xinglan scoffed, lifting her chin with his knuckle, compelling her to meet his gaze. Who was the first to deny it, Yunqi's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes evasively shifting away as she mumbled softly. Well, that doesn't mean it should be like this. Like what? He queried, his voice slightly hoarse, his thumb gently caressing her lips. Is it a kiss, or? He leaned in, whispering in her ear, his warm breath causing her ears to flush. Are you reminiscing about how you used to cling to me? Yunqi suddenly flared up, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she pushed him away. Xie Xinglan, you be quiet. Xie Xinglan, unmoved by her attempts to shove him away, instead seized her wrist and drew her into his embrace. Caught off guard, Yunqi found herself tumbling into his chest, her nose colliding with his firm torso, eliciting a muffled whimper from her. Her nose tinged with pain, she emitted a soft, pitiful sound. As she raised her hand to soothe her nose, Xie Xinglan's rough fingertip had already found its way there, gently kneading it. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Yunqi glared at him, blaming him for causing her discomfort. Xie Xinglan's Adam's apple bobbed as he let out a dangerously low chuckle, his gaze brimming with intensity. One hand delicately grasped her chin. If your nose hurts, a kiss from your brother will make it better. Ah, Yunqi, thinking he intended to kiss her nose, quickly covered it. Yet, in the next instant, Xie Xinglan leaned down, capturing her slightly parted lips. A clever misdirection indeed. Yunqi's pupils dilated in shock, her brows furrowing as she bit down on his lower lip with determination. Chapter 79. Xie Xinglan, I do not favor you. Xie Xinglan, undeterred by pain, engaged fervently with Yunqi, who bit down with considerable force, the metallic tang of blood permeating their lips. Yet, he merely paused momentarily before kissing her back with even greater intensity. MMM. MMM. He besieged her, seizing Yunqi's breath. She whimpered softly, succumbing to a dizzying sensation, unaware that her hand had instinctively wrapped around his neck. Feeling the warmth of her delicate hand on his nape, Xie Xinglan's gaze flickered, and he embraced her more tightly. This kiss, tinged with a hint of blood, filled the room with the sounds of their moist exchanges. Initially, the kiss was fierce, but gradually, Xie Xinglan softened his approach. Time seemed to slip away until he finally withdrew slightly, breathing heavily, his thumb brushing against her dampened lips. Did you bite so hard? Yunqi bit down on his finger, her face aflame, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears. She was both infuriated and embarrassed. She had intended to break up with Xie Xinglan, to leave this place. By all accounts, he was already her ex-boyfriend. Yet today they had shared kisses, not once but twice. How could this be happening? All of it was Xie Xinglan's fault. In a moment of determination, Yunqi bit down on his knuckle, and upon hearing his muffled groan, she released his finger. With her hands on her hips, she raised her chin defiantly, projecting an air of authority. Xie Xinglan, we should clarify things. She felt it was time to set things straight. Otherwise, this scoundrel might kiss her again. The girl before him had lips that were rosy and glistening, appearing as though they had been ravaged, her cheeks flushed and her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. She resembled a small, wronged rabbit, yet she still attempted to maintain a fierce demeanor. Xie Xinglan smirked, his expression a blend of amusement and intrigue as he regarded her. Yunqi huffed in irritation. "What are you laughing at? Don't look at me." He obediently averted his gaze, inspecting the bite marks on his finger, small indentations, still glistening with moisture. He caressed the marks slowly, savoring the damp sensation, finding it unexpectedly delightful. Upon witnessing his actions, Yunqi's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, and she squealed. "Xie Xinglan, you pervert." Xie Xinglan raised his eyes, a dark glimmer swirling within them, his throat moving slightly as he replied, "Is this what makes me a pervert?" Suddenly, he brought his finger to his lips, his tongue delicately tracing the outline of the bite marks, his gaze locked onto hers. "What about this?" This action was far too suggestive. Yunqi covered her burning face, mortified, her feet stamping in indignation. You shameless." She turned to flee, but Xie Xinglan swiftly grasped her wrist, pulling her back. "Where do you think you're going?" He chuckled softly, encircling her within his embrace, resting his chin atop her head. "Did you not want to clarify things?" Trapped between his chest and the wall, Yunqi was enveloped by his crisp scent, her heart racing wildly. Nearly leaping from her chest, she clenched her small fist and struck him. "You let me go first." Xie Xinglan gathered his arms tighter, refusing to release her. Since this heartless little one was determined to sever ties with him, he would seize every fleeting moment. "Xie Xinglan." Yunqi found herself firmly ensnared in his embrace, her nose brushing against the collar of his shirt, catching the familiar scent of mint, her heart racing even faster. She glared up at him in indignation, only to collide with the depths of his inscrutable gaze. The emotions swimming within were too intense, causing her lashes to flutter. Weren't they supposed to clarify things? Xie Xinglan leaned down, his lips nearly touching her earlobe. "I'm listening." His warm breath grazed her ear, making her legs weaken, nearly causing her to falter. In a fluster, she pressed against his chest. You need to let go first. How can we have a proper conversation like this? I think this is quite fine." Xie Xinglan not only refused to loosen his grip, but drew her closer into his embrace, preventing her from running off after speaking. Incensed, Yunqi stomped on his foot. "You jerk!" Xie Xinglan let out a muffled grunt, yet his smile only grew more delightful. "That was a nice kick. Care for another?" "You." When did Xie Xinglan become so thick-skinned and adept at playing the rogue? Yunqi felt on the verge of tears, her eyes shimmering red like a wronged rabbit. "Xie Xinglan, we are breaking up. You can't just act like this." "Like what?" He suddenly clasped the back of her neck, resting his forehead against hers, his voice low and hoarse. "Is it like this?" As he spoke, he leaned down to gently peck her lips. "You kiss me again." Yunqi realized that continuing like this would render any meaningful conversation with the rogue Xie Xinglan impossible. With determination, she forcefully pushed against his chest. "Xie Xinglan, I do not like you." An eerie silence enveloped the room. Xie Xinglan's hand still lingered in the air, the smile on his face gradually freezing, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze on her. Ultimately, the words had been spoken. Though anticipated, it still left him particularly displeased. After Yunqi uttered those words, the atmosphere became taut. Xie Xinglan's hand hovered in the air, his knuckles slightly curling. A dangerous cold smile twisted on his lips. He remained silent, merely staring at Yunqi. She had never seen him wear such an expression before, and an unsettling feeling crept in her heart. But she forced herself to maintain her composure. Taking a deep breath, she compelled herself to meet Xie Xinglan's gaze. "Everything that happened during my amnesia, let's consider it a dream. From today onward, we shall have no relationship. Tomorrow, I will leave this place." Her voice was soft yet sharp as a knife. Xie Xinglan's pupils dilated suddenly, the cold smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by a disquieting calm. A dream? He slowly retrieved a document from beneath the bed and presented it before Yunqi. "What about this?" Yunqi felt a momentary pang of guilt, but then composed herself. Responding earnestly, "This was signed during my amnesia. It doesn't count." Xie Xinglan smiled, a chilling grin that sent shivers down her spine. His slender fingers lightly traced the edge of the document, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Doesn't T count? Indeed. He smiled again and flipped the agreement over. Yunchi was astonished to discover that a small note was inscribed on the reverse side of the document. Those who violate the agreement shall face punishment. 10 kisses. Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow, shaking the agreement slightly. Now, shall we commence the execution of the punishment? Counting from the 2 kisses just now, there are still 8 remaining. Chapter 80. You are being petulant. Yunchi was reluctant to acknowledge the breach of the agreement, let alone accept the consequent penalties. However, Xie Xinglan informed her that she had but 2 choices: to adhere to the terms of the agreement or to face the consequences. Yunchi, with her lips pursed and eyes slightly reddened, resembled a cornered creature, both indignant and woeful. Is there a possibility for a third option? She murmured softly. Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow. A third option? Yunchi hesitantly suggested, perhaps, to pretend as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, Xie Xinglan averted his gaze, casting shadows beneath his thick lashes. His demeanor turned exceedingly cold. Who was it that clung to me, calling me boyfriend? Now that your memory has returned, you wish to disregard everything that transpired? He let out a derisive laugh, meeting her gaze with an unwavering intensity. Yunchi found herself at a loss for words. It had begun with her, and now it ended with her. Yunchi, you truly are despicable. Do you believe I am easily placated? The last statement escaped him with a hint of restrained ire and grievance, akin to a forsaken dog attempting to feign ferocity. Upon hearing his final words, Yunchi bowed her head in silence. Indeed, she had engaged in a moment of introspection. She could empathize with Xie Xinglan. Had a man dared to treat her in such a manner, she would undoubtedly join forces with Cece to rend him apart. Thus, it seemed she truly was quite unworthy. Noticing the wavering in Yunchi's expression, Xie Xinglan discreetly smirked and coaxed. Choose one, where your conscience may trouble you. Indeed, if she were to simply walk away, she would undoubtedly feel discomfort in the future. Biting her lip, she hesitated for a moment before resolutely declaring, I shall accept the punishment. However, after this, we shall have no further ties. While it was evident that she was inclined to select the latter option, hearing her articulate, it still caused an undeniable heaviness in Xie Xinglan's chest. He chuckled. Very well. Yunchi closed her eyes, her raven-like lashes quivering as she nervously pressed her moist lips together. After a prolonged silence, she felt a kiss descend upon her forehead. He spoke. Yunchi, for the remaining 7 times, you shall grant me one request. Yunchi grew wary. What request? Xie Xinglan replied. I will inform you on the day you depart. If Xie Xinglan was willing to let her go, then everything else could be negotiated. Yunchi readily acquiesced. Grandma Xie could discern that her grandson genuinely harbored feelings for Yunchi. Yet, their relationship had unfolded in a disordered manner, merely a consequence of Yunchi's amnesia that had led to their unintended union. There had been no period of flirtation, no exhilarating moments of infatuation, nor any romantic confessions or gestures that girls often cherish. She realized that Yunchi was presently in such a tumultuous state that she could not even comprehend her own heart. It was entirely natural for her to wish to leave. Upon learning of Yunchi's intention to depart from Xin village, Grandma Xie was not surprised. Rather, she worried that her grandson would be reluctant to allow Yunchi to leave. She understood Xie Xinglan's temperament all too well. Once he becomes fixated on someone, his obsession is nearly impossible to relinquish. That evening, after Yunchi had drifted into slumber beside him, Grandma Xie rose to offer some guidance to Xie Xinglan. Just as on that day, he was seated in the courtyard, smoking. Xie Xinglan seldom indulged in smoking, only resorting to it during moments of melancholy. However, acknowledging the detrimental effects of smoking, Grandma Xie promptly confiscated his cigarette. Xie Xinglan, compliant and obedient, allowed her to act. After attending to this matter, the two settled onto a bench. The moon tonight was remarkably full, its brilliance contrasting with the sparse stars. In a harmonious synchrony, they spoke simultaneously. Xinglan, dear, I believe you should let Chi-Chi go. Grandma, let us prepare some of Chi-Chi's favorite snacks for her to take along. Grandma Xie paused, momentarily taken aback, before a look of contentment graced her face. Have you come to a realization? Xie Xinglan gazed up at the moon, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Yes. The night breeze caressed them, carrying the unique floral fragrance of Zine Village. Grandma Xie patted the back of his hand, noting the sweat pooling in his palm. Let me teach you how to make some treats. Suddenly, Grandma Xie sprang to her feet. Yunqi loves these. In the kitchen, Xie Xinglan focused intently on kneading the dough, beads of perspiration dampening the hair at his forehead. As dawn broke, Yunqi was awakened by a delightful aroma. She pushed open the door to find Grandma Xie and Xie Xinglan packing food boxes. Neatly arranged within were osmanthus cakes and glutinous rice cakes, each meticulously wrapped and labeled. Overcome with emotion, Yunqi felt tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Grandma Xie. Grandma, you made these for me overnight? Grandma Xie's face radiated warmth, and Yunqi embraced her, tears streaming down her cheeks. Grandma Xie reciprocated the embrace, the two sharing a heartfelt farewell. Xie Xinglan paused in his packing, his gaze coolly resting on Yunqi. She informed Yueshi of her plans to return to Qinglang City, to which he offered to come pick her up. Her luggage had already been prepared the previous night, with a scheduled departure at 2 o'clock that afternoon. After their meal, as the time drew nearer, Yunqi grew increasingly anxious and curious. What exactly was Xie Xinglan's request that she had to promise? Yet, he remained reticent. Without his disclosure, she couldn't feel at ease about leaving. At 1:50, unable to contain herself any longer, Yunqi burst into Xie Xinglan's room. Xie Xinglan, what exactly was your request from yesterday? You must tell me before I can leave. It was evident that Xie Xinglan understood her well. Had he mentioned it earlier, she would have found a myriad of excuses to evade it. However, his deliberate silence ignited her urgency, creating a stark contrast. Xie Xinglan leisurely closed the book in his hands and lifted his gaze to meet hers. What's the rush? Frustrated, Yunqi stamped her foot. If you don't hurry, Yueshi will be here soon. Just tell me. Want to know? Come closer. Xie Xinglan beckoned her with a finger. Yunqi, eager to hear his words and reunite with Yueshi, hurried to him. She rushed forward, nearly tripping over herself. Can we talk now? It's quite simple. Xie Xinglan lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with intensity. You are forbidden from dating anyone for the next 6 months. Yunqi was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. We've already broken up. What gives you the right to control me? Suddenly, Xie Xinglan reached out, seizing her wrist and pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Yunqi, caught off guard, found herself seated on his lap, his iron-like arms encircling her tightly. What are you doing? Let me go, she protested, struggling to rise, only to be held even more securely. Xie Xinglan rested his chin atop her head, his voice muffled yet resolute. If you don't agree, you won't be leaving today. His grip tightened, as if he intended to meld her into his very being. You are being unreasonable. Yunqi's cheeks flushed with indignation as she pushed against his chest with all her might. Cece will be here any moment. Unreasonable, you say? Xie Xinglan's gaze turned icy as he playfully nipped at her earlobe. Who was it that readily agreed yesterday? His voice dropped to a husky whisper, his warm breath cascading over her ear. Are you having second thoughts now? His palm held her lower back firmly, rendering her immobile. Yunqi opened her mouth, suddenly at a loss for words. She had indeed made the promise first, and now to retract it felt unjust. You were the one being unreasonable first. If you can, so can I. His voice lingered close to her ear, causing her earlobes to tingle. Regardless, if you don't agree, you want to be leaving. It's merely a matter of words, and in the future, I want to have any say. Fine, I agree. No dating for half a year. Is that satisfactory? Yunqi nearly shouted, her tone unmistakably irate. Finally, Xie Xinglan released her, a look of satisfaction gracing his features, just as the sound of an engine roared from the entrance. Chi-Chi, I'm here to pick you up. Chapter 81. Has Xie Xinglan found love elsewhere? The day Yunqi departed was in mid-July. Soon after, the time came for college applications. As Xie Linchuan and Lin Yin intended to continue their careers in Qinglang City, they sent Xie Xinglan information about 2 universities, Qinglang University in Qinglang City and Shijiang University in the neighboring Shijiang province. These two institutions are recognized as the top twin stars in the nation, consistently competing for the first and second positions in university rankings, with their admission scores nearly indistinguishable. It was a choice between the two. Given Xie Xinglan's strained relationship with them, they assumed she would opt for the university farther away, Shijiang University. However, to their astonishment, Xie Xinglan chose to apply to Qinglang University. After Yunqi's departure, Grandma Xie originally believed that Xie Xinglan would be downcast for a while. Yet, that was far from the case. Not only was this not true, but she also discovered that during this time, Xie Xinglan had become engrossed in gaming and had made an online friend. They conversed splendidly, and Xie Xinglan often invited her to play games together. This continued for over a month, and with September approaching, Grandma Xie's various surreptitious observations led her to uncover that this online friend was a girl with the username Wife Baby. What a cheeky child! Just over a month after Yunqi's departure, Xie Xinglan had already entered into an online romance. Grandma Xie felt a deep sense of regret. How could Xie Xinglan so easily forget someone as wonderful as Yunqi? Surely, she hadn't completely buried her feelings for Yunqi in this short time. Determined, Grandma Xie resolved to help her grandson remember Yunqi. One day, Grandma Xie stood at Xie Xinglan's door with a bowl of mung bean soup. "Xinglan, drink some mung bean soup to cool off," she called, entering the room just in time to see her grandson smirking at his phone. Without needing to look closely, she knew he was chatting with that wife baby again. Upon her entrance, Xie Xinglan discreetly turned off his phone screen. Grandma Xie presented the soup to him, but just as he reached for it, she abruptly pulled the bowl back, cleared her throat, and adopted a serious expression. "Xinglan, confess honestly, have you fallen in love online?" Lifting the bowl high, her eyes narrowed into slits, she demanded, "Who is this wife baby?" Xie Xinglan's hand froze mid-air, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "You were spying on my phone?" His ears turned visibly red, though he feigned calmness. "But want to look." Grandma Xie slammed the bowl onto the desk, splattering soup droplets. "You smile at your phone several times a day. Speak up. Have you developed feelings for that girl and forgotten about her Chi-Chi? I had hoped that if you could continue to love Chi-Chi, once she understands her own heart, you could win her back. But here you are, just a month and a half after she left, already seeking affection elsewhere." After Grandma Xie expressed her frustration, she noticed that her grandson showed no signs of embarrassment or shame. Instead, he wore a smirk, which only fueled her anger further. "You still find this amusing?" She seized the feather duster from the table, feigning a strike towards him. "How could you ever shift your affections from that delightful girl, Chi-Chi?" Xie Xinglan gently grasped the duster, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Grandmother, can you truly not guess who that female online acquaintance is?" Xie Nai paused her actions, contemplating his expression. Xie Xinglan pressed on. "Is this the kind of person you believe I am?" Xie Nai's eyes widened in shock, and the duster clattered to the floor. "Is it Chi-Chi?" With merely 2 weeks until the commencement of school on September 1st. That very evening upon returning from Zine Village, the indolent master unexpectedly sent her a message. "I could take you as my apprentice." Hiyueshi was ecstatic upon witnessing the message from the esteemed Lan Dezong to Yunqi, exclaiming how fortunate Yunqi was that the indolent master was willing to accept her. In truth, Yunqi had not played Dune Vanguard for over a month. Ordinarily, she wouldn't think of it when not playing, yet once engaged, it was easy to become absorbed. That night, the master initiated contact again, presenting a rare opportunity that Yunqi could not afford to miss, regardless of her interest in playing. After responding to his message, when no reply came, Hiyueshi inquired about the reasons behind Yunqi's breakup with Xie Xinglan. Upon learning that Yunqi had, much like a protagonist from a novel, lost her memory and mistook her sworn enemy for her husband, she was left in a state of amused disbelief. "Xie Xinglan is truly a despicable opportunist," she remarked, relieved that Yunqi had regained her senses. She advised Yunqi that if she wished to avoid future awkwardness, it would be best to pray never to encounter Xie Xinglan again. Yunqi harbored similar sentiments, yet deep within, she felt an inexplicable emotion. She could not articulate it and decided, now that she had returned to Qinglang City, to sever all ties with Xie Xinglan, dismissing their awkward past as merely a dream. She desired to forget him, yet fate seemed determined to remind her. Upon learning of her breakup with Xie Xinglan, Yun Fengpeng erupted in anger, chastising Yun Qi for her lack of discernment. How could you let go of someone from such a distinguished family? He raged. Yun Qi, disinterested in further discussion, chose to ignore him, knowing he would never comprehend her feelings. His resentment had already been brewing since she refused to act as his intermediary previously, and the news of her breakup only intensified his ire. Their accumulated grievances culminated in a fierce argument one day, prompting Yun Qi to move in with He Yueshi. This arrangement lasted for over half a month, during which she remained unaware that her stepmother, Lin Fun, had returned to the Yun household. At this moment in the Yun family villa, Lin Fun whispered conspiratorially to her beloved daughter, Yun Fan. Isn't that old man most concerned with the Xie family? Since that foolish Yun Qi has discarded such a prize catch as Xie Xinglan. She affectionately stroked her daughter's hair, urging, "You must seize this opportunity. Not only will you win the old man's favor, but you could also secure a connection with the Xie family." Chapter 82 Apologies, but I reported that it was you. Lungda, Ki. The lazy god seems rather sensitive. After an exhilarating game, Hiyueshi thrust her phone towards Yun Qi, who was nestled on the sofa watching television. The screen displayed the lazy god saying, "Master, you're not her. I use your account to play with him. How could he know I'm not you?" For the past 2 weeks, Yun Qi had been residing at her home, and Hiyueshi occasionally used Yun Qi's phone to play games with the lazy god. However, she noticed a peculiar issue. Every time she played with him, he was rather aloof. Yet, when Yun Qi played, he would protect her. She suspected that the lazy god had already discerned the truth. This time, Hiyueshi inquired about his indifference. The lazy god dropped the pretense and candidly revealed her identity. After contemplating for a moment, Yun Qi comforted her, saying, "Cici, you're even better than me. Our playing styles are entirely different." Yun Qi effortlessly cheered Hiyueshi up, and the two girls engaged in a discussion about what to have for dinner that evening. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted. It was from Yun Qi's father. The atmosphere instantly turned tense, as it had been half a month since she last spoke to Yun Fengpeng. Uncertain of the reason for the call, Yun Qi's expression grew increasingly serious upon answering. Hiyueshi instinctively sensed it was not good news. Once the call ended, she immediately inquired, "Qi, what did your dad want?" Yun Qi's bright eyes dimmed, and her lips tightened slightly as she replied, "Cici, my stepmother is returning today, and my father wants me to come home for dinner with the family." Lin Fen had gone abroad for a trip just before her college entrance examinations and was returning tonight. Although she held no fondness for Lin Fen, she knew that failing to attend would surely anger Yun Fengpeng. By 8:30 that evening, she returned home, where a maid took her suitcase. At the dining table, the three of them were already enjoying each other's company. The woman sat in the middle, lazily reclined against the back of her chair, with chestnut waves cascading over her shoulders. She wore a form-fitting dark red velvet dress, the neckline perfectly cut to be neither overly revealing nor lacking a hint of a mature woman's allure. Upon seeing Yun Qi enter, she smiled gently. "Qi is back? Come, sit down. The dishes will get cold." Yin Fan called out as well, "Sister, come and sit." Both mother and daughter feigned warmth, while her biological father wore a dark expression, casting a cold glance at her and snorting disdainfully. "So you remember to come back? I thought you had forgotten this home." His fingers impatiently tapped on the table, his voice laced with suppressed anger. A month of silence, no calls or messages, and now you choose to show your face? As Yin Qi pulled out a chair and sat down slowly, she retorted, "Didn't you ask me to come back?" She raised her eyes, meeting her father's gaze with calm defiance. "If you don't wish to see me, I can leave right now." Her voice, neither too soft nor too loud, instantly silenced the entire atmosphere. Lin Fen hastily intervened, saying, "Oh dear, why does a father and daughter argue the moment they meet?" She poured a glass of red wine for Yun Fengpeng and gently added, "Old Yun, the child has finally returned home. Let us first enjoy our meal." With that, she smiled at Yin Qi, saying, "These dishes are all prepared by my own hands. Do give them a try, Qi." A mere glance revealed to Yin Qi that most of the dishes were spicy. She was still the same as before. Whenever she cooked, she never considered that Yin Qi did not eat spicy food. In the past, Yunqi would have been furious and left the table without a word. However, now she merely blinked softly, her eyes glistening with innocence. "Thank you, Aunt Lin. You are truly considerate." She picked up her chopsticks and selected a piece of water-boiled fish drenched in chili, placing it in her bowl. Then she ladled half a bowl of rib soup, delicately lifted the soaked fish slice, and elegantly took a bite. Under the astonished gazes of the three, she repeated the same method with another piece. Suddenly, with a loud clatter, Yin Fengpeng slammed down his chopsticks, his brow furrowed in disapproval. "What kind of eating style is this? Why must you ruin perfectly good water-boiled fish by soaking it in soup?" Yunqi calmly raised her gaze, her eyes shimmering. "Feigning innocence, Daddy. I merely wish to dine together with everyone." Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of grievance. "Aunt Lin's dishes are so delectable. I do not wish to dampen the mood." As she spoke, she picked up another piece of fish and gently dipped it in the soup. "This way, it's not as spicy, and I can enjoy more with you and Aunt Lin." Yin Fengpeng's expression suddenly froze. He gazed at Yunqi for a moment, then glanced at the table filled with bright red dishes, his frown deepening. "You don't eat spicy food?" he asked suddenly, incredulity evident in his tone. Yunqi chuckled coldly within, wondering how he had failed to notice this after 19 years. Yet she replied, "It's all right, Daddy, I can." "Old Yun, how come I recall that Chi had no dietary restrictions before?" Lin Fen interjected hastily, her face adorned with a smile. "Aunt Lin," Yunqi interrupted her, raising her glistening eyes, "I've been unable to eat spicy food since childhood. Every time I did, I would end up with a stomachache." She paused, her voice lowering. "You may not recall, but when I was 12, after eating your spicy chicken, I had to be taken to the hospital for a stomach wash in the middle of the night." Yin Fengpeng's complexion turned ashen in an instant. He abruptly turned to Lin Fen. "What is going on?" Lin Fen's smile faltered. "Dad, please do not blame Aunt Lin." Yunqi quickly interjected, her eyes slightly reddening. "It is my fault for not being clear. It is quite natural for Aunt Lin to forget my preferences while catering to the tastes of the entire family." Yin Fengpeng could not abide poor table manners. Yet seeing Yunqi's obedient and understanding demeanor, he could only maintain a stern expression as he addressed Lin Fen. "Please remember Chi-Chi's dietary restrictions next time. We should not make family meals so awkward." Lin Fen's smile nearly faltered completely, a fleeting glimmer of something darker flashing in her eyes. Yes, I will certainly pay attention next time." Observing his mother being outmaneuvered by Yunqi, Yin Fan seized the moment to change the subject. "Sister, which schools did you apply to for your college admissions?" When the achievements of Yunqi were mentioned, Yin Fengpeng's attention shifted, and he scoffed. "Such a modest score. At best she might enroll in an ordinary first-tier university. She can't even make it to Lang University." Yin Fan and Lin Fen exchanged glances, and both spoke in unison. Lin Fen remarked, "Old Yun, Chi has indeed done her utmost. Please do not be too harsh on her." She feigned a sympathetic sigh, adding, "It's commendable that this child can secure a place in university." Yin Fan promptly interjected, "Indeed, Father, my sister has worked diligently to achieve this." She casually added, "By the way, I've heard that the branch of Qinglang University, Qinglang Technical Vocational College, is expanding its enrollment this year. Although it pales in comparison to the main campus, it still carries the name of Qinglang University. If my sister applies there, she might have a chance to transfer to the main campus later. It's certainly better than attending those ordinary first-tier institutions. Wouldn't you agree?" As soon as they finished speaking, Yunqi raised her gaze and stated clearly, "I'm sorry, but I have applied to Lang University." Yin Fengpeng's chopsticks clattered onto the table. "Are you out of your mind? Their minimum admission score is 610. Chapter 83. A call to the ex-boyfriend until the conclusion of their meal. The words spoken by Yunqi reverberated in Lin Fen and her daughter's minds. They could scarcely fathom that Yunqi had achieved a score of 631, surpassing even Yunfan's previous record. Yet, Yunfan distinctly recalled that Yunqi had stated her score as 585 during their last car ride. When questioned, Yunqi casually remarked that she might have misspoken. Yin Fengpeng delighted, praised Yunqi for her remarkable progress, but Lin Fen and her daughter could only manage 4 smiles, feeling as though they had been outmaneuvered by Yunqi once again. The dinner left them feeling rather unsatisfied. As the school year approached, time seemed to fly by, and the 2-month summer vacation was drawing to a close. In just 2 days, classes at Lang University would commence. Both Yunqi and Yueshi had been admitted to Lang University, where the computer science department was renowned for its excellence. Without hesitation, they had chosen this major on their application forms. Although their scores barely exceeded the minimum admission threshold, they successfully secured places in the computer science program at Lang University. The admissions were categorized into 3 tiers. A, 650 for elite classes, B, 630 for regular classes, and C, 610 for applied classes. Yunqi and Yueshi had managed to qualify for the B tier. Before the semester began, Yueshi expressed a desire to indulge in some fun. She sent a voice message to Yunqi. Chi-Chi, we will be confined in just 2 days. We must celebrate tonight. Shall we go to a bar? Yunqi replied, perhaps not. If my dad finds out, I'm done for. Yueshi suggested, why don't you stay at my house tonight? We could drink in my garden. The idea was irresistibly tempting. Yunqi readily agreed, concerned that Yun Fengpeng might disapprove of Yunqi visiting her home. Yueshi took the initiative to pick her up. Even if Yun Fengpeng was displeased, he had no grounds to refuse. With Yueshi's parents away and her brother occupied with work, the He residence was their dominion. As Yunqi followed Yueshi through the garden pathway of the He villa, the night breeze carried the fragrance of roses. The central glass greenhouse had been transformed into a cozy lounge, adorned with twinkling warm yellow fairy lights. A wooden table was laden with an array of snacks and drinks, while an outdoor grill was set up next to a wooden table filled with various barbecue ingredients. Yueshi instructed the household staff to keep their distance from the garden, creating a private sanctuary for the two of them. After indulging in barbecue, the girls craved something more exhilarating and consumed a considerable amount of beer, drinking it straight from the bottle. Yueshi had 3 empty bottles before her, while Yunqi had 2. The 2 girls leaned over the table, their cheeks flushed, occasionally letting out drunken belches, yet their hands remained entwined. Cece, I see the stars. Yunqi exclaimed, tilting her face upward, her intoxicated gaze fixed on the night sky, her fingers tracing erratic arcs in the air. Yueshi suddenly straightened up, her eyes shining with an astonishing brightness. The stars? That scoundrel, Xie Xinglan? A giggle escaped her lips as she snatched Yunqi's phone, shaking it playfully. Chi-Chi, do you dare to call your ex-boyfriend Xie Xinglan? Yunqi tilted her head, her cheeks flushed like ripe peaches, her fingers unconsciously twirling a lock of hair. Xie Xing Lan. She burst into laughter, pronouncing the name as if singing a nursery rhyme. Yueshi, tipsy, pounded the table, exclaiming yes. That wicked man who takes advantage of others. Curse him, Dade. Curse this scoundrel. At that moment, Yunqi was in a daze, merely mumbling in agreement. Suddenly, Yunqi poked Yueshi's cheek, letting out a drunken hiccup and grin. So, do you dare to call your ex-boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Yueshi immediately laughed, bouncing up like a startled kitten. Call. I'll call. She swayed slightly as she fished her phone out of her pocket, her fingers fumbling on the screen multiple times before unlocking it. Squinting, she scrolled through her contacts for what felt like an eternity before raising the phone to Yunqi's face. Chi-Chi, help me find that annoying guy. She giggled at her own words, leaning against Yunqi's shoulder. Once she found the contact, Yueshi snatched Yunqi's phone and opened WeChat, a video call. If the 2 girls had been sober, they would have slapped themselves for such folly, but in their intoxicated state, they were solely focused on this drunken prank. With their cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling with mischief, the 2 girls leaned over the table, plotting their next move. On the count of 3, we call together. Yueshi raised the phone, shaking it slightly, nearly losing her grip. Okay. Yunqi nodded vigorously, though her head spun, nearly toppling into the dishes. 3, 2, 1, call. They both pressed the dial button simultaneously, exchanging glances and stifled laughter, as if embarking on a monumental escapade. Yueshi's call connected first, and a puzzled voice on the other end inquired, Is there something you need? In her inebriated state, Yueshi squinted at the familiar face of Wensun on the screen, suddenly bursting into tears. Wensun, you fool. Why did you find a new girlfriend? On Yunqi's end, her head grew heavier, and she felt like collapsing onto the table. Yet the phone continued ringing in her hand. mumbling that she was too sleepy. She was about to hang up when, just as her finger hovered over the end call button, the call connected. The screen transitioned, and Yunchi blinked in surprise, pulling her hand back and rubbing her eyes. The phone lit up, revealing the handsome face of a young man. His dark, damp hair dripped with water, droplets sliding down his defined jawline and disappearing into his loose collar. Under the warm yellow light, his skin glowed with a cool whiteness, his collarbone subtly visible. With a slight furrow of his brow, his dark eyes pierced through the screen, gazing intently at her. In a haze of dreamy enchantment, Yunchi blinked her eyes and leaned closer to the screen, her delicate face nearly touching it. Tilting her head, she mumbled in a tipsy tone, "Wow, what a handsome guy." Her voice was soft and laced with inebriation, reminiscent of a curious little kitten. With a playful, unconscious poke at the handsome man's face on the screen, she broke into a silly grin, exclaiming, "You are so good-looking." However, upon hearing her words, the handsome man's expression darkened dramatically. His jaw clenched as he retorted, "Yunchi, have you been drinking?" Chapter 84. My dear, do you miss me? On the mobile screen, the girl's face flushed a rosy hue, her gaze hazy as if enveloped in a delicate mist. She tilted her head, striving to widen her eyes. Her soft pink lips slightly pursed, her voice sweetly slurring. "Yunchi, you've been drinking." Yunchi, drinking. Xiexinglan's heart skipped a beat. He was utterly convinced that Yunchi had transformed into a little tipsy sprite again. He swiftly scanned her surroundings, confirming that she was in a garden, the distant sound of Hiyueshi's lament echoing nearby. Not in a bar, no unfamiliar men in sight. He felt a twinge of relief, a subtle smile tugging at his lips as he coaxed in a husky tone. "Don't hang up, bring your face closer." The inebriated girl obediently leaned in toward the screen. Xiexinglan gazed at the petite face, so near yet so far, his throat involuntarily tightening. Her lashes fluttered like delicate fans, her cheeks radiating an enticing blush, and her lips glistened alluringly due to the effects of alcohol. The urge to kiss her surged within him. Alas, it was unattainable. He swallowed hard, his voice dripping with temptation. "Good girl, call me." Yunchi blinked in confusion, murmuring softly, "What should I call you?" "Call me Langage." His voice, like honeyed poison, was irresistible. Yunchi tilted her head in contemplation for a moment before bursting into a giggle, her tone sweetly soaring. "Langage." Xiexinglan's breath hitched, his fingers instinctively tightening. Continuing to entice her, his voice gravelly, "My dear, say you miss me." Yet the girl had already succumbed to her intoxication, resting her head on the table. The screen now only capturing her small hand clutching the phone and her soft, muddled murmurs. "Mississippi." "Lange." Xiexinglan squinted, his smile nearly reaching the heavens. However, in the next moment, a warm male voice drifted in from off-screen. "Chi-Chi, how did you get so drunk?" Yunchi, in her dazed state, lifted her head, her voice sweet and soft. Jianglin Gige, Xiexinglan's expression instantly soured, his gaze fixed on the screen. Unfortunately, the phone lay flat, revealing only the inky night sky and the faint sounds of conversation. How could this girl drink so much? You are such a troublesome girl." Hiyueshi's voice mingled with another man's. Two men. His desire to rush to the scene and witness the state of this little drunkard was palpable. He had yet to utter her name when he heard the tipsy girl mumble, handsome guy. Let us talk later." The phone displayed. Call ended. Xiexinglan felt as if he might shatter his back teeth in frustration. Jianglin watched as Yunchi abruptly ended the WeChat video call. A mere fleeting glance was enough for him to recognize the boy on the screen as Xiexinglan. Noted in Yunchi's contacts as her ex-boyfriend, they had parted ways. Ditzi. The inebriated Yunchi was propped up, swaying unsteadily, pushing against him in discontent. Hiyueshi's brother, Hiyuetsun, effortlessly scooped up his utterly plastered sister, casting a glance at Jianglin. "What are you standing there for? Just pick her up." Jianglin hesitated for a brief moment. However, upon recalling that Yunchi had already parted ways with Xiexinglan, he cast aside his doubts and gently lifted her into his arms. In a dazed state, Yunchi nestled closer to him, unintentionally murmuring, "Brother Jianglin." Jianglin's fingers tightened slightly, and with a soft, low sound of acknowledgement, he carried her towards the villa. He carefully laid Yun-Chi on the bed in the guest room. The girl, intoxicated and disoriented, had a rosy hue to her cheeks and continued to mumble, "Brother Jianglin." He tenderly ruffled her hair, his voice gentle as he reassured her, "I am here, Chi-Chi," standing quietly at the bedside for a moment. He ultimately just tucked the blanket around her and turned to leave the room. Jianglin and He Yuetzin had been urgently summoned back by their investors. They had just concluded a business dinner and were preparing to return home for some rest when a phone call from the investors demanded they revise the data model before dawn or risk the adjustment of the project as funding chain. As some materials were left at his house, He Yuetzin suggested going there. Upon entering, they passed through the garden and spotted two inebriated individuals. After dealing with the two intoxicated souls, they returned to the study to modify the data model. He Yuetzin teased, "When are you planning to confess to little Chi?" Jianglin paused momentarily, his fingers hovering over the keyboard before continuing to type with an air of nonchalance, his voice calm and warm. "I haven't thought about it yet." Leaning back in his chair, He Yuetzin smirked. "What? Afraid of rejection?" Jianglin's gaze fell upon the screen. His expression somewhat dimmed as he replied, "She might only see me as an older brother." Just then, Jianglin's phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, he noticed an unfamiliar number. Seeing Jianglin frown, He Yuetzin leaned in for a better look. "Unrecognized?" "Don't answer. Work is more important." Jianglin attempted to intervene, but He Yuetzin had already disconnected the call. However, barely a second later, the same number rang again. Jianglin stared at the flashing, unfamiliar number, his long fingers hesitating above the answer button for a moment. "It could be urgent," he softly murmured, then swiped to answer, bringing the phone closer to his ear. Jianglin inquired, "Hello? Who is this?" A laid-back yet familiar male voice came through, causing Jianglin's pupils to flicker with recognition. It was Xie. "Do you have something to discuss?" Xie got straight to the point. "How is she?" Without needing to ask who she was, Jianglin understood. He paused for a second before responding truthfully, "She is already asleep." Though his voice remained gentle, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the phone. On the other end, a soft chuckle resonated. "Brother Jianglin, please take care of Chi-Chi." Xie tone was deep and pleasant, laced with just the right amount of politeness. Yet his words carried an air of possessiveness. "It's no trouble at all," Jianglin replied, his gaze shifting behind his glasses. "Chi-Chi is my sister. It is my responsibility to look after her." Xie said nothing more, exchanging a few courteous pleasantries before preparing to end the call. Jianglin stopped him. "How did you get my number?" The young man over there chuckled lightly, seemingly indifferent, as if he could simply search it on Baidu. Jianglin's fingers tightened slightly around his phone, and the light in his eyes dimmed behind his lenses. "You seem quite invested in Chi-Chi's affairs. Weren't you two broken up?" On the other end of the line, Xie casual laughter resonated. "Is it not permissible to care after a breakup?" After the call ended, He Yuetzin raised an eyebrow. Chi's ex-boyfriend is rather intriguing. Jianglin remained silent, his gaze fixed on the computer screen, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the desk. He Yuetzin scoffed. His call was a blatant declaration of ownership, a message that he still harbors feelings for Chi. "Jianglin, are you certain you wish to continue playing the role of the older brother?" Chapter 85. Blocking Xie the following day, after Yunqi and He Yueshi awoke. They were both curious about how they had returned to their rooms. Upon inquiring with the maid, they learned that He Yuetzin and Jianglin had carried them back. They had no recollection of being lifted, nor could they remember any of the embarrassing incidents that transpired. It was not until noon that Yunqi sensed something amiss. By then, she had already returned home. To her astonishment, she discovered that she had actually made a video call to Xie the previous night, with the call duration displayed as 12 minutes. Terrified, she dropped her phone to the floor. As she retrieved her phone, a call from He Yueshi came through. Upon answering, she was immediately met with He Yueshi's shrill scream. "Chi-Chi, this is insane. I can't believe I actually called that jerk when Sun last night." Yunqi's hand trembled around the phone, her voice quivering. I also called Xie. A profound silence enveloped both ends of the line. After a few seconds, He Yueshi tremulously asked, Do you remember what was said?" Yunqi desperately tried to recollect, but her mind was blank. Hiyueshi lamented, "I can't remember either." They fell silent once more. Eventually, Hiyueshi, resigned to the situation, declared, "Forget it. We've broken up anyway. Let us just chalk it up to drunken madness." After hanging up, Yunchi nervously opened the chat interface with Xie Xinglan. The last message was the video call log, devoid of any subsequent communication. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered what they had discussed during their call. Biting her lip, her fingers unconsciously traced the screen, her heart racing like a small rabbit. What could they have possibly said? Surely she didn't utter anything peculiar. Hesitating, she pondered whether to send a message as a subtle probe, yet feared it might appear too deliberate. What if he didn't remember at all? No. 12 minutes of conversation. He must remember. In frustration, she rubbed her face and curled into her blanket, rolling about in embarrassment. How mortifying. Ultimately, she summoned her courage, typed his name into the input box, and nearly sent the message with a shaky hand before quickly deleting it. On the other end, Xie Xinglan had been waiting all morning for Yunchi's message. Finally, he noticed that Yunchi was typing. He focused intently on his phone screen, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. The typing indicator flickered on and off, reminiscent of someone caught in a cycle of indecision before the dialog box. Xie Xinglan could easily envision Yunchi's expression at that moment. Biting her lip, cheeks flushed, fingers hesitatingly poking the screen, torn between the desire to send a message and the fear of doing so. Just the thought made him chuckle softly. He deliberately waited a moment. When she still hadn't sent anything, he finally succumbed to the temptation and sent a question mark. Startled by the sudden notification. Yunchi jumped, inadvertently flinging her phone onto the bed. Yunchi stared at the solitary question mark, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Flustered, she hastily picked up her phone, her fingertip hovering over the screen for what felt like an eternity before she replied with an identical symbol. Feigning ignorance. Surely, this would suffice to evade suspicion, right? Xie Xinglan chuckled. Are you not going to explain what happened last night? Upon seeing the phrase, "what happened last night," Yunchi's ears instantly flushed with heat. She forced herself to remain composed, replying, "I drank too much and can't recall anything." How cold and indifferent she sounded. Xie Xinglan narrowed his eyes and began typing. "All right, let me tell you. Yesterday you said..." He deliberately left his words hanging. Teasing her, the screen displayed that the other party was typing, and Yunchi's cheeks burned uncontrollably, her embarrassment and shame reaching an unbearable peak. Help! How could this be so awkward? First, she had forgotten and mistook Xie Xinglan for her boyfriend, and after finally managing to break free from that uncomfortable past, she had gone and contacted him again while intoxicated. This was a humiliation 100 times worse than confessing while amnesiac. Yunchi stared at the typing indicator on the screen, her heart racing to the point of suffocation. She could hardly bear to imagine what Xie Xinglan would say. What if it was something even more embarrassing? No. She absolutely could not listen. Her finger, however, acted on its own accord, clicking on Xie Xinglan's profile page. If she blacklisted him, she would no longer have to hear those mortifying words. With her eyes closed, she steeled herself and pressed the option to add him to her blacklist. Are you sure you want to blacklist Xie Xinglan? Yunchi took a deep breath, her fingers trembling as she confirmed. Suddenly, the world fell silent. Winky face. At last, safe. She exhaled a sigh of relief, tossing her phone aside and collapsing onto her bed. But soon, she found herself unable to resist picking up her phone again, staring blankly at the blacklist interface. Perhaps she could unblacklist him after some time. This was her thought. Meanwhile, on the other end, Xie Xinglan had just finished editing his message and clicked send, only to be met with an alarming red exclamation mark. Message sent, but the recipient has refused it. Xie Xinglan's smile faltered, his expression instantly clouded with frost. He stared at the red exclamation mark, his long fingers tightening abruptly, turning pale. When he finally relaxed his grip, he bitterly laughed. Yunchi's embarrassment had temporarily subsided, but Hiyueshi's troubles were far from over. Just as Yunchi was preparing to find Lazy God for a game to ease her mood, she noticed a message from Hiyueshi. Help! That scoundrel Winsun has come looking for me. He says he wants to have a serious talk about last night. Immediately following was another message. Chi-Chi, how are things on your end? Has Xiexinglan contacted you? Yunqi bit her lip as she replied. I blacklisted him. Yueshi responded, that's great. You've cut off the problem at its root. But what am I supposed to do? The maid has already brought Wen Sun to the living room. Upon seeing the message, Yunqi sprang up from her bed, her fingers dancing across the screen. Stay hidden in your room. Just say you're not home. Yueshi replied instantly. Too late. That scoundrel is already standing in my door. Yunqi gasped in shock. What if you pretend to be asleep? Yueshi retorted. Do you think he would believe that? At that moment, Yueshi sent a voice message, and, in the background, Wen Sun's frustrated voice was distinctly audible. Yueshi, I know you're in there. You were quite vocal in your insults last night. Now you dare not show your face? Yunqi paced anxiously in her room, suddenly struck with a brilliant idea. She, use the ultimate tactic. Pretend to have amnesia. Yueshi responded. Yunqi continued. Just say you drank too much last night and remember nothing. After all, we truly don't recall. Subsequently, Yueshi ceased sending messages. Likely occupied with dealing with Wen Sun, Yunqi decided to reach out to Lazy God for a game and send him a message. Master, are you there? Chapter 86. Dare to strike me until the commencement of classes at Lang University. The lazy deity had not responded to any messages. Yunqi felt somewhat dejected, but as the start of the semester approached, she found herself too occupied to indulge in gaming, gradually allowing the matter to fade from her mind. From September 6th to 8th, these 3 days marked the registration period for Lang University. Yunqi had made plans with Yueshi to arrive at the school on the morning of the 6th, hoping to secure a favorable dormitory position and familiarize themselves with the campus environment. At the designated meeting point, Yueshi awaited Yunqi, only be greeted by both Yunqi and Yunfan. Noticing the unfriendly gaze from Yueshi, Yunfan offered a slight smile, saying, Chi-Chi mentioned you were going to register today, and coincidentally, I also need to assist the student council with welcoming new students. She feigned disinterest as her eyes flicked to the student council president's badge adorning her chest. This year's orientation is coordinated by the president and myself, and I must head to the school entrance shortly to greet the newcomers. However, since we're headed in the same direction, I can accompany you. Yueshi's lips twitched as her gaze settled on the badge she was ostentatiously displaying, elongating her tone with feigned admiration. Oh, so with the esteemed vice president of the student council. My apologies for the oversight. Yunfan appeared oblivious to the sarcasm in her words, maintaining her poised smile. She began to recount her usual duties and encouraged them to approach her with any inquiries they might have. Yunqi responded with a nonchalant "oh" as she grabbed her luggage and proceeded to walk away, stating, no need, we can manage on our own. Yunqi, naturally traveling with Yueshi, took the opportunity to ride her car. The chauffeur from the He family placed the 2 girls' suitcases in the trunk, and as the girls prepared to shut the car door, Yueshi noticed Yunfan approaching their vehicle. Leaning closer to Yunqi, she whispered, TSK, why is she coming along? Yunqi bit her lip innocently. It was my dad who said she could join us. I didn't want her in our car. Catching sight of Yueshi's backpack, Yunqi smiled and leaned closer. I have an idea. The chauffeur, having loaded the luggage, closed the trunk and saw the young lady from the Yun family approaching. Recognizing that the 3 were traveling together, he promptly went to open the front passenger door for Yunfan. However, just as his hand touched the door, Yueshi interjected, I shall sit in the front seat. Yunfan's expression stiffened momentarily, while the chauffeur smiled awkwardly, suggesting that Yunfan should take the back seat and preparing to assist her in opening the rear door. Yet in the next instant, Yueshi spoke again. There's no room in the back. I need that empty seat for my backpack. The chauffeur hesitated. Well, Yunfan's expression darkened further as she realized that Yueshi was deliberately making things difficult for her. At that moment, Yunqi feigned a suggestion. Why don't you just hold on to your bag, Yueshi, and let my sister take the seat? Although Yunfan was seething internally, she maintained a facade of composure. Forcing a smile, no need to trouble yourselves. I can take a taxi to school. Her fingers tightened around the strap of her bag, almost digging into her palm. Yet she preserved her graceful demeanor, offering a smile to both Yueshi and Yunqi. You two go ahead. Don't let me delay your registration. Hiyueshi raised an eyebrow, deliberately elevating her voice. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Yet, turning to the driver, she commanded, Uncle Wong, let us get moving. If we delay any longer, the good spots in the dormitory will be snatched away. With a resounding slam, the car door closed. Hiyueshi turned to Yunshi and exclaimed, That was hilarious. Did you see her expression just now? Her face turned green, yet she still tried to act magnanimous. Yunshi waved her hand dismissively. If she enjoys putting on a show, let her. Suddenly, Hiyueshi had a thought. Yunshi, do you think your dad will scold you if he finds out we left her on the roadside? Rest assured, Yunshi replied with a wink. I recorded it. She was the one who insisted on taking a taxi, and we didn't force her. Hiyueshi was astonished. Wow. Yunshi, you become so much smarter. Thanks Xinlan for that. The mention of that name instantly altered the atmosphere within the car. Hiyueshi quickly covered her mouth, exclaiming, Ugh, why did I bring up that scoundrel? Yunshi grasped her wrist. All right, stop it. It's fine if you mention him. After all, I've moved on, and we might not even cross paths again. Xinlan had previously informed her of his intention to attend the neighboring Jiang University, while she had enrolled at Lang University. Upon arriving at the entrance of Lang University, they were greeted by a bustling crowd and a plethora of parked vehicles. As Yunshi and Hiyueshi stepped out of the car, they were taken aback by the lively scene before them. Wow, there's so many people, Hiyueshi exclaimed, standing on her tiptoes to search for the freshman registration point. Just as Yunshi was about to respond, a nonchalant voice called out from behind them, Freshman registration is this way. Turning around, they were surprised to see Zhou Yu. This fellow had previously conspired with Yun Fan to plot against Yunshi during his birthday party, and both girls regarded him with disdain. Zhou Yu and Yun Fan were classmates. But Yun Fan had informed him that she would be late for the welcoming event and asked him to welcome the new students at the entrance instead. She had also casually mentioned that Yunshi had broken up with Xinlan, signaling that he might still have a chance. Despite being rejected by Yunshi last year, he was not ready to give up. Hence, he agreed to assist Yun Fan. Fortunately, as soon as Yunshi stepped out of the car, Zhou Yu spotted her standing by the entrance. The girl was undeniably beautiful, standing out remarkably in the crowd. In contrast, the Missy beside her paled in comparison. With a distinctly masculine appearance, Zhou Yu was uninterested in her and focused his attentions solely on Yunshi. Yunshi, which dormitory area are you in? Let me show you the way. Yunshi frowned and declined. No need, we can find it ourselves. However, Zhou Yu persisted, moving closer. Don't be so distant. Let me help you with your suitcase. Hiyueshi swiftly stepped in front of Yunshi, her demeanor fierce. Zhou Yu, are you deaf? Didn't you hear Yunshi say she doesn't need help? Curious glances from the surrounding freshmen and parents turned toward them, leaving Yunshi feeling embarrassed as she dug her toes into the ground. She tugged at Hiyueshi's sleeve. Cece, let us hurry and go. But Zhou Yu was unwilling to miss this opportunity to get closer to Yunshi, instinctively grasping her arm. Yunshi was startled by his sudden movement, a nauseating sensation coursing through her wrist. She shook her hand vigorously, but could not break free. Let go. Her voice trembled with anger. Hiyueshi, witnessing the scene, erupted in fury. Zhou Yu, are you seeking death? She seized her backpack and hurled it at Zhou Yu's head. Zhou Yu deftly dodged, casting a disdainful glance at her, while continuing to fawn over Yunshi, a disingenuous smile gracing his lips. Chi-Chi, do not be so cold. Your sister asked me to escort you to the dormitory area. Yunshi stumbled as he tugged at her, the sharp scent of cheap cologne invading her senses, turning her stomach in disgust. A crowd had gathered, observing the spectacle. Recalling the lecherous gaze Zhou Yu had cast upon her during their senior year, her revulsion peaked. Her face burned crimson, disregarding everything else. She raised her other hand and struck him across the face. A resounding slap echoed through the crowd. Yunshi poured all her strength into that blow, leaving her palm tingling. The atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Zhou Yu covered his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 87. Long time no see after the resounding slap echoed. Zhou Yu was still in a daze when Yunshi had already seized Hiyueshi and squeezed through the crowd. She was oblivious to the whispers behind her and failed to notice the phones raised to capture the moment. By the time Zhou Yu came to his senses, he could no longer see the figures of the two girls. A few members of the student council approached, offering tissues and feigning concern. "Zhougo, are you all right? Who was that girl so audacious?" Zhou Yu swatted away a hand, his eyes darkening. "Get lost," he growled. His teeth clenched as he glared in the direction Yun Qi had departed, his knuckles cracking ominously. Meanwhile, a plump boy lingered at the edge of the crowd, fixated on his phone screen, murmuring to himself, "That freshman is quite fierce." Yun Qi and He Yueshi were escorted away by a sophomore from the student council. The older girl cast a glance towards Zhou Yu and, lowering her voice, remarked to Yun Qi and He Yueshi, "You two have some nerve." Daring to slap Zhou Yu so soon after the semester began. Although her words suggested disapproval, her eyes sparkled with mischief, even hinting at schadenfreude. He Yueshi scoffed. "Are you going to avenge him, senior?" The girl waved her hand dismissively. "Avenge? I've never liked him. He relies on his family-esque connections to secure a cushy spot in the student council, always getting handsy with the girls. Disgusting." She scrutinized Yun Qi before breaking into a smile, but that slap you delivered was truly satisfying. It should keep him in check for a while. After a brief pause, she added, "However, be careful. He holds grudges." He Yueshi rolled her eyes. "Afraid of him? Let him come find me." Yun Qi nodded defiantly. "We aren't scared of him." The senior chuckled softly and said no more as she led them towards the dormitory. Last night, Xie Linchuan and Lin Shuiyue had sent the family driver to pick up Xie Xinglan from Xin Village. They initially intended to bring Grandma Xie to the city, but she preferred to stay in the countryside. Xie Xinglan bid farewell to his grandmother with great reluctance, ensuring everything at home was meticulously organized before leaving. He carefully labeled the places where Grandma often forgot things and prepared all the essentials. At last, the two stood at the door, one with a tense expression suppressing his reluctance, while the other wore a gentle smile, tears glistening in her eyes. Xie Xinglan's voice was hoarse. "Grandma, I will come back to see you when I have time." Grandma Xie gently caressed his face, her wrinkled eyes crinkling with warmth. "Silly boy, don't come back alone next time." She feigned a stern expression, unable to hide her mirth. "That jar of osmanthus honey is about to expire. I'm waiting to brew tea for Chi-Chi." Xie Xinglan swallowed hard, his fingers unconsciously tightening around his backpack strap as he nodded. As the car pulled out of the village, he glanced back. Grandma Xie stood beneath the old locust tree, waving goodbye, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows upon her. It was not until they rounded the bend and she was no longer visible that Xie Xinglan turned back. When he returned to Qinglang City, it was already afternoon. Not wishing to linger at home, he gathered his belongings and headed to Longda to report. At the welcome service station near the school entrance, Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and complained to Yun Fan, "Your sister has completely lost her mind. Did she really hit me in front of so many people?" Yun Fan leisurely sorted through the list of new students, lifting her gaze slightly upon hearing this. "Did you lay hands on her?" "I merely pulled her hand." Zhou Yu raised his voice, attracting the attention of several members of the student council nearby. Yun Fan chuckled softly, tapping her fingers on the table, recalling the incident when Zhou Yu had betrayed her. "Well, you asked for it," she remarked. Just as Zhou Yu was about to retort, a commotion erupted outside the service station. Excited whispers from a group of girls drifted in. "Oh my gosh, which senior is that? A new student, perhaps? So handsome. Should we ask for as we chat?" Both Yin Fan and Zhou Yu turned to look toward the school gate. A young man casually pulled a suitcase with one hand. Dressed simply in a black t-shirt, he stood out in the crowd due to his tall stature and striking presence. The girls from the student council eagerly approached him. Zhou Yu's eyes widened. "Xie Xinglan." Yin Fan was equally taken aback, staring blankly at Xie Xinglan, her expression dimming as she suddenly recalled Lin Fun's words. The girls surrounding Xie Xinglan were overly enthusiastic, inquiring about his assigned dormitory and offering to show him the way. Xie Xinglan politely took a step back, his voice cool. "Building 3, room 507. One bold senior was just about to say that she would take Xie Xinglan there when Yun Fan, striding in her high heels, arrived. The student council badge glinting coldly in the sunlight. "What you all doing gathered here?" Her voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. "There are new students waiting at the welcome point." The girls surrounding Xie Xinglan immediately fell silent. A ponytailed senior timidly defended. Fan Jia. We were just about to escort this junior to his dorm. I'll take him, Yun Fan interjected. You all go help out at the east gate. There are not enough hands there. The girls exchanged glances, and one bold enough attempted to speak, only to be tugged back by a companion. Reluctantly, they dispersed, casting lingering glances at Xie Xinglan as they left. Only then did Yun Fan turn to Xie Xinglan, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Long time no see. Xie Xinglan. I'm surprised to see you at Longda. Xie Xinglan did not even glance at her, lightly tapping his fingers on the suitcase's handle. What? Is Longda owned by your family? Yun Fan's smile faltered, a hint of awkwardness creeping in. I was just quite taken aback. Xie Xinglan no longer looked at her, noticing a somewhat shy, plump senior nearby. This plump senior quickly raised his hand, speaking somewhat nervously. I happen to live in Building 3, Room 507. I could take the new student there. For the first time, Xie Xinglan's gaze warmed as he nodded in acknowledgement. Thanks. Yun Fan's expression instantly soured. She stepped forward, intending to speak, only to be immobilized by a single glance from Xie Xinglan. Isn't the vice president preoccupied with welcoming new students? Xie Xinglan's tone was frosty, given the many onlookers. The student council members, lingering nearby, discreetly cast glances in their direction, prompting Yun Fan to force a smile. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. The portly senior promptly interjected, Come with me, junior. The dormitory building is this way. He eagerly took one of Xie Xinglan's bags and whispered, I'm Wang Shuo from the computer science department. We share a mixed dormitory with 2 second-year students from the same major. Xie Xinglan nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Shuo, recalling a humorous incident from the morning, excitedly gossiped. By the way, junior, let me share something intriguing with you. During the welcome event this morning, I witnessed an exceptionally beautiful freshman slap a wealthy second-generation student from our council. Xie Xinglan's pace momentarily faltered, a glint of intrigue flashing in her dark eyes. Oh, Chapter 88. With such striking looks, the freshman girl would surely initiate a conversation. Although Xie Xinglan was not particularly interested, he listened attentively to Wang Shuo, occasionally responding with a nonchalant aha. Their conversation led them to the boys' dormitory area, where room 507 was located on the top floor at the easternmost end. Wang Shuo guided him to the elevator. The dormitory environment at Lang University was quite pleasant. The interior comprised standard quadruple rooms with bunk beds and desks below, featuring light wooden furniture complemented by white ceramic tiles. There was also a balcony for drying clothes, beneath which lay a small pavilion, surrounded by a curved corridor adorned with blooming wisteria. Beyond it extended a lush green lake, with another dormitory building situated on the opposite side. The other 2 roommates had yet to arrive at school, as freshmen began their semester earlier, while sophomores returned later. Wang Shuo was on campus early due to his involvement with the student council. He handed a key to Xie Xinglan before departing to attend to orientation duties. Freshmen gradually arrived on campus, alongside some returning sophomores and juniors. By the evening of the 8th, nearly all freshmen had reported, and the campus buzzed with activity. Xie Xinglan returned that night, finding his sophomore roommates, Cheng Ji and Wang Lin, already settled in. The 3 were engaged in a lively discussion about the freshman girls. As Xie Xinglan entered, he found Cheng Ji animatedly holding his phone, exclaiming, Wang Shuo, you little rascal. This video is remarkably clear. Wang Lin leaned in closer to the screen, whistling, That girl is quite the stunner. Someone ought to take care of that scoundrel surnamed Zhou. Wang Shuo scratched his head in defense. I just filmed it casually. Oh, Xinglan, you're back. What video? Xie Xinglan casually inquired, tossing his backpack onto his bed. Cheng Ji eagerly presented his phone. Look, the hottest post on the forum today. The screen displayed a campus forum page marked with explosive, the title boldly proclaiming, Freshman Beauty viciously strikes back at Groper Sr., with view counts exceeding 10,000. Wang Shuo had already shared the incident with Xie Xinglan, who showed little interest, merely nodding absently. Prior to Xie Xinglan's arrival, Wang Shuo had informed his roommates about their new housemate. Thus there was no awkwardness, and they quickly fell into conversation. On the afternoon of the 6th, after finishing orientation, Wang Shuo returned to find Xie Xinglan absent. It was not until the 8th that he returned, prompting Wang Shuo to inquire about his whereabouts. Xie Xinglan briefly explained, "My grandmother fell ill, so I went back to care for her for a couple of days." On the day of his departure, a villager had seen his grandmother faint by the roadside and contacted Xie Linchuan using her phone. Xie Linchuan then sent someone to bring her to Qinglang City. Upon learning this, Xie Xinglan hurried home to look after her. Once Xie Xinglan finished his explanation, a brief silence fell over the dormitory. Cheng Ji scratched his head. "Is she all right?" Xie Xinglan nodded. "Yes, she's stabilized." Relieved, they resumed their discussion about the girl who had struck the groper. Wang Shuo slapped his thigh, grinning. "By the way, can you guess which building that beautiful girl lives in? It's the one right across from us." I inquired about a girl from another department through the student council. She was responsible for guiding the younger students at that time. Cheng Ji chuckled with a mischievous grin. "Doesn't that mean you'll see her every day?" The others joined in jest, and Wang Lin chimed in, "Come on, with that face of yours, you might scare her away." He then turned to Xie Xinglan, saying, "If anyone from our dorm has a chance, it's definitely Xinglan. With those looks, she'll surely attract the younger students' attention." Xie Xinglan, busy organizing her closet, cast him an impassive glance and replied, "I'm not interested." Suddenly, Wang Shuo recalled something. "Oh right, Xinglan, the freshmen are supposed to pick up their military training uniforms tomorrow. Coincidentally, I'll be there to help distribute them, so we can go together." Tomorrow, they were to collect their military training uniforms, and in the evening, students from the 3 computer science classes would gather in the main classroom for their first class of the semester. Yunqi and He Yueshi were fortunate enough to be placed in the same class, the B-tier ordinary class of computer science, 6, due to a mere point difference in their college entrance exam scores. Although they were in the same class, they were not in the same dormitory. Yunqi resided in Building 4, Room 302, while He Yueshi was in Room 409, just one floor apart. This, however, did not hinder their friendship, as they had arranged to meet at the first stairwell on the 3rd floor. Once Yunqi finished preparing herself, she set out to wait for He Yueshi at the stairwell. Her roommate, Tang Xiaoman, called out to her, looking a bit shy. Yunqi, can I join you to pick up the military training uniforms?" The other 2 roommates were classmates from high school and naturally stuck together, leaving Yunqi and Tang Xiaoman as the only pair. Coming from another province, Tang Xiaoman had no acquaintances in Qinglang City. Yunqi hesitated for a moment, but then smiled and linked her arm with Tang Xiaoman's. "Sure, let's go together. But first, we need to meet up with my best friend." After the 3 girls gathered, Tang Xiaoman initially felt a bit awkward, as she could tell that her roommate and her friend hailed from affluent families. She worried she might not fit in. However, Yunqi and He Yueshi were both quite friendly, and soon the 3 of them bonded, allowing Tang Xiaoman to relax. There were many people collecting the military training uniforms, and the line was lengthy. During their wait, several boys glanced in their direction, and the bolder ones approached to ask for contact information, but Yunqi declined each time. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the front of the line. "Damn it! Can you move any faster? We've been waiting for half an hour." A tall freshman with dyed blonde hair slammed his hand on the table, shouting at the staff distributing the uniforms. Wang Shaw, who was busy registering names, frowned and said, "Classmate, please maintain order. Everyone needs to verify their information." "To hell with order." The blonde youth overturned the registration form on the table, grumbling, "I'll do it myself." He then attempted to grab a uniform from the nearby pile. Wang Shuo instinctively blocked him. "No, we must follow the procedure. Get lost." The blonde youth shoved Wang Shuo forcefully. Wang Shuo was taken aback, stumbling as he collided with the shelf behind him, causing several sets of military training uniforms to cascade to the ground. He did not indulge the provocateur. Rising to his feet, he delivered a punch squarely to the face of the blonde-haired boy, exclaiming, "You crazy bastard!" The scene fell into a momentary hush, only to erupt moments later with gasps of astonishment. A fight had broken out. "Goodness! Chi-Chi, there's a brawl up ahead." Yueshi leaned forward, eager to glimpse the commotion. Yinqi also heard the ruckus and rose on her toes to peer toward the front of the line. There, amidst the chaos at the distribution point, 2 figures were locked in struggle, while the surrounding students hastily stepped back to avoid the fray. Suddenly, a boy emerged from the cluttered storage area where the military uniforms were piled. "Had enough of this? came a chilling voice that cut through the air. The boy positioned himself between the two combatants, gripping the blonde's wrist with such force that the latter's face drained of color. As Yunqi recognized the boy's silhouette, her eyes widened in disbelief, rendering her momentarily motionless. Chapter 89. Yunqi feels the sky is falling. Oh my. Xiexinglan. He is actually at this school. Yueshi behind Yunqi grasped her shoulders and shook her. Yunqi bit her lower lip, feeling utterly dismayed. Xiexinglan is, in fact, at Lang University. The line they were in was managed by Xiexinglan and that senior who had just been fighting. Xiexinglan possessed immense strength. He swiftly separated the two combatants. Or perhaps it was his chilling demeanor and commanding presence that rendered the bystanders silent. The boy with yellow hair was about to unleash a tirade when he met Xiexinglan's icy gaze and instantly wilted. "You're headed to the disciplinary office." Xiexinglan released his grip, leisurely retrieving a tissue from his pocket to wipe his fingers, scoffing derisively. "Is this a performance for the freshman?" The yellow-haired boy's roommate, fearing the situation might escalate, hurriedly stepped in to restrain him, whispering, "Let it go. Don't stir up trouble." Reluctantly, the yellow-haired boy shot Xiexinglan a defiant glare, but was ultimately pulled away by his roommate. Wang Shuo approached, nursing his sore lip while gazing at Xiexinglan with admiration. That junior was extraordinarily handsome. He felt compelled to call Xiexinglan brother. Just as Wang Shuo was about to express his overflowing admiration, Xiexinglan noticed the blood at the corner of his mouth, lazily snatching the registration form from Wang Shuo's hands. "Senior, you should head to the infirmary for some treatment. I'll take over here." Wang Shuo touched his swollen lip, his eyes brimming with admiration for his junior and roommate. I can't take it anymore." The junior is both striking and warm-hearted. The task of distributing military training uniforms typically fell to one individual per team, but Wang Shuo was eager to expedite his share. Coincidentally, his roommate Xiexinglan was there with him. He inquired if Xiexinglan could assist him by passing the uniforms from within, while he reported the sizes from outside. Wang Shuo felt a bit awkward imposing on Xiexinglan for too long, so he quickly dashed to the infirmary, hoping to return promptly. The person in charge had transformed from a chubby senior to a dashing, confident figure. The girls in this team were absolutely delighted. Yet, Yunqi felt as if the sky had fallen. She stood frozen in place, her face pale as she bit her lip tightly. Yueshi sensed Yunqi's distress and understood that she did not wish to encounter Xiexinglan. She poked Yunqi's shoulder and quietly suggested, "If you don't want to see him, shall we switch to a team farthest away from him?" This was a commendable suggestion. If they didn't change teams, they would soon be up next, and she would have to face Xiexinglan directly. How could she be prepared for that? Tang Xiaoman leaned in, asking, "So what are you two whispering about?" Nothing. Yunqi replied, her face forlorn. "I just suddenly feel that this line is too slow." Tang Xiaoman, puzzled, responded, "Not slow at all? I think the new guy is quicker than that chubby senior we had before." Only Yueshi comprehended that Yunqi was being ironic. She cleared her throat softly and suggested, "Well, I also find this slow. Shall we switch to another line?" Tang Xiaoman glanced ahead and whispered, "Let's not. There are only 6 of us left. If we switch, we'll have to start all over again." Suddenly, one of the 4 girls in front exclaimed, "Oh no, we forgot to bring our student IDs." "What?" The other 3 quickly rummaged through their bags. "Oh dear. The notice stated that we need our student IDs to collect them." The 4 girls frantically searched in vain, and the leading girl stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "We were so careless. Let's go back to the dorm to get them." The 4 girls left the queue, leaving only 2 behind. Yunqi was about to be third in line. With just 2 individuals, they could hardly obstruct her view. As the 4 girls departed, she found herself closer to Xiexinglan, her gaze inadvertently catching sight of the boy's long, delicate fingers gripping a pen. A wave of panic surged within her, and she hurriedly averted her eyes. The girl at the front produced her student ID and, after stating her size, Xiexinglan turned to fetch the military training uniforms. In a moment of inspiration, Yunqi turned to Yueshi and Tang Xiaoman, saying, "Xiaoman, Cici, why don't you go first? I just remembered. I haven't decided on my size yet." Yueshi understood her implication and stepped forward, pulling Tang Xiaoman along. Tang Xiaoman, bewildered, asked, "Huh? But didn't he the notice include a standard size chart? My memory isn't great. Yunqi whimpered, retreating behind the two, wishing to vanish into the ground. You go ahead. Let me think a bit more. Even Tang Xiaoman, usually slow-witted, realized that her roommate wished to avoid encountering a boy. She felt her pocket and discovered a disposable mask, quickly turning to speak to Yunqi. When Xie Xinglan emerged, he handed the military uniform to the first girl, and soon it was the second girl's turn, followed by Tang Xiaoman. Tang Xiaoman discreetly slipped the mask into Yunqi's palm and winked at her. Yunqi was so moved that she nearly cried. Hastily putting on the mask and sweeping her hair forward to obscure her brow and eyes, revealing only half of her glistening eyes. Hiyueshi stifled a laugh and quietly teased, "Your disguise resembles Sadako a bit." "Don't say that." Yunqi curled her neck in, her voice muffled by the mask. "I'm so nervous I feel like I might be sick." After the girls in front finished collecting their uniforms and left, it was finally Tang Xiaoman's turn. She stepped forward and deliberately raised her voice. Class 6 of Computer Science, Tang Xiaoman. Size 155. Xie Xinglan absent-mindedly sifted through the clothes, his gaze drifting behind Tang Xiaoman, a look of confusion crossing his face. Why was this girl so heavily bundled up? He furrowed his brow slightly, unconsciously rubbing the packaging of the military uniform. He handed the clothes to Tang Xiaoman, yet his eyes remained glued to the figure behind her, resembling Sadako. When he looked ahead, his gaze locked onto Hiyueshi's. He froze for a moment, squinting his eyes as if a realization struck him. His eyes grew deep and enigmatic, a playful smile gracing his lips as his tongue touched the roof of his mouth. The smile carried profound implications, a hint of danger intertwined with nonchalance. The handsome man, who had maintained a stoic expression, broke into a smile, prompting a few girls in the queue behind him to stifle excited gasps. How strikingly handsome! Hiyueshi froze momentarily. Then his expression shifted dramatically. Oh no! Xie Xinglan suddenly leaned over the table, nearly crossing the distribution platform. He fixated on the figure, desperately shrinking away, articulating each word with a teasing undertone, as if toying with the situation, to the student at the back. Chapter 90, he was tempted to reach out and poke her puffed cheeks. Xie Xinglan was naturally referring to Yunqi. But Hiyueshi knew that her friend Chi-Chi did not wish to converse with the person before them. In a moment of inspiration, she turned to Yunqi and exchanged a knowing glance. Yunqi instantly understood and swiftly presented her student ID to her. 2 student IDs were thrust before Xie Xinglan, and Hiyueshi proclaimed loudly 2 sets of military training uniforms, one in size 160 and the other in size 165. Xie Xinglan withdrew his gaze from Yunqi, who stood behind Hiyueshi, casting a cool glance at her. As Xie Xinglan took the military uniforms, Yunqi tucked her hair aside, preparing to convey a grateful look to Hiyueshi. Just then, footsteps approached. Xie Xinglan had emerged, his expression a blend of amusement and intrigue as he regarded them. Originally intending to look at Hiyueshi, Yunqi's gaze unconsciously shifted to Xie Xinglan. They found themselves locked in a gaze. Today, the girl wore a light pink puff-sleeve dress that fell just above her knees, revealing her slender calves. Her chestnut curls cascaded over her shoulders, accentuating her petite face. A large light blue mask adorned her face, nearly obscuring her delicate features. Half of her hair had covered one eye, but at that moment she brushed it aside, revealing her glistening eyes. Xie Xinglan's gaze lingered on Yunqi for a few seconds, a barely perceptible smile flickering in his eyes. He leisurely extended the military uniforms to Hiyueshi, deliberately tilting one package towards Yunqi. "Here you go," he said, his voice deep, with a teasing lilt at the end. Yunqi, ignoring his intense gaze, hurriedly reached out, eager to collect the uniforms and leave this place. Just as her hand was about to make contact, Xie Xinglan smirked and suddenly retracted the uniforms. Yunqi's hand froze, and she glared at him in frustration. "What are you doing?" Hiyueshi shot him an unfriendly look, ready to snatch them away. Xie Xinglan maintained a serious facade. "Acquiring military uniforms requires identity verification. Please remove your mask." "Oh, right. I forgot about that." Zunqi, Tang Xiaoman, and Hiyueshi exchanged glances. After all, Xie had already recognized her. Wearing a mask was as futile as covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Fine, Yunqi resolved, pulling down her mask, her eyes darting upward, her lips pouting defiantly. Xie lowered his gaze, his eyes resting on her face. The girl's porcelain skin flushed with a faint pink from embarrassment, her lashes fluttering anxiously. She deliberately turned her head away from him, unable to conceal her slightly puffed cheeks. Resembling an irate pufferfish, his gaze meticulously traced her features. Xie Adam's apple bobbed, his eyes narrowing slightly, infused with a hint of amusement. He longed to reach out and poke her puffed cheeks, or perhaps, although their eye contact was brief, Xie stare was overwhelmingly intense, causing Yunqi to feel flushed under his heated gaze. Unable to resist, she shot him an exasperated glare. Is it done yet? Xie chuckled softly, nodding in response. The general training uniform was handed over to Yunqi. Her heart raced wildly as she forcefully pulled it away, hastily dragging He and Wang Xiaoman along with her. Alas, they were unmovable, both staring intently at that scoundrel, Xie. Let's go. Can you two stop daydreaming? Yunqi fumed, stamping her feet in frustration, tugging at her two infatuated roommate's sleeves in a desperate attempt to exit. You two, if you keep staring, your eyes might just fall out. He stumbled back, dazedly murmuring, but Chi-Chi, the way Xie looked at you just now was electrifying. Tang Xiaoman chimed in, her cheeks slightly flushed. I agree. That boy's gaze was just too captivating. As Yunqi hurriedly ushered the two girls away, Xie smirked, satisfied with the knowledge that she was confirmed to be in the computer science, Class 6 at Lang University. On their way back to the dormitory, Tang Xiaoman curiously inquired why Yunqi was reluctant to meet that boy. Yunqi candidly confessed, her face burning, it's just my boyfriend from the summer. We've already broken up. He immediately understood, wrapping her arm around Yunqi's shoulder and affirming, exactly. Our Chi-Chi has broken up with him, but it seems he still has some feelings for her, while she doesn't like him at all. Tang Xiaoman, somewhat perplexed, asked, what happened with the breakup? He exaggeratedly waved her hand. You wouldn't believe it. It's just that Chi-Chi. Cece. Yunqi hurriedly interrupted, her ears flushed crimson. Please stop. I don't want to relive the embarrassing past of mistaking someone I dislike for my boyfriend. As the three girls walked along, a plump boy approached them. It was Wang Shaw, who, upon noticing the trio, focused his gaze on the girl in the middle. His pupils widened, a flicker of joy crossing his face as he recognized the beautiful junior from that day. For the sake of his roommate, Cheng Ji's happiness, he broke into a broad grin and hurried over. A band-aid adorned the corner of his mouth, suggesting he had just returned from the infirmary. With a bashful smile on his round face, he scratched his head. Junior, could I add you on WeChat? His voice was soft, tinged with a hint of pleading, as he clasped his hands together in a gesture of supplication, his eyes sparkling like a hopeful little creature. It was hard not to feel one's heart soften at such a display. Ultimately, Yunqi consented, albeit reluctantly, providing her secondary account. The first class of the semester commenced at 7:30 in the evening. The computer science program comprised a total of 9 classes, with A, B, and C sections, each occupying a spacious lecture hall. Coincidentally, Yunqi's class was alongside classes 4 and 5. The 3 classes sat together, and, after about an hour of lecture, the session concluded. By 8 o'clock, the students dispersed back to their dormitories amidst a bustling crowd. The 3 girls linked arms, with He holding onto Yunqi's arm and Wang Xiaoman gripping her other side. All around them, the atmosphere was rife with lamentations about the impending military training set to commence on September 14th. He wore a disgruntled expression. Military training is utterly inhumane. Standing at attention in this sweltering heat, do I even need my face anymore? She exaggeratedly touched her freshly masked visage. Tang Xiaoman softly interjected, actually, I find military training rather beneficial. It's a perfect opportunity for weight loss. She pinched her chubby cheeks, declaring, I intend to run a couple of laps on the field right now. Would you care to join me? He immediately made an exaggerated gesture of refusal. Spare me. Please. All I wish for at this moment is to return to the dormitory and lie down. Yunqi patted Yueshi on the shoulder. Then Cece, you may head back. I shall accompany Xiaoman. The three girls parted ways at the stairway on the first floor. Around the corner, Xie Xinglan leaned against the second floor railing, casually fiddling with his phone. He cast his gaze downward at the girls as they walked towards the playground, a knowing smile gracing his lips. With his long fingers, he opened WeChat, pressed the voice message button, and with a tone tinged with languor, he spoke. Senior, heading to the playground for a run early? The message was directed to Wang Shua. Chapter 91. He in the shadows, she in the light. The playground was vast and bustling with activity. The weather was particularly sultry today, drawing many to the grounds to enjoy the breeze, take leisurely strolls, or engage in invigorating runs. Some even brought instruments, gathering in small circles to sing and chat. Tang Xiaoman aimed to complete 5 laps, while Yunqi, clad in a dress, opted for a more leisurely pace, meandering around the track. In the dim shadows, several dozen meters away, Xie Xinglan followed her closely, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the petite figure on the playground. Wherever she ventured, his eyes trailed behind her. Even during his video call with Wang Shua, his attention remained firmly on Yunqi. Xinglan, I'm almost at the playground. Just give me 2 more minutes, he declared. He lingered in the shadows, leaning against a wall, half of his figure concealed by the trees, his phone loosely resting against his ear, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Wang Shua, panting from his hurried approach, reported his location, but Xie Xinglan responded with a nonchalant his focus never wavering from the central figure on the track. The girl was gently adjusting the hem of her dress, which fluttered softly in the evening breeze. Xie Xinglan's eyes flickered with interest as he observed her movements, a smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, she halted, lifting her gaze to the sky, the moonlight casting a gentle glow on her profile. Unconsciously, Xie Xinglan straightened his posture. As Wang Shua continued to chatter on the other end, Xie Xinglan responded absent-mindedly, his full attention captivated by every action of Yunqi. When she turned to walk in another direction, Xie Xinglan straightened up leisurely, maintaining the phone call while naturally aligning his steps to follow her. He expertly kept a comfortable distance, ensuring he would not lose sight of her nor draw her attention. I'm here. Come meet me at the entrance of the playground. Wang Shua's voice crackled through the phone. Xie Xinglan gritted his teeth, conceding, all right. He was confident he could locate Yunqi amidst the crowd. Wang Shua had often mentioned weight loss in the dorm, attempting to entice a roommate to join him, but both Cheng Ji and Wang Lin were too lethargic to move, preferring to stay in the air-conditioned dorm, playing games rather than venturing out. This new roommate, whom he had known for only a few days, was willing to accompany him for a run, further enhancing Wang Shua's impression of Xie Xinglan. Wang Shua aimed to complete a 3,000-meter run. Before starting, he told Xie Xinglan he could wander elsewhere and they would regroup via messages once he finished. To his surprise, Xie Xinglan raised an eyebrow and declared, I'll run with you. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Wang Shua exclaimed, Brother, you're so loyal. He excitedly patted Xie Xinglan's shoulder, declaring, from today on, you are my true brother. Ready, go. With Wang Shua's enthusiastic shout, they dashed forward like arrows released from their bows. The playground was bustling with runners, preventing them from moving too swiftly. Just enough for Xie Xinglan to catch a glimpse of Yunqi's figure every lap he passed her position. He couldn't approach her directly. She might run away. However, as long as he moves, not only might he catch a glimpse of her, but perhaps he might even be fortunate enough to be seen by her. Wang Shua noticed something peculiar. Every time Xie Xinglan passed a certain spot, he would subtly slow his pace, and his gaze would slightly shift. Sometimes, even after turning a corner, Xie Xinglan would glance back. Curious, Wang Shua inquired what he was looking at. Xie Xinglan, with an impassive demeanor, replied, Nothing much, just stretching my neck. Wang Shua held Xie Xinglan in high regard and trusted his words implicitly. Stretching one's neck is indeed beneficial for the body. After running a few laps, Wang Shua began to feel fatigued and breathless, urging Xie Xinglan to halt. I can't go on. It seems I am destined to be estranged from the 3,000 meters tonight. At that moment, he felt as though he were walking on cotton. and as soon as he stepped onto the grass of the playground with Xie Xinglan, he yearned to collapse. It is unwise to sit down immediately after running. Xie Xinglan grasped the back of Wang Shua's collar and urged him to take a few more steps. Wang Shua, like a dehydrated fish, hung limply on Xie Xinglan's arm. Lamenting, "Brother, let me catch my breath." Xie Xinglan supported him steadily. After resting for a few minutes, Wang Shua announced he would fetch some water to reward Xie Xinglan for accompanying him in his running, insisting that Xie Xinglan should not follow him. Without waiting for a response, he left Xie Xinglan standing alone. From his earlier observations during those 3 laps, Xie Xinglan discerned that Yunqi often lingered beneath the sycamore tree at the southeast corner of the playground, where a vintage-style street lamp stood. Xie Xinglan glanced in that direction but saw no sign of Yunqi. He surveyed the surroundings, focusing intently on his search. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Yunqi was hiding behind a tree, her fingers swiftly tapping on her phone. She sent a message to Tang Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, I just saw my ex-boyfriend on the track." At that moment, Tang Xiaoman, on the playground, cast an awkward glance at a boy several meters ahead, who was scanning the area. The boy was tall, with a striking presence. She could not mistake him. Chi. I think I also saw your ex-boyfriend," she replied. "Yunqi where?" The boy began to walk toward the sycamore tree where Yunqi was concealed. Tang Xiaoman typed. "He seems to be heading in your direction." "Yunqi, what color is he wearing?" Many people were walking this way, drawn by the picturesque scenery and the cool breeze. Yunqi was not so vain as to believe that Xie Xinglan was deliberately approaching her, as the direction of the sycamore tree was near the playground exit. He might simply be leaving. However, upon hearing Tang Xiaoman mention that Xie Xinglan was walking this way, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. An unexpected encounter would be quite awkward, and she wished to avoid it if possible. Tang Xiaoman. Chi, I can't see the color clearly. But he is running now. Upon reading this message, Yunqi resolved to remain still, hidden behind the sycamore tree, which she believed would shield her. Yet, unbeknownst to her, beneath the street lamp, her shadow had already betrayed her. Xie Xinglan suddenly came to a halt just a few paces away from the parasol tree. The street lamp cast the shadow of the tree at a slant upon the ground, yet a slender fragment of shadow behind it divulged a secret. The arc of her skirt, the gentle flutter of her hair, stirred by the breeze, and even the subtle quiver at the edge of her shadow as she unconsciously grazed the ground with her toes. He lowered his eyelashes, a deeper smile gracing his lips. Chapter 92. Baby, you are so sweet. Xie Xinglan slowed his pace, truly meandering as if on a leisurely stroll. A mischievous glimmer danced in his eyes as he intentionally steered away from the phoenix tree, opting for the side path instead. Tang Xiaoman responded to Yunqi's message. "I didn't pay much attention. I couldn't discern the color of the clothing. Why don't you step outside the playground and wait for me at a certain spot? I'll come find you shortly." Yunqi, grateful, tapped away on her phone's keyboard, preparing to leave the playground where Xie Xinglan lingered. She was engrossed in her typing. As she finished the last character and prepared to send it, she felt a looming shadow gradually enveloping her, as if something was inching closer and closer. A chill coursed through her spine. At that moment, a warm breath brushed against her earlobe. "What are you hiding here for?" The boy's deep, magnetic voice reached her ears. Yunqi jolted as if struck by lightning, her phone clattering onto the grass. Ghost. She swiftly leaped to the side, only to trip over a thick tree root. Oh no! Someone quickly darted in front of her, arms slightly outstretched, his gaze filled with an enigmatic glimmer. When one is about to fall, the instinct is to grasp the nearest object. Yunqi had no time to think, and she found herself tumbling into his embrace. Xie Xinglan smirked, tightening his arms around her as she melted into his warmth. In her shock, he nuzzled her soft hair at the crown of her head and inhaled deeply. Baby, you smell delightful. It's been a while since I held you." Yunqi remained frozen in his embrace, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She could distinctly feel the warmth of his chest and the steady thrum of his heartbeat, along with the familiar scent of mint wafting from him. "Why you let go?" she stammered, flailing as she pushed against his chest, her voice trembling. Yet, Xie Xinglan remained unyielding, tightening his grip and stating earnestly, "You're the one who threw yourself into my arms. You're talking nonsense. Yunqi exclaimed, her eyes reddening with urgency. You scared me out of nowhere as she struggled. Her hair brushed against Xie Xinglan's chin, the ticklish sensation deepening the intensity in his gaze. Don't move, he commanded, his voice dropping an octave. With a low chuckle, he added, if you keep squirming, I might just kiss you. Yunqi, fuming, pushed him away. You, don't. How shameless. We've broken up, and you still want to kiss me. Even after we've broken up, a kiss is still on the table, he replied, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he leisurely pressed his lips together. Drawn in by his gesture, Yunqi instinctively glanced at his lips, swallowing hard. He ruffled her hair, his voice husky and beguiling. Do you want to kiss me? Baby? As he asked, he leaned in closer. Reason urged Yunqi to refuse. Yet the memories of their intimacy during her amnesia lingered vividly. With him so near, his warm breath brushing against her lips, she couldn't help but tilt her head slightly, as she had done before. No, she realized, embarrassment and shock flooding her senses. Her petite hands pushed against him, attempting to lower her gaze. But alas, it was too late. Xie Xinglan wrapped one arm around her, while his other hand cradled the back of her head, swiftly pressing his lips against the girl's delicate mouth. Yunqi's eyes widened, the familiar warmth enveloping her lips instantly conjuring memories of those blush-inducing kisses from summer. The coolness of Xie Xinglan's lips, reminiscent of peppermint, contrasted with the fervent passion of the kiss, which he playfully deepened, even daring to nibble gently on her lower lip. Sweetheart, you taste delightful, she whimpered softly, a sound akin to a small creature, as she unconsciously tugged at his collar. This gesture seemed to please Xie Xinglan, who chuckled softly, intensifying the kiss, his tongue teasingly tracing the seam of her lips. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the moment. Yunqi, jolted from her reverie, hastily turned her head to escape the kiss, causing Xie Xinglan's lips to graze her flushed cheek before finally landing on her earlobe. The rosy earlobe was irresistibly adorable. He swallowed hard, and in a fluid motion, gently took the petite lobe into his mouth, sucking on it softly. Yunqi froze entirely, sensing her intense tremor. Xie Xinglan finally released her. You. Yunqi stepped back, covering her ears, her eyes glistening like a rabbit that had been bullied, her neck flushed with color. Sweetheart, could you please remove me from your blacklist? How could he commit such mischief and still maintain his composure while conversing with her? No. You should remain on that blacklist forever. Yunqi protested, retreating several steps like a fluffed-up kitten, her fingers pressing against her heated earlobe. Her eyelashes fluttered in a flurry, and her lips retained the moist sheen from the kiss, glistening enticingly under the moonlight. You are too much. Her voice trembled, and though she intended to scold him, her racing heart robbed her of any authority. Leaning lazily against the tree trunk, Xie Xinglan's gaze traveled over her flushed cheeks, the glistening of her lips, and finally settled on her fingers gripping the hem of her shirt. He chuckled softly. Haven't we kissed before? Didn't you enjoy it? The mention of before unleashed a flood of uncontrollable memories in Yunqi's mind, when he had pinned her against the wall, his fingers weaving through her hair, breathlessly calling her sweetheart. No. She shook her head violently, desperate to cast away those embarrassing recollections. Shut up. The past is the past, and the present is the present. You cannot kiss me again. Her cheeks puffed out in indignation, her eyes reddening like a rabbit that had been playfully teased. Xie Xinglan observed her with a growing seriousness, his laughter fading as he gently brushed his fingertip against the corner of her eye. Sweetheart, are you upset? His voice lowered, laced with a soothing undertone, starkly contrasting his earlier mischief. Yes, I'm very upset. She turned her face away, refusing to meet his gaze, her tone filled with frustration. We have broken up. You cannot behave this way. The person before her remained silent, merely watching her. Yunqi continued to mumble and, You're no longer allowed to call me sweetheart. A gentle breeze swept by as Xie Xinglan fixed his gaze upon her, a sudden smile gracing his lips. With utmost sincerity, he spoke each word deliberately. If not baby, then what? Wife, baby. The final 4 words were delivered with a soft chuckle, his enunciation deliberate and unhurried. Yunqi stood there, momentarily bewildered, still processing his words when the approaching voice of Tang Xiaoman pierced through. Chi-Chi, where are you? As if awakening from a dream, she hastily brushed against Xie Xinglan's shoulder and fled without a backward glance. Xie Xinglan remained rooted in place, watching her retreating figure, his fingertips lingering with the delicate sensation of her hair. He lowered his head to inhale the lingering scent. Suddenly, his phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from Xie Linchuan. Chapter 93. Do not be soft-hearted. The supermarket was bustling with people, most of whom were laden with large bags of purchases. Wang Shuo had waited in line for nearly 20 minutes. After finally completing his payment, he took out his phone, intending to message Xie Xinglan. He noticed a message from her. I have taken leave from the counselor, and I'm no longer at the playground. I won't be returning to the dormitory tonight. Wang Shuo stood frozen, glancing down at the chilled cola in his hand. He stared at the screen for several seconds, scratching his head before typing away. Huh? So suddenly? Oh, I just bought you a chilled cola. When will you be back? I'll save it for you. Meanwhile, Yunqi was sprinting back to the dormitory with Tang Xiaoman. Her heart raced, and the warmth of that kiss seemed to linger on her lips. Chi-Chi, your face is so red. Tang Xiaoman worriedly touched her forehead. Are you feeling unwell? No. Yunqi averted her gaze. I was just running. Tang Xiaoman gazed at her flushed lips, hesitating to speak, ultimately deciding against voicing her thoughts. That night, Yunqi tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She took out her phone and, almost unconsciously, opened her WeChat blacklist. Xie Xinglan's profile picture lay quietly there, a simple black background. She stared at it for a long while, her finger hovering over the button to remove him from the blacklist, yet she ultimately refrained from pressing it. No. She muttered softly, tucking her phone under her pillow, resolute not to soften her resolve. But when she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with Xie Xinglan's smiling eyes and his deep voice. Baby, you're so sweet. Oh. Yunqi buried her face in the blanket, feeling both shy and frustrated as she kicked her legs. When she picked up her phone again, it vibrated suddenly with a message from Hiyueshi. She had forwarded a video from the Longda forum, the very video of Yunqi slapping Zhou Yu on the 6th. Chi-Chi, you're going viral. Ah, Chi-Chi, our internet is so slow. This video has been up for 3 days, and we're just now seeing it. Yunqi clicked on the forum link, and the crisp sound of her slap echoed in the video. The comment section was already filled with thousands of responses. Wow, this junior is fierce. Zhou Yu deserved it. It was about time someone put him in his place. Seeking contact information for the beautiful junior. Don't even think about it. I heard the rich kids from the computer science department are already inquiring about her. Yunqi, her hand trembling, closed the page and suddenly remembered something. Switching to her alternate WeChat account, she noticed someone had added her. The verification message read, Hello, Junior. The profile picture featured a grinning panda, perfectly matching the chubby senior she had encountered earlier. Yunqi clicked to accept. Almost instantly, a cat meme spinning in circles appeared from the other side. In dormitory 507 of Building 3, Cheng Ji jumped up from his bed, exclaiming, Wow, it's accepted. Wang Shuo wore a proud smile, saying, See, I told you the junior is super nice. Let me see her moments. Qilin lunged forward to snatch the phone. Is there a selfie? Cheng Ji fiercely protected his device, exclaiming, Get lost. I want to cultivate this slowly. He was blissfully typing away when suddenly he froze. Hey, there asked nothing on the moments. Wang Shuo scratched his head in consolation. Perhaps the beauty simply doesn't enjoy posting. Wang Lin nodded in agreement and patted Cheng Ji's shoulder. So what if the moments are empty? Cheng Ji suddenly perked up, pressing the phone against his chest. This signifies that the junior is pure and unpretentious. Wang Lin raised an eyebrow and nudged his shoulder. So how do you plan to initiate a conversation? You can't just send, Are you there? You don't understand a thing. Cheng Ji proudly opened his notes. I have long prepared the 36 strategies for pursuing goddesses. Meanwhile, Yunqi received another message from Hiyueshi. Chi-Chi, if anyone asks for your contact details, please refrain from revealing your real name and class. Otherwise, those pesky men might encounter you in reality. Yunqi's heart tightened as she noticed the person she had just added sent a message. Hello, Junior. May I ask how to address you? E.M. Cheng Ji. a sophomore majoring in computer science. Hiyueshi's warning echoed her mind. Yunqi's eyes darted, and she intentionally replied, I'm Lin Qi. Altering her surname ensured that the person would be unable to find her true identity. September 12th and 13th fell on a weekend. Yin Fengpeng called Yunqi back home. The moment she stepped into the grand villa, she was met with the sound of intense arguing from the living room. Mr. Yun, your daughter slapped my son in public. This matter must be addressed.